region. In Nepal, at least 157 people were dead. Earlier, that was the very number, but it's now come into increase to 160. 403 people were missing, and Nepali authorities came out to, in fact, bring us these numbers. In China, at least as many as 265 have been reportedly missing from the deadly natural disaster that's very much struck this region. And you can see the fury of the water that came gushing into this very region, completely sweeping away everything in its way. It was a day, and a normal day, with its order of people going about their own business. And this very visual that we are bringing to you shows how the waters just came into the very city and washed away whatever was on its very path in its fury. It's indeed these visuals not only are scary, but at the same time extremely unfortunate and extremely tragic. You can see, be it cars, be it buildings that were standing upright in the way of the very flash floods, all of it has been washed away in these flash floods. And while the death toll is 160, it is unfortunate, but at the end of the day, with the operation still going on in this very region, the death toll is likely and expected to mount at this point of time. It's a tragedy, viewers, that we are bringing to you. And of course, prayers are with everybody who have lived in the vicinity, who've lived in these regions, who had their loved ones traveling and touring this very region. Take a look at the visuals that we have for you.
पुरै त्रिशुली आमा लाइभ यो चाहिँ है गाइस, यस्तो लाइभ छ। ओहो, पुरा ड्याम फुटेर आयो यार।
We are being joined by our colleague Shivani Sharma. Shivani, a very good morning to you. But indeed, it's a tragic note that we are speaking on, and the death toll currently comes out to mount to 160. 403 people missing still, some 265 from the China side at this point, as we're given to understand. Take us through the details that you are learning at this point.
Shreya, this is a devastating outburst of a glacial lake that led to this devastation across Nepal, and the figures that have come officially is about 160 casualties so far. The rescue operations are going on, and more than 400 people are missing. 105 Indians are also missing, and the rescue operation continues with the Nepal Army's helicopters. The Indian aircraft has also flown with the relief material. The rescue teams will be on ground. And in India-Nepal border, the teams are on alert because this water that has flown from Nepal towards India has raised the level of border rivers, be it Ganga, be it Kosi, Gandak. So right now there is an alert, and the figures of the casualties is also unfortunately it's expected to rise, because as the time is passing and the rescue operations are being carried out, the numbers are increasing. Shreya, this is really unfortunate and very important out here to mention, because this tragedy took place at the border of China and Nepal. So there is impact on Chinese side too. So people are missing in Chinese territory also. There are at least 265 people who've been reported missing in China. There are casualties on the Chinese side. More figures are being confirmed officially from China also. But yes, as the rescue operations are moving on, these figures of casualties are increasing. Shreya.
Right, Shivani, I'd request you to stay back with us. Viewers, while we're also speaking, I would want to bring to your focus the helpline numbers that we're also flashing consistently to reach out to understand or even get details of anybody who's your loved one who you still do not know where they are at this given point when we speak of this very Nepal flood. But viewers, let me also quickly take you through some of the details that have come in so far about this very tragedy. What happened here? Nepal is currently battling the aftermath of perhaps what we are looking at as one of its worst flash flood disasters, with more than 100 people reported dead. Currently, the number stands at 160, over 750 missing across both Nepal and Tibet. Now, the raging waters have completely swept away entire buildings, roads, bridges, while damaging these key power infrastructures across several districts. Whatever came in its way, it's gotten washed away with that glacial water. On the ground, search and rescue operations, of course, remain in full swing, with the Nepal Army, Armed Police Force and Nepal Police deployed across the affected areas. Army helicopters are being used to reach locations cut off by the floods. Prime Minister Baliyan has called this a highly critical time, saying the immediate priority is saving lives and that rescue operations continue on a war footing. Meanwhile, authorities have warned that danger is not yet over, with the upstream river blockage reportedly not having fully been drained. So even on that very aspect, it continues to be a precarious situation on either sides of the Nepal-Tibet border, and the aftermath of it is the rising water levels for Indian rivers as well. So this is all the details that we have for you. Let's quickly take at some of the responses that have come in so far.
நம்ம பேர் ஆர் கலைச்செல்வி. 23ஆம் தேதி காலையில் இங்கேருந்து கிளம்பி கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து பஸ்ஸில் போயிட்டு சென்னையிலேருந்து போனாங்க. போயிட்டு முந்தா நாள் காலையில் டெல்லியில் இருக்கேன்ப்பா அப்படின்னாங்க. நேற்று காலையில் காத்மாண்டில் போனது அப்படின்னாங்க. இன்னைக்கு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க அவங்களுக்கு சேஃபாக இருக்கு, அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டப்ப சேஃபாக இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது வருஷம் எங்க எல்லா ஊருக்கும் போயிட்டு இதுதான் கடைசியா கைலாயத்தோட பாட்டிக்கு 2ஆவது இருந்துச்சு. எல்லாரும் போன வருஷம் ரிஷிகேஷ் எங்க பார்த்தாலும் சுத்தி போயிட்டு காசி. ஆமா, தாசில்தார் வந்தாங்க, திருவாரூர் தாசில்தார் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு விசாரிச்சுட்டு அதான் அந்த லிஸ்ட் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று காலையில் தான் பேசுகிறேன்.
நியூஸை பார்த்து தான் நாங்களே தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்து, ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க, அது ஓகே. பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டைரெக்டாக கான்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. கான்டாக்ட் கிடைச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது திருப்பி எப்படி அவங்க ரிட்டர்ன் கூட்டணும் வரணும் என்னன்றது இதுக்கு மேலே தான் நாங்கள் பிளான் பண்ணணும். என்கிட்ட எங்க அம்மா பேசுறாங்க, காலம் பேசினாங்க காலையில 6:15 மணிக்கு காலையில் பேசுறாங்க. இப்ப ட்ரை பண்ணா சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் தான், எல்லா ஃபோனுமே சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ல ஃபேமிலிக்கு ஃபோன் வந்து சார் அவங்க சேஃபா இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஹேண்ட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். எங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ரிலீஃபா இருக்கு, அது மட்டும்தான் எங்களுக்கு வந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்.
அரசுக்கு ஏதாவது கோரிக்கை
இல்லை, அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டின்னு வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம். அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டின்னு வரது மட்டும்தான் இப்போ நான் ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்குது. அது என்ன பண்ண முடியுமா?
Viewers, we will now take you through some of the regions. Remember, this very area, it's a long stretch along which the water has come down, gushing from the hills. After that quake triggered the glacial water to move downhill. But these are some of the regions that we're bringing to your focus, where the floods in fact found its route and came out to cause maximum destruction. Now, the extent of destruction in Nepal can be seen in the satellite images itself. Just the topography of this very region, if you take a look at it, you can see what exactly was the situation like before. And the patches of white that you can completely see, those are basically ice glaciers that we're speaking of. And look at the patches of white that you can completely see, those are basically ice glaciers that we're speaking of. And look at the after with the water traveling that very direction. This is the complete amount of destruction that's taken place. Now, this photograph, while the second aftermath image here is a little unclear, but at the same amount of destruction that's taken place. Now this photograph, while the second aftermath image here is a little unclear, but at the same time affected. We're taking you through the path that the flash flood has exactly followed. Each photograph you will be seeing on the before part of it, you can see that the flash flood has exactly followed. Each photograph you will be seeing on the before part of it, you can see it has broadened and widened, basically showing how the water has carved its path out and forced its path out through the mountains and through this very region. Similarly here as well, you can see the path out and forced its path out through the mountains and through this very region. Similarly here as well, you can see the path this very region and what it has left behind, the trail of destruction that it's left behind on its way. These are some of the photographs that we're bringing to you, viewers, for a clearer depiction of what exactly has gone down. And this very photograph, you can see the settlements in bits and pieces and how that's also gotten washed away. If you see the after picture here, you can see at the mouth, right at the left corner, the entirety of the patch that was completely green. After picture here, you can see at the mouth, right at the left corner, the entirety of the patch that was completely green. And this is the extent of destruction that's been caused by the fury of the flash floods in this very region. And it's indeed not just tragic, but at this given point, it's very, very heartbreaking, the situation, and at the same time precarious, and it continues to be precarious. On that note, we have more breaking news that's coming in, viewers. Let's quickly take you through what more are we learning about this very tragedy. Now, one of the biggest questions that have remained since yesterday is with regards to what exactly has caused such a deadly flash flood in Nepal. Now, when we speak of nature's fury, disasters oftentimes are caused, they have a trigger point. In this case, it was the collapse of a glacier that is being looked at as the most likely cause. Again, it's not been confirmed, but the sequence of events that's taken place along the geography of this area, it's a quake-triggered glacial collapse is what we are looking at, and that's what experts have come out to report so far from the preliminary examination of the entire situation. A deadly flash flood that in fact came about near Nepal's border with Tibet on Wednesday, that may have been triggered when the lower part of that glacier broke off and crashed into the valley floor with which is basically hundreds of meters below. So the force with which that glacial chunk, the glacial collapse, the part of the glacier at the foot of it that ended up pushing itself and forcing itself onto the floor of the valley, that is what came about to cause the force with which the water traveled and came in and gushed in with the magnanimous force that it's, in fact, you can see in these very visuals, the way it's taken over the entire city in these visuals. It shows the impact and the effect with which it traveled through the very route that it did. On that note, we continue to have Shivani Sharma with us. Shivani, we are examining certain likely causes, and the one that really comes out, and what you also mentioned right at the beginning of making your point earlier, is that it's a glacial collapse that's triggered this very flash flood. Now, that's again, it's a likely cause, perhaps the most likely, if we look at the quake that triggered the glacier to collapse and then come in with that impact and completely wash out everything in its way.
Shreya, there are many theories that are being now brought out. One is this glacial collapse. They call it the glacial lake outburst that caused this devastation, in which there was nothing predicted earlier. There was no information of any weather challenges in that region, but suddenly a glacial lake collapsed. And when we see the speed of the water which is gushing towards the area, the land area, it shows that this was the outburst of a glacial lake, because there are boulders of snow, there are ice pieces, the boulders along with the water that's gushing out. So one theory is that this was the lake collapse out there, the glacial lake that has collapsed. The other thing, there might be an earthquake which has led to this glacial collapse, and the magnanimous devastation there, the amount of water that is gushing out is pointing out that there might be an earthquake there which led to this glacial outburst, and then this water gushed which has devastated the area, completely washed out. There are 19 bridges, more than 19 bridges that have been washed out in this region, Shreya. So this is how this particular collapse has happened. This is the glacier which seems to be collapsing in that region. And there are many questions. The scientists are also questioning that was any weather prediction there which was not shared. The data was not shared with Nepal to prepare for this kind of a situation. So there are questions and the investigations are moving ahead, but the priority remains to save as many lives in that region as can be, because it's been more than 24 hours now. So there are many theories that what could have caused this disaster, but certainly the scientists are working on this, and they are also looking at the reasons that is it also a part of the climate change question that has been into focus since many years now. So a lot of theories, but certainly a glacial lake outburst has caused this devastation.
Right, Shivani. Shivani, do stay back with us. Viewers, as we speak of the causes, the likely causes that have caused this very flash flood, let's quickly take you through them. What are the theories that we have so far? Theory one is a fact that the avalanche came out to block the river. The avalanche may have blocked the Lendi River here, this particular passageway that it had. That's what the avalanche, the glacier that came out to collapse, the landslide that it caused, basically, which we call an avalanche when it's a glacial chunk that's broken away. That's what ended up to cause a major blockage in the river. Now, when the water gets accumulated behind that very blockage, it does look for a certain pathway, and these are the times when it comes out to carve its own path, and the sudden breach is what then may have caused the very flood. And the NDRMA flags snow the rock landslide as well. This is what we're also looking at this given point. This is perhaps a likely cause. Again, theory two is the quake and avalanche link. Why are we linking the quake and avalanche here? Again, in a theory, as so far as to speak, it's a 4.4 magnitude earthquake that had been recorded, and the earthquake was reported yesterday itself at some time around 8:37 a.m. Now, the flood came about to follow shortly after. So one major part that's being looked at is there may be, and this is something even the foreign minister of Nepal has come out to flag, that there may be a link between the two. The quake may have triggered the glacial disposal at that point, the displacement of the glacial chunk that may have been caused by the quake itself. Again, that's another theory that's being looked at. Theory number three is the glacial flood that's been suspected. The fact that heavy rains ruled out as the primary trigger. In fact, the reason why there is no cause that's being linked to the weather is because at least the very day when it happened, you can see how bright and sunny it was in that very region. Most of the visuals that we've gotten, there is no trace of clouds or for that cloud cover, or for that matter heavy rains taking place. Yes, it is monsoon season in this very region, so yes, the region has been looking at monsoon spells, but at least for this particular day that we are speaking of, there was no such occurrence. Now, the Nepal Hydrology Department has suspected at this given point GLOF, which is basically the glacial lake outburst possibility that's now being probed, and the satellite images show the debris laden flood, which is why this particular theory gets precedence over the others, because it's carrying with it certain remnants of chunks that one can see when there is a glacial chunk that's fallen in. There is an avalanche or a particular glacier that's broken apart and broken away. Those chunks and the debris from that glacier, the ice debris from that very glacier, that has been seen and spotted in the water that's coming to gush through these very regions and carve its way out. Now, it can be a combination of these theories as well. Now, what exactly is it? That's something only investigation will reveal. But right now, as we said, the prime focus is to save as many lives as possible. Now, also talking about the sequence of events, what exactly happened, we'll take you one by one, because as we were tracing back the time as to what exactly happened when, the earthquake that took place near the Nepal-Tibet border was of 4.4 magnitude. That was recorded somewhere in Tibet. The epicenter was somewhere in Tibet, and the glacial lake near the mountains itself, near this very region itself, saw sudden release of lake water right after the earthquake. Now, the ice rock avalanche that is on the Nepalese side here, this is not on the Tibetan side. Tibetan side is the one that looked at the earthquake, but then on the Nepal side here we see is where the ice rock avalanche took place, which brought with it the ice and the rocks and the debris along with it. So there is a combination that may have crashed into the Lennade-Khola river in this very region, and which is what caused the blockade. That's again something that we're looking at in terms of a possibility. But this is also a sequence of events that we're taking you through as to what happened on either sides of the border when the disaster struck. Now, the Lennade-Khola river, that is also called the Rasuwa, flash floods hit the river near the Nepal-Tibet border. This river runs along that very border itself, and Bhotekoshi river, which is further into the Nepalese territory, saw the water and the debris being completely swept through the valley. And this is how the sequence of events came about: an earthquake, a given avalanche, and both of them finally coinciding and in terms of a timeline, and finally the flash floods coming in as the aftermath. Now we have more breaking news coming in. Let's quickly take a look. Now, if we are to speak of Indians who are still missing, there are several. As we know, this very region is one which is oftentimes taken by pilgrims on their way. So over 130 Indians, including many of them being pilgrims on the Mansarovar Yatra itself, were missing, and scores of others were stranded in Nepal after the flash floods swept through its central districts, unleashing devastation, cutting off affected areas according to the officials in the neighbouring country. Now, the Indian embassy in Kathmandu and several states, which includes Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, have all launched helplines for affected Indians and their kin. We are also bringing to you helplines on our screens to, in fact, figure out a way to reach out and get any possible details of your loved ones if they were also a part and got stuck amid this entire flash flood fury. At least as many as 59 of the Indians were pilgrims for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. Samrat Tours and Travel Agency has come out to report this. Details regarding the affected Indian nationals continue to remain rather sparse, as the severe flooding in Nepal has completely disrupted communication links as well, especially onto that very side to bring us details. But yes, nonetheless, the helplines are working round the clock to figure out whatever details can be provided to the kin of people who have gotten stuck amid this very natural disaster. Shivani continues to be with us. Shivani, coming back to you, 130 Indians is the number we are getting right now of people who are missing in this Nepal flash flood, is it?
Yeah, there are 130 Indians, in fact, over 130 Indians, including many pilgrims on the Mansarovar Yatra, who are still missing. They are out of contact because, the communication lines are totally cut off due to this devastation. The look for these missing Indians is going on there in this particular region. What we also learned that Sadhguru, the Isha Foundation head, he had also brought out this particular fact that certain pilgrims from his organization, from his foundation, were also on their way back to India after Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and they are also out of contact. So 59 Indians who were a part of the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra of the Samrat Tours and Travel Agency, they are also missing. There are people from Tamil Nadu who are around 37, and they are not into any communication right now. There are people from the Isha Foundation, the 77 members of the team. They are also not there because they are not into contact because they were at the immigration center. An immigration center on the border of China and Nepal has seen devastation, complete washout of that area. The gush of that glacial water can be seen. So Indians are missing, and the rescue operations are continuing on the ground. So there are communication flaws there. The electric lines have been cut off completely. So they might be present, but they are out of contact, and more official data is awaited on what's the situation on ground, because this is the day 2 of rescue operations. And as the day breaks, the teams have started looking for people who are stuck in that whole region. Priya.
Right, Shivani. More news is coming in, viewers, of the kind of help that's coming in from different countries, including India, to Nepal to, in fact, help out the rescue operations. It's a mammoth task, remember, because of the very location, and not just the location, but the stretch through which this flood has wreaked havoc. Now, India, of course, stands with its neighboring country, Nepal, in this crisis. And we've sent 110 tons, in fact, of relief aid to Nepal at this given point. Humanitarian aid, essential medicines reach Nepal. India hands over the relief material to Nepal, and 10 tons of it has been air dashed to Kathmandu, is what we are learning about. Prime Minister Modi, of course, yesterday itself took cognizance of the entire situation, came out to express his concerns and also condolences to those who've lost their loved ones in this very natural disaster, and has come out to assure Nepal that any and all help to the flood-hit region shall be provided by India. Now, Prime Minister Modi's solidarity has, of course, been welcomed by Nepal as well. The Indian Embassy in Nepal has come out to say, always with Nepal. Ambassador Naveen Srivastav handed over 10 tons of humanitarian aid materials from India to the Minister for Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, Mr. Kharka Raj Paudel. This assistance will contribute to the relief efforts that's following the very devastating floods. India stands firmly with Nepal and is committed to providing all possible support. This is the message that's coming from the embassy, Indian Embassy in Nepal at this given point. With that, going back to Shivani here. Shivani, yesterday itself we got news of how India has already started sending in help. 10 tons of humanitarian aid is what has been provided so far. And as the day proceeds today, there will be more, like a better clarity of the situation and what it requires. And Prime Minister himself has come out to say that any and whatever help Nepal needs, India is there to provide.
Shreya, India happens to be the first responder, of course, in this situation, and a C-130J Super Hercules transport aircraft of the Indian Air Force had flown last night to Nepal. It reached there. The 10 tons of relief material, which includes medicine, which includes the rescue operation machinery, which also includes whatever is required right now in that region, food material, the other things that might be required there. They have been sent, the solar lights that will be of help for people, because there's no electricity in that region, and it'll take time for making it work again. So this aid has been handed over to the Nepalese minister. The second aircraft is also about to take off from India. The Indian armed forces, the Air Force, the Army, they are all taking the requisites from Nepal, what all is required. The Army, a team of engineers is on a standby with the bridge making material. Temporary bridges can be made out there. The doctors from the Indian Army are on a standby. And whatever is required by Nepal is being carried to Nepal. So the first batch of help has already reached there. It has been handed over to the Nepalese minister. The second batch is about to take off from India. The C-17 Globemaster, another strategic tactical transport aircraft, is ready to take off. So yes, India is responding with any kind of help that is required by Nepal in this hour of need.
Right, Shivani. Shivani, do stay back with us. Viewers, while we are speaking, we also have Ashutosh Mishra, who's in fact currently reached quite close to the very place where this entire disaster has struck. And while on his way, he has brought us ground reports of the aftermath and the extent of destruction that it's left behind. Let's quickly take a look.
India Today is at ground zero in Nepal, around 40 kilometers from Kathmandu in Nagdunga area where I am. And most of these road connectivity has been disrupted. All the supply line, the heavy trucks, heavy mobility machinery have been stopped at Nagdunga. Only a few vehicles with the essentials that are allowed to depart to further distance, because here onwards, most of the places where the roads are totally disconnected, washed away. We have seen from what happened at Rasuwa, massive slide and all the debris that has disrupted the road connectivity. In fact, it is struggling time for the Nepalese authorities. The multiple helicopters have been roped in for the rescue and search operations. At the moment, the hundreds of the people who are still missing from many other nations. It was peak of the tourism as well, including the religious tourism. The tourists from India, China and other parts, they are still missing. Search and rescue operations continue, and that is going to be a mammoth operation for Nepalese authority. The world is offering help. The India has also sent aid and help to these affected areas. So from here on, we see mostly the road have been blocked, and it is going to be, in extremely hostile weather, and it's raining constantly. It is going to be an uphill task for the search and rescue teams to carry out such operations. Here we are around 40 to 50 kilometers far from the valley Kathmandu and heading towards Rasuwa at ground zero. More than 150 people have been killed in this devastating images we have seen in Nepal. Many of these points where the highways are disconnected, being blocked. They, at the moment, even in the hostile and adverse weather, only the air sortie remains the primary source for search and rescue operations, evac operations. More than 100 foreign nationals are still missing, including Indians, Chinese and several other nationals. Search operation is at peak. However, the road connectivity remains disrupted, and to ensure aid and supplies, the communication, the electricity connectivity remains a major challenge in this part of Nepal. We are en route to Rasuwa. However, this is absolutely hostile terrain to make ourselves to reach, because it's raining constantly. Many of these pockets, because of absolute dark, there is literally risk zone, and since the threat continues that there could be further onward such slide.
Now viewers, we will keep a track of all these reports that are coming in from the nearby regions, as Ashutosh will bring us all these updates from ground zero itself. But as we speak, and as Nepal battles one of their worst flash floods that it's seen in its history, India has once again, of course, stepped into the big brother role and has extended aid and solidarity to the flood-hit nation. Our Prime Minister on Wednesday itself spoke to the Nepalese Prime Minister Baliyan and conveyed his condolences. He stated that India stands in solidarity with Nepal and is ready to provide all assistance that's required in the operations that continue to take place on a war footing in the very region. Meanwhile, India's first consignment of 10 tons of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies have already reached Nepal. The aid includes emergency supplies such as temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, medicines, all of which to support the rescue and relief efforts in the flood-affected areas. Now, Nepalese Prime Minister, meanwhile, Baliyan has thanked Prime Minister Modi for the aid and support. He's also hailed India-Nepal ties, saying that he deeply values the bond between the two nations. Before we proceed with more details about this very tragedy, let's quickly take you through the responses that have come in on this aspect of the story that we're taking you through.
Thank you very much for the concern and kindness from the Indian side, and on behalf of Nepal as well as the on behalf of the ruling party RSP, we would like to express sincere thanks to the people of India as well as the government of India, and right now Honorable Prime Minister Modi. Support from India and support from the neighboring country is very significant and is essential for Nepal, because it has proven before also at the time of earthquake 2015. So for your kindness and for your support and for your willingness, we would like to express our sincere thanks.
Now, further news with regards to Indians who are still missing in this tragic devastation that we are in fact bringing to you updates of. 37 Tamilians are missing in the Nepal flood fury. 57 Tamil tourists in Nepal, 37 are missing out of them. Tamil tourists were on a pilgrimage and they are now missing in Nepal. It's Kalai Selvi and her pilgrimage group from Tamil Nadu who's missing. Tourists were en route to the Himalayan temple, and the whereabouts of 37 out of the 57 tourists from Tamil Nadu are yet to be ascertained, while 20 others have been accounted for as per the state officials and the information that's coming in. Now, the tourists were reportedly on their way to a temple in the Himalayas. Remember, as we were telling you, this very region In fact, in Nepal in itself, we do see plenty of Indians on a yearly basis making pilgrimage tours. There are several temples that they visit. And this very region, if we are to speak of the Lendikola river, it is right by the Nepal-China border, that is the Nepal-Tibet border, and at this given point, this is where the tragedy came about to hit. And the details that we are learning about is those who were on their pilgrimage. There are 37 of these Tamilian groups, the group that had gone there with 57 people, 37 of them are currently missing. And there are other people from other states as well that are missing. We'll take you through those numbers as well. But let me first bring it back Shivani into the conversation here. Shivani, Tamil Nadu specifically, if we are to speak of, earlier we were talking about how 130 Indians in total are missing at this given point, but out of that 37 of them are from Tamil Nadu and they were on a pilgrimage tour is what we are learning about. Shivani, if you can hear me. We will get that connection reworked, but yes, viewers, as we were mentioning. Now, earlier there was also a mention of Isha Foundation. Remember, Isha Foundation also had as many as almost 77 people who were on a pilgrimage tour again. And this, however, is a different group. This is a pilgrim group from Tamil Nadu with Kalai Selvi and 57 people who are accompanying on this very tour, out of which 20 have been accounted for, fortunately, but 37 other people are still missing. Remember, yesterday itself, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay came out to not only take cognizance but express a shock and grief over this entire incident and has urged all of the Tamil Nadu ministers to come in and provide whatever aid is possible on their level, and that too all leaders from Tamil Nadu who are also working at the national level, at the central level, that is, to urge and ensure every possible aid to bring all of these people out, as many as 37 Tamilians that are missing, to bring news of them back, to help in the rescue and relief efforts at this given point. While, of course, India is and has already extended assistance as we speak, but regionally, if we are to speak of, there are several states from where we could see people hailing were on their way. From West Bengal as well, we see 32 missing at this given point as we speak. So there is, from Maharashtra, there are 7. So several states, people were traveling from several states and they've all gotten caught amid this natural disaster that struck Nepal. And now we see there is a major rescue crisis for India, with over 130 Indian tourists feared missing after the sudden disaster struck this Nepal-Tibet border region. Among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 35 tourists from Tamil Nadu. In fact, to be more specific, 37 is the number we are learning of right now, who were on a pilgrimage and a travel circuit towards the Kailash Mansarovar region. Now, their families are back home and they're desperately waiting for information as communications remain severely disrupted in the flood-hit zone. Now, the disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in Tamil Nadu, with Chief Minister Vijay assuring assistance of all kinds and directing officials to work towards the rescue of the missing Tamilians. The centre is also facing the mounting pressure to accelerate the operation and the rescue. DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has urged immediate intervention, calling for the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely repatriated. AIADMK leader, meanwhile, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, has also demanded urgent action, calling the reports deeply shocking. He's urged the centre to expedite the rescue operations in coordination with the Nepal government and ensure proper information is shared with Tamil Nadu consistently.
இதுக்கு யாத்திரை போனாங்க. நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளிலேருந்து திபெத்லேருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் காலையிலேருந்து எதுவுமே காலும் போல், அவங்களும் எதுவும் காண்டாக்ட் பண்ணல. அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க வந்து சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. அப்புறம் சார் இப்போது கொஞ்ச நேரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி தாசில்தார் சார் வந்து இல்லைம்மா சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க, நீங்கள் தைரியமாக இருங்கன்னு வந்து தைரியம் கொடுத்தாங்க. தமிழக அரசுக்கு வந்து ஒரு சின்ன வேண்டுகோள், கொஞ்சம் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு அவங்கள வந்து ஒரு வாட்டியானா பேச வைங்க. சேஃபா கொஞ்சம் எடுத்துட்டு வந்து சேர்த்து விட்டுருங்க.
அவங்க கூட போனாங்க.
எங்க அண்ணியும் கூட போயிருக்காங்க பிரேமான்ட்டு. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபா மீட்டு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லா.
Now, another aspect of this very tragedy that we have been bringing to you details about is the devastation, of course, caused by the massive flash flood, but it's the several Kailash pilgrims who are still unaccounted for. Isha Foundation founder Sadhguru has expressed anguish over the tragedy and says he is personally in the very region, ready to assist in the rescue operation. 77 members of the Kailash group remain missing after the flash flood struck the immigration center at the Gyurong in Tibet. An Isha Foundation volunteer speaking exclusively to India Today says there is still no word of all of those 77 who continue to be missing. The volunteer, who's part of another group stranded in Tibet, says they'd spoken to the missing group leader just minutes before the tragedy with no indication of what was indeed about to unfold. Communication systems, of course, in the region because of this devastation that struck remains completely disrupted, while the foundation says it remains in touch with the families of those accounted for. Listen in to this exclusive conversation we've had.
Ma Gambhiri, first of all, glad that you are safe. Can you just give us a sense of where you are currently, along with the rest of those who were part of this yatra with you from the Isha Foundation?
Namaskaram, Akshita. So, we are at this place called New Dongba in Tibet, which is just a day's drive from the border town, Jirong, where this tragedy has unfolded. And at the moment, we have several groups right now in Tibet, in different parts of Tibet, undertaking this yatra. Unfortunately, we had this one group of 77 participants today who were exiting Tibet and going back to Kathmandu after a very successful yatra, about 9 or 10 minutes before the tragedy struck. And he shared with us that they had just reached the immigration and they will start the immigration process. And in about 10 minutes' time, we were not able to contact them again. We were not able to reach anybody in the group. And it took us some time to, grasp that what was happening there. And it's over 14, 15 hours or more now. And we are still waiting for more information on this one particular group.
Meanwhile, Art of Living Foundation founder Sri Ravi Shankar expressed solidarity with the victims of Nepal floods. Listen in to what he had to say.
Nature's fury and disaster has taken over Nepal at this hour. It has been such a wonderful place for people to visit, and many went as a pilgrim to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and many of them lost their lives. In this very difficult time, let's all show our solidarity with the people of Nepal and the affected families and the government of Nepal. Let's pray to Almighty to give strength to all the victims who lost their near and dear ones. Let's hope that the country will limp back to normalcy very soon, and let's all work towards, saving the environment, especially in the Himalayan region.
We are shifting focus briefly. Of course, we will keep a very close track of that very story throughout the day. But right now, this is another story that we are following up. Wherein Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju joins us in an exclusive no-holds-barred conversation on some of the biggest political flashpoints, especially the ones that have recently developed, from the July 20th pellet gun controversy to the possibility of a special session on delimitation. Kiren Rijiju has come out to answer the tough questions. On the pellet gun controversy, Rijiju says Amit Shah did not order the firing, insists police followed a graded response, and says that the pellet gun issue is being probed. He's even hinted at a possible special session on delimitation. Speaks to my colleague Kriti Sanon on the pellet gun controversy, the new anti-paper leak bill, Manusmriti, and his equation with the opposition, among other issues. Here are some excerpts from the same. Take a look.
You know, you're a practicing Buddhist, I'm a young woman, I'm a practicing Hindu. And I do feel, and I would think it's something that we know, that Hinduism is one of the most liberal religions in the world.
Absolutely.
It's open to question. It encourages debate and discourse. So when we speak of Manusmriti, there are lots of young women out there who are looking at the government in power today and saying that why must we, women of this country, adhere to texts that might be part of a civilizational history but are deeply problematic and patriarchal. And Manusmriti has excerpts which are. So why shouldn't we denounce them?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The government is not putting Manusmriti as the yardstick to govern. India is run by the constitution. The spirit of the constitution governs, not Manusmriti. Manusmriti is a belief system. If somebody believes in it, then you have a right to oppose and you have a right to defend. That is democracy. If somebody is supporting something which is there prescribed in Manusmriti, that is his right. In democracy, how can you say that you can't subscribe to that?
Is delimitation still on agenda?
Already, a Prime Minister has made a very clear-cut commitment to the women of this nation that women reservation and the commitment given by the Parliament to the women of this country will be fulfilled. That is a commitment given by the Prime Minister. महिलाओं को अपना अधिकार हम देके छोड़ेंगे. ये प्रधानमंत्री का वादा है. So based on that, we are working.
But sir, why
I hope
can't
you understand with that.
No, I understand. So that means you are working. But then why can't reservation be given on the current strength of the House, which is 543? Why must we have delimitation or anything else?
What you must have read 2003 delimitation, that provision there. Delimitation, women reservation. We call the women reservation as Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam.
Yes.
Okay. When the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam was passed in 2023, you read the provision. This will be implemented on the basis of delimitation conducted after 2026, the census available there. तो वो तो उसमें ही लिखा हुआ है, तो उस समय क्यों नहीं बोला है?
But they are saying कि हम अभी कह रहे हैं कि आप 543 पे कर दो.
नहीं कर सकते ना, आपको तो मैंने बता दिया ना.
2000.
वो reservation को link किया कर चुका है ना already.
That is happening.
The reservation is tied up with the census. Delimitation करके फिर हम देंगे. वो हम अभी नहीं कह रहे, वो 2023 बिल में है, उसमें वो एक्ट बन चुका है, उसमें लिखा हुआ है.
Viewers, while this was just an excerpt from that interview, this is what we will be taking you the full conversation at 10 a.m. right here on India Today. So do tune in for this no-holds-barred conversation with the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren right here on India Today. So do tune in for this no-holds-barred conversation with the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, bring you all the latest details of the Nepal flood fury that we've been tracking since yesterday. Thank you for tuning in.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
South Conference, Vijay wanted to come and discuss, but he did not give an agenda. There also I have raised this point. I have said to him very clearly, this dam is only to protect Tamil Nadu interest and the drinking water of Bangalore. Even without giving them, we can draw water, no doubt in it. We are eligible for that. But there is no other place in the nearest point. That is how we are working. See, as you know, as I took over immediately, it is not only Kaveri issue, even on Tungabhadra issue. For the first time, I should thank Mr. C.R. Patil, who came here. Myself, Chandrababu Naidu, Revant Reddy, 3 chief ministers met at Tungabhadra. We decided to solve our internal water problems. We came out with a solution. There also we are losing about 30 TMC of water in Tungabhadra. We all decided that let us not fight each other. We come out with a formula and we asked them to form a committee, and a committee has been there formed.
Before Sagai joins us, in fact, that's a classic
so
example.
that is the first meeting among the chief ministers where the states were fighting, and we have come to some conclusion. We always have a positive note. Fighting only with the courts will not solve the problem. Sitting across the table, some solutions will come out. So we are worried about, we see that more land will be irrigated, which help the farmer of the state. That is the priority of our state also.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
I can only talk about this particular ceasefire. What happened in the military domain? I told you that they picked up the phone at about 9:30, spoke. We chose our own time. The DGMO said he's not available till about 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock he said, and then we decided at 5 o'clock. So the ceasefire is decided between 2 DGMOs. And that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else. How did this particular information get leaked out to the Americans that they tweeted before we could announce this? Again, I'm really, and that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Air India, new feels good. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Devastation, death and destruction. Nepal hit by deadly flash floods. Villages and homes swept away. Several Indians still missing. Nepal PM Stand Together appeal. While PM Modi offers full support and relief. Bihar, Uttar Pradesh step up the vigilance as rescuers race against time. Was it an earthquake? Was it an ice avalanche? Or was it a glacial lake? What triggered the killer floods?
Good morning, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching First Up on India Today with me, Sriya Kundu. Well, We are, of course, bringing to you updates consistently of a tragedy that struck, a devastation that struck Nepal, and we will, of course, bring you all the updates in this hour's bulletin on that very note. But let's first quickly take a look at the headlines. It's 160 bodies that have been recovered and several still missing in the deadly Nepal flash floods. Trail of destruction, villages and homes swept away after quake-triggered flash floods. $133 Indians still missing in Nepal flood fury. Prime Minister Modi offers support. Nepal government welcomes the very move. India rushes 10 tons of relief material to the neighbouring country. "37 Tamilians among the 133 Indians missing in Nepal flood fury. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister expresses shock, orders Tamil Nadu officials in Delhi to act. DMK and AIADMK urges centre for help. Several Kailash-bound pilgrims missing in the Nepal flash floods. Key Mount Kailash route washed away. 77 pilgrims from the Isha Foundation are still missing. Sadhguru oversees the rescue mission himself. Kiren Rijiju unfiltered and unplugged. Union Minister's unmissable interview on India Today. Rijiju defines who is a Dimagi Naxal. Parliament Minister's big hint on a special Parliament session soon. Rijiju answers on pellet gun row as well. Says rule book has been followed. No order came from the MHA.
Wanted the discussion on the bills. We allotted the time. Each bill was given time to discuss in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
Viewers, right at the top, we have breaking news coming in with regards to a devastation like no other that Nepal has witnessed in a long time that we're speaking of. The death toll from that flood fury in Nepal has only been mounting since yesterday. Currently, as we speak, it's in fact hit 163. That's the number of people we are getting reports of who have already lost their lives in the flash flood. 403 people are still missing, 3 dead in the flash floods at the Tibet border as well. 265 are missing in China due to the flash floods as we speak. So we have consistently been tracking all of the developments coming in. When we speak about this very flash flood, it is a major tragedy that struck this very region. Some of the visuals, if you take a look at, which we have been bringing to you on your screens since yesterday itself, when this very travesty hit the region, you can see the fury, the tragic devastation that these entire floodwaters have brought in with them. And these floodwaters, let us tell you, is not just water in itself. It has ice debris and rocks that it's carried with itself, which is what also brings us to question the very source and the trigger point of such a massive flash flood that's come in. In fact, from the first look, one could even say just with by looking at some of the visuals, it almost looks like a tsunami that's come in, because that's the amount of water that's gushed into this very region. Some of the satellite images that we've seen have also shown us how a narrow stretch of a river flowing down from the Himalayan foothills in this very region has only widened to give way to this major tragic water flow that's in fact come in since yesterday, and it only continues to leave behind a trail of destruction.
लेकिन जो मंजर हमने देखा है, त्रिशूली ने जिस तरह सैलाब फैलाया है, और सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल क्या है, अब यहाँ पर ना सड़क मार्ग के आपको मैं अगर बताऊं कि मैं किन रास्तों से आया, पहाड़ों की सबसे ऊंची चोटियों से होते हुए, उन पहाड़ों के ऊंचे इलाकों से होते हुए काठमांडू की पूरी वैली पार करते मुझे यहाँ तक पहुंचना पड़ा। आमतौर पर जो 2 घंटे का रास्ता होता है वो पूरी रात ट्रैवल करते हुए तब मैं नोवाकोट पहुंच पाया हूँ। सड़कें बंद हैं क्योंकि त्रिशूली के सैलाब में सड़कें उसका शिकार हो चुकी हैं, और उसी के साथ साथ वैली देखिए, 14 से 15 हेलीकॉप्टर्स की मदद ली जा रही है इवैक्यूएशन रेस्क्यू के लिए, लेकिन ये वैली बार बार पैक हो जा रही है। और ऐसे में जो एयर ऑपरेशन है, सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू, क्योंकि अभी प्राथमिकता है सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू, और इसी के साथ जो जीवित लोग हैं, जहां जिनके एसओएस मिले, अगर आपको याद हो नीचे से जैसे त्रिशूल का आवेग बढ़ा, लोग इस तरह के रास्तों से ऊपर भागे, और जो पहाड़ी इलाकों थे, इन सारे इलाकों से वहां पर छुपने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, एसओएस मैसेजेस भेज रहे थे कि हम यहां से जाएंगे, क्योंकि डाउन स्ट्रीम में सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हुआ है, और इसीलिए इन रास्तों से, पहाड़ों से होते हुए हम जल्दी उस जगह पर पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जहां त्रिशूली का वो प्रवाह और वो वेग दिखाई पड़ेगा जिसके लेकिन सबसे बड़ी मुश्किल क्या है इस राहत बचाव ऑपरेशन में कि आप एयर सॉर्टी जो है वो लिमिटेड है, आप उनको विंग क्लिक करते हैं, उसके बाद निकालते हैं और वहां पर, और उसी के साथ साथ सड़क मार्ग को फिर से जो शुरू करना है वो अपने आप में बड़ी चुनौती है। हालांकि सरकार ये कह रही है कि ज्यादातर लोग जो वो ना जाएं, क्योंकि ये तमाम वो गाड़ियां हैं जो आगे फंसी हुई थी उस सैलाब के उस पूरे इलाके में, अब वो धीरे धीरे एक एक करके वहां से निकलने की कोशिश कर रही हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह पैमाने पर जिस हमने तस्वीरें देखी हैं, जिस तरह अब तक वहां जो जानकारी आ रही है, सबसे पहले चीजों को रिस्टोर करना, कनेक्टिविटी रिस्टोर करना, सड़क मार्ग पे करना, दुनिया भर की एजेंसियां जो है वो मदद पहुंचा रही हैं। भारत की ओर से जब मैं काठमांडू उतरा, मैंने देखा वहां पर एक बड़ा सा एयरफोर्स का विमान पहुंचा हुआ था मदद लेकर के, तो पूरी दुनिया के लोग जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठन है, यूएन की जो बॉडीज हैं, वो भी मदद को लेकर के पहुंच रही हैं। 160 का आंकड़ा तो आज सुबह 9:30 बजे तक आया था। आप समझिए कि राहत बचाव कार्य में अभी प्राथमिकता शायद संभवतः ये गिनना नहीं कि वहां कितने लोग मारे गए हैं, जितने एसओएस मैसेज हैं हर किसी तक पहुंचा जाए। हेल्पलाइन नंबर जारी किए गए सरकार के द्वारा कि जो जहां पर है वहां से उनको निकाला जाए, उनको फटाफट किसी तरह मदद पहुंचाई जाए, खाने रसद की किसी तरह की किल्लत ना हो। ये बहुत मुश्किल ऑपरेशन है नेपाल में, क्योंकि हम जहां हैं ये बिल्कुल हिमालय का सबसे ऊंचा इलाका है, और एयर रेडियस में ज्यादा ये बर्फ के नीचे दरअसल वो बर्फीली चोटियां हैं, और यही अगर एयर रेडियस में आप जाएंगे तो सिर्फ कुछ मिनटों की सॉर्टी में आप तिब्बत के प्लेटो पे पहुंच सकते हैं। तो आप समझिए कि ऐसे दुर्गम क्षेत्र में इतना बड़ा अभियान चलाना अपने आप में जो है कहते बहुत बहुत ही मुश्किल कार्य है। पूजा,
So viewers, we were telling you earlier, Ashutosh Mishra has reached ground zero, and he has consistently been bringing us these reports from this very region as to where exactly the tragedy struck. Now, as we speak, if you can see that map on the right end of your screen right now, just to take you through the very location which has been hit exactly by this very border. The flood originated in the upper regions, upper catchment of the Lende Khola River, which exactly runs down the border of Nepal and China. Now, if you are to speak of this very system, this particular trans-border river system, it doesn't just limit itself to Nepal and Tibet on that side, but it also comes down to the Gandak system in India, that is in Bihar, that is, and that's where it in fact comes out to end in this particular end of the border. And this is the particular area where we see the water has come gushing down in the Nepal-Tibet border region.
कि एक लैंडस्लाइड भी होती है या फिर अचानक बहुत ज्यादा वहां पर कोई फ्लैश फ्लड आता है, उसके साथ लेक अपनी क्षमता को तोड़ बैठी, तो पानी जब नीचे आएगी गुरुत्वाकर्षण के रफ्तार से तो अपने ताकत को लेकर के आएगी और उसके बाद तबाही तो आएगी। वजह क्या वो रॉक आइस एवलांच है या फिर ग्लेशियर लेक आउटबर्स्ट है, ये जब तक उन पे सैटेलाइट पिक्चर की पूरी तरह से समीक्षा नहीं होगी, जब तक फ्रेम बाय फ्रेम उस लैंडस्केप को पिछली तस्वीरों के साथ जोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, ये कहना मुश्किल होगा। लेकिन चीन कभी ये गलती नहीं मानेगा कि उसके यहाँ से ऐसी कोई लापरवाही है, तो उसका इतिहास वो कभी नहीं मानेगा। वो कह रहा है कि ये मामूली मड स्लाइड है, मामूली मड स्लाइड, लेकिन लैंडस्केप जो हमने तस्वीरें देखी वहां 3 ग्लेशियर्स हैं, और इसीलिए यहाँ की सरकार कह रही है कि आप नदी के किनारों से दूर रखो। वहां 3 लेक थे, कोई नहीं जानता वहां अभी कितना बचा हुआ। अगर कोई हिस्से में मान लीजिए मलबा या पानी जमा है और अगर उसकी बाउंड्री जहां पर पानी है वो कमजोर है, तो आप समझिए कि फिर मुश्किल आ सकती है, क्योंकि मानसून अभी भी देखिए बादल पूरे एक्टिव है, सुबह से लगातार बारिश हो रही थी, रुक रुक करके हम इन रास्तों से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, एक और तेज की बरसात वो आउटबर्स्ट होती।
So as we were taking you through this very particular tragedy and the map of this very region. Now, when we're speaking of the Nepal and Tibet border, viewers, as my colleague was saying, this is not just a mere mudslide that we're speaking of. There are two major theories right now that are being looked at in terms of what may have caused this very flash flood. The first, of course, being the glacial lake. Now, why is it that how is it that the glacial chunk which broke off from a certain particular upper region, and basically the foothills, that came about to cause this that entered the floor of the valley, had that steep fall, hit the base, and that's what led to the gushing water coming in this side on the Nepalese side of the territory. One could be that, and the other is the ice rock avalanche, which caused the river, of course, to get blocked with the debris that was following through that very avalanche, and which is why the river in fact came out to chart its own course, and that's why the force and the amount of water that we see that's come gushing in to the Nepalese territory. Now, there was an earthquake as well that had taken place on the Tibetan side of the border just a few hours before this tragedy in fact came out to strike this very region, which is also being looked at as perhaps the trigger point for the glacial chunk to have fallen. Now, we have joining us on the broadcast Pankaj Das, who's also speaking to us from Ground Zero. He will be taking us through the latest details. Pankaj, a very good morning to you. As we speak this morning, what seems to be the condition there? How far have relief operations been able to track down and trace down people?
अभी सुबह जब नेपाल पुलिस ने जो आंकड़ा जारी किया उसके मुताबिक 163 शव को बरामद किया जा चुका है। हालांकि ये आंकड़ा लगातार बढ़ रहा है और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जिस रसुआ जिले में इतनी बड़ी तबाही हुई है, वहां से अब तक सिर्फ 2 या 3 शव मिले हैं। बाकी सारे शव जो है वो भारतीय सीमा के पास जो चितवन जिला है, नारायणी नदी, भोटे कोसी जो यहाँ से त्रिशूली होते हुए नारायणी नदी बन जाती है, सबसे अधिक 63 शव वहां से मिले। 63 डेड बॉडी जो है वो इंडियन बॉर्डर साइड में उस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, नेपाल के डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मिले हैं। इसी तरह जो एक दूसरा एडजॉइनिंग डिस्ट्रिक्ट है नवल परासी का, वहां से करीब 1 दर्जन से ज्यादा शव मिले हैं। तो आप इस बात का अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि कितनी भयावह ये बाढ़ की जो ये आपदा थी कितनी भयानक थी और किस तेजी से शव को जो है वो ऊपर हिमालय के रसुआ से लेकर सीधे नीचे भारत की बॉर्डर तक इनको ले गया है। सबसे ज्यादा रेस्क्यू का काम इस समय वहीं से डेड बॉडी निकालना, क्योंकि अब जो रेस्क्यू में लगे हैं उनको इस बात का अंदाजा हो गया है कि जो लोग मलबे में नहीं फंसे हैं उन लोगों का शव जो है वो उसी एरिया में मिलेगा। जो रसुआ से नीचे धादिंग का इलाका है वहां से करीब 20 से 25 शव वहां से भी मिले हैं। इसी तरह जैसे जैसे नीचे आते जा रहे हैं वैसे वैसे शवों की संख्या बढ़ती, जो डेड बॉडी वहां से मिलने की उनके नंबर्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। तो रेस्क्यू का आज सुबह जो रेस्क्यू का काम शुरू किया गया है वो इन इलाकों में ज्यादा किया गया, क्योंकि रसुआ में पूरी तरीके से वो मलबे में है और कई फीट का मलबा वहां पे जो बना हुआ है, तो वहाँ थोड़ा सा वो पता लगाना भी मुश्किल है कि कितने डेड बॉडी वहां पे अंदर है। लेकिन जो नदियों से छन के शव जो है वो किनारे में आ रहे हैं, तो उन शवों को फिलहाल निकालने का काम यहाँ पे जारी है।
जी पंकज, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए। व्यूअर्स, we'll just quickly take you through some more updates as we were in fact explaining before the cause behind this deadly flash flood, what may have caused it. Now, one major aspect that's being looked into, what is being looked at as perhaps the most likely cause, is the glacial collapse. Now, the glacial collapse is being looked at as one of the major causes of this entire deadly flash flood near Nepal's border with Tibet on Wednesday. And why is it that we're looking at the glacial flood and the glacial collapse having caused the glacial lake and then the subsequent flood? Why is it so? Because the lower part of a glacier that broke off and crashed onto the very valley floor hundreds of meters below. Now, when it's such a steep fall that we are speaking of, there's a certain amount of force that is also associated with it, which also causes the water bodies in the very region, and of course the glacier also coming on to melt on its own and form a glacial lake, that also causes the water to gush in and force that water into uncharted territory where we do not see the river perhaps taking its own course. This is where the water in fact extends its very branches and starts coming gushing downhill. And this is what's being cited so far by experts seeing and examining the satellite imagery. Remember, these are images which we will be bringing to you on our screen shortly from Planet Labs that have shown the very course that this water has, the trail of destruction that it's left and the course that the water has taken, which has only widened what used to be a very narrow stream of a river flowing down the downhill in this very territory has become wide enough to in fact look like almost a lake or a river that's gushing down from one of the glaciers in this very hilly region. So this is why it's being called out that there might be a reason to believe that the glacier collapse is one of the major reasons that's caused it. Remember, however, on the very day of this very tragedy hitting the Nepal-Tibet border, there was a massive earthquake that's taken place on the Tibetan side. 4.4 magnitude is what was recorded. Whether that ended up triggering the glacier to in fact get loosened and the chunks falling down, or whether it was the avalanche that came about on the Nepali side of the border, that also remains to be examined at this given point. But these are some of the preliminary theories that are being looked at by experts while they're looking into this very tragedy and what could have in fact been done to avoid and avert this. On that note, we have Ashutosh Mishra as well joining us on the broadcast. Ashutosh, you're currently, a very good morning to you. You're currently at ground zero. We can take a look of the surrounding there. You know, before bringing us details about what the current death toll and the numbers of missing people are, I would want you to take us through the terrain, the geography of this very region, where the water came in from, what exactly can you see around you, and what does it explain about the situation so far?
So Shreya, traveling for around 9 to 10 hours through the different landscape, because remember, with this Trishuli river had literally washed away all the connectivity. So it was extremely difficult. Even the four-wheelers you cannot really take to that terrain. So this is one of the medium that I'm using to transport two-wheelers through this mountain. Literally on the peak of mountain trek I'm using to reach to this one of the most critical areas. Remember, three areas were worst affected: Trishuli, Rasuwa, and another one Novakota, where I am at the moment. Now, if you see why this makes extremely difficult, it's a peak of monsoon and the entire landscape is now extremely cloudy. So that makes even the air sorties very difficult because land connectivity has totally disrupted. Now, only the search and all the ROS operation, search and rescue operation is largely depending upon the air sorties. And because of you have extremely difficult terrain, the air sorties operation makes it critical. And what had happened, the moment Trishuli river, imagine the water level going as up to 30 to 40 meters, people were up, they were running to these bushes and mountain areas in the dense forest, and message that look, somehow we have been able to save ourselves. And that is exactly why this operation is going to be very difficult. Why we see the number of 160, it has been very difficult for the authorities to assess, because the priority is to expedite the search and rescue operations, ensure the electricity and the road is reached, and only the real tally of the casualty or magnitude of the will. Now, remember, this is also being compared with what had happened in 2014 in Nepal during the earthquake. So that was a flat terrain. So even during then when I traveled to Sindhupal, hilly areas, literally near the plateau of Tibet, the border area, and extremely upwards up to 10 to 12,000 feet, and hence there is no road connectivity, only ASRT's operations, and all the stranded people are now being taken to the places. This is going to be really a mountain task for the Nepalese authorities.
Absolutely, Ashutosh, and one of the major tasks after the rescue operations would be to figure out what is it that caused this entire flash flood in the first place. You know, we're taking a look at the there is an entire cause and effect that's being looked at here. The cause, which one was the cause and which one was the effect, that is yet to be determined. That is the avalanche on the Nepalese side that took place and the earthquake that's taken place on the Tibetan side, Ashutosh. On the other hand, there's also an entire angle that's being looked at with regards to climate change. Basically, everything being examined to understand, since there was no particular notification when it comes, or warnings rather, when it comes to the weather in this very region, what exactly could have been done to avoid and avert this entire tragedy? What could have been done to prevent the number of lives that have been lost in this entire case? Because if we look at it, there are a number of these visuals which show that the water has come down. These cities which were established along the very pathway of the river that was flowing down this particular path, the Trishuli river, that is.
Washed away, Shreya, washed away. The right term is that entire market was washed away. It was not only commercial establishment. This is one of the, very busy route for the Mansarovar Yatra. Not only Trishuli, two other markets were completely washed away. Those of the people who were literally stranded to just look for their and search for their loved one, somehow they managed to reach to that site area. I can see a little, the vehicular movement that has started from this particular pocket. Now, see, there are two such formations that happen. One is the glacial lake outburst. At the same time, there is second one, which is the ice rock avalanche. So what it looks like primarily, if it is an ice rock avalanche, clearly the amount of iceberg that has literally broken down the piece of that ice rock, that has perhaps pushed the lake formation towards downstream, and then hence we see the magnitude of this scale of devastation. Subsequently, had been there in a flash flood, we see there are 3 lakes formation in the plateau of the Tibet, that part of China, in the Kyong province. And even with a flash flood, this could be probably one of the flash flood that triggered this glacial lake outburst. Now, one of the example of glacial lake outburst that we have seen was in Kedarnath in 2013 when similar tragedy unfolded. Now, this makes why extremely up, because at one point when you see a glacial formation at 16 to 17,000 feet, now at the same time downstream with huge force and the gravity, was perhaps one reason that anything that came on the way, whether it is hydro project, bridges, flyover, any such project, was literally taken to mud, taken to debris. Now only the scientists, once the pictures will be analyzed from its previous formation, gradual formation, only it will be clear whether it was ice, ice rock avalanche or it was glacial lake outburst. More of it looks like GLOF, the glacial lake. As we have seen this unfolding in several other terrain across the globe, this is more looks like that. However, China simply denying, calling it only a mudslide, and that is usual habit of China. They never take responsibility of such calamities. That's exactly why the world always pitch for that you need early warning mechanism, early warning system. Even part of the Paris Agreement 1.5, that was you will have to bring early warning mechanism. That is what need of the hour is. Had there been early warning mechanism that look, there is some formation is happening, there is a cloud movement, there could be possibility of flash flood, and hence these lake formation which are already overflowing could probably trigger something as devastating as we are seeing in this part. Shreya.
Very true. Ashutosh, I'd request you to stay back with us. Let me quickly, as you very well explained some of the reasons and theories that could be the reason behind triggering this very flood fury, let me take you one by one, viewers, through the theories that's coming in. Now, let us tell you one thing right at the beginning. None of the theories is independent on its own. It's not a cause that is alone and that is being looked at in isolation when we speak of the theories that's so far been worked around as to what triggered the very flood. Number one, of course, is the avalanche blocking the river. Remember, there is an avalanche that may have blocked the Lende river. This is on the Nepalese side itself, the water having accumulated behind the very blockage, and this is basically the entire physics behind the force with which the water came down when there is a blockage already breaching the very river that is there. Now, the NDRRMA has flagged snow rock landslide. They found traces of ice and rocks within the very flood waters that have been carried downhill from the entire terrain of the entire part that's been charted by this very flood water. So, they have found these traces, which is why they are looking at how this avalanche that in fact came hurtling down on the Nepalese side may have caused this. Now, on the other side, and I will bring you to interlink these two theories, but let's take a look at the quake avalanche link here. Now, there's a 4.4 magnitude earthquake that was recorded earlier in Tibet, on the Tibetan side. This is at somewhere around 8:37 a.m. the very same day, that is Wednesday, yesterday itself. The flood, in fact, came in to follow shortly after, and Nepalese foreign minister has flagged the possible link. Now, a lot of experts are also saying that it is still too early to determine what caused what, because they're also saying that there is a possibility that the earthquake that took place was not a tectonic earthquake but was a result of the avalanche, because it's a steep fall that we are speaking of from where the avalanche came hurtling down, which could also have caused the 4.4 tremors that were felt along this very border. Now, whether that is indeed the case or not, that is something to be looked at. On the other hand, is a glacial flood that's being suspected, and that's another part that we were taking you through in the breaking news just a little while back. Of course, heavy rain has been ruled out as the primary trigger, because one thing remains to be common across the visuals that we have received, that yes, while there is this particular region is facing monsoon, it is the season of monsoon that we see the northeastern belt, not just in India but also north of India, we see the monsoon season having set in. But at least on the day that this tragedy took place, there was no trace of rains, there was no cloud cover for that matter. So whether there could have been an early warning system here which could have said that yes, there is a flood that's forming, there's a glacial flood that's forming, there's a glacier that's collapsed earlier which could cause this flood and the water coming gushing down this very pathway, that is something that's definitely being looked at. Again, the Nepal Hydrology Department has suspected the glacier flood itself as being one of the reasons. The glacial lake, of course, the outburst is being probed as a possibility, and the satellite images have shown the debris laden flood, which is why this particular angle is also being looked at. But if you again take a look at it, nature and its fury is such that it's all interlinked to one another. And then we have more breaking news on this entire aspect itself. Let's quickly take you through that, which is whether there's a possibility that the earthquake is what triggered the Nepal flash floods. Of course, one by one we are taking you through these particular aspects and pointers that we have tried to understand from the reports that is coming in. Nepal claiming quake measuring 4.4 having been recorded, and Nepal also saying that the quake of 4.4 on the Richter scale at 8:37 a.m. is what we are looking at. Now, there's a massive flash flood at the Bhote Koshi River. Of course, Bhote Koshi River, remember, happens to be a particular river that's seen floods in the past. In fact, if we were to take you to just last year, 2025, there was another flood that had taken place along this very river itself, but nothing as tragic and nothing as devastating as the one that we saw yesterday, because yesterday the flood that came down that very river was something unimaginable. And as my colleague Ashutosh was also mentioning, everything that was in its way, basically downhill, was completely washed away, and this includes the entirety of towns, be it the infrastructure, be it the markets, be it the bridges, everything. The power infrastructure there, the hydraulic projects there, all of it has been completely washed away on its way. Whatever the water and the fury and the wrath of that water found in its way has been taken along with it. Now, we have another aspect of this flood fury that we are looking at and referring to here, which is the kind of devastation, of course, that we've been talking about, the aftermath, but also the number of people missing. And it's not just pilgrims from different parts of the country or Nepalese locals there, but also people from India. And this has turned into a major rescue crisis for India, with as many as 130 Indian tourists feared missing after the sudden disaster struck the Nepal-Tibet border region. Among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 35 tourists from Tamil Nadu who were on a pilgrimage and travel circuit towards the Kailash Mansarovar region. Let me tell you one thing here, viewers. This June to August period, this window, has seen the maximum footfall in terms of pilgrimage, and this is the pilgrimage window in this very region, which is why the footfall is much more and much higher than usual. The families were, in fact, the back home of these 37 Tamil pilgrims were still missing. They are desperately waiting for information as communication remains to be severely disrupted in the flood-hit zone. Kalai Selvi from Tamil Nadu's Thiruvarur, who went on the same pilgrimage trip, has been stranded along with a group of tourists. Mother Geeta, the daughter of Vaishnavi, relative Ananda Sundari of the same family from Puducherry who went to Nepal on the pilgrimage tour, are also stranded. Now, the disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in Tamil Nadu, with Chief Minister Vijay himself assuring assistance and directing officials to work towards the rescue of missing Tamils. The centre is also facing mounting pressure currently to accelerate the rescue operations. DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has urged immediate intervention, calling for the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely repatriated. AIA-DMK leader Edappadi K. Palaniswamy has also demanded an urgent action, calling the reports deeply shocking. He has urged the centre to expedite the rescue operation in coordination with Nepal government and ensure proper information sharing with Tamil Nadu.
இதுக்கு யாத்திரை போனாங்க. நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளிலேருந்து திபெத்லேருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் காலையிலேருந்து எதுவுமே காலும் போல், அவங்களும் எதுவும் காண்டாக்ட் பண்ணல. அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க வந்து சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. அப்புறம் சார் இப்போது கொஞ்ச நேரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி தாசில்தார் சார் வந்து இல்லைம்மா சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க, நீங்கள் தைரியமாக இருங்கன்னு வந்து தைரியம் கொடுத்தாங்க. தமிழக அரசுக்கு வந்து ஒரு சின்ன வேண்டுகோள், கொஞ்சம் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு அவங்கள வந்து ஒரு வாட்டியானா பேச வைங்க, சேஃபாக கொஞ்சம் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து சேர்த்து விட்டுருங்க. அவங்க கூட போனாங்க, எங்கள் அண்ணியும் கூட போயிருக்காங்க பிரேமான்ட்டு. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபா மீட்டு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும்.
அம்மா பேர் ஆர் கலைச்செல்வி. 23ஆம் தேதி காலையில் இங்கேருந்து கிளம்பி கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து பஸ்ஸில் போயிட்டு சென்னையிலேருந்து போனாங்க. போயிட்டு முந்தா நாள் காலையில் டெல்லியில் இருக்கோம்ப்பா அப்படின்னாங்க. நேற்று காலையில் காட்மாண்டில் போனது அவங்களுக்கு சேஃபா இருக்கு, அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டப்ப சேஃபா இருக்கு அப்படின்னு இல்லை. அது வருஷம் எங்க எல்லா ஊருக்கும் போயிட்டு இதுதான் கடைசியா கைலாய் தவிர பாட்டிக்கு 2ஆவது இருந்துச்சு. எல்லாம் போன வருஷம் ரிஷிகேஷ் எங்க பார்த்தாலும் சுத்தி போயிட்டு காசி. ஆமா, தாசில்தார் வந்தாங்க, திருவாரூர் தாசில்தார் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு விசாரிச்சுட்டு அதான் அந்த லிஸ்ட் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று காலையில் தான் பேசுவேன்.
நியூஸை பார்த்து தான் நாங்களே தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்து, ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க அது ஓகே, பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டேரெக்டாக காண்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. காண்டாக்ட் கிடைச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது திருப்பி எப்படி அவங்க ரிட்டர்ன் கூட்டணும் வரணும் என்னன்றது இதுக்கு மேலே தான் நாங்கள் பிளான் பண்ணணும். என்கிட்ட எங்கள் அம்மா பேசுகிறாங்க, காலம் பேசினாங்க காலையில் 6:15 மணிக்கு காலையில் பேசுகிறாங்க. இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணால் சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது, சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் எல்லா ஃபோனுமே சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ல ஃபேமிலிக்கு ஃபோன் வந்தது சார், அவங்க சேஃபா இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ அதுதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஹேண்ட் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன், எங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ரிலீஃபா இருக்கு. அது மட்டும்தான் எங்களுக்கு வந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன். அரசுக்கு ஏதாவது கோரிக்கை இல்லை, அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டின்னு வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம், அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டின்னு வரது மட்டும் தான் இப்போ நான் ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்கு. அது என்ன பண்ண முடியுமா?
கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து சூப்பர் யாத்ரா ஏஜென்சி அப்படிங்கிற நிறுவனம் மூலமாக நமக்கு 57 பேர் இந்த நிறுவனம் மூலமாக கைலாயில் போயிருக்காங்க. அதில் வந்து நமக்கு தஞ்சாவூரை சேர்ந்தவங்க 14 பேர், பாக்கி எல்லாருமே அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. திருவண்ணாமலை, மயிலாடுதுறை, திருவாரூர், நிறைய இடத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. மொத்தம் 57 பேர் 3 பஸ்ஸில் போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று ஈவினிங் வந்து நேபாளத்துலேருந்து திபெத் நோக்கி போகிறப்ப தான் இந்த ஆக்சிடென்ட். மொதல் பஸ்ஸு போயிட்டாங்க, 2வது பஸ் 3வது பஸ் போகிறப்ப தான் ஏதோ சவுண்டு கேட்டிருக்குன்னு சொல்லி பார்த்துருக்காங்க. அவங்கள்ட்ட யார்கிட்டையுமே தொடர்பு கொள்ள முடியல. அப்பப்போ டவர் கிடைக்கிறப்ப தான் பேச முடியுது. நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம், எல்லார்ட்டையுமே பேசுறதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இன்னும் யார்ட்டையுமே அவங்கள்ட்ட பேச முடியல.
23ஆம் தேதி நைட்டு 57 பேர் கொண்ட ஒரு குழு கைலாயம் போகிறதுக்காக கிளம்புனது. 24ஆம் தேதி விடிகாத்தால் 12:40க்கு ஃப்ளைட்டு சென்னையில். டெல்லி போய் டெல்லியிலேருந்து காட்மாண்டில் மீட்டிங் முடிஞ்சு மறுநாள் காலையில் எல்லோரும் 8 மணிக்கெல்லாம் அவங்களுக்கு குரூப்பை 57 பேர், மகாராஷ்டிராவை சேர்ந்த 2 பேர், 59 பேர் குரூப் அது. நான் மிலிட்ரி சீஃப் இன்ஜினியர் ஒருத்தர் அவர்கிட்ட பேசினேன். அவர்கிட்ட நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் டென்ஷன் ஆகாதீங்க சார், எங்கள் மிச்சம் இருக்கிற ஆளுங்க எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் வெளியால் யாரும் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணிட்டோம், அந்த ஏரியாவை யாரும் வெளியில் வர முடியாது. நாங்கள் உங்கள் ஆளுங்கள்லாம் 20 பேர் சேஃப்டியாக வச்சுருக்கிறோம். அவங்க இந்த நிலைமை சீரானவொன்னே உடனே உங்களுக்கு ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு இது ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு காட்மாண்டு அனுப்பிடுவோம், காட்மாண்டுலேருந்து நீங்கள் அழைச்சிட்டு போயிடுங்க அப்படின்ட்டுருக்காங்க. நாளைக்கு நான் அவங்களை அழைக்கிறதுக்கு காட்மாண்டு போகிறேன். மீதி உள்ளவங்க 37 பேர் இரவுக்குள்ளே சொல்கிறேன் எத்தனை பேர். நாங்கள் ஒரு 10-15 பேர் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்துருக்கோன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது யாருங்கிறது தெரியல, அங்கே போனால் தெரியும். எதுக்கும் உங்கள் நேம் லிஸ்ட் உங்கள் குரூப்பை சேர்ந்த நேம் லிஸ்ட் அனுப்புங்க. ஒத்து வருதா, பாஸ்போர்ட்லாம் கையில் வச்சுருப்பாங்க, ஒத்து வந்துச்சுன்னா நான் உங்களுக்கு தகவல் சொல்கிறேன்ருக்காங்க.
Anaga Kesav joining us on the broadcast with more details on what exactly is being done on the part where the Tamil Nadu government is coordinating to also assure the families of those who still remain untraceable amid this flood fury situation in Nepal. Anaga, very good morning to you. Just take us through what you're learning about the efforts coming in from the Tamil Nadu government.
What we're learning is that the Tehsildar has reached out to the families, they've met them personally, given them some sort of moral support, and that's what all the families of those who are stuck there in Nepal's floods also say. They say that the Tehsildar, when they met them at their home, gave them assurance that their family is doing fine. So far, the Tamilians who are stuck there are doing safe. There is no threat per se to their lives, particularly those who went as part of the pilgrimage from Kumbakonam. The families are saying that the last that they spoke to them was the day before yesterday, and after the flood came in, there was no contact at all. So therefore, the Tehsildar here in Tamil Nadu, many Tehsildars have met the families, given them assurance that their families are doing okay in Nepal, and soon efforts will be taken to repatriate the members back to India.
Right, Anaga, in fact, we will come back to you throughout the day to understand exactly what is being done. 37 Tamil pilgrims, viewers, is the number that's currently untraceable in the Nepal flood fury situation. And as we speak of the flood in Nepal's Bhotte-Koshi Trishuli River basin that struck Rasuwa and the neighbouring districts on Wednesday after the floodwaters surged from the Tibetan side, leaving over 163 dead at this given point. Here are some of the most highlighted visuals that are coming in from the devastation to give us an idea of the devastation and the tragedy that struck the very region. Nepal flash floods unleashed a massive wall of water at the Rasuwa border on Wednesday morning, with CCTV footage from an immigration office on the Chinese side capturing the sudden deluge as it violently surged through the border area. The footage shows the sheer force of the floodwaters as they swept into Rasuwa. The customs office at China's Kerung border connected to Nepal's Rasuwa crossing is a key route for containers entering Nepal and is also used by pilgrims travelling to Mansarovar. A sudden flash flood triggered by a sharp rise in the Bhotte-Koshi River from the Tibetan side struck Rasuwa district in Nepal's Syapru, Beshi and Timure regions were severely hit, with villages, bridges, roads and infrastructure project sites all washed away. Nepal police issued alerts for downstream districts along the Trishuli River basin, urging residents to stay vigilant and move toward safer locations. At least 160 people have been killed and hundreds more are missing after the flash floods and mudslide along the Nepal-Tibet border washed away villages and damaged roads and infrastructure. The flood hit early on Wednesday in Rasuwa, just north of Nepal's capital, Kathmandu, with preliminary information suggesting it was caused by an earthquake triggering an avalanche with melted snow pouring into the Bhotte-Koshi River. Meanwhile, the Nepal disaster also struck Nepal's hydropower sector. Nepal's energy ministry said around 430 megawatts of electricity supplies had been affected, largely because of damage to the hydroelectric projects. That is more than 12% of the country's total installed hydropower capacity of 3.2 gigawatts. Around a dozen settlements in Kathmandu have been affected. Devastating scenes from Betrawati Bazaar show homes and businesses being swept away as the powerful flash flood surged downstream from Rasuwa. Betrawati is reported to be among the worst hit areas of Nuwakot district in central Nepal. The Narayani River at Narayan Ghat has swollen to dangerous levels following a massive flash flood from the Bottekoshi and Trishuli river basins. Powerful waves from the swollen Narayani River hit a Buddha statue in Narayan Ghat, Chitwan, as flood waters rose in Nepal following the massive flash flood. Authorities have urged people living along the Narayani and other rivers to remain alert. Powerful flash floods tore through Nepal's Rasuwa district, sweeping away cars and multi-story buildings after surging across the border from Tibet. A total of 114 people affected by the Bottekoshi flash flood have been rescued with the mobilization of helicopters belonging to the Nepali army and private companies. Nepali police have shared the information that NA helicopters picked 85 persons waiting for the rescue following the disaster since Wednesday morning. Similarly, the private helicopters airlifted as many as 29 stranded ones to safety. A video showing the Nepali army rescuing a young man stranded on the rooftop of his house amid massive flash floods in Nepal has gone viral on social media. A huge wall of mud and rock collapsed into a river on the Himalayan border of Nepal and China's Tibet on Wednesday, triggering catastrophic floods on the Nepali side that killed at least over 163 people and left hundreds of tourists missing. Viewers, we'll keep a very close track of that story and we'll keep bringing you all the latest updates. For now, we're briefly shifting our focus to a different story that we've also been bringing to your highlight. It's Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, who's joined us in an exclusive no-holds-barred conversation on some of the biggest political flashpoints that have developed in the country, especially in the recent times. From the July 20th pellet gun controversy to the possibility of a special session on delimitation, Rijiju has answered the tough questions. On the pellet gun controversy itself, Rijiju says Amit Shah did not order the firing and insists that police followed a graded response and says the pellet gun issue is being thoroughly probed. He's hinted at a possible special session on delimitation while he's spoken to my colleague Kriti Sanon on the pellet gun controversy, the new anti-paper leak bill, Manusmriti, and his equation with the opposition, among other issues. Here are some of the experts from that conversation. Listen in.
A lot has been said about excessive force. You say that no bullets were fired. But on the 23rd of July, sir, the Delhi police, where the RAF was concerned, there are 2 diary entries which say that 2 rounds of pellet guns were fired under the order of a DCP. This is official documentation.
मैंने ये कहा ना तो I have counted many agitations, 30-40 agitations, where people were killed during Congress time.
True.
In this agitation, you also have followed this agitation closely. There was no loss of lives, which is such a relief for us. Congress के ज़माने होते तो कितना गोली चल जाते हैं. That is why I give the example. Whether it's Gujarat or Punjab or Telangana or UP or Assam or anywhere during Congress time, whenever there was large-scale protest and agitation, there were always police firing and there were always cases of death. कई मरे हैं, 1-2 नहीं, हजारों में. लेकिन इस जंतर मंतर प्रोटेस्ट में एक स्टूडेंट या इंसान का जान को जाने नहीं दिया कि ये बड़ा बात नहीं है इतना बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट में. वो तो जब बोलो जबरदस्ती पार्लियामेंट में घुसने के लिए किया तब पुलिस ने रोका, तो रोकने के लिए तो फिजिकली रोकना पड़ेगा ना. और क्या पुलिस चुपचाप बैठे और तुम जाके पार्लियामेंट को तोड़ो? कुछ चीज है, बेसिक है, जानना पड़ेगा उसको. ये होम मिनिस्टर का इसमें ऑर्डर का जरूरत नहीं है. पुलिस का मैनुअल होता है कि जब आपको 144 declare करता है या कुछ restriction करता है, और whenever the court says that the protest is illegal or beyond a point the area is protected area, then police will act as per the law, as per the manual. The Home Minister doesn't give the order for firing. It's a basic बात सबको मालूम होना चाहिए.
The RSS chief in a public meeting said, and I want to quote here so I don't get it wrong, Jantar Mantar exposed the systematic flaws in the government.
वो तो है.
Failure
तो
in the
तभी
system was there. So you accept there was a systematic flaw.
अगर सिस्टम में बदलाव जरूरत नहीं होता तो नया कानून क्यों लाते? There was certain improvement or certain reforms required. That is why new law was brought in. If everything is perfect, you will never need Parliament to make another law.
Fair point.
It is evolving. It's all dynamic, and we listen to the people. We are the people who are there because people wanted us to govern this nation. So we have to listen to them. We are not there from the aliens.
When a parliamentarian, and I'm talking about your colleague
Don't
Kangana
restrict
Ranaut.
freedom to the parliamentarian. Freedom is there for every Indian.
Okay. So it's freedom for Kangana Ranaut to take on Kriti Sanon and say that it
Why
should
are
have been
you
better
restricting to
addressed.
Kangana Ranaut? Kangana Ranaut is a first-time MP, very junior, and sometimes I will tell her how to function in a parliament business and other things. But
you are a minister, you are the parliamentary
that's
affairs
what I'm
minister.
saying. As a parliamentary affairs, I can guide for parliamentary procedure. But I can't guide her what to speak, what not to speak.
I agree.
These are a personal choice.
But should some leaders show restraint? And I'll give you another example. At the same time, when the Prime Minister was striking such a reconciliatory tone of forgiveness with students, at the same time you had certain ministers like her again who called Gen Z gutter generation.
No, that I heard it. She didn't say that. She says that those who abuse, not everybody. She clarified it.
On that note, viewers, we'll bring you this entire interview, the entire conversation right here at 10 a.m. on India Today. So do stay tuned for the entire no holds barred conversation that the Union today. So do stay tuned for the entire no holds barred conversation that the Union Parliament today, as we keep bringing you all the latest updates through the day right here. Thank you for watching.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
आपकी साथी कलाकार हैं, आपकी इंडस्ट्री से ये लड़कियां आती हैं, ये भी होनहार हैं, आप भी बड़ी अच्छी अदाकार, आप भी बड़ी होनहार अदाकारा हैं। आप जो अब कर रही हैं, उनके कपड़ों पे कमेंट करना, उनकी लाइफस्टाइल पे कमेंट करना, किसी की वेशभूषा पर बोलना, ये दिखाता है कि आपकी कितनी मिसोजिनिस्ट, कितनी पितृसत्ता वाली सोच है आपकी। और इसी पितृसत्ता सोच के खिलाफ राहुल जी कहते हैं स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की। आप ये काम अभी तक आदमी कर रहे थे तो बुरा लगता था और इसके खिलाफ हम खड़े थे। अब देश की चुनी हुई महिला सांसद जो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से आती हैं, और आप तो बहुत खूबसूरत हैं और आपने तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहने और उससे ज्यादा ग्लैमरस कपड़े पहने, और इसमें अच्छी कोई बुरी बात नहीं है।
दैट इज नन ऑफ हर बिजनेस। पहली बात तो मैं कहूंगी कि कंगना जी को किसी और महिला के कपड़ों पर टिप्पणी करनी नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ तो मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि महिलाओं का समर्थन करना चाहिए। और रही बात, संविधान ने हक दिया है जिसको जो मर्जी है पहने। आप कौन होती हैं बोलने वाली कि कृति सनोन ने क्या पहना क्या नहीं पहना? इट इज नन ऑफ योर बिजनेस।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome back. You're watching India Today. This is how we bring to you the burning question with me, Sriya Kundu. And the top focus, of course, continues to be how in the high Himalayas, it's a wall of ice, rock and water that's rewritten the entire course of the territory, leaving hundreds in a limbo because of what began as a distant rumble along the Tibetan and Nepalese border, leading to this natural disaster of such an immense level of tragedy and travesty in the very region. We are focusing on that. We are bringing you all the updates throughout every hour here on India Today. But before getting into the details of that, let's quickly first take a look at breaking news that's coming in at the top. Haryanvi singer Ankit Baliyan shot dead in Shamli, Uttar Pradesh. This is in fact the latest news that we are getting. This is Moosewala-like murder of the Haryanvi singer that we bring to you. 18 rounds fired at the Haryanvi singer right outside his gym. Baliyan has been gunned down outside the gym in Shamli. This is in Uttar Pradesh. The singer shot at close range after leaving his gym. 4 armed assailants attacked the very singer, and they were bike-borne shooters who killed the singer. Singer Baliyan dies on the spot after the attack. As many as what we're given to understand from reports, as many as almost 20 rounds were shot at him. The Bishnoi aide Kala Rana's link is being probed. A manhunt is on for the singer Baliyan shooters. 4 of them, remember, bike-borne assailants who came in. Baliyan's biggest hit. It's a very ironic and a tragic irony here that we're bringing to you, is a song that was released by him, which went about, the lyrics went about, Bhari Kot Mein Goli Marenge. And this unfortunate irony that's come out to play, we see the singer himself has lost his life with rounds of fire being shot at him from a very close range. 4 bike-borne assailants who came in and shot at him. As many as 20 rounds is what we are given to understand. That is the state of the car, the vehicle in which he was traveling in Shamli. This is right outside his gym, and while he was attacked, he in fact passed away on the spot. He succumbed to his injuries. Now, of course, there is a probe that's been launched, and it really takes us back to 2022 when that tragic occurrence had come about. The entire incident where it was Sidhu Moosewala who was shot at and he lost his life in a similar state. Now, that time it was the Bishnoi brothers who had taken responsibility. This time also Bishnoi's aide is being looked at and being probed for the same, because it's simply because the murder and the pattern in which it's taken place just takes us back to that very, very incident that had taken place in 2022. On that note, we have Santosh Sharma joining us on the broadcast with more details. Santosh, very good morning to you. सबसे पहले इनको जो मारा गया है अंकित बालियान को, 4 लोग थे बाइक पर जो आके इन पे ऑलमोस्ट 20 राउंड की गोली इनकी तरफ मारा था, और जो व्हीकल है जिसमें वो ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, जिसमें वो अंदर थे जब ये अटैक उन पर हुई, उसका भी हमें विजुअल्स मिला है। फिलहाल प्रोब में क्या जानकारी मिली है, किसके साथ लिंक्ड हैं ये लोग जिन्होंने ये अटैक किया?
देखिए, अंकित बालियान हरियाणवी सिंगर हैं। जिस तरीके से पैटर्न पर ये फायरिंग की गई वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला हत्याकांड के पैटर्न की ओर दिखाता है। करीब 20 से ज्यादा राउंड चले हैं। जो अभी हमारे पास जानकारी मिल पा रही है कि इसमें 4 असलहे यूज हुए, 2 डिफरेंट बोर्ड्स के। इसमें 9mm का पिस्टल यूज हुआ और 30 की पिस्टल्स यूज हुई हैं। हालांकि अभी पुलिस को जो फॉरेंसिक है और जो परिवार वालों से बातचीत है, घटनास्थल का भी मुआयना, चूंकि देर रात लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का इशू हो गया था, परिवार वाले भी धरने पर बैठ गए थे, तो अभी पुलिस की टीमें जिसमें इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही हैं, घर वालों से भी बातचीत होगी। लेकिन इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के यूपीएसटीएफ के नोएडा और मेरठ यूनिट को लगाया गया है। ये दोनों ही यूनिट इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में लगाई गई, वहीं एडीजी जोन वहां पर हैं। लेकिन जिस तरीके से हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया गया, ये अभी जो प्राइमरीली फेसी जो हरियाणा के गैंगस्टर हैं, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का करीबी है, काला राणा गैंग है, उसकी तरफ इशारा कर रहा है। और ये जरूर है कि एसटीएफ इस और जो लोकल पुलिस
We'll get that connection reworked with Santosh, but from the preliminary information that we are given to understand, and as we are also bringing to your notice, it's a major, in fact a shocking incident that's come about in Shamli. It is a renowned singer, a renowned Haryanvi singer, Ankit Baliyan, and the tragedy that comes about is the song that he released, whose lyrics in fact quite resemble this kind of a situation. That's what makes it all the more sad at this given point of time, but it also puts law and order into serious question at this given point. Santosh is back with us. Santosh, अगर आप हमें सुन सकते हैं तो जी, आप बता रहे थे कि कैसे अभी प्रोब तो जारी है ही, पर कौन से गैंग्स के तरफ, ऑफ कोर्स बिश्नोई गैंग का सबसे ज़्यादा याद यहाँ पे आता है, क्योंकि 2022 में जब सिद्धू मूसेवाला को भी इसी तरीके से बेरहमी से मारा गया था, तब बिश्नोई गैंग कल्प्रिट्स निकले थे इस पूरे हादसा के। इस बार भी उन्हीं का एक लिंक देखा जा रहा है कि कहीं उन्हीं के मेंबर्स ने ये अटैक भी प्लान किया था कि नहीं?
देखिए, अभी पुलिस इस तरफ जरूर जांच कर रही है कि ये जो काला राणा जो गैंग है, जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का करीबी है, जो उसकी तरफ इशारा जरूर है। यूपीएसटीएफ की टीम में लोकल पुलिस को शक है, क्योंकि वो बड़े गैंगस्टर्स की जो शार्प शूटर्स हैं वो उस गैंग के कनेक्शन में हैं। लेकिन ये काला राणा गैंग के अलावा भी पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है। वजह साफ है कि अभी तक लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग का जो पैटर्न रहता है कि अगर वो घटना को अंजाम देते हैं तो वो ओन भी कर लेते हैं, लेकिन करीब 12 घंटे होने को आया, लेकिन लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग की तरफ से अभी तक फिलहाल कोई ऐसा ओनरशिप नहीं आई है कि हाँ हमने ये घटना की है या उनके गैंग के द्वारा करवाई गई है। ऐसे में ये जरूर पुलिस को शक है कि जो काला राणा गैंग है उसके शूटर्स को इंडिविजुअली हायर करके इस हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया जा गया है।
संतोष, एक छोटा सवाल यहाँ पे मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगी। क्या परिवार वालों को या अंकित को ऐसी कोई धमकी मिली थी ये इंसिडेंट होने, ये हादसा होने के जस्ट पहले? कोई ऐसी खबर आई है?
देखिए, पुलिस के पास ऐसी कोई शिकायत कभी अंकित या उनके परिवार वालों ने नहीं की कि उनको किसी भी तरह की कोई रैंसम कॉल मांगी गई है, रंगदारी वसूली की गई है या कोई थ्रेट कॉल आई है। ऐसी कभी कोई शिकायत लोकल पुलिस को नहीं दी गई। ना ही पुलिस ने इस बात को कह रही है कि उसको जानकारी थी या अचानक से हुई घटना है। अब पुलिस, यही वजह है कि लोकल पुलिस अंकित के जो जिन लोगों के साथ उठना बैठना था उनको भी खंगाल रही है, किनके साथ कहीं कोई और रंजिश की वजह तो नहीं है। ये हाइड सुपारी किलिंग है, ये हाइड शूटर्स के द्वारा हत्याकांड किया गया। जो पैटर्न है वो जरूर एक खतरनाक और भयावह है। तो लिहाजा पुलिस को ये शक है कि इसके पीछे हायरिंग की गई है शूटर्स की। किसने की है, क्यों की है, अभी ये पार्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन है। आज जब लास्ट रिचुअल्स हो जाएंगे, जब अंतिम संस्कार हो जाएगा, तब परिवार वालों से बातचीत हो पाएगी। अभी परिवार वालों से भी पुलिस की बहुत बातचीत नहीं हो पा रही है। जो प्राइमरी फेसी जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो पा रहा है, वही पुलिस में काम कर रही है।
हमें सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Well, viewers, we will keep a very close track of what exactly happened in this very case, but it's a shocking case and a horrifying murder that's taken place, a chilling case that's taken place in broad daylight, where this renowned Haryanvi singer, his life has been claimed by these shooters in Shamli, Uttar Pradesh. Viewers, we are shifting our focus back to the story that we've been tracking so closely. It is the Nepal flash flood fury that we are speaking of. And with each passing hour, the information, the reports that we are getting with regards to the death toll is only mounting substantially. And it's a tragedy at this given point that we are speaking of here. Now, in the latest reports, what we are learning of, remember there was a number we were flagging initially of around 265 people, around that number missing on the Chinese side of the border in this amid this entire tragedy that's come about, amid the entire natural disaster that struck the region. Now that number has risen up to 500, almost double of what we were initially given to understand, and nearly 400 out of them are foreigners at this given point is what we're learning. Also, as we speak, we have been flagging this time and again, of course, India is putting in all their efforts and assistance possible to the Nepalese side. But even while we speak, there are more than 130 people who are missing amid the very natural disaster that struck this very region. So there is a search and rescue operation that's underway on a war footing since yesterday to trace down any sign of life that is found amid this situation. But yes, it is very difficult in a time like this, in a situation like this, to trace lives that are missing, and yet the rescue operations continue, and one can only be hopeful that more number of people are found from this entire situation, because Nepal, viewers, as we are speaking, is battling the aftermath of one of its worst, perhaps in the recent times, nightmares of a natural disaster that it's seen. It's a flash flood wherein more than 100 people reportedly died and over 750 continue to remain missing, both across Nepal and Tibet. The raging waters have swept away entire buildings, roads, bridges, while damaging key power infrastructure across several districts. On the ground, search and rescue operations, of course, remain in full swing, with the Nepal Army, the Armed Police Force and Nepal Police being deployed across affected areas. Army helicopters are being used to reach locations cut off by the floods. Prime Minister Baliyan himself has called this a highly critical time, saying the immediate priority, before getting into what caused it, what could have been, the immediate priority is to save as many lives as possible, and rescue operations, which is why continue consistently round the clock since yesterday. Meanwhile, authorities have warned that the danger is not over yet, because with such natural disasters, we also see an aftermath of what may happen and a subsequent, if any, disaster also coming in, because we're speaking of an upstream river blockage that reportedly has not been fully drained yet. So whether that also sees consequences in a form of this kind, that is something we will keep a very close track of. But yes, currently the situation remains to be extremely precarious in this very region. Take a look at some of the responses we have.
I'm Ashutosh Mishra here at Ground Zero in Nepal. We are en route to Nuwakot. Nuwakot, one of the worst affected along with Rasuwa, and primarily we have seen how in this difficult terrain, when the slide eventually leveled up the river up to 30 to 40 meter, how people were escaped. They were hiding on these mountain areas. So they clearly, and we have seen those viral video where people were seeking SOS message. They were sending that somehow they managed to escape from that devastation, that disaster, and they were managing all through these stretches, these terrain. Now, at the very same time, why it is very difficult for the Nepali Army and Air Force to carry out such operations, because of, if you see the weather, the valley is absolutely packed, and so is the situation even towards Rasuwa. So somehow, remember, all the road connectivity have been totally washed away. It is extremely difficult to reach to such terrain. So through these mountain roads, which is hardly accessible, since most of the places the government has blocked those access, they are not allowing much people to travel to those areas, because that will eventually disrupt the aid and rescue relief, all the efforts. So somehow we managed to pass through these areas, and that makes why the situation absolutely difficult, because the air sorties, number of air sorties will be very limited. The world has offered help to Nepal, including India. We have seen the first Indian aircraft land in Kathmandu with the aid and support, but at the very same time, for the air evacuation, this is going to be extremely difficult, looking at the weather packed here in this peak of the monsoon, and this kind of calamity, more than 160 people killed, more than 400 missing, and still the search and rescue operations continues, which is the priority for Nepalese authority at the moment. At Ground Zero in Nuwakot, en route to Rasuwa, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
We're being joined by Rohit Singh, who's also currently coming in live from the Indo-Nepal border. Rohit, as we speak, firstly, very good morning to you. As we speak, one major concern that's also been highlighted by experts and those who are involved in the rescue operations is the fact that this entire tragedy that the natural disaster may have on the rivers that are coming in from Nepal and entering the Indian border, because at this time we're speaking of a river system which is interconnected, and it goes trans-boundary, which is Tibet, Nepal, and then next India. What do you see around you? What seems to be the situation? We'll get that connection reworked, viewers. But as we are speaking of a trans-border, trans-boundary river system, that is, remember, this is a river, this particular river comes down from Tibet, Nepal, and the system, however, continues into India, which is why it remains to be in a very critical situation to monitor the water flow and ensure that already we have seen that the water levels on the Indian river system as well has risen because of this flash flood. Now, it is going to be extremely important to keep a very, very close look at the surge in the water levels. And as we speak, viewers, one thing that we are consistently bringing to you in terms of understanding and an analysis that's been done so far is what triggered the Nepal flood fury. Simply because of the fact that at the end of the day, one needs to understand, standing in 2026, are there mechanisms that can be worked around to ensure that these natural disasters, while you cannot stop nature's fury, but you can at least warn the people in these regions about such calamities striking. So more research goes into what exactly caused this particular flood fury in the first place. Theory one, of course, is with regards to an avalanche that blocked the river. Now, we are speaking of an avalanche. The remnants from that very hurtling avalanche may have blocked the Lende River in this very region, the Lende Kolon River, and the water that accumulated behind the blockage that had been caused by the debris, which in turn led to the breach and caused the flood. The NDRRMA has flagged the snow rock landslide here as one of the causes that could have brought about this entire flash flood. The theory number 2 that's come about here is a quake and avalanche link. Now, there's also a question that's going around with regards to what caused the avalanche. Was that the earthquake, or was the earthquake caused by the avalanche because of the steep drop of the debris that came in down the hill? 4.4 magnitude of an earthquake that was recorded. This was on the Tibetan side, recorded at around 8:37 a.m. Flood followed shortly after this entire matter came into highlight, and it's Nepal's foreign minister who's flagged the possible link between the the two. Of course, theory number 3, and the one that's perhaps the most likely cause, but it's also interlinked to the previous two, is the glacial flood that's suspected. Heavy rain has been ruled out as a primary trigger, but at the same time, it's the Nepal Hydrology Department that suspects of a GLO-off. There is a chunk of the glacier that had fallen, in fact leading to a glacial lake outburst that's being the possibility of which is currently being probed. The satellite images that have come in have shown debris-laden flood, which only brings that back into highlight that there is a possibility this is what had occurred. On that note, Rohit is back with us. Rohit, as I was mentioning, the system, the river system that we're speaking of here is trans-border. It comes down from Tibet, Nepal and then India. You are at the Indo-Nepal border right now. Take us through, what do you see? Has there been a surge of river this side as well?
Well, let me tell you, Shreya, you can say the devastation that was expected on the Indo-Nepal border and especially in Bihar, because all that water that is coming maybe from Tibet via China, via Nepal, and all those entire volume of water would have come to Bihar only. But keeping that in mind, yesterday we saw that the administration had flung into action, the state government had flung into action. Several districts in Bihar were put on high alert, especially on all those districts which are adjoining the Gandak river, where I am at this point of time. Right now I am at the Indo-Nepal border, and behind me is the Valmiki Nagar barrage. But it seems that that devastation which was expected, that has not happened, because the situation right now in Bihar is completely normal, because the volume of water which was visible in those visuals, that water in fact has not arrived here at the Indo-Nepal border, or maybe those water may have got distributed to other small rivers that are all present in Nepal. So you can say a huge devastation that was expected for Bihar, that has been averted, but massive damage and devastation has been caused in Nepal, because a short while back I was inside Nepal in Chitwan district, and there I saw that adjoining the Trishuli river, several jawans of the Nepali armed police force, they were in fact carrying out search operations looking for bodies that may have in fact come from other parts of the Nepal. And in fact, when I spoke to the APF people there, they confirmed to me that they have retrieved 35 bodies from the Narayanpur Ghat, and 2 bodies have been recovered from the Indo-Nepal border here at the Valmiki Nagar barrage. So we can just think of the devastation that has been caused in Nepal because of what happened, that deluge, that massive deluge that hit Nepal yesterday. Back to you.
Right, Rohit. And viewers, Rohit, thank you for bringing us all of those details. And viewers, as we speak, Bihar was put on high alert, because remember, as we were mentioning, this entire Bhuttekoshi, Trishuli, Narayani, Gandak system is a major trans-boundary system that finally ends in the river basin in Gandak, that is in Bihar. Now, Nepal floods had triggered an alert in Bihar. At around 6:30 a.m. is when the Narayani river was seen running dangerously high following the devastating floods in Nepal. The swollen river has raised concerns among downstream communities. The raging flash floods triggered an alert in Bihar, with the NDRF closely monitoring the situation. However, in a major relief, the Gandak river did not receive as much water as feared, which is what also Rohit was just coming out to highlight, that even this morning, that's the particular situation that we have seen. The Valmiki Nagar barrage discharged a maximum of 1.50 lakh cusecs of water last night itself. The Bihar government said they've made all necessary arrangements to deal with any emergency situation, while people were advised, however, to remain on high alert.
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भी अपनी अपनी तैयारी पर जुटे हुए थे। एनडीआरएफ तो हमेशा, चूंकि हमारा फ्लड वाटर इस समय मानसून का सीजन है, तो हमारी ऑलरेडी टीम्स काफ़ी ग्राउंड पर हैं, प्री पोजिशनिंग में है, और इन कोऑर्डिनेशन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ सीडब्ल्यूसी की रिपोर्ट्स के हिसाब से जो है उनको 2 टीम्स एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए थी, एक्स्ट्रा डिप्लॉय होनी थी वेस्ट चंपारण और मुजफ्फरपुर में, चूंकि वो गंडक के बेसिन के साथ पड़ते हैं, तो वहाँ डिप्लॉय कर दी गई हैं। टोटल ऑलरेडी 9 टीम्स बिहार में डिप्लॉयड हैं, चूंकि गंडक का कम इलाका यूपी को हिट करता है, तो एक कुशीनगर में टीम जरूरत थी, तो वहां एक डिप्लॉय कर दी गई है। ओवरऑल यूपी में भी 11 टीम डिप्लॉयड हैं, तो और बाकी एडिशनल टीम्स स्टैंड बाय पर हैं। जैसे जैसे स्थिति उत्पन्न अगर होगी तो एडिशनल टीम डिप्लॉय होंगी।
नेपाल में जो ग्लेशियर लेक का फटा, उसका पानी जो तेजी से आ रहा था, उसके मद्देनजर हम लोगों ने पूरी तैयारी मुस्तैदी से कर ली है। 2 लाख सवा 2 लाख तक जलस्राव जाएगा, जो हर साल गंडक में आता है। और हम लोगों ने पूरे वहाँ के लोगों को, आम जनता को भी बता दिया है कि सतर्क रहना है, घबराने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
As Nepal battles one of their worst flash floods, India has once again stepped into the big brother role and has extended aid and solidarity to the flood-hit nation. Prime Minister on Wednesday spoke to the Nepalese Prime Minister and conveyed his condolences. He's also stated that India stands in solidarity with Nepal and is ready to provide all assistance required. Meanwhile, it's India's first consignment of 10 tons of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief supplies that has reached Nepal. The aid includes emergency supplies such as temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps and medicines to support rescue and relief efforts in flood-affected areas. Now, Nepalese Prime Minister, meanwhile, Baliyan, on the other hand, has thanked Prime Minister Modi for the aid and support. He has also hailed India-Nepal ties, saying that he deeply values the bond between the two nations.
Thank you very much for the concern and kindness from the Indian side, and on behalf of Nepal as well as the on behalf of the ruling party RSP, we would like to express sincere thanks to the people of India as well as the government of India, and right now Honorable Prime Minister Modi. Support from India and support from the neighboring country is very significant and is essential for Nepal, because it has proven before also at the time of earthquake 2015. So for your kindness and for your support and for your willingness, we would like to express our sincere thanks.
Here's one question that comes up at this given point is what our next breaking story is with regards to. Did China keep Nepal in the dark about a flood threat? And this, if found to be true, is indeed not just dangerous and heartbreaking at this given point, given the situation that we're seeing unfold in Nepal, but it really brings a big question to humanity in itself. Look at the visuals that we've been bringing to you since yesterday. It's Nepal journalists who say that no flood warning was given by China, despite, remember, one thing we've been time and again flagging, which is an earthquake that took place on the Tibetan side of the border itself. Now, the Nepalese media has come out to say that timely Chinese alert could have saved a lot of these lives. China reacts after facing flack from Nepalese media, and Chinese envoy says immediate help was offered to Nepal. Glacial collapse in Tibet-Nepal border is what caused the floods. They have come out to outrightly deny any of these allegations. But this is something even our colleague Ashutosh, who's currently in Ground Zero, has been flagging, that even if China was aware of an incoming situation or an incoming alert of this sort, they kept Nepal in the dark, perhaps, if at all, that is, and they've, however, come out to deny any of these allegations that are now being levied or even being suggested at this given point. The Chinese ambassador, who's to Nepal, Nepalese ambassador itself, to the country itself, Nepal, that is, I beg your pardon, who's come out to post on platform X that the group of Nepal journalists blame that China didn't inform Nepal about the flood in a timely manner. He's written, despite significant losses on the Chinese side, China has immediately coordinated emergency supplies and cash assistance to Nepal. That's just part of what he's said. And at the same time, do also remember this, that yes, on the Tibetan side, on the Chinese side as well, there are 500 people who are still missing. 400 out of them are foreigners. So yes, it's a tricky situation at this given point that we're speaking of. More breaking news coming in on that very note. Let's quickly take a look. Speaking of groups of people missing, It's a 32-member group from Kolkata on the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra who were among the many from West Bengal who went untraceable after the flash floods in Nepal on Wednesday, as per an official report has come in to say. The group, comprising of 30 tourists, tour managers, left the city on August 21st, reached Nepal the following day, and then the group reached Rasuwa on Wednesday, which is the main region which has been affected by the floods, on Wednesday morning itself to cross into Tibet. Now, its members were at the immigration office around 8:30 a.m. when the flash flood struck the area along the Nepal-Tibet border. There has been no communication with any of these 32 members since the flash flood struck the area, is what an official told to PTI. Apart from Kolkata, there were residents from Chandanagar in Hooghly, Barashat in North 24 Parganas, and they're also believed to be among those who were stranded or missing in Nepal. And the West Bengal government has opened helplines at the state police headquarters in Kolkata to assist families seeking information about relatives who may have been affected in Nepal. One thing that we've been flagging viewers time and again is the period during which this entire tragedy, this travesty has come about to strike this very region as well. We're speaking of the same route that's taken by most of the pilgrims to in fact reach take the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra itself. And this is the window, this is the pilgrimage window of the year. June to August are the months that we see when there is maximum footfall of pilgrims. And we are taking a look at more details coming in as Anupam Mishra joins us on the broadcast with more details. Anupam, a very good morning to you. Has there been any details about the 32 people who are missing hailing from Kolkata, who are on this very trip at this given point?
Well, we are yet to receive details of the tourists who were touring Nepal at the time when the tragedy struck. West Bengal government is also trying to help those people, and they have also opened a helpline and also opened a control room. In fact, they have also alerted and placed 12 SDRF teams in North Bengal also. So, West Bengal government is trying to ascertain the details of these pilgrims, all of the pilgrims. We have been able to receive few of the details that some of the pilgrims were from Hooghly, some of the pilgrims from Howrah, but detailed account of these pilgrims are yet to be known.
Right, Anupam, thank you for bringing us all of those details. West Bengal government, of course, has taken cognizance of the situation and is in consistent touch with all of the efforts that's been extended by India to ensure any communication that's established with the people who are missing. And it's not just people from West Bengal who are missing at this point. In fact, there are two big groups that we're speaking of out of those 130 who have gone missing. One from West Bengal, the 32 people, and the other is what we are turning our focus to next, which is as many as 37 Tamil pilgrims who are also currently unreachable and untraceable in this entire flash flood situation. It's a devastating flash flood that we are reporting about from Nepal, and it has turned into a major rescue crisis for India, with as many as 130 Indian tourists feared missing after the sudden disaster struck that very border region between Nepal and Tibet. Now, among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 35 tourists from Nepal. In fact, the exact number right now that we're receiving is of 37. They were all on a pilgrimage and travel circuit towards the Kailash Mansarovar region. Their families back home are desperately waiting for information, because what this flood has also done is completely disrupted and cut off all sources and all means of communication in the very flood-hit zone, given that all power infrastructure was also washed away with the flood fury that we saw visuals of. Kalai Selvi from Tamil Nadu's Tiruvarur, who went on the same pilgrimage trip, has been stranded along with a group of tourists. Mother Geeta, daughter Vaishnavi, relative Ananda Sundari of the same family from Puducherry, who went to Nepal on pilgrimage tour, are also stranded. The disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in Tamil Nadu, with Chief Minister Vijay assuring assistance and directing officials to work towards the rescue of missing Tamils. The centre is also facing mounting pressure to accelerate the rescue operation. It's DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran who's urged immediate intervention, calling for the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely repatriated. AIADMK leader Edapadi K. Palaniswamy has also demanded urgent action and echoed similar sentiments, calling the reports deeply shocking and urging the centre to expedite their rescue operations in coordination with the Nepalese government and ensure proper information being shared with Tamil Nadu at all times.
நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளில் இருந்து திபெத்தில் இருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க வந்து சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபாக மீட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
23ஆம் தேதி காலையில் இங்கேருந்து கிளம்பி கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து பஸ்ஸில் போயிட்டு சென்னையிலேருந்து போனாங்க. போயிட்டு முந்தா நாள் காலையில் டெல்லியில் இருக்கோம்ப்பா அப்படின்னாங்க. நேற்று காலையில் காட்மாண்டில் அதாவது சேஃபாக இருக்கிறோம். அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டப்போ சேஃபாக இருக்கு அப்படின்னு தாசில்தார் வந்தாங்க, திருவாரூர் தாசில்தார் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு விசாரிச்சுட்டு அதான் அந்த லிஸ்ட் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க.
சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்து, ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க அது ஓகே, பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டேரெக்டாக கான்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. கான்டாக்ட் கிடைச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது திருப்பி எப்படி அவங்க ரிட்டர்ன் கூட்டின்னு வரணும் என்னன்றது இதுக்கு மேலே தான் நாங்கள் பிளான் பண்ணணும். காலையில் 6:15 மணிக்கு காலையில் இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணால் சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் எல்லா ஃபோனுமே சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. இல்லை அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டின்னு வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம். அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டின்னு வரது மட்டும் தான் இப்போ நான் ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்குது.
கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து சூப்பர்
Ashutosh Mishra joining us on the broadcast, who is currently at Ground Zero, bringing us all of those reports and updates as to what exactly is happening, be it the rescue operations, be it the situation a day after the entire flood fury struck there. Ashutosh, at this hour, of course, do begin with the updates that you have to bring to us. And just speaking to people in that very region, what's the sense you're gathering about how they, in fact, not just came to know about this entire situation, but how they were disposed when this entire flood hit? Because now it's also being looked at whether there was information with China about a situation like this incoming and they kept Nepal in the dark. What is the sense that the people there are giving you? Did they have any clue at all?
Well, that is called early warning mechanism, Shreya, but that doesn't seem to be working with Nepal, that there was any early warning signal that was provided by China to Nepal. So eventually people, the one word that I see, that I'm in Nuwakot, one of the most beautiful landscape and city near the the Nepal-Tibet border. Now they say we lost that beautiful city, and clearly I have seen those images. Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this, and this explains how furious this mayhem was, the devastation. Heavy vehicles, the way they have gone into debris explains that the moment. Look at this, these are bikes, everything hard-earned money, people made their houses, been living here ages, they have their memories of this. And that's right behind me is the Trishuli river. If you can see clearly, the water level when it went as high as 30 to 40 meters perhaps was the reason, and then the magnitude, the energy that it had through the gravity, through the landscape. Now one would wonder how exactly this came through. This is exactly the road that connects to Rasuwa, and at few kilometers there's Trishuli point, and from there it's Rasuwa, and this is exactly where the slide came through. So the largest hit, the biggest hit that took was this city of where we are at the moment, and that's agriculture. So all the infrastructure that we see, everything was literally turned into debris. Heavy vehicles, trucks. It explains how powerful this, the slide it was. And still, the largest challenge for the authorities here is to make sure that the road connectivity is restored, because only the heli operations relying on that probably will be little difficult for the authorities, because heli operations you can evacuate 1 or 2 people at a time, but road connectivity will be essentially required to restore electricity, communication. As we see already, the communication networks are collapsing. They are very poor, very slow at the moment in this part, and that's perhaps also making us difficult to bring you these ground reports from here. But then it also says on the other side, look at this. So most of these parts are not even be able to.
Right, viewers, if you can take a look at this entire region that Ashutosh is also bringing to us from the very epicenter of what exactly, where it all unfolded at this given point. This is Ground Zero. Of course, China initially had come out to say it is a mudslide. Of course, when we do see water coming gushing downhill, there will be a subsequent mudslide, which is the remnants of what we can see in these very visuals. But at the end of the day, what's also lining up on the banks of this very river is a trail of massive destruction. Everything that was in the path of the furious water flow that came in downhill from the glacial ranges itself, everything being completely destroyed. And this is what remains as an aftermath that we bring to you. Cities that were established in lining this very river now all in complete ruins. Let's quickly take you through the next aspect of the flash flood fury that we are in fact to take you through, which is the devastation, of course, that's been caused by the massive flash flood, with several Kailash pilgrims still being unaccounted for. Now, it's Isha Foundation founder Sadhguru who has expressed his anguish over the tragedy and says he's personally in the region, ready to assist in rescue operations. 77 members of the Kailash group, remember, remain missing after the flash flood struck the immigration center, the Gyorong, in Tibet. Now, an Isha Foundation volunteer speaking exclusively to India Today says that there is still no words on those missing. The volunteer, who's part of another group stranded in Tibet, says they had spoken to the missing group leader just minutes before the tragedy with no indication of what was about to unfold. Communication systems in the region remain disrupted, while the foundation says it remains in touch with the families of those unaccounted for. Listen in to what's been said.
Ma Gambhiri, first of all, glad that you are safe. Can you just give us a sense of where you are currently, along with the rest of those who were part of this yatra with you from the Isha Foundation?
Namaskaram, Akshita. So, we are at this place called New Dongba in Tibet, which is just a day's drive from the border town, Jirong, where this tragedy has unfolded. And at the moment, we have several groups right now in Tibet, in different parts of Tibet, undertaking this yatra. Unfortunately, we had this one group of 77 participants today who were exiting Tibet and going back to Kathmandu after a very successful yatra, about 9 or 10 minutes before the tragedy struck. And he shared with us that they had just reached the immigration and they will start the immigration process. And in about 10 minutes' time, we were not able to contact them again. We were not able to reach anybody in the group. And it took us some time to, grasp that what was happening there. And it's over 14, 15 hours or more now. And we are still waiting for more information on this one particular group.
I'm sure it's been
Yes.
I'm sure it's been very, very overwhelming, all that's happened in the last few hours, and hard to really wrap our heads through that something like this has even taken place. And I'm sure this is a route that you've taken multiple times as well. So to imagine this kind of a tragedy striking is, I'm sure, shocking to say the least. But any word, Ma Gambhiri, right now on those 70 plus people who, you've lost touch with? Anything that you've been able to get from the authorities?
Authorities are doing their best as we see it on the China side, from India side, and of course also Nepal side. But the communication systems are all down because of this flood. And it took several hours for us to even start getting tidbits of information. And the last video, if you see, which is going viral at the moment, that sort of tells the story of what actually happened there.
Yeah.
And but we are still waiting for some official information, which has not come as yet, because it's quite remote region. You see, Tibet is quite remotely located, and the tragedy was very huge. But from what we have heard, the military has started work there, and we hope to get some information soon from them. We do have some information on the Nepal side, where 3 of our volunteers were stationed. The whole of that town, which is called Timre, is wiped out, completely wiped out. And we have no information about 3 of these volunteers as well. But about this 77 of our participants, we are still hoping. We're still hoping for something, for some information to come in. Fortunately, we have Sadhguru here with us, and he's been completely on, and we have been he's been guiding us. We have been trying to reach out to various agencies, various embassies, because we had people from 19 different countries. And so we have been reaching out to all the 19 embassies, both in India and in Nepal. We have been reaching out to all the families of all the 77 plus these 3 people, 80 families. We've been reaching out to them personally, over the phone, over actually visiting them personally in wherever they are, trying to provide them all the support that we can provide to them emotionally with regard to updates, some information. We've been trying all of that, but it's still very difficult to comprehend that such a thing has happened. So we're still grappling with that.
Meanwhile, Art of Living Foundation founder Sri Ravi Shankar has also expressed solidarity with all of the victims of the Nepal floods. Listen in to what he had to say.
Nature's fury and disaster has taken over Nepal at this hour. It has been such a wonderful place for people to visit, and many went as a pilgrim to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and many of them lost their lives. In this very difficult time, let's all show our solidarity with the people of Nepal and the affected families and the government of Nepal. Let's pray to Almighty to give strength to all the victims who lost their near and dear ones. Let's hope that the country will limp back to normalcy very soon, and let's all work towards saving the environment, especially in the Himalayan region.
More breaking news coming in, and this is slightly on the positive note, which is 21 Indians have been rescued by a chopper by Nepal Army. Nepalese Army has rescued 123 people, of which 21 are Indians. Remember earlier we were bringing you numbers somewhere around over 130 Indians who were missing. Now what we are learning about, following the severe flooding in the Bhuttekoshi River in Rasuwa on Wednesday, the Nepalese Army have safely rescued 123 people by choppers on Thursday morning as we speak, as a part of the war-footing efforts of the search and rescue operations. And out of them, we do see 21 of them being Indians. According to the Nepali Army, 95 people were rescued from the Timure area. 7 were brought out safely after being trapped in the tunnel of a hydropower project in Haku, and 21 Indian tourists who had been missing were also rescued alive. Now, the army stated that the search and rescue operations are of course continuing for all those people who are trapped in other tunnels within the affected areas. People just took shelter at that given point in whatever natural vegetation that they could find, bushes on the hillocks, or even for that matter whatever tunnels they could find, just to find some respite and survive the entire gushing water that came in. So to bring them out from those stranded situations, that's the war-footing effort that the Nepal Army along with other forces have been consistently working on round the clock since yesterday. Officials say that the relief and rescue efforts in the flood-affected regions are of course being prioritized at this given point. Viewers, earlier we were bringing to you a question that's coming to the forefront, whether China had any information or rather an early warning mechanism in place which had given them information or a hint of such a flash flood, of such a natural disaster coming in, and they refused to in fact communicate the same to Nepal. Those very claims that have come in now, which we were bringing to you earlier, now we are learning China has rejected the claims of failure to warn Nepal. They've reportedly rejected the claims that they failed to issue an early warning to Nepal before the Rasuwa floods calling the allegation fake news. It's a statement attributed to the Chinese side, which says that the disaster was caused by an earthquake, or rather an earthquake-related glacier collapse on the Nepali side, triggering massive landslides in the region. The accusation helps nothing at this given point, but cooperation saves lives, which is rather true. Of course, at this hour, the prime focus should be on bringing out as many people as possible, but later, when more research goes into determining what exactly caused this flash flood, if there is indeed any hint that's found, because early warning mechanism, which is something my colleague Ashutosh was constantly highlighting, that's something the entire world is trying to work on to avert these major tragedies which end up claiming hundreds and thousands of lives on its way. And when we speak of nature's fury, there's nothing really that you could do to stop it, but there's definitely mechanisms that can be worked out to figure out in time that there is an incoming threat of such a natural disaster striking a particular region, so that people who are in fact based out of and they reside in these very regions, especially in the hilly terrains. When we speak of Himalayas, they're a volatile range at the end of the day. They can be warned in time to evacuate those very regions, and which is why it's consistently being looked at time and again whether and what caused this flash flood and what could have been done to completely avert the loss of life that comes with it. On that note, we have a ground report coming in from our colleague Ashutosh Mishra, who's currently in ground zero itself. Take a look as to what he has to bring us.
I'm in Nuwakot, one of the most beautiful landscape and city near the the Nepal-Tibet border. Now they say we lost that beautiful city, and clearly I have seen those images. Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this, and this explains how furious this mayhem was, the devastation. Heavy vehicles, the way they have gone into debris explains that the moment. Look at this, these are bikes. Everything, hard-earned money, people made their houses, been living here ages. They have their memories of this. And that's right behind me is the Trishuli River. If you can see clearly, the water level when it went as high as 30 to 40 meters, perhaps was the reason, and then the magnitude, the energy that it had through the gravity, through the landscape. Now, one would wonder how exactly this came through. This is exactly the road that connects to Rasuwa, and at few kilometers, there's Trishuli point, and from there, it's Rasuwa, and this is exactly where the slide came through.
This is what was being brought to us by our colleague right from ground zero, where this entire flood hit one of the regions, because of course we are consistently bringing to you information about how this is a flood fury that came downhill, washing away several regions in its very way since the very particular earthquake, and then what the avalanche also took place, and then what is now being looked at as a glacier collapse in the higher regions, but of course the foothills of the Himalayas. So it's a precarious situation that we are bringing to you at this given point of time. Take a look at the visuals that time and again we've been also bringing to you to just give you an idea of the extent of destruction, the tragedy that's followed, and what exactly is currently remaining of this very region in the aftermath of this flood fury. We are bringing to you now a major breaking news. This is an India Today interview that's triggered a newsquake. It's Kiren Rijiju, whose excerpts we were bringing to you earlier of that conversation, podcast that he's had no holds barred conversation with our colleague Kriti Sanon. Now, in the aftermath of that, Rijiju comes out to quote India Today interview to slam the Congress. He says, Congress made a mistake of trolling me. Swimming must not become subject of politics. Swimming in Arunachal rivers is not performance. Congress MP made half-naked jibe at Rijiju swimming. Remember, this is a controversy that had played out a few days ago, where Kiren Rijiju was spotted taking a dip in one of the lakes, one of the water bodies basically in Arunachal Pradesh, and commenting on that. It was a Congress MP who had come out to in fact take a jibe at him. He's even come out to reply back to that in this conversation that he's had with our colleague, and this is quite an interview where we'll take you through all of the conversations. He's not shied away from expressing his opinions and addressing each of the questions and the matters that have indeed become major flashpoints between the centre and the opposition in the recent times. And amongst them, one of them was this particular debate that came out from these very visuals. And Kiren Rijiju has now come out to quote that very interview that he gave to us while slamming the Congress and saying that there is no need for making such jibes because this is not a performative video that we've put out there. He hails from that very region and he's taken to something that's in fact been a part of his life growing up as well. That's the post he had very much made on social media. So yes, this is the latest flashpoint between the opposition and the centre, with Kiren Rijiju also addressing it and coming out to answer certain jibes and take potshots back, basically slam back at the opposition with regards to what they had come out to say. On that note, viewers, we will be in fact bringing you that entire interview that we are speaking about right here, just few minutes from now, 10 a.m. Do tune in as we come back after this break with this no-holds-barred conversation with the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju. No-holds-barred conversation with the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju that he's at this interview. On that note, we are taking you back to the Nepal tragedy. Now it is Sadhguru's appeal that's come to highlight the authorities on the Nepal floods. He's come out to say, and I quote, "Allow us to visit the Kirong town." This is a request that's been made by him. Remember earlier we were bringing to you information about how 77 members from the Isha Foundation are still untraceable, who were on this pilgrimage tour in this very region. And currently, since yesterday, this tragedy in fact hit just few minutes after they had conversations with one of the members on that very tour. But post that, right when the tragedy hit, they had completely lost all sorts of communication. Now, Sadhguru himself has been overseeing and monitoring and reaching out to agencies because a lot of them were hailing from other countries who were a part of this very pilgrimage tour. And now he's also made this very request that they allow him to at least visit the Kirong town so that they can be a little more closer to the entire situation and track it a little more closely. Whether that is going to be allowed or not, that is something we will in fact bring to light and keep a track of as situations develop. But for now, this is the latest breaking news that we are in fact getting. It's a video message that he's come out to release. Let's listen in.
A flash flood between Tibet and Nepal border, and on the Nepali side, as per the Indian news reports, about 484 people have gone missing. And on this side, we don't have any official information. Morning I left to go there personally, and all phones are off, all telecommunications are down, roads are blocked, we're unable to go there. One of our groups the S3 group that we met at Saga, and also met them that when we were trekking up, they were coming down. Of which 22 are from United States, 12 12 from Canada. $11 from Australia, 9 from United Kingdom, 4 from Germany, 3 from France, 3 from Nepal, 2 from Netherlands, 2 from New Zealand, 2 from Singapore, 2 from Spain, 1 each from Finland, Hungary, Israel, Lithuania, Philippines, Portugal, Russia, and South Africa, a total of 80.
You can clearly hear the cries in the background as Sadhguru mentioned all of those who are a part of this very group that's currently untraceable, while he's also made that appeal to visit the very Gyeongsang town, and that just gives us a sense of loss, viewers, that everybody's been dealing with since yesterday, especially those, the kin of those who are still unreachable and untraceable in this very tragedy. And on that very note, we will be in fact leaving you at the end of this very bulletin. Do stay tuned. Our prayers, of course, continue to be with those who've lost their loved ones in Nepal and still are waiting for details for those who remain untraceable. Thank you for tuning in.
No matter what your day throws at you, stay in the spa state of mind with the Kohler Spa at home.
In South Conference, Vijay wanted to come and discuss, but he did not give an agenda. There also I have raised this point. I have said to him very clearly, this dam is only to protect Tamil Nadu interest and the drinking water of Bangalore. Even without giving them, we can draw water, no doubt in it. We are eligible for that. But there is no other place in the nearest point. That is how we are working. See, as you know, as I took over immediately, it is not only Kaveri issue, even on Tungabhadra issue. For the first time, I should thank Mr. C.R. Patil, who came here. Myself, Chandrababu Naidu, Revant Reddy, 3 chief ministers met at Tungabhadra. We decided to solve our internal water problems. We came out with a solution. There also we are losing about 30 TMC of water in Tungabhadra. We all decided that let us not fight each other. We come out with a formula and we asked them to form a committee, and a committee has been there formed.
Before Sagai joins us, in fact, that's a classic example.
That is the first meeting among the chief ministers where the states were fighting, and we have come to some conclusion. We always have a positive note. Fighting only with the courts will not solve the problem. Sitting across the table, some solutions will come out. So we are worried about, we see that more land will be irrigated, which help the farmer of the state. That is the priority of our state also.
First up, sir, thank you for taking the time out. You've been on our wish list forever. And thank you for considering politics in India today. It's a pleasure. It's an honor. Mr. Rijiju, you're used to very rich introductions. You know, parliamentary affairs minister. You've held so many offices in the cabinet, 4 times MP. You know, okay. Let's begin with the political question.
Right.
With you jumping into that river and swimming. Now, that's raised quite a few eyebrows. It's become a talking point. There are people who are comparing you to Rahul Gandhi as well.
I don't know, when I am doing something which is of my interest, nobody else come into my mind. Leave alone Rahul Gandhi ji. I mean, I don't think about anybody when I'm swimming in that gushing rivers in Arunachal Pradesh, which is no child's play to jump and swim there. It is only people like me who grew up there, we know it. I jumped it, and just to inspire my followers, I put it in social media.
It's not like because Rahul Gandhi is doing it and he's done so many of these videos.
I've been swimming since childhood, ever since I was 4 years old. Rahul Gandhi ji must have taken some training, coaching. I don't need training, coaching. It was a simple video where I have shown it that this is the way we swim in our village. And the Congress people started trolling me, saying, oh, you are comparing with Rahul Gandhi ji, you can't swim like Rahul Gandhi and all. Rahul Gandhi didn't exist in my mind. But they started just comparing. Then I hit back. I said, मैं यहाँ का खिलाड़ी हूँ. मुझे कोई शिक्षा, कोई दीक्षा, कोई मुझे कोचिंग नहीं चाहिए. और राहुल गांधी जी को तो ट्रेनिंग चाहिए, कोचिंग चाहिए, पैसे खर्चा करता है. मैं तो ये सब बिना पैसा का करता हूँ. मुझे पैसा नहीं चाहिए. This is my way of life.
All those
and just to tell you interesting part, some people were trolling on my swimming style.
Diving position is wrong. That's what they said.
Imagine in that kind of flooded water, deep, around 7-8 meters depth, and then the logs are coming because it's a very monsoon type of that water.
The river is in spate. Yeah, the river is in spate.
In such water, you can't dive with your heads down, and you don't open your eyes down there, and you swim with a straight body, not flat like you swim in a swimming pool. Because if you swim straight, the water will hit you. So your body has to be straight.
But do you agree, Mr. Rijiju, that the BJP does have a dearth of, you'll call them Yuva Netas, or Netas who are more relatable to the youth?
That is perception. BJP leaders are extremely...
Tell me one more like you. Mr. Thakur Manlo, but tell me one more like you.
It's not good to take names because then you are classifying.
Okay.
See, in the cabinet, Prime Minister himself and all the cabinet ministers, we exchange free views, we give our expert opinion, and we talked about subject and all. There's no restriction as such. And then when the cabinet meeting is over, all the cabinet ministers are very jolly, we talk, we have fun. And then when
does
we
this
meet
really
the
happen,
party,
Mr. Rijiju?
yes.
You know, the perception outside is that Prime Minister आपको बताते हैं वहाँ पर, and everyone comes out, takes a dictation and comes out.
बाहर में कौन ये बात फैलाते रहते हैं? I must tell you, I have never seen a person in my life who can listen more than Modi ji. He sits and listens and listens and listens. Nobody else will have that kind of patience which Modi ji has. And who has built this kind of image outside? I think journalists like you, I mean not you particularly.
ठीक है sir, you can say journalists like me.
The media have created Modi ji's image that वो तो सुनता ही नहीं. अरे उनसे ज़्यादा सुनने वाला आज तक मैंने देखा ही नहीं है. Even some of my minister colleagues, they listen less because उनको भी कहना है. मोदी जी तो सुनता ही सुनता है. कहने के लिए तो वो आखिरी में कहता है. He will offer his suggestion at the last. He speaks for less than 5%, and 95% is always for the other colleagues. जो भी मोदी जी को मिले हैं लाइफ में जिंदगी भर, उनको पूछिए कितना सुनता है और कैसे इमेज बनाते हैं बाहर में. मोदी जी ये सब क्लैरिफाई करते भी नहीं ना. वो सोचता है कि मुझे अपना काम करते जाना है, लोग जो कहते हैं कहने दो. तो that image is created by basically media, I think.
But sir, the image is also bolstered of the lack of, a press conference.
हाँ, तो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अगर सब लोग, आप पिछले समय का देखिए जब मोदी जी गुजरात का चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, कैसा मीडिया ऑर्केस्ट्रेटेड, संयोजित, सोच समझ करके ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में कैंपेन चलाते थे. तो जब मालूम है कैंपेन चला रहे हैं, मेरा खिलाफ भी अगर ऐसे कैंपेन चलाएगा, मैं क्यों प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करूंगा? और ईच प्रेस वाला के साथ में मोदी जी जितना इंटरेक्शन करता है वो तो आपको मालूम ही है। एक एक का साथ में कभी कभी चाय पानी में भी इंटरेक्शन करता, अलग बात है। कितना इंटरव्यू देते हैं मोदी जी, सामूहिक बुला के नहीं, एक एक करके कितना दिया आपको हिसाब है? पिछली 12 साल में उतना किसी प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने इंटरव्यू नहीं दिया होगा जितना इंटरव्यू मोदी जी ने मीडिया के साथ इंटरव्यू दिया है। फिर भी कहता है कि बात नहीं करता है। ये छवि बनाता कौन लोग है?
So that's what, I do agree and I accept that he's given a lot of interviews. You can say that it is a media generated image that, he doesn't listen, the Prime Minister doesn't listen. We don't think that the Prime Minister doesn't listen. I think the Prime Minister listens.
चाहे मीडिया का हो, चाहे बच्चों का हो, चाहे खिलाड़ियों का हो, किसानों का हो, बूढ़ा बूढ़ी हो, बच्चे हो, या पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का अपोजिशन वाला भी हो, मोदी जी से जो भी इंटरेक्शन करता है वो आपको बताएगा कि मोदी जी से ज्यादा सुनने वाला कोई आज तक इंसान नहीं है।
No, I understand, sir. I understand what you're saying. So, but I wasn't there on the time of when the Prime Minister, or I wasn't a journalist at the time when the Prime Minister was the Chief Minister in 2002. Yes. I was still in school then. Yes. But there is a perception that maybe we should have press conferences because, you don't like the term Gen Z, but a lot of young kids today look at other countries where there are press conferences.
No, press
and where
conference
the
beyond
head of state.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर तो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस एक औपचारिकता है, वो तो इंटरेक्शन करता है सीधे लोगों से, सीधा बात करता है। जितना एंगेजमेंट प्राइम मिनिस्टर करते हैं, चाहे साइंटिस्ट के लोगों से, आप बताइए कौन सा प्रधानमंत्री है जो इसरो के साइंटिस्ट से इतना इंटरेक्शन करता है? टेल मी हु एल्स इज द प्राइम मिनिस्टर हु हैज इंटरेक्टेड विद द स्टूडेंट्स every year during the exam time, during other occasions, like the way Prime Minister does, with athletes. ओलंपिक जाने से पहले बात करते हैं, आने का बाद बात करते हैं। कॉमनवेल्थ में, एशियन गेम्स में कौन सा प्राइम मिनिस्टर बताइए जो खिलाड़ी विदेश जाते हैं तब भी बात करते हैं, आने के बाद मेडल लेके आने के बाद भी पीएम साहब बुला के चाय पिलाते हैं, बात करते हैं। कोई नहीं कर सकता इतना, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं। फिर भी जबरदस्ती इमेज बनाया जाता है कि पीएम साहब बात नहीं करते।
Rahul Gandhi made in Pune, held an event which is smash patriarchy. You yourself, a lot of leaders from the BJP have reacted. You yourself reacted.
Yes.
The Congress's charge, Mr. Rijiju, is that patriarchy is not restricted to religion, while you have somewhere down the line put it into binaries of Hindu and Muslim.
See, it's a very serious issue for me personally because I'm also the Minister for Minority Affairs. When leader of opposition talks about smash the patriarchy, that means it is basically he wants to say that the females should be given freedom, females should have their own way of life. Then I questioned him, what about the Muslim women? Are Muslims not our betis, our sisters? What about those who want to have a Sharia law? What about the triple talaq? What about the millions of Muslim girls subjected to polygamy and tortures and all? Why are you talking about Manusmriti and only Hindu culture? So it is a design to hit the Hindu culture. It's a larger conspiracy. That is why, not this time, but I had stated earlier that why India was subjugated by the foreign rules for over thousands of years. That is because half of the Hindus themselves are not supporting the Hindu cause or Hindu culture. Because if you are targeting or try to weaken your own Hindu structure, then you are going to weaken your own community. If there are bad practices in Hinduism, that must be called out. Sati has been declared as invalid or crime, or child marriage has been declared as a null and void. Polygamy, this is declared non-valid now. So this kind of many practices, even many social reformers have come. They have not abused Hinduism. They have asked for reforms within the Hinduism. So the issue is a larger one. If the leader of opposition had targeted everybody, saying that no religion should have this kind of binding control over the daughters and the girls, then I would have said, oh, there's a good one. But you are connecting Manusmriti and then, smash the patriarchy, only targeting Hindu, not mentioning about triple talaq. Muslim women come to me. I have met, since I have become Minister for Minority Affairs, I have interacted with so many Muslim women, the girls. They equally deserve the support of the government. And the Congress have to answer what Shabano case teach us. Rajiv Gandhi himself changed the law itself under the pressure of the clerics. So that is why I said that if you take a stand, take a universal stand. Don't target one community. That is my point.
So you're saying as the leader of opposition, it was the responsibility of Rahul Gandhi to touch on patriarchy in every religion, not just one religion.
Yeah, speak about all religion.
Sir, away from politics, you know, you're a practicing Buddhist, I'm a young woman, I'm a practicing Hindu. And I do feel, and I would think it's something that we know, that Hinduism is one of the most liberal religions in the world.
Absolutely.
It's open to question. It encourages debate and discourse. So when we speak of Manusmriti, there are lots of young women out there who are looking at the government in power today and saying that why must we, women of this country, adhere to texts that might be part of a civilizational history, but are deeply problematic and patriarchal. And Manusmriti has excerpts which are. So why shouldn't we denounce them?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The government is not putting Manusmriti as the yardstick to govern. India is run by the constitution. The spirit of the constitution governs, not Manusmriti. Manusmriti is a belief system. If somebody believes in it, then you have a right to oppose and you have a right to defend. That is democracy. If somebody is supporting something which is there prescribed in Manusmriti, that is his right. In democracy, how can you say that you can't subscribe to that?
True.
So that is why I said when Sonia Gandhiji and Rahul Gandhiji said that we cannot tolerate RSS. So you don't subscribe to RSS means let it be, no? Those who believe, let them believe. इस RSS को हम लोग इस देश में रहने नहीं देगा. अरे वो आप कौन होते हैं? आप बोल के तो RSS दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा social organization बन गया है. This kind of attack, this kind of concerted attack against RSS has made RSS the largest social organization in the world. And this kind of concerted campaign against Modi ji made Modi ji the most popular leader not only of India but of the world. That is why you should not make this kind of regulated campaign which is actually trying to mislead the people. My point is, if you don't subscribe to any religious text, you object to that or you raise your opinion which is different from the other person. But don't say that the other person doesn't have a right to believe such a way.
No, I hear you, sir.
So you just said that you don't subscribe to certain things. That is your right.
No, I hear you, and I'm glad you're saying this, because I'll tell you why. Because you said sometimes there's perception. There is perception, sir, that, you know, and it has been bolstered by certain leaders from your party, that if you say anything
Don't
against...
say your party. Everybody is independent and everybody is a citizen of India.
And they're allowed.
So there are people who will have their own opinion.
True.
Only if BJP has certain guideline, I will not go against the BJP guideline or my party's policy. But with regards to your social movement and your religious belief, how does government control your religious belief system?
I 100% hear you. So let me ask you a question, which is devoid from politics. If a young girl out there today says that I want to denounce Manusmriti and paths in which they, or those paths which are patriarchal in nature, should she be labeled anti-Hindu?
Those who have left Hinduism and embraced Buddhism with Ambedkar ji, has anybody been jailed? Lakhs of people, those who were called as untouchable, they renounced Hinduism and they embraced Buddhism.
I agree.
On 14th October 1956 also, thereafter also. Hindu is the only liberal religion which has allowed this to happen. Can this happen in Christianity?
True, I agree with you.
Can this happen in Islam?
No.
You try in any of the Islamic nation, try to get this many Islam believer converting into another religion.
I agree.
So please appreciate Hinduism.
100% you're right.
Hinduism is the only philosophy which has given so much of freedom.
100%, sir. So that's why I agree, because we are unlike other religions. Hinduism is unlike, like you said, Christianity, unlike Islam. It gives me the reason and the space and a safe space to question my religion. So that's all I'm asking. So I'm not me. If a girl out there says, I don't want to subscribe to it, so she's not anti-Hindu.
But who has jailed them? I'm asking you.
So there are not jailed, sir, but there are a lot. I'll tell you why.
Calling is difference of opinion. But how can somebody be jailed only because, or
jailed.
treated as illegal or taken action only because one has given an opinion? But if you say you want to break India, cut chicken neck and break Northeast, I will be the first person to tell he should be convicted.
Of course, and we'll get to that also because you have given a full detail. We'll get to that later. I want to stick to smash the patriarchy, and because, I'm also deeply invested in it, because I'll tell you why, not what Rahul Gandhi said at all. I'm just, as a woman, invested in women empowerment. So I will ask you another question today itself, sir, because there are so many times your party has gone out and struck a reconciliatory chord. Yet you have certain members of your party, and I'll give you an example. One advertisement comes out, sir, of Kriti Sanon, where she is dressed in an outfit which is revealing, and she's tying Rakhi to someone. There is a full social media campaign and bullying, and a part of it is your MPs like Kangana Ranaut.
Again, I'm coming to you back. If she has the right to do certain things, if there is criticism, that is also part of freedom. How can you restrict that?
Sir, that advertisement has been pulled down.
That is another issue. This is a commercial issue. I don't get into that. My point is, if you have freedom to express things as per your choice, why are you restricting others from disagreeing or opposed to that?
I 100% agree with you. That everyone has a freedom of expression.
Yes.
But when a parliamentarian, and I'm talking about your colleague Kangana Ranaut.
Freedom to the parliamentarian. Freedom is there for every Indian.
Okay. So it's freedom for Kangana Ranaut to take on Kriti Sanon and say that
Why
should have
are
been
you
better
restricting
dressed.
to Kangana Ranaut? Kangana Ranaut is a first-time MP, very junior, and sometimes I will tell her how to function in a parliament business and other things. But
you are a minister, you are the parliamentary affairs
That's what I'm saying. As a parliamentary affairs, I can guide for parliamentary procedure. But I can't guide her what to speak, what not to speak.
I agree.
These are a personal choice.
But should some leaders show restraint? And I'll give you another example. At the same time, when the Prime Minister was striking such a reconciliatory tone of forgiveness with students, at the same time you had certain ministers like her again who called Gen Z gutter generation.
No, that I heard it. She didn't say that. She says that those who abuse, not everybody. She clarified it.
Later
But Prime Minister has shown his big heart. Just imagine 17 years old, 18 years old girls abusing Prime Minister and his mother. Is it Indian culture? You can criticize, you can oppose. Why are you abusing the Prime Minister and the dead mother? If we try to defend such culture, I'm sorry, we are misguiding the youth. If we promote or we applaud such abuse and such languages, it will
I
not
agree.
be.
There should be no space for abuse in this country, and you're very right. But I also think, and I hope you'll agree with me, that both boys and girls are equal in that ethos.
I'm saying during the protest,
Right.
whoever.
So it can't be just because the girls abuse, they are worse off than the
videos
boys.
were shown more. That's why people
That's
say
right.
that girls should be more docile. But for me, boys, girls should be equal.
Equal, right? I'm glad you're saying it. Thank you for saying it. It's really important because, just because a girl abuses, I'm not saying abuse is right. Abuse is wrong. One should never abuse.
I will never, ever remain silent if somebody abuses. I will tell that that's wrong. You can't be quiet.
And it's equal for
But
both.
Prime Minister is so forgiving. आपने इतना गाली दिया मुझे भी मेरा स्वर्गीय माँ को भी फिर भी चलो पुराना बात भूल जाइए आपको जिम्मेदारी उठाना है आगे ले जाना है which fatherly figure Prime Minister will give so much of space and so much of heart out.
You did listen to the students and you did, for whatever reasons were best at that time, accept their demands. So, but in terms of narrative, I want to ask you a very straight question, sir. Is there a perception that the BJP lost the narrative war during the Gen Z protest?
We are not working for narrative. We are here to serve the citizens, serve the nation. If we are busy building the narrative, who will govern the country? People of the nation have given such a huge mandate to Modi ji for the third time. Modi ji has said that in Modi 3, we have to perform 3 times faster than what we have done in the first 2 terms. That is our focus. We are not here to build narrative and build a different kind of a story.
Acha, okay, let me ask you this in a different way, because you spoke of the RSS. The RSS chief in a public meeting said the RSS chief in a public meeting said, and I want to quote here so I don't get it wrong, Jantar Mantar exposed the systematic flaws in the government. Failure in the system was there. So you accept there was a systematic flaw.
अगर सिस्टम में बदलाव जरूरत नहीं होता तो नया कानून क्यों लाते? There was certain improvement or certain reforms required. That is why new law was brought in. If everything is perfect, you will never need Parliament to make another law.
Fair point.
It is evolving. It's all dynamic, and we listen to the people. We are the people who are there because people wanted us to govern this nation. So we have to listen to them. We are not there from the aliens.
I'm going to ask you another question. A lot has been said about excessive force. You say that no bullets were fired. But on the 23rd of July, sir, the Delhi police, where the RAF was concerned, there are 2 diary entries which say that 2 rounds of pellet guns were fired under the order of a DCP. This is official documentation.
मैंने ये कहा ना तो I have counted many agitations, 30-40 agitations, where people were killed during Congress time.
True.
In this agitation, you also have followed this agitation closely. There was no loss of lives, which is such a relief for us. कांग्रेस के जमाने होते तो कितना गोली चल जाते हैं. That is why I give the example. Whether it's Gujarat or Punjab or Telangana or UP or Assam or anywhere during Congress time, whenever there was large-scale protest and agitation, there were always police firing and there were always cases of death. कई मरे हैं, 1-2 नहीं, हजारों में. लेकिन इस जंतर मंतर प्रोटेस्ट में एक स्टूडेंट या इंसान का जान को जाने नहीं दिया कि ये बड़ा बात नहीं है इतना बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट में. वो तो जब बोलो जबरदस्ती पार्लियामेंट में घुसने के लिए किया तब पुलिस ने रोका, तो रोकने के लिए तो फिजिकली रोकना पड़ेगा ना. और क्या पुलिस चुपचाप बैठे और तुम जाके पार्लियामेंट को तोड़ो? कुछ चीज है, बेसिक है, जानना पड़ेगा उसको. ये होम मिनिस्टर का इसमें ऑर्डर का जरूरत नहीं है. पुलिस का मैनुअल होता है कि जब आपको 144 डिक्लेयर करता है या कुछ रेस्ट्रिक्शन करता है, और whenever the court says that the protest is illegal or beyond a point the area is protected area, then police will act as per the law, as per the manual. The home minister doesn't give the order for firing. It's a basic बात सबको मालूम होना चाहिए. But overall जो मैनेजमेंट का responsibility government का पास जाते हैं. That is why I said, if you just open up the old cases of agitations in India, thousands of people were killed by the police firing and all were under Congress regime. And in this protest, not a single life was lost. And that is a professional management of Delhi police. पुलिस को अगर हम गाली देने लग जाएगा तो कल सुरक्षा कौन देगा? कुछ भी होता तो पुलिस को हम गाली देते हैं. रात को चोरी होने से भी पुलिस को बोलेगा, और कई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम हो गया पुलिस को बुलाएगा. पुलिस हमारी सुरक्षा के लिए है, और पुलिस को हम दुश्मन जैसे बात करते हैं. द वे पुलिस पीपल आर थ्रैश्ड. और तुमको प्रोटेस्ट करना तो शांति से प्रोटेस्ट करना चाहिए ना. तो पार्लियामेंट में क्यों मार्च करना चाहते हैं? पुलिस को क्यों मार रहे हो? तो पुलिस ने भी रिस्ट्रेन किया ना. जब पुलिस को मारते हैं तो पुलिस भी उसको बल प्रयोग करता है. इसलिए मैंने कहा कि संयम बरतना चाहिए सबको. लेकिन इस प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर के जो बार बार कहता कि अमित शाह जी ने गोली मारने का ऑर्डर दिया है, अरे जब इंसान का मौत नहीं हुआ और होम मिनिस्टर फायरिंग का ऑर्डर कभी नहीं देते हैं, ये नियम ही नहीं है.
No, even in this, it's the DCP. The DCP had ordered.
तो राहुल गांधी और ये लोग क्यों बोलते हैं अमित शाह ने फायरिंग करने का बात ऑर्डर दिया है। इस तरह की बात नहीं करना चाहिए ना, ये बच्चे वाला बात और बिगाड़ने वाला बात नहीं करना चाहिए। जब आप मैच्योर्ड से बात करते हैं, इफ यू आर लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन देन यू शुड बिहेव लाइक अ लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन। योर लैंग्वेजेस मस्ट हैव वेटेज। हल्के पुल्के में तस्वीर लेकर के वहां पार्लियामेंट में आएगा, भगवान का फोटो लेकर के वहां जमीन पे रखेगा, ये सब नहीं करना चाहिए। बहुत खराब लगता है। ये पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी है, लोगों ने बनाया है। पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी इज ऑल अबाउट पीपल एंड वी आर हियर टू सर्व द पीपल। डेमोक्रेसी मत मीन्स पीपल। और आप इलेक्टेड आदमी हो करके ऐसे बातें करते, क्या सीखेगा लोग?
I'm going to talk about the parliament, sir, but I'll ask you one last question on that. Is there regret that pellet guns were used because some of them did hit young students?
वो डिटेल तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट हियरिंग कर रहा, तो मैं तो कैसे कह सकता हूँ? See, anything which is under investigation or proceedings going in the court, then we should not make comments on the details. I only said कोई नहीं मरा है क्योंकि इतना बड़ा जो एजिटेशन में कोई जान नहीं गया, तो ये एक रिलीफ अच्छी बात है ना। तो इतना ही मैं बोलता हूँ। अब डिटेल मैं कैसे बताऊं? डिटेल बोलने का मेरा अधिकार ही नहीं है। तो कोर्ट विल लुक इनटू द मैटर एंड अथॉरिटीज, पुलिस वगैरह कोर्ट में बताएंगे क्या है।
Sir, you as Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Rijiju, as well as the government and the Treasury benches, did you do all that it could take to make sure that the monsoon session was not a washout, because it was?
Yes, it did have a negative impact on my understanding about the opposition, because I thought, after all, we are all responsible people to run our parliament. Whenever I have gone out to the opposition parties, I have reached out to everybody. In a private note, all are okay. But then when they have taken a stand, then they stick to that. They have taken a stand, the Congress and Samajwadi, that they will not let parliament function. So rest are all just excuses. They had decided not to let the parliament function. So I don't think that any extraordinary appeal would have had any impact. Because I had a long discussion with Rahul Gandhi ji. Even Priyanka Gandhi was also sitting there when I had a discussion with Rahul ji. He had already taken a stand that he will not compromise on certain things. And especially on Home Minister, he said Home Minister has to just give a statement and resign. Democracy doesn't function like that. Home Minister is a responsible person and he will do everything responsibly. But how can he just act as per this childish demand? Aap statement do or resign karo. You don't behave like that in parliamentary democracy.
See, one thing, as somebody who watched Parliament, I do agree that the opposition constantly kept changing goalposts, went from one to the other. Their charge is, and you tell me if it's true, sir, they say that the Home Minister and the Prime Minister never came to the House. They came to the Parliament, but never came to the House. Sansad mein aaye, sadan mein nahi.
तो संसद जैसे कि वो बहुत चलाने दे रहे हैं वो लोग। मतलब मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि वो कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या बात करना चाहते हैं। जैसे कि मैं यहाँ कुर्सी नहीं रखूंगा, फिर मैं आपको बोलूंगा कि आप बैठता क्यों नहीं है। मैं आपको घर घुसने नहीं दिया और फिर मैं बोलूंगा कि आप मेरा घर आते क्यों नहीं है। ये कोई तरीका हो गया क्या? On the one hand, they don't allow parliament to function, and on the other side, they are accusing the Home Minister, PM of not coming to the parliament. अरे भाई, सारा कांग्रेस के MP का तो ऐसा हो गया बुरा हाल। Let me tell you frankly, not as a BJP minister, I'm telling you as a member of parliament. I feel sorry for Congress MPs. Ab Congress MPs now have started thinking that their primary duty is to raise slogans and abuse. इसको normalize कर दिया है। क्या हाल कर दिया। Congress was a party with such dignified leaders in the past, stalwarts. The Congress leaders were inspiring and stalwarts those days. Look at the people who are running Congress party now. And these Congress MPs holding those placards, abusive language every day. Modi chor hai, Modi ye, Modi ye. I mean, you are reducing parliament to this abusive language against your prime minister. if you have guts to oppose Prime Minister, speak with content.
They say,
debate karo na.
They say that the treasury benches it's become, most MPs that I speak to from the opposition say that Parliament has become very hostile. One bill after the other without discussion is being pushed through. And the latest charge from Mr. Jairam Ramesh is that this monsoon session hasn't even been prorogued, which is officially where it is closed, the session. It is, and he's asking why hasn't it happened?
That is up to the government. Whenever Parliament is to be called, it is the government which decides and requests the Rashtrapati to call the session, and when the House is not prorogued, then the session can be called.
Can there be another session?
It is nothing new which we are doing.
Can there be a special session?
No, that I will not answer, but what I am answering you is...
You won't answer that.
No, what I am answering you is, since 1952, after this interview, I will give you the list.
Right.
After 1952, there were numerous occasions where Parliament session was adjourned sine die, but not prorogued. And the session was summoned again. And there are numerous instances where the prorogue had happened much later. Congress can quote conveniently many things just to accuse the government, but I will not buy those arguments. My primary point is, when we wanted the discussion on the bills, we allotted the time. Each bill was given time to discuss in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
So, sir, I infer that there could be a special session called. You're saying you won't answer it, but as a journalist,
No, you have every right to have inferences, and as a senior journalist, you are very experienced in reading the things. You can read both ways.
Yeah.
But then, as a Parliamentary Affairs Minister, I'm always open to people's scrutiny.
Thank you.
And observation also. And then, when the time comes, I will inform you.
We'll all know. Is delimitation still on agenda?
Already, a Prime Minister has made a very clear-cut commitment to the women of this nation that women reservation and the commitment given by the Parliament to the women of this country will be fulfilled. That is a commitment given by the Prime Minister. महिलाओं को अपना अधिकार हम देके छोड़ेंगे. ये प्रधानमंत्री का वादा है. So based on that, we are working.
But sir, why
can't... I hope you
can't...
understand with that.
No, I understand. So that means you are working. But then why can't reservation be given on the current strength of the House, which is 543? Why must we have delimitation or anything else?
What you must have read 2003 delimitation, that provision there. Delimitation, women reservation. We call the women reservation as Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam.
Yes.
Okay. When the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam was passed in 2023, you read the provision. This will be implemented on the basis of delimitation conducted after 2026, the census available there. तो वो तो उसमें ही लिखा हुआ है, तो उस समय क्यों नहीं बोला है?
But they are saying कि हम अभी कह रहे हैं कि आप 543 पे कर दो.
नहीं कर सकते ना, आपको तो मैंने बता दिया ना.
2000.
वो reservation को link किया कर चुका है ना already.
That is happening.
The reservation is tied up with the census. Delimitation करके फिर हम देंगे. वो हम अभी नहीं कह रहे, वो 2023 बिल में है, उसमें वो एक्ट बन चुका है, उसमें लिखा हुआ है.
So let me, on the sideline of it, you seem to have a decent working relationship with Rahul Gandhi, at least as parliamentary
No, with
affairs
everybody.
relation.
Rahul Gandhi ji and everybody.
Everyone.
I have no problem with any colleague. We are all colleagues.
And it seems like that as well. You also had a really fun change with Rahul Gandhi where you asked him about working out, and tell me if it's true. And he said, you come home and you work out with me. There was
Rahul
a
Gandhi
jitsu.
is a very interesting person. Private में तो we had, besides politics also, we had discussed about
Your
many
fitness
things.
in common.
हाँ, तो वो तो problem नहीं ना, हम दुश्मन तो नहीं है, मैंने तो सार्वजनिक कहा है. Publicly I have said that we are not enemies, we are just political rivals. And as a parliamentary affairs minister, it is my duty to reach out to the opposition. तो कभी फोन में भी राहुल जी से बात हो जाते हैं. मिल के भी बात करते हैं। तो ये तो मेरा ड्यूटी है। अगर सरकार अपने ऑपोजिशन साथियों से बात नहीं करोगे तो कौन करेंगे? लेकिन वो बात नहीं मानते तो मुझे दुख हो जाता है ना। बात मानना चाहिए ना। मैं इतना एफर्ट डालता हूँ, मेरा एफर्ट का भी कदर होना चाहिए ना। मैं इतना मेहनत करता हूँ ऑपोजिशन लोगों से बात करने के लिए, वो मेहनत भी तो रंग लाना चाहिए। वो सुनते ही नहीं। वो
Who out of the opposition listens to you most? Who you think कि ये थोड़ा reasonable इंसान है, इससे बात करना चाहिए?
अखिलेश यादव इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग।
Interesting.
हाँ, वो जब मिलते हैं अखिलेश जी से जब मैं बात करता हूँ तो नहीं ठीक ठीक मिल के करेंगे, कोई बात नहीं, हम सब एक ही। तो वेरी पॉजिटिव।
हाँ।
और जब कभी नहीं मानना है तो वो मोबाइल स्विच ऑफ करके शायद लखनऊ चले जाते हैं, तो वो उनके बाकी समाजवादी वाला बोलते हैं कि नहीं।
So on the face of it, he's always very amiable.
मैं उसका पॉलिसी, मुस्लिम अपीसमेंट, ये सब को मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। एज अ पर्सन बहुत अच्छा है, मेरा साथ।
But Rahul Gandhi asked you, sir, that you come and work out with me. We'll do jitsu together.
राहुल गांधी जी और हमारा तो जितना हम बात करने में देखा है, जो केमिस्ट्री में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। लेकिन क्या है कि वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेता है, ही इज द बॉस ऑफ कांग्रेस पार्टी, तो मैं उसको इज्जत देता हूँ।
You know, the Prime Minister made the reference to Dimagi Naxal, and then you gave a breakdown of who Dimagi Naxal is. I want to ask you a question. In this country, if someone disagrees with the government, criticizes the government, or critiques the government, questions the government, are they Dimagi Naxal?
मैंने बहुत क्लियर से बात की। लेट मी rephrase it, since you are representing a very prestigious media team, India Today. I have to be absolutely correct in what I say. When Honorable Prime Minister referred to Dimagi Naxals, he made it clear who are those Dimagi Naxals, that there were confusion. Then I also said, in response to Chidambaram and other people, they said कि सारा opposition को नक्सल बता दिया। I noted down 3 points. I want to add one more.
Right.
Number one is those who are supporting the separatist in Article 370, which leads to the separatism mindset. Those who don't follow the Constitution of India, because the Maoists and the Naxalites, they hold their own court. वो फांसी देते हैं, गोली मारते हैं इनोसेंट गांव को, पुलिस वालों को।
I agree.
So they don't follow Indian Constitution. So anybody who support them are Dimagi Naxals. Third, those who say that chicken neck should be cut and Northeast should be thrown out. Anybody supporting those people, there are many advocates and civil workers openly saying, you check it internet, openly saying that वो ठीक बोला है, उसको बचाना है। कहते हैं कि वो चिकन नेक काटा है, वो अच्छा बोला है, हम सपोर्ट करते हैं। There are people like that. और उसको बेल दिलाने के लिए भी लोग बैठे हुए हैं। They are Dimagi Naxals. और fourth,
you're adding one.
हाँ,
अच्छा, that's a headline then.
नहीं, the fourth one is anybody who is trying to stop the economic growth of India. There are many development projects happening in the country. वो पहुंच जाते हैं development project को बंद करने के लिए, to stall the developmental projects, that is to stall the growth of
this country.
India. They want to raise some kind of, so they use sometimes innocent tribals.
But sir, then why did the BJP handle take out a video which had all opposition leaders in YouTube as Dimagi Naxal?
कौन बोला दिमागी opposition ने?
बीजेपी का एक पूरा वो है,
नहीं
एक कैंपेन है सर।
नहीं
हैंडल से ट्वीट हुआ है।
Nobody has said that all opposition members are दिमागी नक्सल। हमारा दिमाग खराब है क्या? अब opposition को दिमागी नक्सल बोलेगा। opposition हो या कोई भी हो, अगर आप माओवादी का सपोर्ट करता है देश को बर्बाद करने के लिए, तो आप दिमागी नक्सल है ना।
I'm glad you're saying it, sir, because it was this video was tweeted out by the BJP social media handle, which had
वही तो मैं
labeled
कह रहा हूँ, जो opposition पार्टी हथियारधारी नक्सल मूवमेंट को समर्थन करता है तो दिमागी नक्सल हो गया ना। वो हथियार पकड़ के जंगल में बैठे हैं और ये शहर में बैठ करके उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, तो दिमागी नक्सल हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? You will also support me.
No, I agree with your points. I'm not saying, but I was just saying that there has been, but I'm glad that you're saying that what you're saying. I want to just come back to What is Kiren Rijiju looking ahead for?
I am looking forward with the responsibility which I have with me to serve the nation as I've been doing, but I hope I can do more. With the responsibility which I have, it is a fortunate to work with Modi ji as a colleague of his cabinet and to serve the nation. I cannot imagine a better person to lead the nation in this kind of situation. I have seen the parliament and I've seen different prime ministers in the past. You know, those days you are young, but you are not that young. You will remember those days during summers, the ministers used to go to holiday with the family, Europe, America, Singapore.
Sir, what's wrong in holidaying? थोड़ा तो करना चाहिए.
हम कर ही नहीं सकता. मेरा तो काम ही holiday है. Wherever I go.
Sir, you know, this is a bad precedent. Holiday should be allowed, sir.
नहीं. आप मंत्री फिर मंत्री छोड़ दो. आपको holiday करना है तो कौन मना किया है? आप मंत्री भी बने रहेंगे और holiday पे भी जाएंगे.
So you are saying you shouldn't enter politics if you don't want to.
आप अधूरा नहीं रहना चाहिए. ये महत्वपूर्ण बात है. You will spin this thing.
I will not spin anything, I swear.
See, my point is, before 2014, बत्ती जला के घूमते थे मंत्री. लाइट जला के घूमते थे. ये बंद है. उस समय तो मंत्री मतलब वो लाल बत्ती जलाओ ये तो ठट से घूमते थे. हम लोग इसके लिए नहीं आया है. आप कोई लाल बत्ती देखा है किसी मंत्री गाड़ी में? मोदी जी ने बंद कर दिया है.
वेरी वेलकम.
ये काम छोड़ के जो हॉलीडे जाता है, काम छोड़ के हॉलीडे, मैं हॉलीडे का विरोध नहीं करता हूँ. काम छोड़ के हॉलीडे जाने वाला को मोदी जी ने बंद कर दिया है.
But I'm glad, sir, with what you're saying.
Sorry,
that one can take a holiday even if you're working. So this is what you look forward to in life. So latest news, the opposition is picking it up. I want you to answer it. You come from Arunachal Pradesh. Have there been some more transgressions from China to our side in Arunachal Pradesh?
See, it's a very sensitive issue, so I have to be absolutely careful and also truthful to put the facts before the nation. The entire Arunachal Pradesh portion is undemarcated. Not a single that stretch is demarcated. Only there are border points where the PLA and our Indian Army, they meet. That's called flag meeting. So when the area is not demarcated, certainly there are cases of our forces and their forces moving and crossing over to each other's claimed territory. The problem is, ever since 1914, when McMahon line was drawn, an imaginary line was drawn on the map, there was no border infrastructure development from our side. Chinese also started very late. But unfortunately, we started the border roads very late. In 70s and 80s, there were some border roads, but that was just a nominal movement, not reaching exactly to the border point. But 2014, when Modi ji came to power, he started building the road infrastructure along the border. So when we were building the roads, the Chinese have already built. So they have a larger movement and they have a better deployment. Thereby, they have built infrastructure in certain areas where we also have claim, they also have claim. That is why the issue raised by border people in Arunachal Pradesh, they are valid. But somebody tried to say that, 50, 60 kilometers the Chinese have come inside Arunachal. These kind of statements are damaging because the border problem is 2-3 kilometers, at the most 4 kilometers like that. It is because the area is very vast.
An attempt to rename places from our side and their side. How does that help?
If you come to the tactical level, I think the Chinese have played some psychological game. They have started naming some of the passes and some of the areas in Arunachal Pradesh, which will have no bearing or no practical effect on us because Arunachal Pradesh is purely an Indian territory. It is an Indian state. I belong to Arunachal Pradesh. So by naming, the Chinese government will not gain anything. But on the other side, now we are building the infrastructure. I think our borders are more safe now because we are adequately prepared to protect our territory through proper infrastructure and our forces deployment.
So you speak about Arunachal Pradesh. Can we ask you to speak to one very young citizen of India and Arunachal Pradesh who was not very happy till about a week ago? Are we allowed to do that?
You can connect.
Thank you. So there's this little tinkle who had put out a video on social media. And
are you connecting through video phone or?
Should I connect on video? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay. But
You're fine? Let me try and connect, sir. So little tinkle had put out a video first saying that she's not, people are saying that she's not Indian, she's Chinese. Let's see if they... हेलो आपको आवाज आ रहा है मेरा? हमारे साथ मिनिस्टर जी हैं किरण रिजिजू अंकल. Are you okay to be called uncle?
No problem.
हमारे साथ किरण रिजिजू अंकल हैं, आप उनसे बात करना चाहोगे? जी. Just for a minute, sir. It'll make her day.
अच्छा, ये.
That's the young girl. Tinkle. Her name is.
अरे Tinkle, hello. Tinkle, आपका मम्मी का है, आपका मम्मी का भी फोटो दिखाओ. और आपको कौन चाइनीज बोला मुझे बताओ. नहीं, लेकिन अभी वो भैया को सब लोग ने बहुत डांटा है, ऐसा नहीं बोलना है. अभी तो आपको पूरा इंडिया का आदमी प्यार करता है. टिंकल, आपको पूरा इंडिया का आदमी प्यार करता है. अभी आप बहुत फेमस हो गया है. आप बहुत फेमस हो गया, मालूम है आपको?
Thank you, sir, for doing this. You didn't have to, but thank you. Thank you so much.
They are from Itanagar. I mean, like, they're staying in Itanagar now.
But thank you, Mr. Rijiju. You have taken out so much time for us. And like I said earlier, it's very rare that you have leaders who are cabinet ministers and positions like you who have taken every question we have asked you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. It's an honor.
Absolute pleasure for me also to have a very free and frank exchange of views.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad. I hope that you continue doing more conversations like that with us on India Today.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
आपकी साथी कलाकार हैं, आपकी इंडस्ट्री से ये लड़कियां आती हैं, ये भी होनहार हैं. आप भी बड़ी अच्छी अदाकार, आप भी बड़ी होनहार अदाकारा हैं. आप जो अब कर रही हैं, उनके कपड़ों पे कमेंट करना, उनकी लाइफस्टाइल पे कमेंट करना, किसी की वेशभूषा पर बोलना, ये दिखाता है कि आपकी कितनी मिसोजिनिस्ट, कितनी पितृसत्ता वाली सोच है आपकी. और इसी पितृसत्ता सोच के खिलाफ राहुल जी कहते हैं स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की. आप ये काम अभी तक आदमी कर रहे थे तो बुरा लगता था और इसके खिलाफ हम खड़े थे. अब देश की चुनी हुई महिला सांसद जो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से आती हैं और आप तो बहुत खूबसूरत हैं और आपने तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहने और उससे ज्यादा ग्लैमरस कपड़े पहने और इसमें अच्छी कोई बुरी बात नहीं है.
दैट इज नन ऑफ हर बिजनेस. पहली बात तो मैं कहूंगी कि कंगना जी को किसी और महिला के कपड़ों पर टिप्पणी करनी नहीं चाहिए. यहाँ तो मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि महिलाओं का समर्थन करना चाहिए. और रही बात, संविधान ने हक दिया है जिसको जो मर्जी है पहने. आप कौन होती हैं बोलने वाली कि कृति सनोन ने क्या पहना क्या नहीं पहना? इट इज नन ऑफ योर बिजनेस.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Devastation, death and destruction. Nepal hit by deadly flash floods. Villages and homes swept away. Several Indians still missing. Nepal PM Stand Together appeal. While PM Modi offers full support and relief. Bihar, Uttar Pradesh step up the vigilance as rescuers race against time. Was it an earthquake? Was it an ice avalanche? Or was it a glacial lake? What triggered the killer floods?
Shocking developments, viewers, from our neighboring country of Nepal, where 165 bodies have been retrieved as of now. Prayers with our country, with several Indians missing as well. We're getting you ground reports from Nepal. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition. A trail of destruction, villages, homes swept away after quake-triggered flash floods. India Today is the only channel reporting from the disaster zone.
Just how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this. And this explains how furious, this mayhem was, the devastation.
133 Indians are missing in Nepal flood fury. Prime Minister Narendra Modi offers support. Nepal government has welcomed it. India rushes 10 tons of relief material. 37 Tamilians among the 133 Indians missing in Nepal flood fury. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister expresses shock, orders Tamil Nadu officials in Delhi to act. Pilgrims from Bengal, Maharashtra and Puducherry also untraceable. Several Kailash-bound pilgrims missing in Nepal flash floods. Spiritual leader Sadhguru says 80 devotees dead from Isha Foundation, mourns loss, urges authorities to allow him to visit the disaster site.
Everything possible. We're still looking if we can. We're seeking permission through the Indian Embassy, and the Chinese Embassy in India, and the American Embassy is working on this to see if they can permit me and a group of people to be.
Nepal-China war words over flood tragedy. Nepal journalists say no prior flood warning by China. China rejects claims, calls Nepal media allegations fake. Did China keep Nepal in dark about the flood threat? And Kiren Rijiju, unfiltered and unplugged. Union Minister's unmissable interview. He defines who's a Dimagi Naxal. Parliament Minister's big hint on special Parliament session soon. He answers on pellet gun row, says rulebook followed. No order came from the Ministry of Home Affairs.
We wanted the discussion on the bills. We allotted the time. Each bill was given time to discuss in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
Right, viewers, and the death toll is just mounting in the Nepal flood tragedy. 165 bodies have been retrieved so far from the flood-hit country. Over 700 missing in Nepal flood fury. Rescue operations are underway. In our neighboring country, 165 bodies have been recovered from the flood-affected areas so far. Identification is going on, says Nepal's National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority, of the Bhote Koshi flood at the Nepal-China border at Rasuwa and Dhading. According to the Nepal Tourism Board's preliminary data, a total of 579 travelers, 466 foreigners, 130 Nepalese are missing from the affected area, the country's Disaster Management Authority has informed. A death toll there, viewers, mounting in this tragedy ever since the flash floods hit the country, and there is just several people who are missing. In fact, around 700 people are missing. The death toll is set to increase further, unfortunately. In fact, what we're also learning is that in the list of people who are missing, there are at least over 100 Indians also who have gone missing. As far as this horrific tragedy is concerned, the country's Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority has said that 165 bodies have been retrieved, is what we know. Nepal Tourism's Board preliminary data puts it at about 579 travelers, out of which 113 are Nepalese. Also, 466 are people from outside Nepal, essentially, who are foreigners. I'm going to go straight across to my colleague Pankaj Das, getting in more on that story from ground zero. Pankaj, इस समय स्थिति नेपाल में बहुत ही ख़राब है. क्या कहना है अथॉरिटीज़ का डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट का? क्योंकि अगर ये देखा जाए कि कई सारे लोग मिसिंग हैं, आशंका यही रहेगी कि इसमें कई सारे लोग, इनफैक्ट डेथ टोल जो है काफ़ी बढ़ जाएगा.
बिल्कुल, जो सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्टिव एरिया है रसुआ, वहाँ पर जो अभी भी जो रेस्क्यू टीम है वो ठीक से इन जगह पर नहीं पहुंच पाई है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड करने का कोई जगह नहीं है. कुछ जगहों पर जैसे त्रिशूली बाजार में जो है वो कुछ आर्मी पर्सन को वहाँ पे एयर ड्रॉप पे जरूर किया गया है, लेकिन रसुआ जहाँ सबसे ज्यादा तबाही हुई है, सबसे ज्यादा जो बस्ती है वहाँ पे उजरे हैं, तो वहाँ का क्या स्थिति है, वहाँ कितने लोग मलबे में दबे हैं, कितने लोग वहाँ पर उस समय मौजूद थे, ये बता पाना बहुत ही मुश्किल है. और जो यहाँ रेस्क्यू टीम है उनके लिए सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत वही है. हालांकि प्रधानमंत्री सारे इन हालात पर नजर बनाए हुए, खुद भी गाड़ी ड्राइव करके अभी नुआकोट पहुंचे हैं. नुआकोट का एक बुजुर्ग जगह है जहाँ तक की सड़कें ठीक है, वहाँ पे कैंप भी बनाया गया. प्राइम मिनिस्टर बालन शाह स्वयं आज सुबह वहाँ के लिए निकले और पूरे रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन को वो खुद ही मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं. तो इस तरह से जो है आर्मी के लिए भी सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल है. जो डेड बॉडी है, आप समझ सकते हैं कि ये कितनी रफ्तार में ये पानी आया था कि जो रसुआ जिला है चाइना बॉर्डर से, वहां से डेड बॉडी बह के कल शाम तक जो है इंडिया के बॉर्डर के पास जो चितवन में नारायणी नदी है, उसके बाद जो दूसरी नदियां हैं सुस्ता में, नवलपरासी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, वहां तक डेड बॉडी पहुंच गई. सबसे ज्यादा डेड बॉडी जो रसुआ की वहां मिल रही है. तो इस तबाही का आलम इससे पता लग सकता है कि कितनी बड़ी तबाही हुई है.
Bilkul, Pankaj getting us those details at this point in time, telling us about the current situation in the country. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra has reached the disaster zone in Nepal. A look at this report.
सैलाब आया, उसने बहुत सारी जिंदगियों को तो लीला है, लेकिन उसके साथ लोगों की माल मत्ता भी छीन ली. यहाँ ये परिवार है, ये लोग 15 साल से यहाँ पर रहते हैं. देखिए बच्चा है छोटा सा और 15 सालों से ये इनका घर है. अब पानी देखिए आया होगा. अभी मैं नदी का स्तर एक बार जरा कैमरा उधर घुमा के दिखाता हूँ. अभी नदी का स्तर देखिए कितना कम है, बिल्कुल पानी नीचे है. आपको लग रहा होगा 8 से 10 फीट गहरा पानी होगा. अब आप ये सोचिए कि उस स्तर से लेके जब सैलाब आया होगा तब पानी का जो स्तर था वो यहाँ तक पहुंचा है. यहाँ पूरा दलदल है, आगे जाना मुश्किल है. ये निशान देखिए दरवाजे पर, इतना ऊपर पानी आया है. यानी सीधा लगता है कि 100 मीटर से भी ऊपर पानी ने अपनी सारी सीमाएं तोड़ी. और जब वो इस तरह बेकाबू हुई, इसके बाद क्या दुकान क्या मकान सब उसकी चपेट में आए. वहां देखिए किसी की बाइक है, किसी की मेहनत की कमाई है, उसकी जिंदगी का हिस्सा होगा. और ये इस तरह की भारी भरकम गाड़ियां हल्की तिनकी की तरह ऐसी बहती गई हैं कि आखिर लोग उसकी चपेट में आते तो उनके साथ क्या ही होता. बड़े बड़े पेड़, जंगल, दरख्त सब उसकी चपेट में आ गए. अभी भी हवा, जो हेलीकॉप्टर्स हैं वो लगातार हवा में गूंज रहे हैं, क्योंकि रेस्क्यू बचाव ऑपरेशन के लिए अब एकमात्र जो जरिया वो हेलीकॉप्टर है. लेकिन पानी का प्रवाह, आप इससे अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि इन लोगों पर क्या मुश्किल आई होगी, कितना डरे होंगे वो लोग. I mean Nuwakot, one of the most beautiful landscape and city near the the Nepal-Tibet border. Now they say we lost that beautiful city, and clearly I have seen those images. Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this, and this explains how furious this mayhem was, the devastation. Heavy vehicles, the way they have gone into debris explains that the moment. Look at this, these are bikes. Everything, hard-earned money, people made their houses, been living here ages. They have their memories of this, and that's right behind me is the Trishuli River. If you can see clearly, the water level when it went as high as 30 to 40 meters, perhaps was the reason, and then the magnitude, the energy that it had through the gravity, through the landscape. Now, one would wonder how exactly this came through. This is exactly the road that connects to Rasuwa, and at few kilometers there's Trishuli point, and from there it's Rasuwa, and this is exactly where the slide came through.
The big question really is, what really triggered the floods in this country, in Nepal? Well, let's tell you about what could be the possible reasons behind it. Theory number one, an avalanche probably blocked the river. The avalanche may have blocked the Lende River. Water accumulated behind the blockage, and a sudden breach could have caused floods here. NDRRMA flags snow rock landslide. Here's another theory also, that quake avalanche link is something that could have led to this devastation. 4.4 magnitude earthquake has been recorded in this area. It was reported at 8:37 a.m. The flood then followed shortly after. The Nepal Foreign Minister flags possible link between the earthquake recorded in the morning and then what followed later on in the day. Glacial flood suspected. Heavy rain ruled out as the primary trigger here. Nepal Hydrology Department suspects that there could be a link with the glacier. Glacial lake outbursts possibly be the reason behind this devastation. Satellite imagery also show debris-laden flood. Let's tell you about the sequence of events also. There was an earthquake earlier in the morning near the Nepal-Tibet border. The magnitude recording on the seismic scale, the Richter scale, was 4.4. The glacial lake, which is actually near the mountains, suddenly released the lake water. The ice rock avalanche in the side of Nepal, ice and rocks may have crashed into the Lende Khola river. The river there led to flash floods. Of course, there were flash floods there that hit the river near Nepal-Tibet border. The Bote Koshi river further into Nepal, the water and the debris swept through the valley. Let's get you more news coming in as far as Nepal is concerned. What we're learning is that the Bote Koshi river wreaked havoc at a speed of 55 kilometers per hour. The flood that swept through the Bote Koshi river in Rasuwa on Wednesday morning is considered one of the fastest ever recorded. The flood that swept away the Tumure market in a matter of minutes at 8:40 a.m. on Wednesday reached the riverside areas of 4 districts within about 3 hours. So far, 165 people have been confirmed dead in this disaster. A large number are missing. Pankaj continues to be with us. Pankaj, Met Department का कहना है कि जो फ्लड की जो पानी थी वो रसू वगाड़ी के सामने पहुंची, बस 15 मिनट में इतना सारा पानी अचानक से आ गया।
आज बिल्कुल एक रिपोर्ट जो है यहाँ पे सार्वजनिक किया गया है कि कितनी भयावह स्थिति थी, कितनी तीव्र गति से जो है चीन के बॉर्डर तिब्बत से जो नेपाल में पानी का बहाव था वो कितना तीव्र था कि 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से आया। ये रिकॉर्ड किया गया ऑफिशियली। कल जो सैलाब आया वो 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से है, जबकि सामान्य तौर पर जो है वो सिर्फ 5 मीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से ही पानी बहता है। लेकिन कल का जो सैलाब था वो 55 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे इतनी तेज थी कि 13 किलोमीटर का सफर जो रसवा के ऊपर से जहाँ से 4 फुट के नीचे पानी आया वहां से सैकड़ी बेची नाम का जगह है, वो 13 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है और वहां तक पहुंचने में बाढ़ के पानी को, इस सैलाब को सिर्फ 15 मिनट का ही समय लगा। तो इससे अंदाजा लगाया जा सकता है कि कितनी भयावह स्थिति रही होगी।
बने रहिए हमारे साथ Pankaj, getting us those details. Pankaj Das reporting from ground zero and telling us about the current situation and the speed at which the water really came, giving absolutely no chance to anybody to even think what's really going on, and the manner in which it came and swept away so many people. The number of people missing as per estimates is around 700. The water was flowing at the speed of 55 kilometers per hour, the speed at which nobody even got a fraction of a second to think what really is coming their way. More news coming in. This is the minister from Nepal and the big claim that has been made on missing Indians. 300 Indians are missing in the floods is what Nepalese Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal has said. He's also said more than 300 Indians are missing in these flash floods. There were rough estimates about the number of people missing. Several Indians have put this out on social media and are looking for their loved ones. Pankaj continues to be with us. Pankaj, बहुत ही आपके नेपाल के साथ साथ हमारे देश भारत के लोगों के लिए भी बहुत ही मुश्किल समय है ये, क्योंकि कई सारे ऐसे इसमें भारतीय थे, इंडियंस थे जो मिसिंग है। सरकार का ये मानना है कि 300 इंडियंस इन फ्लड्स में इस समय मिसिंग हैं।
जी बिल्कुल इस समय ये जो रसवा का इलाका, ये जो बॉर्डर है, उसी रास्ते से जो है भारतीय श्रद्धालु हैं वो मानसरोवर की यात्रा पर जाते हैं और इस समय काफी बड़ी मात्रा में जो है भारतीय यात्री मानसरोवर की यात्रा पर जा रहे थे। कल ही जैसे हमने बताया कि 400 लोगों के आसपास उस जगह पर जो इमिग्रेशन ऑफिस है केरल का, वहां पे करीब 400 लोग थे, जिनमें अधिकांश भारतीय श्रद्धालु थे। एक तो वो जगह, दूसरा जो गोसाई कुंड का एरिया जहाँ ये बाढ़ से तबाही हुई है, उसमें भी कल पूर्णिमा के दिन में एक बहुत बड़ा मेला लगता है और हजारों की संख्या में लोग जाते हैं, जिनमें अधिकांश भारतीय भी रहते हैं। तो वहां से भी कुछ भारतीयों के मिसिंग होने की खबर है। इसी तरह कुछ लोग रास्ते में जो या तो मानसरोवर की यात्रा पर जा रहे थे या आ रहे थे और रसुआ के आसपास, धारी के आसपास, नुआकोट के आसपास वो थे, बाई रोड यहाँ से जा रहे थे, तो ऐसे लोगों के भी मिसिंग होने की संभावना है। ठीक आंकड़ा अभी आने में अभी कुछ समय और लग सकता है।
हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए पंकज आज द वेरी लेटेस्ट इनफैक्ट बने रहिए हमारे साथ। We'll just come back to you, Pankaj, in a moment from now as you tell us and give us a complete picture about the current situation in Nepal. It's also, viewers, tell you about the extent of damage and destruction. And of course, those images on our screen speak volumes of what really has happened there, but also about the situation in this country. Now, on your screens, what you actually see is the extent of destruction in Nepal. In images are before this disaster struck, but all things appear to be calm. And of course, those visuals give us an idea about mayhem that broke out really after we calm. And of course, those visuals give us an idea about mayhem that broke out really after things are, well, before the flash floods, before the floods fury, things appear to be extremely normal there, with the river flowing fairly peacefully. And also look at the calm there in this entire region. But once there were floods and we saw images of the same, there seems to be complete devastation and destruction on all sides. Remember the speed of the river water when it came crashing down on the buildings and on the people who were right there was at 55 kilometers per hour, which means that it was at extreme speed, giving not even half a fraction of a second for the people to think. Which means that it was at extreme speed, giving not even half a fraction of a second for the people to think. Another cargo of relief has reached Nepal. That's the information that we have with us at this point in time. India is sending relief material to Nepal. 300 Indians are missing. That relief material from India to Nepal, and another set of aid has reached there. We have information on tons of relief material. This includes medicines, blankets and lamps at this point in time. Of course, India responding swiftly, being welcomed by Nepal as well, speaking volumes of the country's bilateral relationship. Mutual solidarity, says Nepal at this hour. India rushing emergency assistance to Nepal after a flash flood swept through the districts bordering Tibet, killing just so many people. The death toll there has increased. Shivani has more. India, in fact, has shown in the past as well, and this time being no different. And the country stands with its neighbor, isn't it? It's sending relief material. This is only a part of what has been dispatched. There would be more humanitarian assistance, isn't it, Shivani, in days to come?
Sneha, this is the second aircraft of the Indian Air Force that is now flying with 37 tons of relief material for Nepal. And yesterday night, there was a C-130J that had flown with 10 tons of relief material. And again, in the second batch, this Globe Master is taking the relief material to Nepal. There are food packets, there are medicines, there are things that might be required right now in Nepal, the solar lights and much more. And this is not all. There will be more batches of help that will be being sent to Nepal. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has already spoken to Baliyan, the Prime Minister of Nepal, and all the teams are vigilant on a standby as the requirement comes from Nepal. More help will be reaching to Nepal, and this is how the initial batch of help is reaching Nepal. The army engineers, the medical teams, they are all on standby. The NDRF teams are on a standby. They will be going soon to Nepal, and much more help is on the way for the neighbor.
Shivani, with the very latest on that story, continue to be with us. We're telling our viewers about the current situation there as far as Nepal is concerned. Relief material being handed over to Nepal. India has dispatched 10 tons of humanitarian assistance and essential medicines aboard an Indian Air Force C-130J aircraft is what has been said by the government. Supplies, viewers, includes emergency items, temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps and also medicines. Shivani continues to be with us. Shivani, at this point in time, what is being said by the Nepalese government is that there are 300 people who are missing from India, who were there in Nepal. India, of course, says something different. The toll, in fact, the number of missing people is around 113 or so. What else are you picking up on that front?
Sneha, now the numbers of the casualties and the missing is increasing, and when it comes to the missing Indians, till yesterday it was around 113. Now the figures have come from the Nepalese authorities, where they say that the figure of missing Indians is more than 300. And as the rescue operations are going on, the search operations are going on, more and more relief teams are reaching ground. These numbers are being ascertained, and these numbers are escalating. That's very unfortunate. So for India also the situation is worrisome, because a lot of tourists were there on their way back to India from Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. The pilgrims, they were also stuck on the Nepal-China border, as we saw those devastating pictures of the immigration office being washed out in this outburst of the lake, the glacial lake. So the situation is changing, and the numbers are also escalating. The priority of the authorities in Nepal is to establish contact with these missing people, because the communication lines have been cut off completely. 20 bridges have been washed out. 40 kilometers of road has been washed out in this devastating deluge that happened yesterday. So these numbers are changing, and the confirmed figures are now being shared by the Nepalese authority. They say that more than 300 Indians are still missing.
I'm going to leave it at that for the moment, getting asked those details. My colleague Shivani, they're telling us about how India has come to the rescue of, in fact, the country responding to the devastating floods in Nepal. More news coming in connection with the flash floods. Fury in Nepal. We had 32 devotees from Bengal who are missing in the country. 30 devotees, 2 tour managers are untraceable, is what we are learning. In fact, this was a family from Durgapur on a pilgrimage who are missing in Nepal. The family left Bengal on the 21st day of August for the country. Bengal pilgrims reached Rasuwa on Wednesday. My colleague Anupam getting in more on that story. Anupam, what can you tell us about this, in fact, group of pilgrims who are now missing?
Well, at least 32 people from Bengal are still missing, and out of them, 2 persons from Durgapur, a couple who went for the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage, and they left on 21st, and they are out of contact for the last night. And there is a concern in the family and in the neighborhood in Durgapur. People are searching them, calling them frantically, but getting no response. So, how the situation is at present. West Bengal government has also opened a helpline and control room in Bhavani Bhavan, the headquarters of Bengal police, and they have also been 12 SDRF teams have been placed and alerted in North Bengal for this deluge, and a lot of persons, especially those who are missing at present, the family members of those persons, people from government and government of West Bengal, and trying to help them. So these are things which are happening at present, but it's a very concerning and challenging situation for the families whose members have gone there for the pilgrimage and are still missing.
With the very latest on that story, extremely unfortunate, because there's so much concern regarding what would eventually happen to them. They're missing right now. We just hope that there is some information around them. Around about 32 devotees from Bengal, a family from Durgapur, which has gone missing here. 130 Indians, including many pilgrims on the Mansarovar Yatra, were missing. Scores of others were stranded in the country after flash floods swept through its central districts, unleashing devastation and cutting off affected areas. The whereabouts of 37 of 57 tourists from Tamil Nadu are yet to be ascertained, while 20 others have been accounted for. A 32-member group from Kolkata on Kailash Mansarovar Yatra was among many from West Bengal who went untraceable after flash floods in Nepal. Several people from UP were believed to be stranded. Farmer leader Rakesh Tikait, who had gone to Nepal via road with his associates, was stuck in Pokhara. 7 tourists from Maharashtra stuck in Nepal amid flash floods, with latest reports claiming that 4 of them are safe. A team of 36 people from Kerala touring Nepal was safe and away from the areas affected by the devastating flash floods. A devastating flash flood in Nepal. It has turned into a major rescue crisis for India, with over 130 Indian tourists yet missing after the sudden disaster struck the Nepal-Tibet border region. Among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 35 tourists from Tamil Nadu who were on a pilgrimage and travel circuit towards the Kailash Mansarovar region. The families back home are desperately waiting for information as communications remain severely disrupted in the flood-hit zone. Kelai Salvi from Tamil Nadu's Thiruvarur, who went on the same pilgrimage trip, has been stranded along with a group of other tourists. Mother Geetha, daughter Vaishnavi, relative Ananda Sundari of the same family from Puducherry, who went to Nepal on pilgrimage tour, are stranded there as well. A disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in the state of Tamil Nadu back home here in the country, with the CM assuring assistance and directing officials to work towards the rescue of missing Tamils. The centre is also facing mounting pressure to accelerate the rescue operation. DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has urged immediate intervention, calling for the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely repatriated. AIADMK leader Edapadi K. Palanisamy has also demanded urgent action, calling the reports deeply shocking. EPS has urged the centre to expedite rescue operations in coordination with the Nepal government and ensure proper information sharing with Tamil Nadu.
நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளில் இருந்து திபெத்தில் இருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க வந்து சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபாக மீட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும்.
23ஆம் தேதி காலையில இங்கிருந்து கிளம்பி
We are going we are going right across to these proceedings from the assembly in Tamil Nadu. We have a minister speaking on the flash flood situation, missing Tamilians. Let's take a listen.
அந்த வாகனம் நடுவுல சிக்கிக்கிட்டதாக முதல்ல தகவல் வந்தது. அந்த வாகனத்துல பயணம் செய்த 20 தமிழர்கள் தங்களுடைய உடைமைகளை எல்லாம் உடனே அங்க விட்டுட்டு உடனே அங்கிருந்து குயிக்கா எவாக்குவேட் செய்யப்பட்டு அங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆர்ம்டு போலீஸ் போர்ஸ், திமுரே பகுதியை சார்ந்த அந்த ஆர்ம்டு போலீஸ் போர்ஸ் என்ற பகுதியில் சென்று அவங்க வந்து தஞ்சம் அடைகிறாங்க. பாதுகாப்பாக இப்ப அங்க தஞ்சம் அடைந்தவங்க இருக்கிறாங்க என்ற தகவலும் நாங்க உறுதிப்படுத்திருக்கிறோம். தற்போது அவர்கள் மீட்கப்பட்டு மேலும் தரை வழியாக ஒரு ஆல்டர்னேட் ரூட் போடப்பட்டு காத்மாண்டு அழைத்து வர ஏற்பாடுகள் நடந்துகிட்டு இருக்கு.
We can assure you that tourists from Tamil Nadu are safe.
இங்க இருந்து கிடைக்கக்கூடிய தகவல்கள், நான் குறிப்பாக நம்முடைய தமிழர்கள் எத்தனை பேர் எங்க இருக்காங்கங்கிறது ஒவ்வொரு மணி நேரமும் நாங்க வந்து தீவிரமா கண்காணிச்சிட்டே வரோம். அந்த நம்பர்
every single hour we have been monitoring where Tamilians are.
வாய்ப்பும் இருக்கு. இப்படிப்பட்ட சூழ்நிலையில மீதமுள்ள 34 பேர்களை பற்றி விவரங்களை பெறுவதில் ஒரு தாமதம் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு. இருந்தாலும் அது க்ளோஸ் மானிட்டர்ஸ்ல நாங்க ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். 54 தமிழர்களையும் விரைந்து தாயகம் மீட்டு வரும்
whereabouts of 34 we have been able to do it. There are totally 67 Tamilians who have been stranded there.
அந்த நடவடிக்கையை தனியாக நாங்க ஃபாலோ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். மேலும் இன்னொரு சென்னையிலிருந்து எங்க கூடிய மகாதேவ் கைலாஷ் யாத்ரா நிறுவனம் 49 தமிழர்களை இதே பர்பஸ்ல அங்க வந்து அழைத்து போயிருக்காங்க என்ற விவரமும் இப்ப தெரிய வந்தது. அவர்கள் பற்றிய முழு விவரங்களை பெறுவதற்காக
41 Tamilians from Nepal
இந்த இடத்துல சிக்கி இருக்காங்க. அவங்களுடைய வேற பொசிஷன் அதையும் நாங்க வந்து தீவிரமா ஃபாலோ பண்றோம். மேலும் நேபாளத்தில் சிக்கியுள்ள தமிழர்களுக்கு உதவி தேவைப்படக்கூடிய நிலையில் அவர்களோ அல்லது தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அவர்களுடைய குடும்ப உறுப்பினர்களோ அவர்களினுடைய பாதிப்பு போலவே அந்த ஃபேமிலி மெம்பர்ஸ் உடைய பாதிப்பு இன்னும் பெருசு பரிதவிச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. தமிழ்நாடு அரசினுடைய அயலக தமிழர் நலத்துறையின் கீழே ஒரு 24x7 கட்டணமில்லா உதவி எண்களை நாங்க அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணோம். இதுல 4 வகையா பிரிச்சிட்டோம். இந்தியாவுக்குள்ள இருந்தே அவங்க தொடர்பு கொள்றாங்கன்னா அது ஒரு டோல் ஃப்ரீ நம்பர் 1800-309-3793. சப்போஸ் வெளிநாடுல இருந்து தொடர்பு கொள்றாங்கன்னா அவங்க ஜஸ்ட் மிஸ்டு கால் விட்டா போதும். +91 இந்தியா கூட போட்டுட்டு 8069009900. இன்னொரு ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ் நம்பர் கடைசி டிஜிட்
announcing the toll free numbers that the families of those who are stranded there can reach out to. He says that it's completely free.
இந்த நம்பர். நாலாவதா நம்முடைய தமிழ்நாடு இல்லம் நம்முடைய புதுதில்லியில ஒரு கட்டுப்பாட்டு அறையை நாங்க ஏற்படுத்தி இருக்கிறோம். அதுக்கு 9289516712. இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம கொடுத்த உடனே அதுல எவ்வளவு நம்பர்ஸ் வந்தது மதிப்பிற்குரிய மாண்புமிகு எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவரோட கேட்டிருந்தாரு. அது கிட்டத்தட்ட 937 அழைப்புகள் வந்தது. அவர்களுக்கு உண்டான கம்யூனிகேஷன் அவங்களுக்கு தேவைப்படக்கூடிய தகவல்களையும் கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம். மேலும் இது தொடர்பாக புதுதில்லியில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தமிழ்நாடு இல்லத்தில் ஒரு கட்டுப்பாட்டு அறை அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கே. அவங்க தீவிரமா வேலை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஓய்வு பெற்ற நீதிபதி மற்றும் இங்கிருந்து போன சகல குழுக்களை சார்ந்த தமிழர்கள், அங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய மீட்கப்பட்டவர்கள், மீட்கப்பட வேண்டியவர்கள், அந்த குறித்த ஒவ்வொரு மணி நேரமான தகவல்களும் சேகரிக்கப்படுகிறது. மேலும் நேபாள அரசுடன் தொடர்பு கொண்டு இதற்குண்டான உரிய நடவடிக்கைகளை கொலாபரேட்டிவா நேபாள அரசும் இந்திய அரசும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசும் ஒன்றிய அரசும் இப்படி பல்வேறு வகையான கொலாபரேட்டிவ் மெஷர்ஸ்ல எடுக்கப்பட்டு வருகிறது.
Nepal government and Indian government has been jointly taking out the coordination and cooperation efforts to repatriate Indians who are stranded in Nepal. Rajmohan there, yes, he also says that 900 calls so far have been made to the toll free number.
அதிகரித்து வருவது ஒரு நல்ல போக்கல்ல. ஐநா சபையில எஸ்டிஜி கோல்ஸ்னு சஸ்டைனபிள் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கோல்ஸ்னு இதற்குண்டான தீர்வுகள் எல்லாம் சொல்லி இருக்கிறாங்க. தயவு செய்து நம்முடைய மாமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் இதை போன்ற சம்பவங்கள் எல்லாம் ஒரு பெரிய பாடமாக எடுத்துக்கொண்டு நாம் உருவாக்கக்கூடிய சட்டங்களோ எடுக்கக்கூடிய நடவடிக்கைகளோ இனி வருங்காலங்களில் இதை போன்ற இயற்கை பேரிடர்களை நம்மால் சமாளிக்கவே முடியாது. அதை போன்ற இயற்கை பேரிடர்கள் ஏற்படாதவாறு கண்ணும் கருத்துமாக உருவாக்க வேண்டும். இதை குறித்து மேலதிக தகவல் கிடைக்கப்பெறும் போது மாமன்றத்தில் உங்கள் அனுமதியோடு உங்கள் மூலமாக தெரியப்படுத்தும் என்பதையும் தெரியப்படுத்துகிறேன். நன்றி.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர்களே, பல்வேறு குழுக்களை நீங்கள் அமைக்கிறீர்கள். அதில் உச்சமாக இருக்கிற குழு என்பது அவை உரிமை குழு. ஏற்கனவே அவை உரிமை குழுவுக்கு உரிமை மீறல் என்ற அடிப்படையில் 2 கடிதங்கள் ஏற்கனவே கொடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இன்றைக்கு காலையில் கூட மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத்தினுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு மாறாக இயக்கப்பட்ட பகுதிகளை திருத்தி வெளியிடுகிறது சம்பந்தமாக உரிமை
பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் கூடுதல் தகவல். மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, தற்போது அரசு நிகழ்வை முடித்துக் கொண்டு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் வந்துட்டு இருக்கிறாரு. அவருடைய தலைமையில உடனடியாக ஒரு ஆய்வு கூட்டம் நடைபெற இருக்கிறது. அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள், அதிகாரிகள், பல்துறை வித்தகர்கள், சப்ஜெக்ட் மேட்டர் எக்ஸ்பர்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் சி ஜோசப் விஜய் அவர்கள் தலைமையில இது குறித்து தீவிர நடவடிக்கை குறித்த ஒரு அவசர கூட்டம் நடைபெறுகிறத உங்கள் மூலமாக தெரியப்படுத்துகிறேன்.
மாண்புமிகு பேரவைத் தலைவர்களே, இந்த அவை உரிமை குழு என்பது ஒரு உச்ச அதிகாரம் படைத்தது, உங்களுக்கே தெரியும். ஏன்னா அதில் தண்டனை கொடுக்கிற அளவுக்கு கூட அதிகாரம் படைத்தது உங்களுடைய கட்டுப்பாட்டில் இருக்கிற குழு தான். ஆனால் 2 முறை நான் கொடுத்துருக்கிறேன், உரிமை மீறி இருக்கிறார்கள் என்ற அந்த அடிப்படையில் கடிதம் கொடுத்து நீங்கள் குழு அமைத்த உடனேயே அதை பற்றி பரிசீலனை செய்கிறோம் என்று நீங்கள் சொல்லியிருக்கிறீங்க. ஆனால் நீங்கள் எங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துருக்கிற இந்த விதி பேரவையினுடைய விதி புத்தகத்தில்
All right, we're shifting focus to some news coming in. The Prime Minister is addressing the Khelo India dialogue. खेल की बात PM के साथ लिसन
नहीं लेते. हमें मेडल टैली बढ़ाने के लिए इन खेलों में भी महारत हासिल करनी ही होगी. अब जैसे सर्फिंग और स्पोर्ट्स क्लाइंबिंग, हमारे पास इतनी बड़ी कोस्टलाइन है, इतना बड़ा पहाड़ी क्षेत्र है, जहां इस प्रकार के स्पोर्ट्स के लिए एक स्वाभाविक रुचि हो सकती है. हमारे पास वाटर स्पोर्ट्स से लेकर विंटर स्पोर्ट्स तक के लिए डेमोग्राफी भी है और जियोग्राफी भी है. लेकिन फिर भी हम ऐसे खेलों में दुनिया में कहीं दिखते ही नहीं हैं। इसलिए हमें अलग अलग जिलों में ऐसी संभावनाओं को तलाशना होगा जहां किसी एक खास स्पोर्ट्स का इकोसिस्टम विकसित हो सके। और इसमें आज के इस कार्यक्रम की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। साथियों, जब हम 2036 ओलंपिक्स की तैयारी की बात करते हैं तो हमारा फोकस ये होना चाहिए कि हमें आज से ही वो खिलाड़ी तैयार करने हैं जो 2036 में अलग अलग स्पोर्ट्स के लिए क्वालिफाई और compete करेंगे। और इसलिए लाल किले से मैंने 5 साल की उम्र से 15 साल की उम्र के खिलाड़ियों की पहचान करने के लिए एक बड़े टैलेंट हंट अभियान का ऐलान किया है। और इसमें भी हमें केवल ये नहीं देखना है कि किस बच्चे की किस खेल में रुचि है, बल्कि ये भी देखना है कि कौन सा बच्चा किस खेल के लिए फिट है। हमें उस हिसाब से ही उस बच्चे को ट्रेनिंग देनी होगी। और मैं आप सभी को भरोसा देता हूं, इसके लिए सरकार की तरफ से जो भी सपोर्ट चाहिए, सरकार उसमें आपके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चलेगी। साथियों, हमारी सरकार भारत में 21वीं सदी का आधुनिक स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम बनाने के लिए पूरी तरह प्रतिबद्ध है। आज स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी से लेकर आधुनिक ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स तक देश में एक ऐसी व्यवस्था बनाई जा रही है जिसमें प्रतिभा को पहचानने से लेकर उसे दुनिया के मंच तक पहुंचाने तक हर स्तर पर सहयोग मिले। हम दुनिया के दूसरे देशों के साथ भी स्पोर्ट्स साइंस, ट्रेनिंग, कोचिंग और अनुभव साझा करने के लिए सहयोग बढ़ा रहे हैं। साथियों, स्पोर्ट्स को लेकर सरकार कितनी गंभीर है, ये आयोजन भी इसका उदाहरण है। खेलो इंडिया संवाद सिर्फ खेल की बात करने का कार्यक्रम नहीं है, एक ऐसे संवाद का मंच है जिसका एक एक विचार देश के स्पोर्ट्स विजन को एक नई दिशा दे सकता है। और इसके साथ जो युवा संवाद हो रहा है, वो कार्यक्रम आपके आइडियाज और एस्पिरेशंस को देश के सपनों से जोड़ने का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम है। इस कार्यक्रम में स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम, टैलेंट डेवलपमेंट, गवर्नेंस और विकसित भारत को लेकर युवा क्या सोचते हैं, उनके सुझाव क्या है, इन बातों को सुना जाएगा और पॉलिसी प्रोसेस में शामिल किया जाएगा। इसलिए आप सबसे कहूंगा कि जितना ज्यादा से ज्यादा हो सके इस मंच का सार्थक उपयोग कीजिए, नए आइडियाज आने दीजिए। युवा शक्ति के ये नए आइडियाज ही विकसित भारत की सिद्धि की ताकत बनेंगे। साथियों, हम अक्सर सुनते हैं एक स्वस्थ समाज के लिए, एक अच्छी पारिवारिक व्यवस्था के लिए, एक बेहतर कार्य संस्कृति के लिए स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन स्पिरिट बहुत जरूरी होती है। और ये स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन स्पिरिट खेल के मैदान में गए बिना सीखनी बहुत मुश्किल होती है। खेल हमें केवल चैंपियन बनना ही नहीं सिखाता, बल्कि खेल हमें एक बेहतर कंपटीटर बनाना भी सिखाता है। उठना, गिरना, गिरकर फिर से उठना, स्पोर्ट्स ये जज्बा हमारे भीतर लाता है। साथियों, खेलों से जीवन कैसे बदलता है, इसका एक बड़ा उदाहरण हमारे पैरा एथलीट्स हैं। पैरा एथलीट्स को जब कोई मैदान में देखता है तो जीवन के बारे में सोचने का नजरिया बदल ही जाता है। और जब वो कुछ अचीव करता है तो उस एथलीट के साथ ही उसके पूरे परिवार को नई जिंदगी मिल जाती है। वो माँ बाप, भाई बहन जो अपने उस बच्चे को शुरुआती दिनों में संघर्ष करते देखते हैं, उनके लिए उस दिव्यांग खिलाड़ी की सफलता उनके सपनों को, उनके हौसलों को भी एक नई ऊंचाई दे देती है। साथियों, मैं खुद ऐसे प्लेयर से हमेशा इंस्पायर होता रहा हूं। अब जैसे आपने सबने नाम जो सुने हैं, आर्चरी में हमारी एक बेटी एक कमाल की खिलाड़ी है। नाम जानते हैं आप? शीतल। जब पैरालंपिक में उन्होंने मेडल जीता तो पूरा जम्मू कश्मीर, पूरा हिंदुस्तान गर्व से भर उठा। ऐसे ही हमारी एक और बेटी अवनी लेखरा है, जिन्होंने दो बार पैरालंपिक के मेडल जीते। मैं जब भी बेटी अवनी से मिलता हूं, बहुत गर्व महसूस करता हूं। सुमित अंतिल हो, नीतीश कुमार हो, और अभी अभी तो आपने नाम सुना होगा हमारे जंडू कुमार। ऐसे हमारे पैरा एथलीट्स हैं। ऐसे हर साथी हमें भी प्रेरित करते हैं। साथियों, स्पोर्ट्स एक बेहतर जीवन की गारंटी है। स्पोर्ट्स हमें बेहतर जीवन जीने के लिए फिट बनाता है, हमारी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को बेहतर करता है। हम सभी फौजा सिंह जी के बारे में जानते हैं। पिछले वर्ष 100 वर्ष से ज्यादा की आयु में फौजा सिंह जी का निधन हुआ है। खेल के प्रति प्यार हो, फिटनेस हो, तो एक कैसे जीवन पर्यंत चलता है, फौजा सिंह जी इसकी मिसाल थे। उनका जीवन इस बात की बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है कि कैसे स्पोर्ट्स और क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ आपस में जुड़े हुए हैं। साथियों, स्पोर्ट्स का एक और बहुत बड़ा फायदा होता है, जो असली खिलाड़ी होते हैं उनमें ड्रग्स, नशे से दूर रहने की इच्छा शक्ति भी पैदा हो जाती है। आज जब नशे की इतनी बड़ी चुनौती युवाओं के सामने है, तो स्पोर्ट्स इसमें भी बहुत सार्थक भूमिका निभाता है। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि आज भारत में स्पोर्ट्स एक बेहतरीन प्रोफेशन के तौर पर उभरा है। समाज में स्पोर्ट्स को लेकर नजरिया बदला है। आज आप देखिए, हमारे देश में लोग ट्रायथलॉन में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। 5K और 10K रेसेस दौड़ रहे हैं। यार दोस्त मिलकर हाई रॉक्स जैसे चैलेंजेस को पूरा कर रहे हैं। कोई पहली बार शीर्षासन करने की खुशी मना रहा है, तो कोई दोस्तों और फैमिली के साथ मिलकर पीकल बॉल और बैडमिंटन खेल रहा है। ये छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं, लेकिन अगर इसको एक बड़े नजरिए से देखें तो इसमें बहुत बड़ा चेंज नजर आएगा। चेंज ये कि स्पोर्ट्स अब हमारी जिंदगी का हिस्सा बन रहा है। अगर पढ़ाई और कैरियर का टाइम टेबल बन रहा है, तो दिन भर के रूटीन में स्पोर्ट्स को भी जगह मिल रही है। और यही चेंज है, यही परिवर्तन है, जिसके कारण भारत के स्पोर्ट्स फ्यूचर पर भरोसा भी बढ़ रहा है।
All right, we'll continue to get you more details on that big story that we are tracking. For the moment, it's a wrap on this edition. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
India's longest standing biannual survey is back. That's right, the mood of the nation.
The Gen Z mood check on India Today, most definitive mood tracker.
What's actually changed after the Gen Z protests? We get you the pulse of the people on India Today.
The report card is in. Unfiltered, unscripted, unmissable.
India Today's Mood of the Nation poll, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In South Conference, Vijay wanted to come and discuss, but he did not give an agenda. There also I have raised this point. I have said to him very clearly, this dam is only to protect Tamil Nadu interest and the drinking water of Bangalore. Even without giving them, we can draw water, no doubt in it. We are eligible for that. But there is no other place in the nearest point. That is how we are working. See, as you know, as I took over immediately, it is not only Kaveri issue, even on Tungabhadra issue. For the first time, I should thank Mr. C.R. Patil, who came here. Myself, Chandrababu Naidu, Revant Reddy, 3 chief ministers met at Tungabhadra. We decided to solve our internal water problems. We came out with a solution. There also we are losing about 30 TMC of water in Tungabhadra. We all decided that let us not fight each other. We come out with a formula and we asked them to form a committee, and a committee has been there formed.
Before Sagai joins us, in fact, that's a classic
so
example.
that is the first meeting among the chief ministers where the states were fighting, and we have come to some conclusion. We always have a positive note. Fighting only with the courts will not solve the problem. Sitting across the table, some solutions will come out. So we are worried about, we see that more land will be irrigated, which help the farmer of the state. That is the priority of our state also.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I can only talk about this particular ceasefire. What happened in the military domain? I told you that they picked up the phone at about 9:30, spoke. We chose our own time. The DGMO said he's not available till about 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock he said, and then we decided at 5 o'clock. So the ceasefire is decided between 2 DGMOs. And that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else. How did this particular information get leaked out to the Americans that they tweeted before we could announce this? Again, I'm really, and that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else.
Sumi, can you say Betty had a bit of butter, but the butter was bitter, so Betty had some more butter to make the bitter butter better? क्या आप भी न्यूट्रलाइट और लाइट बटर खा रहे हैं ये सोच के कि इसमें कैलोरीज कम होती हैं? Well, it's time we educate you on a bit of butter. For this video, we've spoken with dietitian Ritika Samadar. She's the regional head, South Zone, Nutrition and Dietetics at Max Super Speciality Hospital in Saket. So we are done with understanding oils. Let's understand butter. So which one is actually better? And are any of them butter at all? Same fridge aisle में सेल होता है, same pitch है कि दोनों में फैट कम है, गिल्ट भी कम होना चाहिए. You probably assumed that they were two versions of the same thing. The reality is they are poles apart. Science पे जाने से पहले लेबल समझते हैं. Let's start with Nutrilite. So Nutrilite जो है ये अपने पैकेजिंग पे क्लेम करता है कि this is zero cholesterol, this is zero trans fat, this is zero hydrogenated fat as well. They're also saying they're rich in MUFA and PUFA, rich in omega-3. Now Amul Light on the other hand has a very specific pitch as well. They call themselves delicious creamy spread without worrying about calories. So they are saying zero fat, zero cholesterol as well, zero vegetable oil as well. Both are talking cholesterol and fat profile. So if you read the front of the packaging, you will assume that you're choosing between two versions of the same science, but you're not. Let's start with understanding the difference in the calorie count. अगर आप regular butter use कर रहे हैं, उसमें करीब 100 ग्राम में 722 कैलोरीज होते हैं. अगर आप अमूल लाइट ले रहे हैं, इसमें 615 कैलोरीज होती हैं per 100 grams, which is about 15% less. And Nutrilite जो है, इसमें roughly होती है 634 calories per 100 grams. What actually is inside both of them? Let's start with Amul Light. Amul Light is dairy, it is milk fat, it is reformulated Amul Light, contains no vegetable oil. वो इन्होंने छोटे से claim के साथ ऊपर लिखा भी है. But Nutrilite on the other hand, it's just margarine. ये margarine का माजरा क्या है समझने के लिए इसकी ingredient list पढ़िए. Ingredient list पर जब आप देखेंगे, which is on the back of the pack, you understand that the largest ingredient here is actually edible vegetable oil. It's got palm oil, it's got palm kernel oil, it's got sunflower oil, sesame oil. So to answer the question, are any of them really butter? Well, butter is defined by FSSAI as anything that has 80% milk fat, which both of them do not. Amul Light has about 65% milk fat, so they cannot call themselves butter. And it doesn't. It says milk fat bread spread over here. Similarly, Nutrilite is not butter at all because it's coming from vegetable fat, and thus it says so. It calls itself very simply vegetable fat spread, and this is then clearly margarine. Both of them are engineered to taste like butter, but they are not butter at all.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You're watching Lunch Break on India Today. I'm Suesha Samant. Our non-stop focus on the rescue operations that are underway in Nepal. We'll continue to get you the very latest. First, a quick check of the top headlines. 175 bodies have been recovered so far and several still missing in the deadly Nepal floods. Trail of destruction, villages and homes swept away after quake triggered flash floods. India Today is the only channel reporting from the disaster zone.
Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this. And this explains how furious, this mayhem was, the devastation.
Over 133 Indians still missing in Nepal flood fury. Prime Minister Modi offers support. Nepal government welcomes. India rushes 10 tons of relief material. Millions among the 133 Indians missing in the Nepal flood fury. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister expresses shock, orders Tamil Nadu officials in Delhi to act. Pilgrims from Bengal, Maharashtra and Puducherry also untraceable. Several Kailash-bound pilgrims missing in Nepal flash flood. Spiritual leader Satguru says 80 devotees dead from Isha Foundation. Mourns loss, urges authorities to allow him to visit the disaster site.
So we're doing everything possible. We're still looking if we can. We're seeking permission through the Indian Embassy, and the Chinese Embassy in India, and the American Embassy is working on this to see if they can permit me and a group of people to be there.
Nepal-China war of words over flood tragedy. Nepal journalists say no prior flood warning by China. China rejects claims, calls Nepal media allegations fake news. Did China keep Nepal in the dark about flood threat? Kiren Rijiju, unfiltered and unplugged. Union Minister's unmissable interview. Rijiju defines who's a Dimagi Naxal. Parliament Minister's big hint on special Parliament session news. Rijiju answers on pellet gun row, says rule book followed, no order came from the MHA.
We wanted the discussion on the bills. We allotted the time. Each bill was given time to discuss in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
And first up, we got across to latest news coming in. Nepal flood tragedy issue in Tamil Nadu Assembly is the latest, where Tamil Nadu Minister has said that 103 devotees who travelled to Nepal. Vijay government has said that among them 54 were Tamilians who are stranded in Nepal. Vijay government saying that they are monitoring the Nepal rescue operations very closely. Vijay government has also released a helpline number for those who are stranded and hail from Tamil Nadu. This is the latest that is coming in from the Vijay government, as they say that they are monitoring the rescue operations in Nepal very closely, and they have also activated all of those in New Delhi to say that any sort of assistance or help that can be extended to the family of the victims. Nepal flood tragedy issue that was also being discussed in the Tamil Nadu Assembly. Let's listen in.
இன்றைக்கு நீங்கள் கேள்வி நேரத்தை எடுத்துருக்கிறீங்க. 5 கேள்விகளுக்கு அலோவ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க. 5 கேள்விகளுக்கும் நம்முடைய அமைச்சர்கள் அவர்கள் தெளிவாக பதில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. துணை கேள்விகள்லாம் பதில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோள், கேள்வி நேரம் நடக்கும்போது குறிப்பாக நீங்கள் முக்கியமாக 5 துறைகளில் பதில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. கேள்வி நேரம் நடக்கும்போது அந்த துறையினுடைய செயலாளர்கள் இந்த அவைக்கு வர வேண்டும், அவங்க நோட்ஸ் எடுத்துக்க வேண்டும். எனவே அதையும் நீங்கள் வலியுறுத்த வேண்டும். அதேபோல் இன்றைக்கி இந்த கவன ஈர்ப்பு தீர்மானத்தை நாங்கள் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். நானும் கொடுத்துருக்கிறேன், அனைத்து கட்சி தலைவரும் கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. ஆனால் நாங்கள் கவன ஈர்ப்பு தீர்மானத்தை கொண்டு வரதுக்கு முன்பாகவே ஒரு அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இதற்கு விளக்கம் சொல்லணும்னு சொல்கிறாரு. அதையும் நீங்கள் அலோவ் பண்ணுறீங்க. இது உடனே நீங்கள் கரூர் இன்சிடென்ட்டோட கம்பேர் பண்ணுறீங்க. அது நான் சரியாக இருக்குமா என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஏனென்றால் கரூர் இன்சிடென்ட் நடக்கும்போது இங்கே அவையில் முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களே இருந்து அதற்கு பதில் சொன்னார்கள். இப்போ முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் அவையில் இல்லை, சீஃப் செக்ரட்டரி தலைமைச் செயலாளரும் இல்லை. எனவே இதையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கவனத்தில் கொண்டு எந்தெந்த துறை பிரச்சனை வரும்போது அந்த அரசு துறை அதிகாரிகள் இங்கே இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நீங்கள் அறிவுறுத்த வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
I'd like to cut across to Mr. Malinath Kodli. He was one of those who was stranded in Nepal. Now he is thankfully safe. He's in Kathmandu at the moment. I want to thank you, sir, for speaking to India Today this morning. I firstly want to understand from you, are you safe? Are you all right? You're away. How were you rescued?
Hello, namaste, madam.
नमस्ते सर।
हाँ मैडम।
आपसे सबसे पहले जानना चाहूंगी, आप सेफ हैं, आप ठीक हैं? अभी आप कहाँ हैं? काठमांडू में?
मैडम हम एक्चुअली कल सुबह 6 बजे से हम यात्रा स्टार्ट किया था।
फिर
हमारा टोटल 25 मेंबर था टोटल हमारे ग्रुप में।
आप बताइए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ मैडम 25 मेंबर था। हम एक्चुअली काठमांडू से 1-2 घंटा का यात्रा के बाद एक बटार बोल के गांव आया। बटार बोल के त्रिशूल नदी होता, वो नदी वो पार होता त्रिशूल नदी। वो बटार के पास हमारे सामने खाली हमारा बस 200 मीटर ओनली 200 मीटर के दूर से एकदम पूरा बाढ़ आया।
फिर क्या हुआ?
बहुत हम देखे तो इमेजिन नहीं करता, ऐसा बड़ा पूरा दुआ के साथ बहुत एकदम पानी आया मैडम। हमारा ड्राइवर एकदम गाड़ी रिटर्न करके हाइट प्लेस में लेके गया, हम बच गया।
तो आप अपनी फैमिली के साथ थे, आप अकेले थे उस टाइम पे? आप रोड पे थे?
नहीं मैडम, हमारा सन मिला, मैं 2 था, मैं कर्नाटक से।
फिर मणिनाथ जी, आप बता रहे थे आपके ड्राइवर ने वहां से गाड़ी हटा ली। क्या इम्पैक्ट उस टाइम पर फील हुआ?
मैडम वो हम बोल नहीं सकते, ऐसा इमेजिन वही रात भर तक मेरे को याद आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है, नींद नहीं होगा। बहुत मेरे सामने आ गया पूरा एकदम पानी बहुत आ गया। हमारे के 10 मिनट पहले 2 बस अभी कांटेक्ट में नहीं है, मिसिंग है। हमारे सामने गए सो बस 2 बस वेस्ट बंगाल का टूरिस्ट।
तो मणिनाथ जी, अभी आप सेफ हैं? आपको किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया गया वहां से?
मैडम उधर से क्या है मैडम, हमारा ड्राइवर पूरा हाइट प्लेस में जाके रुके 1 घंटे। रुकने के बाद पूरा रिटर्न जाने का रास्ता अच्छा है नहीं पूछ के कंफर्म करके फिर रिटर्न 3 घंटा रिटर्न आके हम काठमांडू में होटल में सेफ है।
तो मणिनाथ जी, आप बताइए, आप वैसे कहां से हैं और आप काठमांडू में यात्रा के लिए गए थे?
मैडम हम मानस सरोवर यात्रा के लिए गए थे।
एग्जैक्टली जब बाढ़ आई थी उस वक्त आप कहां थे?
वो एक्चुअली बाढ़ आए थे टाइम हम एक्चुअली वो बाढ़ हम तिमुरी जाने का था मैडम, चाइना बॉर्डर का तिमुरी।
उसके बाद जब आप जी बोलिए।
तिमुरी बोल के इमिग्रेशन होता है, वहां जाने का था। अभी 1 घंटे का रास्ता था।
तो वहां से जब आप काठमांडू वापस आए हैं, किस तरह की दिक्कतें आई? खाना पीना आपको मिला?
नहीं मैडम, क्या भी दिक्कत नहीं हो गया। हमारे ट्रैवल एजेंसी ने सब अरेंज किया है, खाना गिना का पूरा हमारा नेटवर्क पे वर्क कर रहा था। बाद में हमारा MP MLA सब कांटेक्ट में है। अभी हम सेफ जोन में है।
आपको कोई इंजरी आई इस दौरान?
नो मैडम, क्या भी नहीं हो गया मैडम। हमारा ड्राइवर हमारे को बच गया, नहीं तो हमारे सामने से देखे मैं।
आपके साथ जो लोग थे वो सेफ है?
पूरा सेफ है मैडम। हमारा साथ वाला तो टोटल 25 मेंबर पूरा वो आंध्र का है। सब लोग सेफ है, होटल में स्टे करे मैडम।
आपने अपनी फैमिली से बात की मणिनाथ जी?
हाँ बात किया मैडम, रात से कंटिन्यू कांटेक्ट में हो, बात किया मैडम। हमारा एजेंसी ने अभी रिटर्न टिकट बुक कर रहे हैं। हम कल नहीं तो आज नहीं तो कल हम रिटर्न जाते हैं मैडम।
आप जब वहां से निकल रहे थे, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस आपके सामने थे, लोगों को किस तरह से मदद मिली?
मैडम उधर क्या हो गया, एकदम बाढ़ आने के बाद गांव वाला लोग भी पूरा पैनिक हो गया, बहुत पूरा क्राउड हो गया। वो बोल नहीं सकता, ऐसा सिचुएशन था मैडम।
कितने घंटे फंसे रहे आप?
एक्चुअली हम नहीं फंसे मैडम, एक्चुअली वो बाढ़ आ रहे था ना, आने के वो दिखने के बाद हमारा ड्राइवर इमीडिएटली रिटर्न करके हाइट प्लेस में लेके गया बस।
और आपके सामने आपने किस तरह का डिस्ट्रक्शन देखा? लोग जो आपके सामने थे, जो
हाँ, वो मैडम बहुत पैनिक में था, उनका लोग कंटिन्यू फोन करके कौन कौन गया, कौन कौन क्या है, पूरा सब लोग, वो गांव वाला पूरा बटार बोल के गांव है, पूरा गांव का गांव पूरा परेशान में था।
आपको सुनने में आ रहा है अब क्या सिचुएशन है वहां पर, किस तरह से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हो रहे हैं?
हेलो, हाँ मैडम, हम देखे मैडम, सब लोग नेपाली का पूरा मिलिट्री आ गया, वो हेलीकॉप्टर सब, वो पूरा बचने के लिए पूरा हम देखे मैडम, देख रहा था, मैं सामने देख रहा था, पूरा लोग आके पूरा ये कर रहे।
अगर आपको डिस्क्राइब करना हो, आपने कभी ऐसा भयानक कुछ देखा है इससे पहले, आप कैसे डिस्क्राइब करेंगे?
नहीं मैडम, वो बोल नहीं सकता सर, एकदम आ गया पूरा, बहुत पूरा एकदम पानी आ गया, पूरा धुआं आ गया।
और फिर कितना समय लगा आपको या वहां से सेफ जोन तक पहुंचने में? आप अगर फंसे रहे तो कितने घंटे फंसे रहे?
एक्चुअली हम क्या मैडम, एक घंटा उधर फंस गया था, बाद में पूरा फोन गेन करके हमारा ड्राइवर पूरा इधर नेपाल काठमांडू में क्लियर है क्या पूरा पूछ के क्लियर है बोलने के बाद हम 3 घंटा का जर्नी रिटर्न करने के बाद हम नेपाल पहुंच गए मैडम।
तो जब आप वहां से निकल रहे थे, आपकी गाड़ी वहां से निकल रही थी, कितनी दूर तक आपको रियलाइज हुआ कि बाढ़ का इम्पैक्ट यहां तक आया है?
ओके, वो 1 किलोमीटर तक आए मैडम।
मनीनाथ जी, आप ठीक हैं, आप सेफ हैं, आपकी अपनी फैमिली से बात हो गई है?
हाँ, बात हुई मैडम, हमसे ठीक है, हमारा एमपी साहब, हमारा एमएलए साहब कंटिन्यू हमारे को कांटेक्ट में है, अब हम सेफ जोन में होटल में स्टे है मैडम।
और अभी यहाँ खाने पीने की कोई दिक्कत नहीं है?
क्या भी दिक्कत नहीं मैडम।
थैंक यू हमसे बात करने के लिए।
थैंक यू।
So there you heard from one of the victims who thankfully was rescued, but many of those who are still stuck under the debris as rescue operations are underway. And like you see, all sort of help has been activated, helpline numbers that have also been put out for the families of those victims who may be stuck. Let me take this to my colleague Apurva to get a sense of the numbers that you may be picking up from the Vijay government, because we understand that many Tamilians who were part of that pilgrimage and they were stuck, some have been rescued. The Vijay government has activated all sort of helplines. What more are you picking up, Apurva? All right, not too sure if Apurva is still connected with us, but there you see many of those victims we are trying to get in touch with. Some of them who are thankfully safe, they've been rescued, but tension still at its peak as the rescue operations are on in full swing, and more than 175 who are still missing. A devastating flash flood that literally took on this entire region in Nepal. It has turned into a major rescue crisis for India. Over 130 Indian tourists who are feared missing after the sudden disaster that struck the Nepal-Tibet border region. Among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 103 tourists from Tamil Nadu who were on a pilgrimage and travel circuit towards the Kailash Mansarovar region. Their families back home are desperately waiting for information as communications remain severely disrupted in the flood-hit zone. Kelai Selvi from Tamil Nadu's Tiruvarur, who went on the same pilgrimage trip, has been stranded along with a group of tourists. Mother Geeta, her daughter Vaishnavi, relative Ananda Sundari of the same family from Puducherry who went to Nepal on pilgrimage tour are also stranded. The disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in Tamil Nadu, with Chief Minister Vijay assuring all sorts of assistance and directing officials to work towards the rescue of missing Tamilians. The centre is also facing mounting pressure to accelerate the rescue operation. DMK MP Dayaridi Maran has urged immediate intervention, calling for the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely repatriated. AIDMK leader Edapadi K. Palanisamy has also demanded urgent action, calling the reports deeply shocking, EPS has urged the centre to expedite rescue operations in coordination with the Nepal government and ensure proper information sharing with Tamil Nadu.
நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளில் இருந்து திபெத்தில் இருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க வந்து சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபாக மீட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லா இருக்கும்.
23ஆம் தேதி காலையில் இங்கேருந்து கிளம்பி கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து பஸ்ஸில் போயிட்டு சென்னையிலேருந்து போனாங்க. போயிட்டு முந்தா நாள் காலையில் டெல்லியில் இருக்கோம்ப்பா அப்படின்னாங்க. நேற்று காலையில் காத்மாண்டில் சேஃபாக இருக்கிறோம். அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டால் சேஃபாக இருக்கு அப்படின்னு. தாசில்தார் வந்தாங்க, திருவாரூர் தாசில்தார் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு விசாரிச்சுட்டு அதான் அந்த லிஸ்ட் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க.
சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்தது. ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க, அது ஓகே. பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டேரெக்டாக கான்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. கான்டாக்ட் கிடச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது திருப்பி எப்படி அவங்க ரிட்டர்ன் கூட்டணும் வரணும் என்னன்றது இதுக்கு மேலே தான் நாங்கள் பிளான் பண்ணோம். காலையில் 6:15 மணிக்கு காலையில் இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணால் சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான், எல்லா ஃபோனுமே சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. இல்லை அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டணும் வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம். அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டணும் வரது மட்டும்தான் இப்போ நான் ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்குது.
கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து சூப்பர் யாத்ரா ஏஜென்சி அப்படிங்கிற நிறுவனம் மூலமாக நமக்கு 57 பேர் இந்த நிறுவனம் மூலமாக கைலாயில் போயிருக்காங்க. அதில் வந்து நமக்கு தஞ்சாவூரை சேர்ந்தவங்க 14 பேர். பாக்கி எல்லாருமே அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. திருவண்ணாமலை, மயிலாடுதுறை, திருவாரூர், நிறைய இடத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. மொத்தம் 57 பேர் 3 பஸ்ஸில் போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று ஈவினிங் வந்து நேபாளத்துலேருந்து திபெத் நோக்கி போகிறப்ப தான் இந்த ஆக்சிடென்ட்டுங்க. மொதல் பஸ்ஸு போயிட்டாங்க, 2வது பஸ் 3வது பஸ் போகிறப்ப தான் ஏதோ சவுண்டு கேட்டிருக்குன்னு சொல்லி பார்த்துருக்காங்க. அவங்கள்ட்ட யார்கிட்டையுமே தொடர்பு கொள்ள முடியல. அப்பப்போ டவர் கிடைக்கிறப்ப தான் பேச முடியுது. நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம், எல்லார்ட்டையுமே பேசுறதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இன்னும் யார்கிட்டையுமே அவங்கள்ட்ட பேச முடியல.
23ஆம் தேதி நைட்டு 57 பேர் கொண்ட ஒரு குழு கைலாயம் போகிறதுக்காக கிளம்புனது. 24ஆம் தேதி விடிகாத்தால் 12:40க்கு ஃப்ளைட்டு சென்னையில். டெல்லி போய் டெல்லியிலேருந்து காட்மாண்டில் மீட்டிங் முடிஞ்சு மறுநாள் காலையில் எல்லோரும் 8 மணிக்கெலாம் அவங்களுக்கு குரூப்பை 57 பேர், மகாராஷ்டிராவை சேர்ந்த 2 பேர், 59 பேர் குரூப். அது நான் மிலிட்ரி சீஃப் இன்ஜினியர் ஒருத்தர் அவர்கிட்ட பேசினேன். அவர்கிட்ட நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் டென்ஷன் ஆகாதீங்க சார், எங்கள் மிச்சம் இருக்கிற ஆளுங்க எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் வெளியால் யாரும் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணிட்டோம். அந்த ஏரியா யாரும் வெளியில் வர முடியாது. நாங்கள் உங்கள் ஆளுங்கள்லாம் 20 பேர் சேஃப்டியாக வச்சுருக்கிறோம். அவங்க இந்த நிலைமை சீரானவொன்னே உடனே உங்களுக்கு ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு இது ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு காட்மாண்டு அனுப்பிடுவோம். காட்மாண்டுலேருந்து நீங்கள் அழைச்சிட்டு போயிடுங்க அப்படின்ட்டுருக்காங்க. நாளைக்கு நான் அவங்களை அழைக்கிறதுக்கு காட்மாண்டு போகிறேன். மீதி உள்ளவங்க 37 பேர் வந்து இரவுக்குள்ளே சொல்கிறேன் எத்தனை பேர். நாங்கள் ஒரு 10-15 பேர் வந்து ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்துருக்கோன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது யாருங்கிறது தெரியல, அங்கே போனால் தெரியும். எதுக்கும் உங்கள் நேம் லிஸ்ட், அந்த உங்கள் குரூப்பை சேர்ந்த நேம் லிஸ்ட் அனுப்புங்க. ஒத்து வருதா, பாஸ்போர்ட்லாம் கையில் வச்சுருப்பாங்க, அது ஒத்து வந்துச்சுன்னா நான் உங்களுக்கு தகவல் சொல்கிறேன்ருக்காங்க.
And those are the many voices coming in. Remember, some have been rescued and they put out their story. It was so horrific. Never something they had ever seen before. While the rescue operations are on in full swing, but even in India, the tension equally high, where the centre is now being urged to ensure that Indians who are stuck in Nepal are rescued safely and brought back. Meanwhile, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, who broke down over the deaths in flash floods, the spiritual leader, while addressing volunteers of the Isha Foundation, informed them that 80 people from his group had died in the tragedy. The volunteers broke down upon hearing the news. Sadhguru himself could not hold back his tears and broke down. He appealed to the Chinese authorities to allow him and a small team of volunteers to travel to Tibet's Gairong to help with the rescue operation. The tragic floods have so far claimed more than 165 lives in Nepal and Tibet, with more than 700 people who are still missing. Rescue operations are being carried out to save as many lives as possible. The flash floods that were triggered by a glacial avalanche near the Nepal-Tibet border, causing widespread destruction across the region and leaving hundreds dead and hundreds who are still missing.
Looking at the scale of destruction, it looks bad. The same building where we were for the immigration just a week ago, That entire building is washed away, and part of the town is washed away. We still don't know the other numbers. All communication is down, so we have no way. Within the hour, we informed all the embassies of these countries, both in India and Nepal, and we've been active in this, but there is really nothing much. At 9:05, we received a message from the group leader, who is Aishanga Praveen, who's been with us. At 9:05, he sent a message that they have arrived at the immigration. So after that, this happened at 9:14. And Praveen, who was leading the team, who has been with us for more than 2 decades, is a full-time Ishanga with us. And we noticed that his Nepal phone did not come active through the… If he had crossed over, his Nepal phone should have come active, it did not come. So literally the entire group was there in the building. So this is a terrible and an extraordinary event, which unfortunately has turned out this way.
We are at this place called New Dongba in Tibet, which is just a day's drive from the border town, Jirong, where this tragedy has unfolded. And at the moment, we have several groups right now in Tibet, in different parts of Tibet, undertaking this yatra. Unfortunately, we had this one group of 77 participants today who were exiting Tibet and going back to Kathmandu after a very successful yatra, about 9 or 10 minutes before the tragedy struck. And he shared with us that they had just reached the immigration and they will start the immigration process. And in about 10 minutes' time, we were not able to contact them again. We were not able to reach anybody in the group. And it took us some time to, grasp that what was happening there. Authorities are doing their best as we see it on the China side, from India side, and of course also Nepal side. But the communication systems are all down because of this flood. And it took several hours for us to even start getting tidbits of information. And the last video, if you see, which is going viral at the moment, that sort of tells the story of what actually happened there. Yeah. And but we are still waiting for some official information, which has not come as yet, because it's quite remote region. You see, Tibet is quite remotely located, and the tragedy was very huge. But from what we have heard, the military has started work there, and we hope to get some information soon from them. We do have some information on the Nepal side, where 3 of our volunteers were stationed. The whole of that town, which is called Timre, is wiped out, completely wiped out. And we have no information about 3 of these volunteers as well. Fortunately, we have Sadhguru here with us, and he's been completely on, and he's been guiding us. We have been trying to reach out to various agencies, various embassies, because we had people from 19 different countries. And so we have been reaching out to all the 19 embassies, both in India and in Nepal. We have been reaching out to all the families of all the 77 plus these 3 people, 80 families. We've been reaching out to them personally, over the phone, over actually visiting them personally in wherever they are, trying to provide them all the support that we can provide to them emotionally with regard to updates, some information. We've been trying all of that, but it's still very difficult to comprehend that such a thing has happened.
Art of Living Foundation founder Sri Ravi Shankar expressed solidarity with the victims of the Nepal floods. Listen into what he said.
Nature's fury and disaster has taken over Nepal at this hour. It has been such a wonderful place for people to visit, and many went as a pilgrim to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and many of them lost their lives. In this very difficult time, let's all show our solidarity with the people of Nepal and the affected families and the government of Nepal. Let's pray to Almighty to give strength to all the victims who lost their near and dear ones. Let's hope that the country will limp back to normalcy very soon, and let's all work towards saving the environment, especially in the Himalayan region.
A massive flash flood in Nepal's Bhote Koshi Trishuli River basin that struck Rasuwa and neighboring districts on Wednesday after flash floods surged from the Tibet side, leaving over 163 dead. The toll that could go higher. We are getting you the latest pictures of the devastation from the flood-hit Nepal. Nepal flash floods unleashed a massive wall of water at the Rasuwagadi border on Wednesday morning, with CCTV footage from immigration office on Chinese side capturing the sudden deluge as it violently surged through the border area. The footage shows the sheer force of the floodwaters as they swept through Rasuwa. The customs office at China's Kerong border connected to Nepal's Rasuwagadi crossing is a key route for containers entering Nepal and is also used by pilgrims travelling to Mansarovar. A sudden flash flood triggered by a sharp rise in the Bhote Koshi river from the Tibetan side struck Rasuwa district in Nepal. Siapru, Besi and Timure regions were severely hit, with villages, bridges, roads and infrastructure project sites washed away. Nepal police issued alerts for downstream districts along the Trishuli river basin, urging residents to stay vigilant and move to safer locations. At least 160 people have been killed. Hundreds have been missing after that flash flood and mudslide along the Nepal-Tibet border, washing away villages and damaged roads and infrastructure. The flood hit early on Wednesday in Rasuwa, just north of Nepal's capital, Kathmandu, with preliminary information suggesting it was caused by an earthquake triggering an avalanche with melted snow pouring into the Bhote Koshi river. The Nepal disaster that has also struck Nepal's hydropower sector. Nepal's energy ministry has said that around 430 megawatts of electricity supplies have been affected, largely because of damage to hydroelectric projects. That is more than 12% of the country's total installed hydropower capacity of 3.2 gigawatts. Around a dozen settlements in Kathmandu that have been affected. Devastating scenes from Betravati Bazar show homes and businesses that were swept away as the powerful flash flood surged downstream from Rasuwa. Betravati is reported to be among the worst hit areas of Nuwakot district in central Nepal. Narayani River at Narayan Ghat has swollen to danger levels following a massive flash flood from the Bhote Koshi and Trishuli river basins. Powerful waves from the swollen Narayani river hit a Buddha statue in Narayan Ghat, Chitwan as floodwaters rose in Nepal following the massive flash flood. Authorities have urged people living along the Narayani and other rivers to remain alert. Powerful flash floods tore through Nepal's Rasuwa district, sweeping away cars and multi-story buildings after surging across the border from Tibet. 114 persons who've been affected by the both Ekoshi flash floods who have been rescued with the mobilization of helicopters belonging to the Nepali army and private companies. Nepali police have also shared information that NA helicopter picked 85 persons waiting for rescue following the disaster since Wednesday morning. Similarly, the private helicopters airlifted 29 stranded ones to safety. A video showing the Nepal army rescuing a young man stranded on the rooftop of his house amid massive flash floods in Nepal has gone viral on social media. A huge wall of mud and rock collapsed into a river on the Himalayan border of Nepal and China's Tibet on Wednesday, triggering catastrophic flooding on the Nepali side that killed at least over 163 people who've been confirmed dead, left hundreds of tourists missing. An animation shows the Himalayan border region between Nepal and China's Tibet tracing the possible path of an ice rock avalanche believed to have triggered catastrophic flooding that killed at least 95 people and left hundreds missing in Nepal. Using pre-event imagery, the animation highlights the mountainous area northeast of the Rasuwa border crossing where authorities believe a mass of ice, rock and debris collapsed and moved through the region before unleashing a debris-filled flood downstream. Eyewitness footage captured a flood sweeping through a village in Nepal's Himalayan region on the 26th of August after a massive collapse of mud and rock triggered catastrophic flooding near the border with China's Tibet region. The video, filmed near Betravati Bazar in Uttar Gaya municipality, showed a torrent of flood water, mud and debris rushing down a mountainside and covering part of the settlement.
Why?
A huge wall of mud and rock collapsed into a river on the Himalayan border of Nepal and China's Tibet on August 26, triggering catastrophic flooding on the Nepali side. 163 people have been killed at least, and the death toll could mount further. Hundreds of tourists who are missing. The disaster has left over 500 tourists unaccounted for, of whom over 391 were foreigners and over 93 Nepalis. And we are now cutting across to these live pictures coming in as Nepali Prime Minister Baliyan Shah is at the flood-affected region taking stock of the rescue operations. Nepali Prime Minister Baliyan Shah, who has just reached Bidur in Nuwakot to observe the flood and landslide-affected areas. There you see, as he's not only there to map the extent of damage, but also all the rescue work that is underway to be able to bring out those who are still feared missing, who are stuck under the debris. Round-the-clock operations that have been happening ever since the tragedy struck. And this includes the Nepali army, the Nepali police and several private companies also who've been on the ground. But remember, those who are missing and even those who are dead mostly are tourists, as we understand that the death toll so far stands at 163, over 700 who are still feared missing. Those are the aerial shots that we are getting you of the 26th of August. And then, of course, on the right, Nepali Prime Minister Baliyan Shah, who is at the very side. He is at the flood-affected region. There you see security that has been heightened as Prime Minister of Nepal. Baliyan Shah has just reached the very spot. He's taking stock of the situation. He's speaking with the officials of what exactly is the status of the rescue operations, the challenges that are being faced by those who are on the ground, trying to remove as many of those who may have survived. Some who witnessed that deadly sight of when the flash flood struck, and the suddenness of it that literally took everyone by shock. Some of them who managed to survive, to escape from there. Just a short while ago, we got you one of those victims who literally spoke of the horror story of how they had a very, very narrow escape. But many of those who could not, because of the suddenness of which the flood had struck. Nepali Prime Minister, there you see on the right of your screens, he is in Nuwakot. He is there to take stock of the situation. He has reached Bidur in Nuwakot to observe the flood and the landslide affected areas. These were adjoining villages near the Nepal-Tibet border that was literally washed away. In fact, authorities were still ascertaining the full extent of the disaster. More than 1,500 who have been reported missing, out of which 800 were foreigners, and they are still missing as the rescue operations are on. 300 of them who were Indians, most of them from Tamil Nadu, and the authorities were still trying to ascertain how many of those who may not have survived, those who still may have had the chance, are being removed from under the debris, and the full extent of the disaster that is still being assessed at the moment by the Nepal authorities. Nepal Prime Minister Baliyan, who's just reached the spot. Thousands of families who've lost their homes, they're still missing. And the extent of the damage that has still not been completely assessed, as the focus entirely right now to rescue those who may have been stuck under the debris. Nepal, that is still battling with the aftermath of one of its worst flash flood disasters, with rescue operations continuing across the worst hit areas. The death toll is mounting. Nepal's Disaster Management Authority says that 165 bodies have been recovered so far, with identification still underway, and the number of missing, those are still high, as that's the number that is being indicated. Now, according to preliminary data from the Nepal Tourism Board, 579 people who are missing from the affected areas, including 466 foreign nationals, 113 Nepalis, nearly 300 Indian tourists who are among those who are reportedly missing. Today, the Nepal Army rescued 123 people. This was by helicopter from Rasuwa, including 95 from Timure, 7 people who were trapped inside a hydropower tunnel in Haku, and 21 Indian tourists. The Nepal Army, armed police force and Nepal police that continue search and rescue operations using helicopters to reach areas cut off by floodwaters and landslides. Prime Minister Baliyan has called the situation very critical, with saving lives and intensifying rescue operations. That is the immediate priority for the Nepalese government. But the danger, that is still not over. In fact, it's far from being over, as authorities warn that the upstream river blockage has not been fully cleared, raising concerns of another surge, and that is the fear that looms large.
I'm in Nuwakot at ground zero, the last city towards the downstream. The moment we see that avalanche, flash flood, whatever it was, it only brought the devastation. So that's a Trishuli right behind me, and the road that connects to Rasuwa. Entire road was washed away, and look at the magnitude of the disaster. All these building structures, 30 to 40 feet. In fact, if you see, right across, that's the Trishuli river flowing still with the full flow, and that's Gramin Vikas Agriculture Development Bank Limited. Look at the entire structure. The whole building was under a debris. That was the flow, and that also explains the water flow was up to 30 to 40 feet. Now on the other side, that's the ATM right behind me, which was also got inundated, not only mud and debris still, and this explains the furious devastation. Still the debris, and it is very loose. The moment someone, even put a step right here, you literally go in the debris. Look at this, what has happened. Heavy vehicles, these are heavy transport vehicles, and look at what has happened. That was the power flow and magnitude of the devastation triggered by Trishuli rivers, what came from the Tibet plateau and all the roads. The biggest challenge for the authorities are to ensure road connectivity, because unless you have that, the operation will only depend on the air sorties, because the number of air sorties will be limited. Looking at the weather conditions, largely depends on the weather condition. But moreover, though people who stranded in Rasuwa and other parts, they need to be evacuated, and for that the road connectivity will be very essential. So beyond this point, since all it has covered in a thick layer of debris, those all areas, these heavy machineries are trying to clear the road, and as and when it becomes, that will really make an uphill task for all the authorities. Because you see these vehicles, the trucks, the movements, That explains how furious the situation it was. At ground zero in Noakhot, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. जब सैलाब आया उसने बहुत सारी जिंदगियों को तो लीला है, लेकिन उसके साथ लोगों की माल मत्ता भी छीन ली। यहाँ ये परिवार है, ये लोग 15 साल से यहाँ पर रहते हैं। देखिए बच्चा है छोटा सा और 15 सालों से ये इनका घर है। अब पानी देखिए आया होगा। अभी मैं नदी का स्तर एक बार जरा कैमरा उधर घुमा के दिखाता हूँ। अभी नदी का स्तर देखिए कितना कम है, बिल्कुल पानी नीचे है। आपको लग रहा होगा 8 से 10 फीट गहरा पानी होगा। अब आप ये सोचिए कि उस स्तर से लेके जब सैलाब आया होगा तब पानी का जो स्तर था वो यहाँ तक पहुंचा है। यहाँ पूरा दलदल है, आगे जाना मुश्किल है। ये निशान देखिए दरवाजे पर, इतना ऊपर पानी आया है। यानी सीधा लगता है कि 100 मीटर से भी ऊपर पानी ने अपनी सारी सीमाएं तोड़ी। और जब वो इस तरह बेकाबू हुई, इसके बाद क्या दुकान क्या मकान सब उसकी चपेट में आए। वहां देखिए किसी की बाइक है, किसी की मेहनत की कमाई है, उसकी जिंदगी का हिस्सा होगा। और ये इस तरह की भारी भरकम गाड़ियां हल्की तिनकी की तरह ऐसी बहती गई हैं कि आखिर लोग उसकी चपेट में आते तो उनके साथ क्या ही होता। बड़े बड़े पेड़ जंगल दरख्त सब उसकी चपेट में आ गए। अभी भी हवा जो हेलीकॉप्टर्स हैं वो लगातार हवा में गूंज रहे हैं, क्योंकि रेस्क्यू बचाव ऑपरेशन के लिए अब एकमात्र जो जरिया वो हेलीकॉप्टर है। लेकिन पानी का प्रवाह, आप इससे अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि इन लोगों पर क्या मुश्किल आई होगी, कितना डरे होंगे वो लोग। आई मीन Noakhot, one of the most beautiful landscape and city near the the Nepal-Tibet border. Now they say we lost that beautiful city, and clearly I have seen those images. Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this, and this explains how furious this mayhem was, the devastation. Heavy vehicles, the way they have gone into debris explains that the moment. Look at this, these are bikes, everything, hard-earned money, people made their houses, been living here ages, they have their memories of this. And that's right behind me is the Trishuli river. If you can see clearly, the water level when it went as high as 30 to 40 meters perhaps was the reason, and then the magnitude, the energy that it had through the gravity, through the landscape. Now one would wonder how exactly this came through. This is exactly the road that connects to Rasuwa, and at few kilometers there's Trishuli point, and from there it's Rasuwa, and this is exactly where the slide came through.
आज तक की टीम इस वक्त मौजूद है भारत नेपाल सीमा पर, और मेरे पीछे आप देख सकते हैं ये दरअसल त्रिशूली नदी है जो नेपाल से होकर आती है, और फिर जब ये भारत में प्रवेश करती है यानी बिहार में प्रवेश करती है तो इसे गंडक कहा जाता है। और कल जिस तरीके का जन सैलाब नेपाल में आया और जिस तरीके की तबाही मचाई, उसके बाद ये माना जा रहा था और इस बात की संभावना थी कि जब ये पूरा सैलाब है वो भारत में प्रवेश करेगा, बिहार के रास्ते प्रवेश करेगा, तो बिहार में भी बड़ी तबाही देखी जा सकती है। हालांकि वो खतरा जो है फ़िलहाल टलता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है। और आप पीछे ये नदी देख सकते हैं, त्रिशूली नदी नेपाल में, ये बिल्कुल अब शांत है और पानी का लेवल जो है वो ज़रूर बढ़ा है, लेकिन और साथ में मलबा भी आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से जहाँ जहाँ से ये पानी होकर आ रहा है अपने साथ मलबा। और कई बार जो अभी पता चला है कि कई लाश भी जो है वो पानी में तैरती हुई पाई गई हैं। और आप यहाँ आप देख सकते हैं, आपको ले चलते हैं, ये आपको हम एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें इस वक्त दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ नेपाल की जो आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्स हैं और गोताखोर हैं वो लगातार यहाँ पर यहाँ देख सकते हैं दलदली ज़मीन है ये, और यहाँ पर लगातार खोज रहे हैं, लाशों की खोज में यहाँ आप देख सकते हैं ये लोग घूम रहे हैं। आज तक की टीम इस वक्त पहुँच चुकी है नेपाल के चितवन ज़िले में, जहाँ पर किस तरीके की तबाही कल सैलाब ने मचाया था उसकी तस्वीरें दिखाने के लिए। और मेरे पीछे आप ये देख सकते हैं, दरअसल ये त्रिशूली नदी है जो यहाँ से बह रही है और आगे जब ये भारत में प्रवेश करेगी बिहार के रास्ते तो फिर गंडक कहलाया जाता है। और यहाँ पर फ़िलहाल आप देख सकते हैं नेपाल आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्स के जो जवान हैं वो लोग लगातार यहाँ पर गश्ती कर रहे हैं, सर्च ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं। कहीं कोई लाश अगर पानी में तैरता हुआ गुज़र रहा है तो उसको भी जो है वो लोग निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो किस तरीके से कल जो हालात सामने आए थे, जिस तरीके का सैलाब नेपाल में देखने को मिला था, उसके बाद इस बात की आशंका जताई जा रही थी कि जो सैलाब है वो कहीं ना कहीं जब भारत प्रवेश करेगा तो ज़्यादा तबाही बिहार में भी होगी, लेकिन उस तरीके से जो है वो जन सैलाब, माफ़ कीजिएगा, उस तरीके का सैलाब जो है वो यहाँ पर जब ये भारत पहुँचा तो उस तरीके का जो है विकराल रूप नहीं था। लेकिन फ़िलहाल चितवन में इस वक्त आज तक की टीम आपको ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखा रही हैं, जहाँ पर नदी के साथ साथ यहाँ पर आप देखिए APF की टीम लगातार यहाँ पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है उनका, और बताया जा रहा है कि नारायण घाट के पास यहाँ पे तकरीबन 35 से भी ज़्यादा जो लाशें हैं जो पानी में तैर रही थीं उनको निकाला गया है।
In southwest China's Xizang Autonomous Region, along the Nepal and China border, where a mudslide has struck, caused a major casualty. And we arrived at Chicago airport this morning, and now we are following part of a rescue team from China Annan Group and trying to reach the disaster area as quickly as possible. And along the way, we can see some rescue vehicles and personnel are being mobilized toward the affected area. Here it's still like about 500 kilometers away, so we cannot see many rescue team. But as we reach nearby, we will see full-scale the rescue team. So the emergency response is now underway, and the Ministry of Emergency Management has activated a national level 2 disaster response, sending the China rescue team and the firefighter workers to carry out search and rescue operations now. So they are also equipped with specialized equipment for detection and communication. And China Annan Group has also mobilized professional rescue teams from Chengdu and Chongqing overnight. So far, there has deployed 310 rescuers and 120 pieces of equipment. So more than 500 people now are still reported missing.
So what exactly triggered this devastating flash flood? Now, according to initial reports, the chain of events may have begun near the Nepal-Tibet border when a massive ice and rock avalanche crashed down from a glacier. The avalanche is believed to have blocked the Lende Kola River, creating a natural barrier and causing water to build up behind it. And then the barrier gave way. The sudden release sent a massive surge of water, mud and boulders rushing downstream through Nepal, turning the river into a destructive wall of water. The flood then swept through downstream areas, damaging homes, roads, bridges and critical infrastructure. The exact cause is still being investigated, including the possibility of a glacial lake outburst that contributed to the surge. With that, it is time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side is our special segment, So South. Do stay tuned.
India's longest standing biannual survey is back. That's right, the mood of the nation.
The Gen Z mood check on India Today, most definitive mood tracker.
What's actually changed after the Gen Z protests? We get you the pulse of the people on India Today.
The report card is in. Unfiltered, unscripted, unmissable.
India Today's Mood of the Nation poll, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on India Today.
आपकी साथी कलाकार हैं, आपकी इंडस्ट्री से ये लड़कियां आती हैं, ये भी होनहार हैं, आप भी बड़ी अच्छी अदाकार, आप भी बड़ी होनहार अदाकारा हैं। आप जो अब कर रही हैं, उनके कपड़ों पे कमेंट करना, उनकी लाइफस्टाइल पे कमेंट करना, किसी की वेशभूषा पर बोलना, ये दिखाता है कि आपकी कितनी मिसोजिनिस्ट, कितनी पितृसत्ता वाली सोच है आपकी। और इसी पितृसत्ता सोच के खिलाफ राहुल जी कहते हैं स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की। आप ये काम अभी तक आदमी कर रहे थे तो बुरा लगता था और इसके खिलाफ हम खड़े थे। अब देश की चुनी हुई महिला सांसद जो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से आती हैं, और आप तो बहुत खूबसूरत हैं, और आपने तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहने और उससे ज्यादा ग्लैमरस कपड़े पहने, और इसमें अच्छी कोई बुरी बात नहीं है।
दैट इज नन ऑफ हर बिजनेस। पहली बात तो मैं कहूंगी कि कंगना जी को किसी और महिला के कपड़ों पर टिप्पणी करनी नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ तो मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि महिलाओं का समर्थन करना चाहिए। और रही बात, संविधान ने हक दिया है जिसको जो मर्जी है पहने। आप कौन होती हैं बोलने वाली कि कृति सनोन ने क्या पहना क्या नहीं पहना? इट इज नन ऑफ योर बिजनेस।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, आज जहाज तेरा भाई उड़ाएगा. आशा है आपकी फ्लाइट सुखद रही होगी.
Vanakkam, Namaskara, good afternoon and a big welcome to India Today So South. Our main focus remains today on the Nepal's flash flood, and many South Indians have either been rescued or still seem to be missing, and that's going to be our top focus. Remember the Nepal flash flood in the Bote-Koshi Trishuli River basin that stuck yesterday, and in the Rasuwa district area where the flood waters peaked from the Tibet side, while the official information is that 341 people of foreign nationality have been missing, of which 133 are Indians, 62 Nepal people have been missing. The citizens of Nepal, 62 people have been missing. This tragic incident will remain our main focus for the next 30 to 40 minutes. And why is this on So South? Because many of the southern people are still missing or being rescued in Nepal border as well. And that's going to be our main focus. And joining me today will be Apurva Jayachandran from Chennai, Sagai Raj from Bengaluru, Shibi from Kerala in a moment from now, and Pramod in a moment from now will be joining us from Chennai and Tamil Nadu. Now let's kickstart the bulletin with updates on the same story coming in from Tamil Nadu. A devastating flash flood in Nepal, and it has turned into a major rescue crisis for the authorities, with over 130 tourists feared missing after the sudden disaster struck the Nepal-Tibet border region. Among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 103 tourists from Tamil Nadu who were on a pilgrimage and travel circuit towards Kailash Mansarovar region. Their families back home are desperately waiting for information as communication remains severely disrupted in the flood-hit zone. Kailash Selvi from Tamil Nadu Thiruvarur, who went on the same pilgrimage trip has been stranded along with a group of tourists. Mother Geeta, daughter Vaishnavi, relative Anand, some family members from Puducherry who went to Nepal have been stranded. The disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in Tamil Nadu, with Chief Minister Vijay assuring assistance and directing officials to work towards the rescue of missing Tamils. The centre is also facing mounting pressure to accelerate the rescue operation. DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has urged immediate intervention, calling the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely brought back. AIDMK leader EPS Edapadi K. Palaniswamy has also demanded urgent action, calling the reports deeply shocking. EPS has urged the centre to expedite rescue operation in coordination with the Nepal government and ensure proper information sharing with the state government of Tamil Nadu. And that's the big update coming in, that Chief Minister is quite seriously monitoring the situation, while the opposition parties DMK and AIDMK are mounting pressure on the central government, asking the right information so that the communication to the families will be given out immediately. Listening to the reactions on the story.
நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளிலேருந்து திபெட்லேருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபாக மீட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
23ஆம் தேதி காலையில் இங்கேருந்து கிளம்பி கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து பஸ்ஸில் போயிட்டு சென்னையிலேருந்து போனாங்க. போயிட்டு முந்தா நாள் காலையில் டெல்லியில் இருக்கேன்ப்பா அப்படின்னாங்க. நேற்று காலையில் காட்மாண்டில் சேஃபாக இருக்கிறோம். அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டால் சேஃபாக இருக்கு அப்படின்னு தாசில்தார் வந்தாங்க. திருவாரூர் தாசில்தார் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு விசாரிச்சுட்டு அந்த லிஸ்ட் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க.
சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்து, ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க அது ஓகே, பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டேரெக்டாக கான்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. கான்டாக்ட் கிடச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது திருப்பி எப்படி அவங்க ரிட்டர்ன் கூட்டணும் வரணும் என்னன்றது இதுக்கு மேலே தான் நாங்கள் பிளான் பண்ணோம். காலையில் 6:15 மணிக்கு காலையில் இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணால் சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான், எல்லா ஃபோனுமே சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டின்னு வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம். அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டின்னு வரது மட்டும்தான் இப்போ நான் ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்குது.
கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து சூப்பர் யாத்ரா ஏஜென்சி அப்படிங்கிற நிறுவனம் மூலமாக நமக்கு 57 பேர் இந்த நிறுவனம் மூலமாக கைலாய போயிருக்காங்க. அதில் நமக்கு தஞ்சாவூரை சேர்ந்தவங்க 14 பேர். பாக்கி எல்லாருமே அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. திருவண்ணாமலை, மயிலாடுதுறை, திருவாரூர், நிறைய இடத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. மொத்தம் 57 பேர் 3 பஸ்ஸில் போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று ஈவினிங் நேபாளத்துலேருந்து திபெத் நோக்கி போகிறப்ப தான் இந்த ஆக்சிடெண்ட்டுங்க. மொதல் பஸ்ஸு போயிட்டாங்க, 2வது பஸ் 3வது பஸ் போகிறப்ப தான் ஏதோ சவுண்டு கேட்டிருக்குன்னு சொல்லி பார்த்துருக்காங்க. அவங்கள்ட்ட யார்கிட்டையுமே தொடர்பு கொள்ள முடியல. அப்பப்போ டவர் கிடைக்கிறப்ப தான் பேச முடியுது. நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம், எல்லாத்தையுமே பேசுறதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இன்னும் யார்கிட்டையுமே அவங்கள்ட்ட பேச முடியல.
23ஆம் தேதி நைட்டு 57 பேர் கொண்ட ஒரு குழு கைலாயம் போகிறதுக்காக கிளம்புனது. 24ஆம் தேதி விடிகாலத்தில் 12:40க்கு ஃப்ளைட்டு சென்னையில். டெல்லி போய் டெல்லியிலேருந்து காட்மாண்டில் மீட்டிங் முடிஞ்சு மறுநாள் காலையில் எல்லோரும் 8 மணிக்கெலாம் அவங்களோட குரூப்பை 57 பேர், மகாராஷ்டிராவை சேர்ந்த 2 பேர், 59 பேர் குரூப். அது நான் மிலிட்ரி சீஃப் இன்ஜினியர் ஒருத்தர் அவர்கிட்ட பேசினேன். அவர்கிட்ட நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் டென்ஷன் ஆகாதீங்க சார், எங்கள் மிச்சம் இருக்கிற ஆளுங்க எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் வெளியால் யாரும் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணிட்டோம். அந்த ஏரியாவை யாரும் வெளியில் வர முடியாது. நாங்கள் உங்கள் ஆளுங்களை 20 பேர் சேஃப்டியாக வச்சுருக்கிறோம். அவங்க இந்த நிலைமை சீரானவொன்னே உடனே உங்களுக்கு ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு ஹெலிகாப்டர் போட்டு காட்மாண்டு அனுப்பிடுவோம். காட்மாண்டுலேருந்து நீங்கள் அழைச்சிட்டு போயிடுங்க அப்படின்ட்டுருக்காங்க. நாளைக்கு நான் அவங்களை அழைக்கிறதுக்கு காட்மாண்டு போகிறேன். மீதி உள்ளவங்க 37 பேர் இரவுக்குள்ளே சொல்கிறேன். எத்தனை பேர் நாங்கள் ஒரு 10-15 பேர் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்துருக்கோன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அது யாருங்கிறது தெரியல, அங்கே போனால் தெரியும். எதுக்கும் உங்கள் நேம் லிஸ்ட் உங்கள் குரூப்பை சேர்ந்த நேம் லிஸ்ட் அனுப்புங்க. ஒத்து வருதா, பாஸ்போர்ட்லாம் கையில் வச்சுருப்பாங்க, அது ஒத்து வந்துச்சுன்னா நான் உங்களுக்கு தகவல் சொல்கிறேன்னு இருக்காங்க.
பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, நேபாள் நாட்டுடைய ராசுவா பகுதியில் நேற்றைய தினம் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வெள்ளப்பெருக்கு ஏற்பட்டிருக்கிறது. கிட்டத்தட்ட 160 பேர் உயிரிழந்திருக்கிறாங்கன்னு செய்திகள் வந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அங்கே 750 பேரை காணவில்லை என்றும் செய்திகள் வருகிறது. சுற்றுலா சென்ற கிட்டத்தட்ட 110 இந்தியர்கள் அங்கே இந்த பேரிடரில் சிக்கியிருக்கிறாங்க. குறிப்பாக தமிழ்நாட்டுடைய பல்வேறு மாவட்டங்களைச் சேர்ந்த 40க்கும் மேற்பட்ட தமிழ் மக்கள் சிக்கியிருப்பதாக செய்திகள் தொடர்ந்த வண்ணம் வருகின்றது. நேபாள் சென்ற குடும்ப உறுப்பினர்களை தொடர்பு கொள்ள முடியலன்னு இங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய அவங்களுடைய குடும்பத்தினர் மிகுந்த பதட்டத்திலையும் அச்சத்திலையும் இருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த சம்பவத்தில் எத்தனை தமிழர்கள் சிக்கியிருக்காங்க, அதில் எத்தனை பேர் நாம் மீட்டெடுத்திருக்கிறோம். தமிழ்நாடு அரசு சார்பாக நேற்று ஒரு உதவி எண், அவசர உதவி எண், ஹெல்ப்லைன் நம்பரும் நீங்கள் கொடுத்துருக்கிறீங்க. அரசு அறிவித்த அந்த ஹெல்ப்லைன் நம்பர்களுக்கு இதுவரைக்கும் எத்தனை அழைப்புகள் வந்திருக்கிறது, அந்த அழைப்புகள் தொடர்பாக என்ன மேல் நடவடிக்கைகள் எடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த நிலைமையில் தமிழர்களை பத்திரமா மீட்டுட்டு வர்றதுக்கு தமிழக அரசு சார்பாக ஒரு சிறப்பு அதிகாரியை, ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் ஆஃபீஸரை இந்த அரசு நியமிச்சிருக்கிறதா, அவங்க நேபாள் போறதற்கான திட்டங்கள் எதுவும் இருக்கிறதா, மேலும் இந்த பெருவெள்ளத்தில் சென்னை நீதிமன்ற ஓய்வு பெற்ற நீதிபதி திரு சிவஞானம் அவர்கள் பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கார் என்ற செய்திகள் வந்துகிட்டு இருக்கிறது. உறுப்பினர் திரு தயாநிதி மாறன் அவர்கள் எங்களுடைய தலைவருடைய அறிவுறுத்தலின்படி உடனடியாக இந்த தகவலை விரிவான ஒரு கடிதம் மூலமாக ஒன்றிய வெளியுறவுத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கிட்ட நேற்று மாலை கொண்டு போய் நேரில் கொடுத்திருக்கிறார். இந்த இக்கட்டான நேரத்தில் பாதிக்கப்பட்ட குடும்பத்திற்கு நாம் அனைவரும் பாதுகாப்பாகவும் உறுதுணையாகவும் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு இந்த சம்பவம் தொடர்பாக அரசு உரிய விளக்கம் அளிக்குமாறு நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கின்றேன்.
Pramod Madhav is joining me live right now on the story. Pramod, has the government in fact given out the official details of how many people from Tamil Nadu and Puducherry have been stranded or rescued in Nepal? What we get to learn is that Chief Minister has called for an emergency meeting to officially monitor the situation.
Absolutely, Nagarjun. This is the kind of information we've got from the Assembly today as the Senior Minister Raj Mohan has gone ahead and given this particular information. However, when it comes to the numbers still missing, we still have yet to get proper clarification from the government as into a proper kind of statement. For now, we know that there were two groups who have gone from Tamil Nadu, one from Kumbakonam through a special agency and the other one from Chennai. So the number for us right now is 103. Yet, another group that was connected to Ishab has also gone. So we are getting more information on this matter. Very clearly, this is the reason the Chief Minister has also called in for a meeting to discuss what exactly is happening. The important issue over here is that now we have three countries involved, India, Nepal and Tibet. That is why, and the location being extremely remote is also causing a lot of issues that needs to be rectified now, Nagarjun.
In fact, did you speak to any of the family members, either from the district? Could you have a word with them?
Well, one thing is very certain, Nagarjun, the place that from Kumbakonam, that is like Tanjavur and other locations from that area, one of the agency's owner, the person called Super Yatra, that owner called Sadik is the one who's actually giving us current updates, and he has said that 57 people from that Kumbakonam area has gone over there, and the important aspect is that there were 3 buses. One of them actually crossed the spot and 20 people are safe over there. What is the condition of the next 37 is what they are waiting to find out. And one chief military engineer from that spot is actually helping Sadiq, and he's only giving us information on that matter. Another agency from Chennai has also sent some people, and we are yet to get any information on that, Nagarjun. But very clearly what has also happened is that in Tamil Nadu Assembly today, this was also raised. Apurva Jayachandran, do you have any information about the team that especially went from Chennai to Nepal?
Well, in fact, what we are getting to learn, Pramod, is that there's been a heated conversation and exchange that has taken place across, the Tamil Nadu Assembly today. In fact, we saw the leader of opposition, Udhanidhi Stalin, going ahead and questioning the same as well. Not only Udhanidhi Stalin, the leader of opposition, we saw Adapadi K. Palaniswamy and several others. In fact, you see the Tamil Nadu's TVK minister there, Raj Mohan, giving an explanation wherein he says that close to 57, including 3 from Puducherry, have been identified, and there are rescue operations that are going forward for rescuing these stranded passengers from Tamil Nadu and the Union Territory of Puducherry as well. But that there are several others. With every passing hour, there are only numbers that are rising, not only from Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, but also across several other southern states as well. All of these pilgrimage visitors there who had gone for this Kailasha experience, and that's what we can also hear from the minister there giving a talk as well. In fact, the Tamil Nadu government is also going ahead and holding a special meeting there that is being chaired by Chief Minister Vijay, who will go ahead and discuss with the officials a top team that has been now instituted to look into what will be the kind of rescue operations, what can be the measures that the Tamil Nadu government in close coordination with the centre and with China and Tibet as well go ahead and monitor what can be the rescue operations to bring back Tamilians safely back to town.
Understand, Apurva. Very difficult moment. I request you to stay back. But in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, this was taken for discussion. One thing is very certain. More details are awaited over this extremely serious natural disaster which has occurred between Nepal and Tibet border. But for now, the scientific communities call it as a GLOF, G-L-O-F, which means glacial lake overflow could be possible. But the scientific communities are yet trying to find an answer as to what exactly happened. However, this was brought in the Assembly. And here's what the ministers and the members of the Assembly had to say about this today.
இன்றைக்கு நீங்கள் கேள்வி நேரத்தை எடுத்திருக்கிறீங்க. 5 கேள்விகளுக்கு அலோவ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறீங்க. 5 கேள்விகளுக்கும் நம்முடைய அமைச்சர்கள் அவர்கள் தெளிவாக பதில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. துணை கேள்விகளுக்கு பதில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோள், கேள்வி நேரம் நடக்கும்போது குறிப்பாக நீங்கள் முக்கியமாக 5 துறைகளில் பதில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாங்க. கேள்வி நேரம் நடக்கும்போது அந்த துறையினுடைய செயலாளர்கள் இந்த அவைக்கு வர வேண்டும், அவங்க நோட்ஸ் எடுத்துக்க வேண்டும். எனவே அதையும் நீங்கள் வலியுறுத்த வேண்டும். அதேபோல் இன்னைக்கு இந்த கவன ஈர்ப்பு தீர்மானத்தை நாங்கள் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். நானும் கொடுத்துருக்கிறேன், அனைத்து கட்சி தலைவரும் கொடுத்துருக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் நாங்கள் கவன ஈர்ப்பு தீர்மானத்தை கொண்டு வரதுக்கு முன்பாகவே ஒரு அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இதற்கு விளக்கம் சொல்லணும்னு சொல்றாரு. அதையும் நீங்கள் அலோவ் பண்றீங்க. இது உடனே நீங்கள் கரூர் இன்சிடென்ட்டோட கம்பேர் பண்றீங்க. அது நான் சரியாக இருக்குமா என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஏனென்றால் கரூர் இன்சிடென்ட் நடக்கும்போது இங்கே அவையில் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களே இருந்து அதற்கு பதில் சொன்னார்கள். இப்ப முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் அவையில் இல்லை, சீஃப் செக்ரட்டரி தலைமைச் செயலாளரும் இல்லை. எனவே இதையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கவனத்தில் கொண்டு எந்தெந்த துறை பிரச்சனை வரும்போது அந்த அரசு துறை அதிகாரிகள் இங்கே இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நீங்கள் அறிவுறுத்த வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
இதுல தமிழ்நாட்டை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஒரு குரூப் இல்ல, ஒன்றுக்கும் மேற்பட்ட குழுவினர் போயிருக்கிறாங்க. அதுல குறிப்பா தஞ்சாவூர் மாவட்டம் கும்பகோணத்தில் இயங்கி வரும் சூப்பர் யாத்ரா கும்பகோணம் என்ற நிறுவனம் நேபாளத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சாம்ராட் டூர்ஸ் அண்ட் டிராவல்ஸ் அந்த நிறுவனத்தோடு சேர்ந்து இந்த ஒரு பயண திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறாங்க. அதுல கடலூர் மாவட்டத்தில இருந்து 11 பேர், கிருஷ்ணகிரி மாவட்டத்தில இருந்து 5 பேர், தஞ்சாவூர்ல இருந்து 16 பேர், தருமபுரியில ஒருத்தர், திருச்சிராப்பள்ளியில 4, திருவண்ணாமலையில 1, திருவாரூரில் 2, நாமக்கல் 1, மயிலாடுதுறை 7, சென்னை 6 ஆகிய 10 மாவட்டங்களை சார்ந்த 54 தமிழர்களும் சேர்த்து புதுச்சேரியை சேர்ந்த 3 நபர்கள் ஆக மொத்தம் 57 நபர்கள் கைலாஷ் யாத்திரைக்காக நேபாளத்திற்கு அழைத்து செல்லப்பட்டாங்க. முதற்கட்ட தகவலின்படி நேபாள நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய லாண்ட்ரூக்ல இருந்து ரஸ்வா கத்தி என்ற இடத்திற்கு 3 வாகனங்கள்ல இவங்க டிராவல் பிளான் போட்டு பயணம் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. அப்படி போகிற பொழுது சரியா ரஸ்வா மாவட்டத்தில் இருக்கிற போட்டே கோசி அந்த ஆற்றின் அருகே ஏற்பட்ட திடீர் பெருவெள்ளத்தின் காரணமாக நடுவில் சென்ற வாகனம் சிக்கியுள்ளதாக முதல்ல தகவல் வந்தது.
Well, this is a serious situation and extremely shocking as well. As the family members are still waiting to get any kind of update of the people who are now stranded in Nepal. What's happening is that, like we said earlier, 103 people have been counted from the state of Tamil Nadu, one team from Kumbakonam and the other one from Chennai through travel agencies. However, there is another team that has gone through Isha Yoga Center that is from Coimbatore, and apparently 80 people, their whereabouts are still to be known. And the Isha Yoga Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev apparently broke down while he was trying to read a message about what exactly is happening over there. There were multiple teams over there, some trekking up and some coming down from towards Kailash back to the base or something. And there was another base building over there that was close to the embassy, which has been completely washed away. And also half the town in that particular area is completely washed away. And now Sadhguru, while he broke down, talking about this particular matter, says that close to there are 80 people with 3 volunteers, 1 doctor and multinational people who had gone through Isha Yoga. Their whereabouts are yet, nobody knows exactly what happened to them, and he has pleaded with the authorities to allow them to go there to the place called Siriong. They are already in Saga. They want to go to Siriong to exactly find out what is exactly happening over there, because this is a very serious matter for them. He broke down while he was reading the message, but also has kept a request to the authorities to allow them to reach this remote spot where there is absolutely no phone connection or any roadways to get any kind of information. However, Sri Ravi Shankar has also spoken on this matter, and here's what Jaggi Vasudev and Sri Ravi Shankar had to say.
Looking at the scale of destruction, it looks bad. The same building where we were for the immigration just a week ago, that entire building is washed away, and part of the town is washed away. We still don't know the other numbers. All communication is down, so we have no way. Within the hour, we informed all the embassies of these countries, both in India and Nepal, and we've been active in this, but there is really nothing much. At 9:05, we received a message from the group leader, who is Aishanga Praveen, who's been with us. At 9:05, he sent a message that they have arrived at the immigration. So after that, this happened at 9:14. And Praveen, who was leading the team, who has been with us for more than 2 decades, is a full-time Ishanga with us. And we noticed that his Nepal phone did not come active through the… If he had crossed over, his Nepal phone should have come active. It did not come. So literally the entire group was there in the building. So this is a terrible and an extraordinary event, which unfortunately has turned out this way.
We are at this place called New Dongba in Tibet, which is just a day's drive from the border town, Jirong, where this tragedy has unfolded. And at the moment, we have several groups right now in Tibet, in different parts of Tibet, undertaking this yatra. Unfortunately, we had this one group of 77 participants today who were exiting Tibet and going back to Kathmandu after a very successful yatra, about 9 or 10 minutes before the tragedy struck. And he shared with us that they had just reached the immigration and they will start the immigration process. And in about 10 minutes' time, we were not able to contact them again. We were not able to reach anybody in the group. And it took us some time to, grasp that what was happening there. Authorities are doing their best as we see it on the China side, from India side, and of course also Nepal side. But the communication systems are all down because of this flood. And it took several hours for us to even start getting tidbits of information. And the last video, if you see, which is going viral at the moment, that sort of tells the story of what actually happened there. Yeah. And but we are still waiting for some official information, which has not come as yet, because it's quite remote region. You see, Tibet is quite remotely located, and the tragedy was very huge. But from what we have heard, the military has started work there, and we hope to get some information soon from them. We do have some information on the Nepal side, where 3 of our volunteers were stationed. The whole of that town, which is called Timre, is wiped out, completely wiped out. And we have no information about 3 of these volunteers as well. Fortunately, we have Sadhguru here with us, and he's been completely on, and we have been he's been guiding us. We have been trying to reach out to various agencies, various embassies, because we had people from 19 different countries. And so we have been reaching out to all the 19 embassies, both in India and in Nepal. we have been reaching out to all the families of all the 77 plus these 3 people, 80 families. We've been reaching out to them personally, over the phone, over actually visiting them personally in wherever they are, trying to provide them all the support that we can provide to them emotionally with regard to updates, some information. We've been trying all of that, but it's still very difficult to comprehend.
Nature's fury and disaster has taken over Nepal at this hour. It has been such a wonderful place for people to visit, and many went as a pilgrim to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and many of them lost their lives. In this very difficult time, let's all show our solidarity with the people of Nepal and the affected families and the government of Nepal. Let's pray to Almighty to give strength to all the victims who lost their near and dear ones. Let's hope that the country will limp back to normalcy very soon, and let's all work towards saving the environment, especially in the Himalayan region.
This is an absolute tragedy, as many families are still waiting to get any kind of information about the people who are missing. And this is like from the state of Tamil Nadu, where 103 so far we've been accounted, and now Tamil Nadu government is also trying to find out various ways to reach them. However, 7 people from Andhra Pradesh have also been gone missing, of which 4 have been information has been received so far that they are safe, but the rest, what exactly is happening, information the Andhra government is trying to get. And another location is the one who is actually also coordinating all efforts to get more information about those missing from Andhra Pradesh. We have Apura Jayachandran live with us. Apura, can you give more details about the Andhra government's acting upon this particular situation?
Well, in fact, it's not just 7 people, but in fact 35 people from Andhra Pradesh have pilgrims who have gone for this Kailasha Yatra from across various regions in Andhra Pradesh. Out of the 35 people, 3 of them are missing. Andhra Pradesh RTGS Minister Nara Lokesh is closely monitoring the situation on ground as well. In fact, from the AP Bhavan in Delhi, we are seeing that there has been continuous coordination that is being taking place. Of the 35, in the first phase, what the Andhra Pradesh government has identified are 7 people. Of the 7 people, 3 are unfortunately missing. In the second phase of pilgrims who have been identified now, 28 people from Tirupati and in and around nearby regions have also been identified. And thankfully enough, all 28 of them are safe in Kathmandu in a private hotel. All arrangements that are being made in close coordination with the Andhra Pradesh government and the AP Bhavan in Delhi as well, to ensure that all these 28 people and the 4 people who have been rescued from the first phase, all of them be safely evacuated and brought back to Andhra Pradesh at the earliest. Apart from this, we are also getting to learn that there is yet another rescue operation that is underway for the 3 persons who are missing from the 35 persons from Andhra Pradesh. More and more important stories that are coming in as rescue and relief operations from Andhra are going on as well. In fact, the Andhra Pradesh government is monitoring 24/7 since the last 24 hours what has been going on, be it from the pilgrims from Andhra Pradesh and from the neighbouring states as well, to ensure that people can be brought back safely. So far, 35 people have been identified. All pilgrims who had gone from the state of Andhra Pradesh in and across various regions, from Andoni, from Kurnool district, from Tirupati district, from nearby districts as well, who had gone for the Kailash Yatra, and now 35 people, of whom 3 are unfortunately missing. But the RTGS Minister Nara Lokesh has said that there is close monitoring that is being taken, and right from Amravati, the capital of Andhra Pradesh, and from the AP Bhavan in Delhi as well, coordination is going on from the AP government and the centre as well, along with Nepal and from the Indian Embassy, to ensure that all these people are being rescued and brought back safely. Phase 1, Phase 2 of rescue operations that are commencing, but more and more names and numbers from across not only Andhra Pradesh but other southern states as well coming in for a call for rescue and safe return back home.
We understand about the coordination work by the Andhra Pradesh government, Apura, but has a family of the missing people, have they spoken anything? Have they kept any kind of request or something so far?
Well, in fact, what we are getting to learn is that in the first phase where 7 people were identified, 4 of them are in fact from the same family. They had stayed back. They were part of a group of 126 people who had travelled here. They were from Kurnool, Adoni from Kurnool district here in Andhra Pradesh. And in fact, the 4 of them had stayed back in a private hotel because they had had some health problems, which is why they were in a hospital there. And seeing the situation, they were instructed by officials who got quickly in coordination with them, and they were staying back as well. Unfortunately, 3 members who are still missing, they are Pramod, a part of the Isha Foundation group as well. Yet again, from across districts here and states. In fact, from Tamil Nadu, we had persons from the Isha Foundation missing and who are stranded in the Nepal floods. From Andhra Pradesh as well, 3 persons have been known to be missing right now, and rescue operations going on with the AP government closely monitoring the situation and ensuring that those who can be brought back safely back to base can be brought back at the earliest.
Thank you, Apurva, for those updates. I request you to stay back as we have another important breaking now. Well, on the matter of the people from the state of Tamil Nadu who are missing, we have 103 now. The Chief Minister Vijay has conducted an important review meeting, that too with the senior officials. We can also see the Chief Secretary and the senior ministers from his cabinet, including Adhav Arjuna and others. And we've also informed in this particular review meeting, the Chief Minister has instructed Ashish Kumar IAS, the resident commissioner for Tamil Nadu House, to go to Kathmandu to help assist with all kind of rescue operations over there. And not just that, the Chief Minister has also instructed a group of senior ministers from his cabinet to go ahead to Delhi and to help with facilitation of these tourists from Tamil Nadu who will reach Delhi to come back to Tamil Nadu as well. This is a very important review meeting the Chief Minister has conducted amidst the assembly session that is also going on and a fiery movement over there. The opposition asked for an explanation as to what kind of steps the Tamil Nadu government has taken, and now the Chief Minister Vijay has conducted this review meeting. Apurva Jayachandran is once again live with us. Apurva, who are those senior ministers who the Chief Minister has instructed to go to Delhi to assist with the rescue and coordination over there?
Well, in fact, Pramod, it's an all-important meeting that has taken place now, chaired by Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Joseph C. Vijay. This comes at a time when, there has already been discussions in the Tamil Nadu Assembly, wherein several leaders have been questioning regarding what is going on in terms of the rescue and relief measures. Now, with the important meeting that has been chaired by Chief Minister Vijay, he has instructed 4 ministers from Tamil Nadu, including Adhav Arjuna and Raj Mohan as well, to go to Delhi and to closely monitor the rescue and relief operations as well. We do know that around 57, including 3 from Puducherry, are persons who have been stranded in this Kailash tour that had taken place, booked by private agencies from across districts here in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. The Minister Raj Mohan also clarified the same in the Tamil Nadu Assembly as well. Now the Chief Minister has said all of these 4 ministers to go to Delhi and monitor the situation. He's also instructed a special IAS officer from TN House in Delhi to go to Nepal, to Kathmandu, in the base and check into the relief and rescue measures so that the Tamilians who are stranded in Nepal, in Kathmandu and in and around the flood affected regions in Nepal be brought back to Tamil Nadu safely.
Thank you for those updates. Very clearly, now the Chief Minister has shown that this is a very serious matter. The Tamil Nadu government is taking all steps to make sure that the people stranded in Nepal may come back to Tamil Nadu in a proper and safe manner. The important aspect here is that he is also sending Adhav Arjuna, the PWD minister, along with Raj Mohan, who is the education minister, senior ministers from his cabinet, to be assisted by another minister as well to help with the coordination over there and bring back the tourists from the state of Tamil Nadu who are stranded in Nepal. These are the important updates and stories from the state of Tamil Nadu, and more important updates and stories from the state of Karnataka. Let's go to Nagarjun Dwarak now.
From Karnataka, we got information that 2 people who were stranded belong to the district of Kalburgi in the Hyderabad, Karnataka region, and they have been rescued and moved to a safer location, while the Chief Secretary and the government are trying to get in touch with MEA and also to the police department here to get more information if the police have got any information from rest of the Karnataka districts where people have lodged complaints of their family members or friends missing in Kerala or established any communication. As of now, the news is that 2 people from Kalburgi districts have been rescued and moved to a safer location. The district association officials officials and also the rescue management department here in Karnataka, the natural disaster management is in touch with MEA and also the other authorities to ensure that any information of Karnataka people stuck or stranded or rescued in Nepal will be then communicated to the media. In fact, the Home Minister of Karnataka, Priyank Kharge, also urged the media to share any small information also with the officials of the government. Listening to what Priyank Kharge had to say.
Belagavi, we are getting reports that some people are there, but it is not ascertained. Kalburgi, 2 people from Chincholi are stuck in the Nepal floods, and that has been reported to our SPs. And I urge through the media that if there is any information that you have about our people from our state missing in Nepal, please get in touch with the local police station as soon as possible, or at least the district SP. And if you inform us, we will ensure that the right communication channels will be opened for their relatives and friends.
Sagai Raj joins me live on this as well. Sagai, in fact, in Karnataka, except for the people belonging from Kalburgi, 2 people who have been rescued, there's no more information of more people stranded. What are you picking up from the government of Karnataka?
We heard Priyank Kharge, the Home Minister of Karnataka, talking to media, where he went on to say that there are only a couple of them who have been stranded, and even they have been rescued from that particular area and shifted to Kathmandu. And the agency which is taking care of them, the travel agency who have done the bookings and who have taken care of them, have booked the hotel rooms in Kathmandu and taking care of them. And they have also requested, apart from these people, if any of them are missing in Nepal, they should come forward and report to the local district administrator's office, or else SP or a local police station, where they can escalate the issue and inform the higher authorities. And they have also released a Google form where people can go ahead and enroll the contact numbers and the people whoever has gone to Nepal and they cannot establish any kind of contact, they can share that information, and subsequently the government can connect with the embassy and take care of them. As of now, in Karnataka, it seems to be only 2 people who were missing, and they have been safe. And Nagarjun, if you notice that when he spoke to India Today, he also went on to say that there were 2 buses of people from West Bengal who were visiting Manas Sarovar. Even these 2 people were visiting Manas Sarovar. In front of them, this flash flood came, and the 2 buses were washed away in front of their eyes. Somehow they got escaped from there. They were fortunate with this incident, and they got escaped, and they have been shifted immediately to the Kathmandu hotel. And the government is also trying to establish a contact with them, and they have already extended all possible support to these 2 people who are at the hotel in Kathmandu.
Right, Sagai, thank you so much for bringing us all the latest updates from Karnataka, what's happening about the flash floods in Nepal. In fact, India Today spoke to a stranded Indian who claimed that he's from Karnataka and he's been rescued and still stranded in Kathmandu. He had what to say, listening.
आपसे सबसे पहले जानना चाहूंगी, आप सेफ हैं, आप ठीक हैं, अभी आप कहाँ हैं? काठमांडू में?
मैडम, हम एक्चुअली कल सुबह 6 बजे से हम यात्रा स्टार्ट किया था।
फिर
हमारा टोटल 25 मेंबर था टोटल हमारे ग्रुप में।
आप बताइए, आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
हाँ मैडम, 25 मेंबर था। हम एक्चुअली काठमांडू से 1-2 घंटा का यात्रा के बाद एक बटार बोल के गांव आया। बटार बोल के त्रिशूल नदी होता, वो नदी वो पार होता त्रिशूल नदी। वो बटार के पास हमारे सामने खाली हमारा बस 200 मीटर ओनली 200 मीटर के दूर से एकदम पूरा बाढ़ आया।
फिर क्या हुआ?
बहुत हम देखे तो इमेजिन नहीं करता, ऐसा बड़ा पूरा दुआ के साथ बहुत एकदम पानी आया मैडम। हमारा ड्राइवर एकदम गाड़ी रिटर्न करके हाइट प्लेस में लेके गया, हम बच गया।
तो आप अपनी फैमिली के साथ थे, आप अकेले थे उस टाइम पे? आप रोड पे थे?
नहीं मैडम, हमारा सन मैं 2 था, हम कर्नाटक से।
फिर वनीनाथ जी, आप बता रहे थे आपके ड्राइवर ने वहां से गाड़ी हटा ली, क्या इम्पैक्ट उस टाइम पर फील हुआ?
मैडम, वो हम बोल नहीं सकते ऐसा इमेजिंग वही रात भर तक मेरे को याद आ रहा है ये आ रहा है नींद नहीं होगा बहुत मेरे सामने आ गया पूरा एकदम पानी बहुत आ गया हमारा हमारे के 10 मिनट पहले 2 बस अभी कांटेक्ट में नहीं है मिसिंग है हमारे सामने गए सो बस 2 बस वेस्ट बंगाल का टूरिस्ट।
तो मलिनाथ जी अभी आप सेफ हैं आपको किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया गया वहां से?
मैडम उधर से क्या है मैडम हमारा ड्राइवर पूरा हाइट प्लेस में जाके रुके 1 घंटे रुकने के बाद पूरा रिटर्न जाने का रास्ता अच्छा है नहीं पूछ के कंफर्म करके फिर रिटर्न 3 घंटा रिटर्न आके हम काठमांडू में होटल में सेफ है।
तो मलिनाथ जी आप बताइए आप वैसे कहां से हैं और आप काठमांडू में यात्रा के लिए गए थे?
मैडम हम मानस सरोवर यात्रा के लिए गए थे।
एग्जैक्टली जब बाढ़ आई थी उस वक्त आप कहां थे?
वो एक्चुअली बाढ़ आए थे टाइम हम एक्चुअली वो बाढ़ हम तिमोरी जाने का था मैडम हमको चाइना बॉर्डर का तिमोरी।
उसके बाद जी बोलिए।
तिमोरी बोल के इमिग्रेशन होता है वहां जाने का था अभी 1 घंटे का रास्ता था।
तो वहां से जब आप काठमांडू वापस आए हैं किस तरह की दिक्कतें आई खाना पीना आपको मिला?
नहीं मैडम क्या भी दिक्कत नहीं हो गया हमारे ट्रैवल एजेंसी ने सब अरेंज किया है खाना गिना का पूरा हमारा नेटवर्क पे वर्क कर रहा था बाद में हमारा MP MLA सब कांटेक्ट में है अभी हम सोप जोन में है सोप।
We now move across to the state of Kerala where we get news about the same story that 36 people touring Nepal from Kerala have been marked safe away from the affected areas and away from the devastating flash floods. Kerala has now opened a help desk and by the state-run Norca routes to provide emergency assistance for the people who have been stranded or rescued in the flash floods in Nepal. Norca routes is the field agency or the nodal operator for the Department of Non-Resident Keralites Affairs under the state government. People seeking assistance have been asked to contact the Norca Global Center in the state as well. So that's the news coming in from Kerala. 36 people touring Nepal have been marked safe and away from the flash flood prone districts or the Rasuwa district as well, and they have been safe in Nepal as of now. Let's listen to what Rajesh Madhavan, the Norca Route CEO, had to say.
Office of the Chief Minister is spearheading this particular task, and the Chief Secretary's office has also made a task force which is contacting directly with the Ministry of External Affairs so that the information can be shared at the earliest and results obtained. So, and the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority and obviously Norca routes will be working towards those Keralites in order to reach them and to help them to come out of the situation.
Shibi Moore is joining me live from Trivandrum in Kerala. Shibi, apart from the 36 people that we know of that who have been marked safe away from the flood area, any other information of people who have not established communication or who have been stranded or rescued? Any more information from the state of Kerala?
Well, Naga, what we are learning is that around 53 people are stranded at this point in Nepal, and they have been trying to establish, that connection with them. These 53 people's information was gathered by the Norca routes after they received multiple calls from the family and friends of these people at the Chief Minister's office, Chief Secretary's office, and also Norca routes office. These 53 people's information have been collected, but they've not been able to establish any contact with them because of the network issues, what we are learning. But the Norca route says that as preliminary information, they're assuming that these 53 people are also safe. Apart from that, a 36 group people who went from Kangana in Kasaragod are safe, and also 15-member group who travelled from Kottayam are also safe. They have been able to establish contact with them, but the concern is regarding these 53 people who are right now stranded in Nepal. And the efforts are on to establish contact with them and also to collect some details regarding where they went and what was the tour plan that they had planned when they went for this trip.
Right, Shivi, thank you for getting us all the latest updates. In fact, on India Today, this will remain our top focus, the after effects or the devastating effects of the Nepal flash floods. With this, we wrap up today's episode of So South, thanking Shivi Mol, Pramod Madhav, Anaga Keshav, Apurva Jayachandran, and also Sagai Raj for bringing us all the latest updates from the respective states. We'll see you once again at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Until then, keep watching India Today.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
India's longest standing biannual survey is back. That's right, the mood of the nation.
The Gen Z mood check on India Today, most definitive mood tracker.
What's actually changed after the Gen Z protests? We get you the pulse of the people on India Today.
The report card is in. Unfiltered, unscripted, unmissable.
India Today's Mood of the Nation poll, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Thank you for staying with India Today. My colleague Ashutosh Mishra, who's on the ground, has reached the disaster zone in Nepal. He's sending us this report. Let's take a look.
I just crossed halfway through Nuwakot market, and then I was told by the people that extremely right side, all they were the residential areas of the people who were living here. Just across side were the largely shops, hotel, commercial property holders, and everything that was like any other city. But all it looks like today is only a ghost town. Everyone who just somehow tried to escape are now hunting back to find out leftover belongings to, continue their life. But these images are so horrific, doesn't give hope to bring back the life anytime soon. It is going to be extremely difficult from restoring the connectivity, bringing the life here, electricity, communication, and then ensure safety and security, because the terrain that it looks like after one of such glacial outbursts, what if there is another? There is a sense of fear amongst the people, and perhaps many of those do not even want to return in this kind of situation. Hovering these choppers are ensuring maximum number of the people to be rescued, but no one knows how many would be even beneath these debris. This was one of the largest towns. Thousands were living here, and in few seconds, this has all turned a ground of.
Cutting across to breaking news coming in, 31 pilgrims from Hyderabad, including former DRDO chairman Dr. G. Satish Reddy, are reported to be safe after narrowly escaping that flash flood that struck the Nepal-Tibet border region during their Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. The pilgrims had crossed the flood-affected area on Wednesday morning, just hours before the flash flood had struck, and later became stranded in the Saga area of Tibet. Saga is a key halt on the route to Mount Kailash and Lake Mansarovar. Now, according to information available, all 31 members of the group are safe. They are currently in Saga and are exploring their return to Hyderabad through the Tibet-China route instead of travelling back through the flood-hit Nepal route. The flash floods in the Rasuwa region along the Nepal-Tibet border have disrupted road connectivity and left several pilgrims and travellers who are stranded still, or many who are unfortunately still unaccounted for. The Hyderabad group's narrow escape that has come amid continuing efforts to trace pilgrims caught in the disaster and restore communication and transport links in the affected region.
Tibet side Lupsang ji, and my Nepali staff manager Rajender. These are all my Nepali staff. మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు, నిన్న అనుకోకుండా ఒక విపత్తు జరిగింది. చాలామంది ఇళ్లల్లో భయపడుతున్నారు. మా ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ ఎలా ఉన్నారు, రాత్రి అంతా కూడా మాకు ఫోన్ చేసి చెప్తున్నారనమాట. నేను చెప్పాను, ఏం భయపడక్కర్లేదండి, అందరం క్షేమంగా ఉన్నాం. అయితే ఇవాళ నిన్నే 3 పరిక్రమ ముగించుకుని కైలాస్ పరిక్రమ డార్చన్కి వచ్చాం, సేఫ్గా ఉన్నాం. ఇవాళ మేమంతా ఇక్కడ మానసరోవరం దగ్గర ఉన్నాం, బేస్ క్యాంప్ దగ్గర. ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇవాళ సాగాకి వెళ్తాం. చైనా కూడా ఒక డెసిషన్ తీసుకున్నాక ఏ రూట్ మాకు ఇస్తే ఎగ్జిట్కి ఆ రూట్ నుంచి మేము రావడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. సేఫ్ మూమెంట్స్లోనే వస్తున్నాం. సో భగవంతుడి దేవాలు మేమంతా క్షేమంగా ఉన్నాం. ఇదిగో మీ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ అందరూ చూసుకోండి. एक बार सबको दिखाओ. హలో, వీడియో పూరే दिखाओ, ऐसा घुमा के दिखाओ. ఆరా సబ్. సో మీ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ అందరూ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారమ్మా, ఒకసారి చూసుకోండి. అలాగే ఇందులో కొంతమంది ప్రముఖులు కూడా ఉన్నారు. మన సతీష్ రెడ్డి గారు, తర్వాత ఇంకా కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు. వీఆర్ ఇన్ ఎన్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ మేము వాళ్ళ సపోర్ట్ కూడా తీసుకోవడానికి పాజిటివ్గానే ముందుకెళ్తున్నాం. సో డోంట్ వరీ, వీఆర్ ఆల్ ఇన్ సేఫ్ పొజిషన్. వీ రిటర్న్ వెరీ హ్యాపీలీ అండ్ సేఫ్లీ బై గాడ్స్ గ్రేస్. అండ్ కైలాసనాథుడు మా వెంటున్నాడు, హనుమంతుడు మన వెంటున్నాడు. ఇప్పటిదాకా మనకి ఎప్పుడు ఏ ప్రమాదాలు జరగలేదు. ప్రమాదాలు అనేవి చెప్పి రావు, కాకపోయినా మేము కూడా ఇప్పుడు అన్ని జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకుని మేము సేఫ్గా వస్తామని తెలియజేస్తూ మీ బంధువులందరూ కూడా మీ ముందర చూపిస్తున్నాం అండి. జై శ్రీరామ్.
ఓం నమః శివాయ. ఓం నమః శివాయ.
A massive flash flood in Nepal's Bhote-Koshi Trishuli River basin struck Rasuwa and neighbouring districts on Wednesday after flood water surged from the Tibet side, leaving over 163 dead. We're getting you visuals of the devastation from flood-hit Nepal. Nepal flash floods unleashed a massive wall of water at the Rasuwagadi border on Wednesday morning, with CCTV footage from an immigration office on Chinese side capturing the sudden deluge as it violently surged through the border area. The footage shows the sheer force of the floodwaters as they swept into Rasuwa. The customs office at China's Kerung border, connected to Nepal's Rasuwagadi crossing, is a key route for containers entering Nepal and is also used by pilgrims travelling to Mansarovar. A sudden flash flood triggered by a sharp rise in the Bhote-Koshi river from the Tibetan side struck Rasuwa district in Nepal. Siapuri, Besi and Timure regions were severely hit with villages, bridges, roads and infrastructure project sites washed away. Nepal police issued alerts for downstream districts along the Trishuli river basin, urging residents to stay vigilant and move to safer locations. At least 160 people have been killed and hundreds more are missing after a flash flood and mudslide along the Nepal-Tibet border washed away villages and damaged roads and infrastructure. The flood hit early on Wednesday in Rasuwa, just north of Nepal's capital Kathmandu, with preliminary information suggesting it was caused by an earthquake triggering an avalanche with melted snow pouring into the Bhote-Koshi river. The Nepal disaster has also struck Nepal's hydropower sector. Nepal's energy ministry said around 430 megawatts of electricity supplies had been affected, largely because of damage to hydroelectric projects. That is more than 12% of the country's total installed hydropower capacity of 3.2 gigawatts. Around a dozen settlements in Kathmandu have been affected. Devastating scenes from Betravati, Bazaar, show homes and businesses being swept away as the powerful flash flood surged downstream from Rasuwa. Betravati is reported to be among the worst hit areas of Nuwakot district in central Nepal. The Narayani River at Narayan Ghat has swollen to danger levels following a massive flash flood from the Bhote-Koshi and Trishuli river basins. Powerful waves from the swollen Narayani River hit a Buddha statue in Narayan Ghat, Chitwan, as floodwaters rose in Nepal following the massive flash flood. Authorities have urged people living along the Narayani and other rivers to remain alert. Powerful flash floods tore through Nepal's Rasuwa district, sweeping away cars and multi-story buildings after surging across the border from Tibet. A total of 114 persons affected by the Bhote-Koshi flash flood have been rescued with the mobilization of helicopters belonging to the Nepali army and private companies. The Nepal police shared the information that NA helicopter picked 85 persons waiting for rescue following the disaster since Wednesday morning. Similarly, the private helicopters airlifted 29 stranded ones to safety. A video showing the Nepal army rescuing a young man stranded on the rooftop of his house amid massive flash floods in Nepal has gone viral on social media. A huge wall of mud and rock collapsed into a river on the Himalayan border of Nepal and China's Tibet on Wednesday, triggering catastrophic flooding on the Nepali side that killed at least over 163 people and left hundreds of tourists missing. And that's an animation showing the Himalayan border region between Nepal and China's Tibet tracing the possible path of an ice rock avalanche believed to have triggered catastrophic flooding that killed at least 95 people, left hundreds of those missing in Nepal. Using pre-event imagery, the animation highlights the mountainous area northeast of the Rasuwagari border crossing where authorities believe a mass of ice, rock and debris collapsed and moved through the region before unleashing a debris-filled flood downstream. Eyewitness footage captured a flood sweeping through a village in Nepal's Himalayan region on the 26th of August after a massive collapse of mud and rock triggered catastrophic flooding near the border with China's Tibet region. The video filmed near Betravati Bazaar in Uttar Gaya municipality showed a torrent of flood water, mud, debris rushing down a mountainside and covering part of a settlement. A huge wall of mud and rock collapsed into a river on the Himalayan border of Nepal and China's Tibet on August 26th, triggering catastrophic flooding on the Nepali side that killed at least 163 people, left hundreds of tourists missing. The disaster left over 500 tourists unaccounted for, of whom over 391 were foreigners, 93 Nepalis. Aerial footage shot on August 26 showed severe flooding in the valleys of Nepal's northern Rasuwa district. A massive flash flood killed many in Himalayan border areas of Nepal and adjoining Tibet, washing away villages, damaging roads, bridges and power projects, with authorities fearing more casualties. With that, it's a wrap on this edition. My colleague Anisha Mathur joins you on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
I can only talk about this particular ceasefire. What happened in the military domain? I told you that they picked up the phone at about 9:30, spoke. We chose our own time. The DGMO said he's not available till about 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock he said, and then we decided at 5 o'clock. So the ceasefire is decided between two DGMOs. And that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else. How did this particular information get leaked out to the Americans that they tweeted before we could announce this? Again, I'm really, and that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else.
Nepal's darkest flood aftermath. Death toll mounts, over 100 Indians missing. Shattering India Today ground report.
Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this. And this explains how furious, this mayhem was, the devastation.
Emotional Sadhguru mourns loss.
So literally the entire group was there in the building.
Death and despair after deluge. The Himalayan flood havoc.
You're watching India Today. Good afternoon. I'm Anisha Mathur, and here are the headlines at this hour. "175 bodies recovered and several still missing in deadly Nepal floods. Trail of destruction, villages and homes swept away after quake-triggered flash floods." India Today, the only channel reporting from disaster zone.
Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this. And this explains how furious, this mayhem was, the devastation.
100 Indians rescued, but dozens still missing in Nepal flood tragedy. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay chairs key meet over rescue of Tamilians. Residents of Bengal and Maharashtra also missing in Nepal. Several Kailash-bound pilgrims missing in Nepal flash floods. Spiritual leader Sadhguru says 80 devotees dead from Isha Foundation. Mourns loss, urges authorities to allow him to visit disaster site.
So we're doing everything possible. We're still looking if we can. We're seeking permission through the Indian Embassy and the Chinese Embassy in India, and American Embassy is working on this to see if they can permit me and a group of people to be.
Nepal, China, war of words over flood tragedy. Nepal journalists say no prior flood warning by China. China rejects claims, calls Nepal media allegations fake news. Did China keep Nepal in the dark about the flood threat? Kiren Rijiju unfiltered and unplugged. Union Minister's unmissable interview. Rijiju defines who is a Dimagi Naxal. Parliament Minister's big hint on special Parliament session soon. Rijiju answers on pellet gun row. Says rulebook followed, no order came from MHA.
We wanted the discussion on the bills. We allotted the time. Each bill was given time to discuss in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
And the big story that we are bringing to you, Nepal is battling the aftermath of one of its worst flash flood disasters. With rescue operations continuing across the worst hit areas, the death toll is mounting. Nepal's Disaster Management Authority says 165 bodies have been recovered so far, with identification still underway, and the number of missing remains high. According to preliminary data from the Nepal Tourism Board, 579 people are missing from the affected areas, including 466 foreign nationals and 113 Nepalis. Nearly 300 Indian tourists are among those who are reportedly missing. Today, the Nepal Army rescued 123 people by helicopter from Rasuwa, including 95 from Timure, 7 people trapped inside a hydropower tunnel in Haku, and 21 Indian tourists. The Nepal Army, the Armed Police Force and Nepal Police continue search and rescue operations using helicopters to reach areas cut off by the floodwaters and landslides. Prime Minister Balen Shah has called the situation critical, with saving lives and intensifying rescue operations the immediate priority.
So this search and rescue team have brought search and rescue dogs, as I just mentioned, but they say some of the challenges, including, for example, mudslides. Mudslides will make it even more challenging for search and rescue dog to smell potential survivors that are trapped underneath, because in the case of scenario, according to their previous search and rescue experience, a mudslide can trap survivors underneath. heave about 1.5 meter to around 3 meters. With that, search and rescue dog would be really hard to sniff any signs. So that's where the sensors as well as live detectors are coming handy, as well as drone to estimate the current situation on the ground. So first is to really get an understanding and overview of what's happening on the ground. So some of the materials and supply that we see carried by the People Liberation Army as well as the search and rescue team, and also Annang, which is Annang search and rescue team, very good at bringing heavy equipment to clear the roads as well as to at least restore some of the basic infrastructure are on their way there. Also, we're seeing some of the supplies to the epicenter include tents, which means shelter is definitely in need at this point.
I'm Ashutosh Mishra here at Ground Zero in Nepal. We are en route to Nuwakot. Nuwakot, one of the worst affected along with Rasuwa, and primarily we have seen how in this difficult terrain, when the slide eventually leveled up the river up to 30 to 40 meter, how people were escaped. They were hiding on these mountain areas. So they clearly, and we have seen those viral video where people were seeking SOS message. They were sending that somehow they managed to escape from that devastation, that disaster, and they were managing all through these stretches, these terrain. Now, at the very same time, why it is very difficult for the Nepali Army and Air Force to carry out such operations, because of, if you see the weather, the valley is absolutely packed, and so is the situation even towards Rasuwa. So somehow, remember, all the road connectivity have been totally washed away. It is extremely difficult to reach to such terrain. So through these mountain roads, which is hardly accessible, since most of the places the government has blocked those access, they are not allowing much people to travel to those areas, because that will eventually disrupt the aid and rescue relief, all the efforts. So somehow we managed to pass through these areas, and that makes why the situation absolutely difficult, because the air sorties, number of air sorties will be very limited. The world has offered help to Nepal, including India. We have seen the first Indian aircraft land in Kathmandu with the aid and support, but at the very same time, for the air evacuation, this is going to be extremely difficult, looking at the weather packed here in this peak of the monsoon, and this kind of calamity, more than 160 people killed, more than 400 missing, and still the search and rescue operations continues, which is the priority for Nepalese authority at the moment. One of the most beautiful landscape and city near the the Nepal-Tibet border. Now they say we lost that beautiful city, and clearly I have seen those images. Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this, and this explains how furious this mayhem was, the devastation. Heavy vehicles, the way they have gone into debris explains that the moment. Look at this, these are bikes, everything hard-earned money, people made their houses, been living here ages, they have their memories of this. And that's right behind me is the Trishuli river. If you can see clearly, the water level when it went as high as 30 to 40 meters perhaps was the reason, and then the magnitude, the energy that it had through the gravity, through the landscape. Now one would wonder how exactly this came through. This is exactly the road that connects to Rasuwa, and a few kilometers there's Trishuli point, and from there it's Rasuwa, and this is exactly where the slide came through. The moment we see that avalanche, flash flood, whatever it was, it only brought the devastation. So that's the Trishuli right behind me, and the road that connects to Rasuwa. Entire road was washed away, and look at the magnitude of the disaster. All these building structure, 30 to 40 feet. In fact, if you see right across, that's the Trishuli river flowing still with a full flow, and that's Gramin Vikas Agriculture Development Bank Limited. Look at the entire structure. The whole building was under a debris. That was the flow, and that also explains the water flow was up to 30 to 40 feet. Now on the other side, that's the ATM right behind me, which was also got inundated, not only mud and debris still, and this explains the furious devastation. Still the debris, and it is very loose. The moment someone even put a step right here, you literally go in the debris. Look at this, what has happened. Heavy vehicles, these are heavy transport vehicles, and look at what has happened. That was the power flow and magnitude of the devastation triggered by Trishuli rivers, what came from the Tibet plateau and all the roads. The biggest challenge for the authorities are to ensure road connectivity Because unless you have that, the operation will only depend on the air sorties, because the number of air sorties will be limited. Looking at the weather conditions, largely depends on the weather condition. But moreover, though people who stranded in Rasuwa and other parts, they need to be evacuated, and for that the road connectivity will be very essential. So beyond this point, since all it has covered under thick layer of debris, those all areas, these heavy machineries are trying to clear the road, and as and when it becomes, that will really make an uphill task for all the authorities. Because you see these vehicles, the trucks, the movements, that explains how furious the situation it was. I just crossed halfway through Nuwakot market, and then I was told by the people that extremely right side, all they were the residential areas of the people who were living here. Just across side were the largely shops, hotel, commercial property holders, and everything that was like any other city. But all it looks like today is only a ghost town. Everyone who just somehow tried to escape are now hunting back to find out leftover belongings to, continue their life. But these images are so horrific, doesn't give hope to bring back the life anytime soon. It is going to be extremely difficult from restoring the connectivity, bringing the life here, electricity, communication, and then ensure safety and security, because the terrain that it looks like after one of such glacial outbursts, what if there is another? There is a sense of fear amongst the people, and perhaps many of those do not even want to return in this kind of situation. Hovering these choppers are ensuring maximum number of the people to be rescued, but no one knows how many would be even beneath these debris. And this was one of the largest towns. Thousands were living here, and in few seconds, this has all turned a ground of debris.
So what exactly triggered this devastating flash flood? According to initial reports, the chain of events may have begun near the Nepal-Tibet border when a massive ice and rock avalanche crashed down from a glacier. The avalanche is believed to have blocked the Lende Khola river, creating a natural barrier and causing water to build up behind it. And then the barrier gave way. The sudden release sent a massive surge of water, mud and boulders crashing downstream through Nepal, turning the river into a destructive wall of water. The flood then swept through downstream areas, damaging homes, roads, bridges and critical infrastructure. The exact cause is still being investigated, including the policy of a glacial lake outburst contributing to the surge. And India has sent humanitarian aid to Nepal. A second flight took off from Hindon, carrying 37.5 tons of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief material, medicines and food packets for flood-ravaged Nepal. Earlier, India had sent 10 tons of humanitarian aid to Nepal, consisting of medicines, hygiene kits and blankets. India has assured Nepal that it stands firmly with the country. Meanwhile, NDRF IG NS Bundela has informed India Today that 4 NDRF teams are on standby for Nepal, and the government will take the final call depending on the requirements. He also informed that West Champaran and adjoining areas are on high alert. On Wednesday, Prime Minister Modi spoke to the Nepalese PM and conveyed his condolences. He also stated that India stands in solidarity with Nepal and is ready to provide all possible assistance. Nepalese PM Balen Shah, on the other hand, has thanked Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the aid and support. He also hailed India-Nepal ties, saying that he deeply values the bond between the two nations.
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने ऑलरेडी बिहार में रिव्यू कर लिया, यूपी में रिव्यू कर लिया, जो जिले अफेक्ट होने वाले हैं उसमें लोगों को सेंसिटाइज कर दिया, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन सेंसिटाइज्ड है, और एनडीआरएफ की जो एडिशनल डिप्लॉयमेंट थी वहाँ भी ऑलरेडी डिप्लॉय कर दिया गया है। वेस्ट चंपारण और मुजफ्फरपुर एरिया इधर से जो फ्लो होके जाती है तो वहाँ पर ऑलरेडी टीम्स डिप्लॉय कर दिए। यूपी में कुशीनगर एरिया में इम्पैक्ट होता है, वहाँ भी टीम डिप्लॉय की हुई है।
ये एयरक्राफ्ट है C-17 ग्लोबमास्टर। एयरक्राफ्ट इज वर्सेटाइल प्लेटफॉर्म। ये वी कैरी आउट अराउंड 70 टन्स ऑफ पेलोड हम कैरी कर सकते हैं। एज ऑफ नाउ इसमें हम अराउंड 35 to 40 टन्स ऑफ रिलीफ मटेरियल कैरी कर रहे हैं, जो कि एनडीआरएफ का सम लोड है, टेंटेज है, डिग्निटी किट्स एंड मेडिकल एड हम कैरी कर रहे हैं। ये एयरक्राफ्ट कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में स्टैंडर्ड 2 पायलट होते हैं, बिकॉज ये HADR मिशन है तो हम 3 पायलट, 2 लोड मास्टर और 4 ग्राउंड को कैरी कर रहे हैं। हम 1 घंटे 15 मिनट तक हम जाएंगे, फिर लैंडिंग करने के बाद बिकॉज टनेज ज़्यादा है तो हम एक्सपेक्ट करें 3 से 4 घंटे में इसकी ऑफलोडिंग हो जाएगी, फिर 4 घंटे के बाद हम टेक ऑफ करके वापस हिंडन भी रिकवर करेंगे।
The Nepal disaster has triggered concern across several states in India, with more than 300 Indians still reported missing, even as rescue operations continue on a war footing. While a majority of those stranded are from southern states, reports suggest that people from several other parts of the country are also unaccounted for. This includes at least 32 persons from West Bengal, at least 7 from Maharashtra, while several people from Uttar Pradesh are also reported missing. Focusing on Kolkata, of the 32 Bengal pilgrims missing in the Nepal disaster, 30 are tourists and 2 are travel agents. They were part of a Kailash Mansarovar group travelling with Kolkata-based Cholo Jai Club. The group also includes an Indian expatriate based in the US. Their last contact was established around 8 a.m. on Wednesday, just before the floods hit. Among those untraceable at the moment are Durgapur couple Arindam and Mausami Ganguly, who were en route to Saibru Besi as part of the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. The travel group had left on August 21st, but there has been no contact since the floods hit Nepal. The couple had last spoken to their daughter before communication was lost.
यहाँ से 16 तारीख को निकला था काठमांडू के लिए, 17 तारीख को पहुंच गया था। वहां से कैलाश यात्रा के लिए निकल गए थे। उसके बाद तो हम लोग कांटेक्ट कर रहे थे, वीडियो कॉल भी हो रहा था, ठीक ठाक ही चल रहा था। जब मानस सरोवर में जब गया तो वहाँ पे ठीक ही था, वहाँ पे वीडियो कॉल भी हुआ था, ठीक ठाक ही था। लेकिन जब परिक्रमा का टाइम आया है तब दादा ने बोला है मुझे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, बॉम्बिंग हो रही है। तो फिर उसने एजेंसी के लोग को बोला है हमको छोड़ दीजिए, काठमांडू तक छोड़ दीजिए। तब उसने बोला ठीक है छोड़ देंगे। उसके बाद एक बार दादा से बातचीत हुई थी, मेरी दीदी को बोल रहा था मैं आ रहा हूँ, एजेंसी लोग बोला है हम लोग लेकर आते हैं, आप लोग काठमांडू में आ जाइए। फिर मेरा हस्बैंड वहाँ पे गया है कल को लेने के लिए। तब
उसके बाद से कोई जोगाजोग हुआ?
संपर्क नहीं हो रहा है, बार बार स्विच ऑफ बोल रहा है।
Over 130 Indians, including many pilgrims on the Mansarovar Yatra, were missing, and scores of others have been stranded in Nepal after the flash floods swept through its central districts, unleashing devastation and cutting off affected areas. The whereabouts of 37 of the 103 tourists from Tamil Nadu are yet to be ascertained, while 20 others have been accounted for. Several persons from UP were believed to be stranded, including farmer leader Rakesh Tiket, who had gone to Nepal via road with his associates, who is currently stuck in Pokhara. 7 tourists from Maharashtra are stuck in Nepal amid flash floods, with latest reports claiming that 4 of them are safe. A team of 36 from Kerala touring Nepal declared that they were safe and away from the areas affected by the devastating flash floods. 7 from Andhra Pradesh have so far been identified as missing or stranded, while 4 have been traced safe but remain stranded. Efforts are underway to locate the remaining 3 missing persons. Minister Nara Lokesh is personally leading and coordinating rescue efforts to ensure the safe return of all Andhra Pradesh residents stranded or missing in the flood-affected areas of Nepal. 2 people from Kalburgi who were stranded amid severe floods in Nepal have been rescued and shifted to a safe location. Karnataka disaster management authorities have contacted the duo and gathered information about their situation. The state government is now making arrangements to bring them back from Nepal to Delhi, with accommodation planned at Karnataka Bhavan.
Belagavi, we are getting reports that some people are there, but it is not ascertained. Kalburgi, 2 people from Chincholi are stuck in the Nepal floods, and that has been reported to our SPs. And I urge through the media that if there is any information that you have about our people from our state missing in Nepal, please get in touch with the local police station as soon as possible, or at least the district SP. And if you inform us, we will ensure that the right communication channels will be opened for their relatives and friends.
ఇప్పుడు కూడా మేము మానసరోవర యాత్రకు వచ్చాము. అయితే మేము చాలా సేవ్ అయ్యాము. అదంతా ఈశ్వర్ని ప్రభావం అనుకుంటా. నెక్స్ట్ అయితే మా ట్రావెల్స్ వాళ్ళు కూడా మమ్మల్ని చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకుంటున్నారు. ఎక్కడైనా సరే అకామిడేషన్ కానీ, ఫుడ్ కానీ, ట్రావెల్ చేసే విధానంలో కానీ చాలా బాగా చూసుకుంటారు. దానివల్లే అనుకుంటా మాకు ఈరోజు మేము ఇంత సేఫ్గా బయటపడ్డామంటే అదంతా ఆ కృష్ణయ్య, ఆ శివయ్య అనుగ్రహమే. నెక్స్ట్ ట్రావెల్స్ వాళ్ళ ద్వారా కూడా మేము చాలా బాగా రీచ్ అయ్యాము. మాకు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ లేట్ అయ్యాయి అని చెప్పి మేము చాలా ఫీల్ అయ్యాము. అయితే లేట్ అవ్వడం కూడా చాలా మంచిదని ఇప్పుడు మాకు అర్థమైంది. ఏది జరిగినా మన మంచికే అని అనుకోవాలంటారు చూడండి, అట్లా జరిగింది.
India Today has also spoken to a stranded Indian who claimed that he hails from Karnataka and remains stranded in Kathmandu. Let's listen into what he had to say.
आपसे सबसे पहले जानना चाहूंगी, आप सेफ हैं, आप ठीक हैं? अभी आप कहाँ हैं? काठमांडू में?
मैडम, हम एक्चुअली कल सुबह 6 बजे से हम यात्रा स्टार्ट किया था.
फिर
हमारा टोटल 25 मेंबर था टोटल हमारे ग्रुप में.
आप बताइए आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
मैडम, 25 मेंबर था. हम एक्चुअली काठमांडू से 1-2 घंटा का यात्रा के बाद एक बटार बोल के गांव आया. बटार बोल के त्रिशूल नदी होता, वो नदी वो पार होता त्रिशूल नदी. वो बटार के पास हमारे सामने खाली हमारा बस 200 मीटर ओनली 200 मीटर के दूर से एकदम पूरा बाढ़ आया.
फिर क्या हुआ?
बहुत हम देखे तो इमेजिन नहीं करता, ऐसा बड़ा पूरा दुआ के साथ बहुत एकदम पानी आया. मैडम, हमारा ड्राइवर एकदम गाड़ी रिटर्न करके हाइट प्लेस में लेके गया, हम बच गया.
तो आप अपनी फैमिली के साथ थे, आप अकेले थे उस टाइम पे? आप रोड पे थे?
नहीं मैडम, हमारा सन मिला, मैं 2 था, हम कर्नाटक से.
फिर बनीनाथ जी, आप बता रहे थे आपके ड्राइवर ने वहां से गाड़ी हटा ली. क्या इम्पैक्ट उस टाइम पर फील हुआ?
मैडम, वो हम बोल नहीं सकते, ऐसा इमेजिन. वही रात भर तक मेरे को याद आ रहा है, नींद नहीं होगा. बहुत मेरे सामने आ गया पूरा एकदम पानी बहुत आ गया. हमारे के 10 मिनट पहले 2 बस अभी कांटेक्ट में नहीं है, मिसिंग है. हमारे सामने गए सब बस 2 बस वेस्ट बंगाल का टूरिस्ट.
तो मलिनाथ जी, अभी आप सेफ हैं? आपको किस तरह से रेस्क्यू किया गया वहां से?
मैडम, उधर से क्या है मैडम, हमारा ड्राइवर पूरा हाइट प्लेस में जाके रुके 1 घंटे. रुकने के बाद पूरा रिटर्न जाने का रास्ता अच्छा है नहीं पूछ के कंफर्म करके फिर रिटर्न 3 घंटा रिटर्न आके हम काठमांडू में होटल में सेफ है.
तो मलिनाथ जी, आप बताइए, आप वैसे कहाँ से हैं और आप काठमांडू में यात्रा के लिए गए थे?
मैडम, हम मानस सरोवर यात्रा के लिए गए थे.
एग्जैक्टली जब बाढ़ आई थी उस वक्त आप कहाँ थे?
वो एक्चुअली बाढ़ आए थे टाइम हम एक्चुअली वो बाढ़ हम तिमुरी जाने का था मैडम, चाइना बॉर्डर का तिमुरी.
उसके बाद जी बोलिए.
तिमुरी बोल के इमिग्रेशन होता है, वहां जाने का था. अभी 1 घंटे का रास्ता था.
तो वहां से जब आप काठमांडू वापस आए हैं, किस तरह की दिक्कतें आई? खाना पीना आपको मिला?
नहीं मैडम, क्या भी दिक्कत नहीं हो गया. हमारे ट्रैवल एजेंसी ने सब अरेंज किया है, खाना गिना का पूरा हमारा नेटवर्क पे वर्क कर रहा था. बाद में हमारा MP MLA सब कांटेक्ट में है. अभी हम सोप जोन में है.
31 pilgrims from Hyderabad, including former DRDO chairman Dr. G. Satish Reddy, are reported to be safe after narrowly escaping a flash flood. that struck the Nepal-Tibet border region during their Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. The pilgrims had crossed the flood-affected areas on Wednesday morning, just hours before the flash flood struck, and later became stranded in the Saga area of Tibet. Saga is the key halt on the route to Mount Kailash and Lake Mansarovar. According to information available, all 31 members of the group are safe. They are currently in Saga and are exploring their return to Hyderabad through the Tibet-China route instead of travelling back through the flood-hit Nepal route. The flash floods in the Rasuwa region along the Nepal-Tibet border have disrupted road connectivity and left several pilgrims and travellers stranded or unaccounted for. The Hyderabad group's narrow escape comes amid continuing efforts to trace pilgrims caught in the disaster and restore communication and transport links in the affected region.
Tibet side Lupsang ji and my Nepali staff manager Rajender, these are all my Nepali staff. మీకు అందరికీ తెలుసు, నిన్న అనుకోకుండా ఒక విపత్తు జరిగింది. చాలామంది ఇళ్లలో భయపడుతున్నారు. మా ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ ఎలా ఉన్నారు, రాత్రి అంతా కూడా మాకు ఫోన్ చేసి చెప్తున్నారనమాట. నేను చెప్పాను, ఏం భయపడక్కర్లేదండి, అందరం క్షేమంగా ఉన్నాం. అయితే ఇవాళ నిన్నే 3 పరిక్రమ ముగించుకుని కైలాస్ పరిక్రమ డార్చన్కి వచ్చాం, సేఫ్గా ఉన్నాం. ఇవాళ మేమంతా ఇక్కడ మానసరోవర్ దగ్గర ఉన్నాం, బేస్ క్యాంప్ దగ్గర. ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇవాళ సాగాకి వెళ్తాం. చైనా కూడా ఒక డెసిషన్ తీసుకున్నాక ఏ రూట్ మాకు ఇస్తే ఎగ్జిట్కి ఆ రూట్ నుంచి మేము రావడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. సేఫ్ మూమెంట్స్లోనే వస్తున్నాం. సో భగవంతుడి దయ వల్ల మేమంతా క్షేమంగా ఉన్నాం. ఇదిగో మీ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ అందరూ చూసుకోండి. एक बार सबको दिखाओ, హలో వీడియో పూరా दिखाओ, ऐसा घुमा के दिखाओ, आ रहा सब. సో మీ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ అందరూ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారమ్మా, ఒకసారి చూసుకోండి. అలాగే ఇందులో కొంతమంది ప్రముఖులు కూడా ఉన్నారు. మన సతీష్ రెడ్డి గారు, తర్వాత ఇంకా కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు. వీఆర్ ఇన్ ఎన్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ. మేము వాళ్ళ సపోర్ట్ కూడా తీసుకోవడానికి పాజిటివ్గానే ముందుకెళ్తున్నాం. సో డోంట్ వరీ, వీఆర్ ఆల్ ఇన్ సేఫ్ పొజిషన్. వీ రిటర్న్ వెరీ హ్యాపీలీ అండ్ సేఫ్లీ బై గాడ్స్ గ్రేస్. అండ్ కైలాసనాథుడు మా వెంటున్నాడు, హనుమంతుడు మన వెంటున్నాడు. ఇప్పటిదాకా మనకి ఎప్పుడు ఏ ప్రమాదాలు జరగలేదు. ప్రమాదాలు అనేవి చెప్పి రావు, కాకపోయినా మేము కూడా ఇప్పుడు అన్ని జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకుని మేము సేఫ్గా వస్తాం తెలియజేస్తూ మీ బంధువులందరూ కూడా మీ ముందర చూపిస్తున్నాం అండి. జై శ్రీరామ్.
ఓం నమః శివాయ. ఓం నమః శివాయ.
And Abdul Bashir is joining me on this story. Abdul, you're getting this information from the tourists from Andhra Pradesh and other areas who are now in Nepal. What more can you tell us about those who've been tracked down, and what more can you tell us about those who we are still trying to find?
Well, we came to know that 31 Hyderabad pilgrims were right in the flash flood area just hours before the flash flood struck that particular place in Nepal. They have just crossed that place, and after which they heard the news of the flash flood, and then they started moving to a safer area. I spoke to the former DRDO chairman Satish Reddy Garu, who said that they are right now safe, and all of them are being shifted to Saga in China, where their alternate route is being analyzed by the China authorities, is what is being said. They are closely in touch with the Indian authorities, Indian embassy there, and also making sure that their return is safe, as the immigration office has also been struck down by the flash floods that have taken place over there. All these 31 members are right now on the way to Saga, and very soon they will reach their base camp in Saga, and after which their update regarding the next course of action will be given by the authorities, is what they have to say. What we are learning is that there is another woman who is now missing from the who has gone to the Kailash area, where Suhasini, she was there in the flash flood region, is what the family members have to say. She has not been in contact since yesterday. The family members are trying to trace her down. They have also contacted the authorities. Now, when we spoke to the family member here in Hyderabad, they said that they are closely in touch with the authorities to know the whereabouts of Suhasini. She is basically an engineer, a software engineer who stays in Australia and runs a software company here in Hyderabad. Is the basic information we have got. Suhasini Reddy is her name. She is right now missing, and her whereabouts are to be known.
All right, thank you very much for that, Abdul Bashir, and all the best to all those who are stranded there, and we hope that Ms. Suhasini Reddy, who Abdul was just mentioning, will be found very soon. A devastating flash flood in Nepal, and it has turned into a major rescue crisis for India. With over 130 Indian tourists feared missing after the sudden disaster struck the Nepal-Tibet border region, now the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has chaired an emergency meet. Among those caught in the catastrophe are more than 103 tourists from Tamil Nadu who were on a pilgrimage and travel circuit towards the Kailash Mansarovar region. Their families back home are desperately waiting for information as communications remain severely disrupted in the flood-hit zone. Kailash Selvi from TNS Thiruvarur, who went on the same pilgrimage trip, has been stranded along with a group of tourists. Mother Geeta, daughter Vaishnavi, relative Ananda Sundari of the same family from Puducherry who went on to Nepal on the pilgrimage tour are also stranded. The disaster has triggered an urgent political and administrative response in Tamil Nadu, with CM Vijay assuring assistance and directing officials to work towards the rescue of missing Tamils. The centre is also facing mounting pressure to accelerate the rescue operation. DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has urged immediate intervention, calling for the missing Indians to be located, rescued and safely repatriated. AIA-DMK leader Edapadi K. Palanisamy has also demanded urgent action. Calling the reports deeply shocking, EPS has urged the centre to expedite rescue operations in coordination with the Nepal government and ensure proper information sharing with Tamil Nadu.
நேற்று வரைக்கும் நேபாளில் இருந்து திபெத்தில் இருந்து கால் பண்ணாங்க, வீடியோ கால் பண்ணாங்க. நாங்கள் சேஃபாக இருக்கோம், எதுவும் ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் அப்புறம் நியூஸ் பார்த்த வாட்டிக்கு அதில் எமர்ஜென்சி நிலச்சரிவு ஏற்பட்டதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அப்புறம் எமர்ஜென்சி நம்பருக்கு கால் பண்ண வாட்டிக்கு அவங்க வந்து சேஃபாக இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. ஆனால் கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லலை. எல்லாரையுமே அவங்க போன எல்லா மெம்பர்ஸுமே என்ன மாதிரி தானே அழுது தவிச்சிருப்பாங்க. எல்லாரையுமே கொஞ்சம் சேஃபாக மீட்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டா நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
23ஆம் தேதி காலையில் இங்கேருந்து கிளம்பி கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து பஸ்ஸில் போயிட்டு சென்னையிலேருந்து போனாங்க. போயிட்டு முந்தா நாள் காலையில் டெல்லியில் இருக்கோம்ப்பா அப்படின்னாங்க. நேற்று காலையில் காட்மாண்டில் அதாவது சேஃபாக இருக்கிறோம். அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டால் சேஃபாக இருக்கு அப்படின்னு தாசில்தார் வந்தாங்க, திருவாரூர் தாசில்தார் வந்து பார்த்துட்டு விசாரிச்சுட்டு அதான் அந்த லிஸ்ட்டு வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க.
சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்து, ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க அது ஓகே, பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டேரெக்டாக கான்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. கான்டாக்ட் கிடச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். அது திருப்பி எப்படி அவங்க ரிட்டர்ன் கூட்டணும் வரணும் என்னன்றது இதுக்கு மேலே தான் நாங்கள் பிளான் பண்ணணும். காலையில் 6:15 மணிக்கு காலையில் இப்போ ட்ரை பண்ணால் சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் எல்லா ஃபோனுமே சுவிச் ஆஃப் தான் வருது. இல்லை அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டின்னு வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது எதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம், அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டின்னு வரது மட்டும் தான் இப்போ ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்குது.
கும்பகோணத்துலேருந்து சூப்பர் யாத்ரா ஏஜென்சி அப்படிங்கிற நிறுவனம் மூலமாக நமக்கு 57 பேர் இந்த நிறுவனம் மூலமாக கைலாயில் போயிருக்காங்க. அதில் வந்து நமக்கு தஞ்சாவூரை சேர்ந்தவங்க 14 பேர், பாக்கி எல்லாருமே அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்லேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. திருவண்ணாமலை, மயிலாடுதுறை, திருவாரூர் நிறைய இடத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்காங்க. மொத்தம் 57 பேர் 3 பஸ்ஸில் போயிருக்காங்க. நேற்று ஈவினிங் வந்து நேபாளத்துலேருந்து திபெத் நோக்கி போகிறப்ப தான் இந்த ஆக்சிடென்ட்டுங்க. மொதல் பஸ்ஸு போயிட்டாங்க, 2வது பஸ் 3வது பஸ் போகிறப்ப தான் ஏதோ சவுண்டு கேட்டிருக்குன்னு சொல்லி பார்த்துருக்காங்க. அவங்கள்ட்ட யார்கிட்டையுமே தொடர்பு கொள்ள முடியல. அப்பப்போ டவர் கிடைக்கிறப்ப தான் பேச முடியுது. நாங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம், எல்லார்ட்டையுமே பேசுறதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இன்னும் யார்கிட்டையுமே அவங்கள்ட்ட பேச முடியல.
23ஆம் தேதி நைட்டு 57 பேர் கொண்ட ஒரு குழு கைலாயம் போகிறதுக்காக கிளம்புனது. 24ஆம் தேதி விடிகாலத்தில் 12:40க்கு ஃப்ளைட்டு சென்னையில் டெல்லி போய் டெல்லியிலேருந்து காட்மாண்டில் மீட்டிங் முடிஞ்சு மறுநாள் காலையில் எல்லோரும் 8 மணிக்கெலாம் அவங்களோட குரூப்பை 57 பேர் மகாராஷ்டிராவை சேர்ந்த 2 பேர் 59 பேர் குரூப் அது. நான் மிலிட்ரி சீஃப் இன்ஜினியர் ஒருத்தர் அவர்கிட்ட பேசினேன். அவர்கிட்ட நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் டென்ஷன் ஆகாதீங்க சார், எங்கள் மிச்சம் இருக்கிற ஆளுங்க எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் வெளியால் யாரும் ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணிட்டோம் அந்த ஏரியா, யாரும் வெளியே.
And I'm now being joined by Ashika Tamang, who is the Member of Parliament of Nepal from Dhading, which is one of the areas which has been affected by the floods. Ms. Tamang, thank you very much for speaking to India Today. I'll keep it very... अभी क्या सिचुएशन है, क्या बता सकते हैं आप हमें रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस के बारे में, क्योंकि आपकी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में धाडिंग में, रसुआ में और भी कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट नुआकोट में काफ़ी डिस्ट्रक्शन हुई है, काफ़ी डैमेज हुआ है. क्या बता सकते हैं आप, अभी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
इधर बहुत इधर का अवस्था जो है, कंडीशन एकदम नाजुक है. इधर वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एंड इंटरनेट both are cut up in different district like Rasuwa and Dhading also, and we have here is a big issue because we cannot connect each other because of connection problem. That's why here is वो लोग है ना, वो उसका उधर लाश जो सब डेथ बड़ी है वो चाहे कलेक्शन के दौरान में हम इधर जो रिवर साइड में कलेक्ट हो रहा है वो डेथ बड़ी, उसका जो वो बहुत ज्यादा है. उसको हम ये इधर का पुलिस प्रशासन, इधर का हमारा नेपाल का सब लोग मिलकर, नेपाल सरकार, सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम सबसे मिलकर इधर बहुत कोशिश कर रहा है. हम सब लोग एक मिलजुल कर इधर का प्रॉब्लम का हल करने के प्रयास कर रहा है. मैडम
जी, अंशिका जी, मुझे ये बताइएगा कि इस समय आप कहाँ पर हैं और वहाँ आसपास क्या हो रहा है, और ऑफिशियल फिगर्स क्या हैं, अभी सरकार क्या कह रही है, कितने लोगों के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन है कि कितनी डेड बॉडीज मिली हैं, कितने लोग मिसिंग हैं अभी?
हाँ, आज तक, आज के दिन तक 145 डेड बॉडी से हमारे रसुआ डिस्ट्रिक्ट से मिला है. तो हमारे अभी मैं ये अफेक्टेड एरिया में हूँ, इसका नाम गजूरी धादिंग बोलता है इस इलाके को. इधर भी 27 लाख अब पड़ी है, उधर हेल्थ सेंटर में पड़ रही है. उधर तो वो लाश के वो बुग्बू आ रही है, क्योंकि इधर इतना गर्मी है तो इसमें ला रही है. तो उसको मैनेज करने के लिए कुछ भी वो है ना, रास्ते सब बंद ब्लॉक है. फ्लोट नहीं करके वो हिलो क्या कहता है हिंदी में, फ्लोर में फ्लोट नहीं करके. हाँ, सब ब्लॉकेज है रास्ते पे, सब रास्ते ब्लॉकेज है. तो उसको लाने पे दिक्कत है, उसको लाने में प्रॉब्लम है. तो हेली को माध्यम भी इतना प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, क्योंकि हमारे पास उतना इनफ वो हेली नहीं है ना, इसलिए. तो हम कैसे ये काम करेंगे, तो हम स्थानीय सरकार और केंद्रीय सरकार और संघीय सरकार के माध्यम से हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं. मैडम
जी, what more can you tell us about the situation around you, और बाकी क्या हो रहा है आपके आसपास? आप जैसे कह रहे हैं कि आप लोगों के पास हेलीकॉप्टर्स की कमी है.
अभी तो जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उसके लिए हम राहत के बंदोबस्त, उनके जो घर है, घर में वो क्या बोलते हैं ना, सब टेंट के लिए हम कर रहे हैं. तो उनके लिए बेसिक नीड, फूड, वाटर, एंड दे नीड आल्सो हेल्थ, बिकॉज वो जो फ्लड से आ रही है तो जो स्मेल वो इतना बैड है. तो हम लोग इतने हेल्थ में उन लोग के हर एक
जी,
तो हम कोशिश मैडम जी.
आशिका जी, एक मैं सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी. चीन में, चाइना के जो बांध है, डैम है, वहां से पानी छोड़ा गया, क्या उसकी वजह से तबाही और बाढ़ को ज्यादा भयावह बनाया? क्या नेपाल को इसकी जानकारी दी गई थी?
मैडम जी, हमने बस बुझ लिया, समझ
मैं
लिया।
एक सवाल पूछ रही हूँ, क्या चाइना ने नेपाल को बाढ़ की जानकारी दी थी? क्या आप लोगों को बताया गया था कि पानी का बाढ़ का खतरा है? चाइना की तरफ से कोई इंफॉर्मेशन आई थी आपकी सरकार के पास?
आया था, वो तो आया था हमारे पास, लेकिन किस कारण से बिल्कुल हुआ है, वो तिब्बत से आया ना, तो इधर रीजन था छैन भनौँ। We don't have any particular reason why the flood is like that.
Okay. Can you tell me one thing? China is making a number of dams and hydroelectric projects. China बहुत सारे बांध बना रहा है, हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट बना रहा है। इसको लेकर नेपाल में क्या कोई चिंता है? क्या इन डैम्स की वजह से क्या सोचते हैं आप लोग? क्या इसकी वजह से और खतरा बढ़ेगा?
हाँ, वो लोग बनाना तो उनका अधिकार की बात है ना, वो बनाने के लिए, लेकिन उन लोग ने उसको दीर्घकालीन उनको नॉट टेम्पोररी, जस्ट परमानेंटली सोल्यूशन भी उनको होना चाहिए, ताकि उनका छिमेकी कंट्री को उनको वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा हम बोलते हैं। प्रॉब्लम होना चाहिए। मैडम जी, हम इधर हेल्प के लिए आए हैं, तो हमारे पास उतना वक्त नहीं है
जी,
तो हमें जाना पड़ता है, क्योंकि वो लोग है ना, वो हमें फूड पैकेज, रिलीफ पैकेज वो ले हाँ, वो वेट कर रहा है।
Thank you very much, Tamang, for speaking to us. Okay. And all the best. We hope जितनी जल्दी हो सके सब लोग रेस्क्यू हो जाए. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that was the Member of Parliament from Dhading in Nepal who spoke to us just now. She's saying that rescue and relief operations are underway. It is a problem because of the lack of road access because of the floods, and they are looking for they are waiting for the center to send in helicopters, relief through helicopters. They are setting up tents and health care systems at this point. But moving on, back in India, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev breaks down over the deaths in the flash floods. The spiritual leader, while addressing volunteers of the Isha Foundation, informed them that about 80 people from his group had died in this tragedy. The volunteers broke down upon hearing the news, and Sadhguru himself could not hold back his tears. He has appealed to the Chinese authorities to allow him and a small team of volunteers to travel to Tibet's Girong to help with the rescue operations. The tragic floods have so far claimed more than 165 lives in Nepal and Tibet, with more than 700 people still missing. Rescue operations are being carried out to save as many lives as possible. The flash floods were triggered by a glacial avalanche near the Nepal-Tibet border, causing widespread destruction across the region and leaving hundreds dead or missing.
Looking at the scale of destruction, it looks bad. The same building where we were for the immigration just a week ago, that entire building is washed away. And part of the town is washed away. We still don't know the other numbers. All communication is down, so we have no way. Within the hour, we informed all the embassies of these countries, both in India and Nepal, and we've been active in this, but there is really nothing much. At 9:05, we received a message from the group leader, who is Aishanga Praveen, who's been with us. At 9:05, he sent a message that they have arrived at the immigration. after that, this happened at 9:14, and Praveen, who was leading the team, who has been with us for more than 2 decades, is a full-time Ishanga with us, and we noticed that his Nepal phone did not come active through the… If he had crossed over, his Nepal phone should have come active. It did not come. So literally the entire group was there in the building. So this is a terrible and an extraordinary event, which unfortunately has turned out this way.
Art of Living Foundation founder Sri Ravi Shankar also expressed solidarity with the victims of the Nepal floods. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Nature's fury and disaster has taken over Nepal at this hour. It has been such a wonderful place for people to visit, and many went as a pilgrim to Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and many of them lost their lives. In this very difficult time, let's all show our solidarity with the people of Nepal and the affected families and the government of Nepal. Let's pray to Almighty to give strength to all the victims who lost their near and dear ones.
Conveyed our deepest condolences, conveyed that India stands in solidarity with people of Nepal, as also offered all possible assistance, humanitarian assistance from our side. First, let me update you on the Indian nationals who are stranded or who are not contactable at this point in time. As per information currently available, there are 288 Indian nationals who remain uncontactable. These include 73 Indian nationals who are working on Trishuli 1 power project. Our embassy in Kathmandu is in touch with the project head to get more details about these people. As you well understand, that communication lines in that area, they are totally disrupted, and therefore it has been difficult to get in touch with people on ground. So the first group of 73 people who are working on Trishuli 1 power project, then two separate groups of 37 and 49 nationals from Tamil Nadu, Indian nationals from Tamil Nadu, who travelled for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra through Samrat and Fly Everest Travels. These are two separate travel agents. There are a group of 32 nationals from Indian nationals from West Bengal who travelled with the help of Samrat Travels in Timure, which is in Rasuwa district where this particular disaster has happened. Then a group of 61 Indian nationals from different states who travelled through Richa tours, and then a group of 33 Indian nationals from Kerala. So these are 5 major groups who comprise by and large the 288 people that we are talking about. Let me also say that we are making all efforts to reach out to our people through the Nepalese authorities. We will have more updates for you on this particular matter, and we'll try to keep you updated as soon as possible. Let me also say as of 1300 hours today, we have been able to rescue 21 Indian nationals. These 21 group of 21 people are from Tamil Nadu, and we are making available their names on our X handle, so you can get the details. Our embassy, our ambassador has spoken to people in the group and have assured all possible help. They are coming to Kathmandu, hopefully, and then arrangements will be made for their travel back home as soon as possible. Let me also give you an update on the Chinese side. We have received information that a number of Indian nationals who had gone on the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra are currently stranded on the Chinese side. Our embassy in Beijing is making all efforts for their safe evacuation. There are approximately 200 Indian nationals there who have sought our assistance for evacuation. Of them, 95 are in Darchen and currently proceeding to Hilsa to cross over into Nepal. 4 are in Geelong city, 13 Zutulpuk, and they are en route to the town of Saga, and 60-70 others who are also heading towards Saga. Our mission is in touch with local authorities, and they are doing their best for their rescue and evacuation. Let me also tell you that there may be some people who are missing there, and we are trying our best to locate them through the local authorities. Separately, we have received information about persons of Indian origin, including a large group from Isha Foundation, comprising people of Indian origin, some foreign nationals, and maybe some Indian national there who remain uncontactable. As I said in the beginning of my remarks, the information that we are providing you is based on the preliminary information that has been shared with us. We are in a dynamic situation, and we will have more updates on the figures that I just spoke about. On the relief work, the assistance that we have provided, as you would have seen through the releases that have been put out by us, 2 aircraft with humanitarian assistance have been sent to Kathmandu. A C-130J aircraft took off yesterday at around 8:30 p.m. carrying 10 tons of relief material, including temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, medicines, etc. And then this morning, a C-17 aircraft departed with 37.5 tons of supplies, comprising 28.5 tons of relief items such as tents, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, dewatering pumps, kitchen sets, gen sets, etc. 8 tons of medicine and 1 ton of food items. In total, across the 2 departures by air, India has sent 47.5 tons of emergency relief supplies aimed at supporting Nepal's ongoing rescue and relief operations. Let me say that further assistance is also being considered. We are also mobilizing Bailey bridges to assist in rescue efforts and relief efforts. We have set up a control room here in the Ministry of External Affairs, which will function round the clock. Details of the helpline and the control room telephone numbers are being put out on our X handle, and you should be getting them soon. Our embassies both in Kathmandu and Beijing, they have also set up 24/7 helplines. We've also been in touch with the state governments from where people have traveled on Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and we've also been in touch with them through the Ministry of Home Affairs. So this is the update I have for you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to. इस त्रासदी में के बारे में आपको कुछ चीज़ें अवगत कराना चाहता हूँ। सबसे पहला कि जो भारतीय नागरिक हैं वहाँ पर, जो इस त्रासदी में जो अभी तक जिसको पाया नहीं जा रहा है, जिसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाया जा रहा है हम लोग, वो 288 का एक फिगर है। इसमें 73 भारतीय नागरिक हैं जो कि त्रिशूली पावर प्रोजेक्ट में काम कर रहे हैं, और हमारा एम्बेसी जो वहाँ का प्रोजेक्ट का हेड है उनसे टच में है। दूसरा ग्रुप है एक 37 लोगों का और 39 लोगों का, जो तमिलनाडु से हैं, ये सम्राट ट्रैवल के जरिए कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा पे गए थे। तीसरा ग्रुप जो है 32 लोगों का है वेस्ट बंगाल से, पश्चिम बंगाल से, जो कि सम्राट ट्रैवल के जरिए कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा पे गए। चौथा ग्रुप जो है वो 61 लोगों का है जो विभिन्न राज्यों से गए हैं और ये रिचा ट्रैवल टूर्स के माध्यम से वहाँ गए। और पांचवा जो ग्रुप है जिसके बारे में मैं जिक्र कर रहा था पहले, वो 33 भारतीय नागरिकों का है जो केरल से हैं। तो ये 5 समूह, मोटा मोटा समूह ये है जो कि 288 का जो मैंने आंकड़ा दिया उसमें बैठते हैं। इसके अलावा चीनी, चूँकि कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा के लिए चीन में जाना पड़ता है, तो वहाँ भी कई एक लोग हैं जो वहाँ पर अभी चूँकि इतना बड़ा त्रासदी हुआ है, डिजास्टर हुआ है, तो लोग वहाँ पर फंसे हुए हैं। करीबन 200 का आंकड़ा है। हमारी एम्बेसी वहाँ के सरकार से, स्थानीय इकाइयों से बातचीत कर रही है कि किस प्रकार से उसको वहाँ से निकाला जाए। इसमें से 200 लोग जो हैं उसमें से 95 लोग दार्जिलिंग शहर की तरफ वहाँ से हिल्सा पार करके नेपाल में आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। 4 लोग जिलोंग शहर में, 30 लोग जुटुलपुक जो कि सागा की तरफ आ रहे हैं, एक और शहर है, और 60 से 70 लोग जो हैं सागा की तरफ आ रहे हैं। जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि 21 भारतीय नागरिक जो तमिलनाडु से हैं उनको रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है और उनसे हमारी बातचीत भी हुई है, हमारे एम्बेसडर की बातचीत हुई है, और ये लोग वहाँ से निकलने के बाद काठमांडू आएंगे और काठमांडू से फिर भारत की यात्रा करेंगे। इन लोगों के अलावे कुछ भारतीय मूल के लोग भी हैं जो ईशा फाउंडेशन के साथ वहाँ गए थे, उनसे भी कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पाया है। उसमें कुछ भारतीय मूल के लोग हैं, कुछ हो सकता है कुछ भारतीय नागरिक भी हों, या और उसके अलावा कुछ विदेशी नागरिक भी हैं। जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि इस प्रकार जो आंकड़ा मैं आपके सामने रख रहा हूँ, ये जो प्रिलिमिनरी हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आया है उसके तहत है। एक तरीके से जो जो हमारे पास अपडेट आएगा उससे हम आपको अवगत कराते रहेंगे। जहाँ तक रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू की बात है, रिलीफ जो हम लोगों ने मानवीय सहायता प्रदान किया है नेपाल को, उसके बारे में जिक्र कर दूं। हालांकि आपने देखा होगा जो प्रेस रिलीज और जो एक्स पोस्ट के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने बताया है, लेकिन वह फिर से मैं उस पर प्रकाश डालना चाहूँगा। 2 जहाज पे हम लोगों ने सहायता नेपाल को पहुँचाया है। पहला जहाज जो 26 तारीख को 8:30 बजे सवेरे यहाँ से 10 टन करीबन रिलीफ मटेरियल लेके काठमांडू पहुँचा था। काठमांडू कुछ देर बाद पहुँचा था, जिसमें कि कंबल, सोलर लैम्प, दवाइयाँ, उसके अलावा हाइजीन किट्स और टेंट वगैरह इस प्रकार की चीज़ें हैं। दूसरा जहाज C-17 जहाज वो आज सवेरे हमारे यहाँ से निकला और शायद पहुँचने वाला हो या पहुँच गया होगा, और इसमें 37.5 टन की सप्लाई, जिसमें कि 28.5 टन रिलीफ आइटम, जिसमें कि टेंट है, ब्लैंकेट्स हैं, कंबल, सोलर लैंप्स, पंप, किचन सेट्स, जेन सेट्स वगैरह हैं, और 8 टन दवाइयाँ और 1 टन खाने पीने की सामग्री। कुल मिला के दोनों जहाज़ों में 47.5 टन के इमरजेंसी रिलीफ सप्लाई हमारे यहाँ से गया है, और भी इसके आगे जो हमसे हो सकता है असिस्टेंस, जो भी मानवीय सहायता हो सकता है वो भी हम प्रदान करेंगे। और चूंकि आपको पता है कि जिस क्षेत्र में ये बाढ़ आई वहाँ पर कनेक्टिविटी की बहुत वहाँ पर कमी हो गई है, उस कारण से जो बेली ब्रिजेस की जो रिक्वायरमेंट होती है, जो मांग है, उसको भी हम लोग उसको पूरा करने की कोशिश करेंगे। हमारे मंत्रालय में 24 घंटा चलने वाला हेल्पलाइन नंबर, एक कंट्रोल रूम यहाँ पर स्थापित किया गया है। इसके जो भी नंबर हैं, व्हाट्सएप नंबर, उसके अलावा फ़ोन के नंबर, ईमेल वगैरह, वो सब एक्स पोस्ट के माध्यम से लोगों तक पहुँचाया जा रहा है। और साथ ही साथ हमारे दूतावास नेपाल में और बीजिंग में, दोनों वहाँ भी 24 घंटा लगातार वो वहाँ पर हेल्पलाइन चला रहे हैं और लोगों को सहायता प्रदान कर रहे हैं। वो जो 21 लोगों की जो बात हमने कही कि 21 लोग तमिलनाडु से जिनको रेस्क्यू किया गया है उनकी जानकारी हम आपको हमारे एक्स पोस्ट के माध्यम से दे रहे हैं, उनका नाम दे रहे हैं ताकि उनके परिवारजन को और उनके लोगों को तक ये बात पहुंच सके और उनमें आश्वासन आ सके। जो जो हमारे पास अपडेट आएगा हम आपको बताते रहेंगे। हाँ प्रणय,
डेथ फिगर्स के बारे में क्या कोई कंफर्मेशन हुआ है? क्या उसमें कोई इंडियन है, नेपाली साइड में भी और चाइनीज साइड में भी?
तो डेथ फिगर्स के बारे में वही हमारे पास जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि एक प्रकार से स्थिति जो है वो लगातार बदल रही है, वहाँ पर एक डायनेमिक सिचुएशन है और जो ही हमारे पास और कुछ साझा करने को होगा हम आपसे साझा करेंगे। विजयलक्ष्मी
सर, ये जो चीनी साइड में 200 के करीब भारतीय आपने कहा फंसे हुए हैं मतलब, या इनमें से कुछ लोग जैसे लापता है नेपाल में?
नहीं, ये 200 लोगों की बात जो मैं कह रहा हूँ तो फंसे हुए हैं, तो स्टैंडर्ड है, इनको निकाला जाएगा वहाँ से। कुछ लोग हो सकता है कि वहाँ लापता हो, जिसके बारे में पूरी जानकारी हमारे पास नहीं है। हम लोग भी इस पर एक गणना कर रहे हैं, लोगों से बात कर रहे हैं ताकि, और उस पर भी कोई जो हमारे पास अपडेट होगा उसके आपको हम साझा करेंगे। Siddhant?
So Siddhant from Beyond, will India send field hospitals as well, something that we have seen in the past as well?
तो जो भी सहायता का रिक्वेस्ट अनुरोध वहाँ से आता है उसी हिसाब से हम आगे बढ़ते हैं और हमारे तरफ से तो जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि
And that was the press conference that is currently going on. The MEA briefing the media about the situation, the data, the numbers that we currently have of Indians who are either missing or stranded. We're getting back the press conference. Let's get back to the press conference.
आप लोग संपर्क में, मिशन उनसे टच में है, तो उनसे कोई जानकारी मिली है कि 73 जो भारतीय हैं वहाँ, वो लोग कहाँ हैं, आखिरी वक्त में कहाँ थे, या ये?
तो त्रिशूली के जो प्रोजेक्ट हैं उनसे हमारी बातचीत हो रही है, लेकिन जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि जो 3-4 जिले हैं जो इससे ग्रसित हैं, वहाँ पर जो भी संचार के माध्यम है सब टूट चुके हैं, तो किसी से कोई बात नहीं हो पा रही है। तो एक बार जो स्थिति बेहतर होगा हम लोगों को और सूचना मिलेगी जिससे हम आपको साझा करेंगे।
कादम्बिनी शर्मा, इंडिपेंडेंट जर्नलिस्ट। सर, क्या नेपाल की तरफ से कोई विशेष मदद की मांग आई है? क्योंकि वहाँ पर जिस तरह से आपदा है काफ़ी बड़ी है, वहाँ पर पूरी सेना पुलिस वगैरह लगी हुई है, तो उसके अलावा कोई ऐसा स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट आया हो? जी।
तो इस जो अनुरोध आया है उसी के मुताबिक हम लोगों ने उनको सामग्री उपलब्ध कराई है, हमारी मानवीयता सहायता, और जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि बेली ब्रिजेस के लिए भी मोबिलाइज करने के लिए हम लोग उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। और ये जो चीज़ें बताई मैंने कि हम लोग जो उनको प्रदान किया है, उनको भेजा है, वो उन्हीं के अनुरोधों के हिसाब से, और जो उनकी तरफ से जो अनुरोध आएगा उसको हम पूरा करेंगे, पूरा करने की नहीं तो कोशिश करेंगे। ऋषभ?
Sir, Rishabh from NDTV. Sir, will NDRF be mobilized? Has there been any special request for NDRF? And given that we have seen at least 16 of their bridges have collapsed because of the flood, so has Army's engineering corps, who specializes in temporary, bridge building, have they also been mobilized, or will they be mobilized?
तो बेलीज ब्रिज के बारे में मैंने कहा कि उसको मोबिलाइज करने के अंतर्गत हम काम कर रहे हैं, और जहां एनडीआरएफ की बात आपने कही इस पे मेरे पास कोई जानकारी नहीं है। केशव?
Thank you, spokesperson. Keshav from The Print. I just wanted to ask whether India is considering any financial aid package the way it did with Sri Lanka with the $500 million package. Has there been any discussions, requests from Kathmandu with regards to this? Thank you.
So at this point in time, our focus has been to supply humanitarian assistance as per the request of the Nepalese side. As I told you, our Prime Minister had a conversation yesterday where we said that we'll we'll offer all possible assistance from our side. Akhilesh?
Sir, I'm Akhilesh Suman from DD News. As we heard that External Affairs Minister was taking a review meeting with ambassadors of both Nepal and China. Could you understand that what was the reason of this sudden flash flood? Was China sharing the data on real-time basis or not?
So on this particular aspect, I don't have any information, but we all saw the tragedy and the disaster, and we saw the visuals across social media platforms and on television. We don't have any more information as to the origin of this particular disaster. एक मिनट. Sahil.
Sir, Sahil Pandey from ANI News Agency. Will there be more relief flights to be sent from India to Nepal, or is there anything on schedule, if you can share with us?
So, as I said, that further assistance is being considered, and as and when we have more flights, we'll keep you updated. Sanjeev.
नमस्कार सर, संजीव त्रिवेदी न्यूज़ 24 से। सर, चूंकि आप लोगों की अभी बैठक हुई है, विदेश मंत्री ने ली है, तो वही जानकारी के जो जानकारियां आ रही हैं उन पर विश्वास किया जाए या कोई और वजह है जिसकी वजह से ये भयंकर त्रासदी हुई है?
ये जो बैठक थी, ये बैठक इस कारण से किया गया कि किस प्रकार से हम लोग भारतीय समुदाय को जो वहाँ फंसा हुआ है उसको किस प्रकार से मदद दे सकते हैं और क्या कुछ किया जा सकता है हमारे लोगों को रेस्क्यू के लिए, उनके रिलीफ के लिए, और साथ ही साथ जो ह्यूमैनिटेरियन असिस्टेंस हमारे तरफ से जा रहा है सबको बेहतर कोऑर्डिनेशन के लिए किस प्रकार से हम लोग एक देखिए, जब भी इस प्रकार के कोई भी काम होता है तो ये टीम वर्क है, तो सबको मिल के बात करना और इन्फॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है. कविता.
सर, कविता जोशी हूँ, हरिभूमि न्यूज़पेपर से। सर, मेरा सवाल ये है कि अभी जो रेस्क्यू और रिलीफ ऑपरेशन जो भारत ने चलाया है, इसको क्या कोई नाम दिया गया है या ऐसी कोई तैयारी है कि जैसे बाकी देशों में भी हम चलाते हैं तो वहाँ पर भी कोई कोड नेम होता है, तो इस ऑपरेशन का भी कोई कोड नेम है? और जैसे अभी रेस्क्यू मटीरियल जो है उसकी सप्लाई अभी हम एयरफोर्स के एयरक्राफ्ट से कर रहे हैं, तो जब हम लोगों को लाने के लिए वापस लाएंगे भारतीयों को जो वहाँ पर फंसे हुए हैं, तो उनमें सिविल फ्लाइट्स का भी ऑप्शन है या मिलिट्री फ्लाइट्स का भी रहेगा? थैंक यू.
तो वहाँ पर जो लोग काठमांडू आए हैं, काठमांडू से तो लगातार यहाँ हम लोग कनेक्टिविटी है, तो उस माध्यम से वो लोग आ जाएंगे हमारे यहाँ, कोई उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए. समस्या है कि वहाँ से जो ऊपर के जो जिले हैं जहाँ पर ये त्रासदी हुई है, वहाँ से कैसे लोगों को निकाला जाए. तो कोड नेम तो अभी नहीं दिया गया है, जैसा कि हम लोग हर
So this was the MEA spokesperson briefing the media about the currently available information as the rescue operation continues. 73 Indian workers at the Trishuli Power Project continue to be missing and are being traced. More data also being given by the MEA spokesperson about other tourist groups from India who we are trying to trace. 288 persons total missing from India at the moment. Around 200 people are stranded on the China side, and as of 1 o'clock, 21 Indians have been rescued. That's the information latest coming in from the MEA spokesperson. But now it's time for us to go across to Sakshi Batra of Business Today, who joins us with all the updates of the markets. Over to you, Sakshi.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market closing action on the Lal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets turn volatile after opening higher as the Nifty now slipped 60 points in trade to now hover around 24,150 mark. The Sensex has fallen 250 points to trade near 77,200. Despite the strong Nvidia quarterly results, investor sentiment remained muted, with metals, FMCG, PSU banks and cements under pressure. India's equity outlook is cut for the third straight quarter as foreign investors seek value elsewhere in Asia. Reuters poll has seen that Nifty could be at 25,556 by the year-end 2026, while foreign funds have also sold nearly 2.4 lakh crores of Indian stocks this year. Hyundai unveils its biggest ever production push, planned 100-plus model launches for refreshes by 2030. The automaker also plans to expand its hybrid, EVs and new segments to take on Toyota and Chinese rivals like BYD. Rakhi markets are buzzing despite higher prices, with traditional silk threads now sharing space with Avengers bands and silver bracelets. Gold and silver gifts are also in demand. We're seeing MCX gold now trading near 1.59 lakh rupees and silver prices hovering around 2.4 lakh rupees a kilo. And Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal speaks exclusively to India Today on India-Japan ties, highlighting massive opportunities for Indian talent, startups, jobs and exports, including a mega 7 lakh crore rupees investment commitment. The full conversation is coming up on the show. Let's straight away look at how the markets are trading in the last half an hour of trade, viewers. We've panned out to be a very muted kind of a trade this afternoon, and we've also seen that only pharma, private banks, real estate to some extent are the only pockets that are hovering higher. Rest of the pockets in terms of sectoral movers have slipped into the red. There is pressure mounting in from PSU banks that were so far running around, and we have seen some profit taking come in on the PSU banking names today. Oil and gas, FMCG have also dragged a bit, about 0.5% lower for these. Broader markets, mid and small caps have also slipped in the session. Let's pull up, however, the top movers on the Nifty. At the last half an hour of trade, you have Kotak Mahindra Bank that stood its ground. You can clearly see 1.9% of a move on the upside. You can also see Adani Enterprises, ICICI Bank. Those are the stocks in front of you. 1.5% to almost 2% higher. Tech Mahindra, Adani Ports and Cipla are the stocks that are also up by over 1%. Whereas on the declining side, where the pressure is mounting on the Nifty, you could see Hindalco declining 2.8% lower. Remember, metals were shining bright for the last couple of sessions, some profit taking there. HDFC Bank is where the pressure is, 1.7% lower. M&M, NTPC, Shriram Finance and even Indigo are some of the stocks that are down by over 1%. But let's welcome our guest on board. We have Abhishek Basu Malik, the co-founder and fund manager at Sri Rama Managers PMS, joining in on the show with us. Welcome to you, Abhishek. Good to have you with us. First up, give us your sense on the markets particularly. How are you looking at this absolute range-bound, muted trade? This is despite the fact that the crude oil prices have cooled off from their peak over the last 1 week or so, providing some cushion to the Indian markets thereof. And we've also seen that the Q1 earnings that wrapped up on a positive note as well. There's not too much of a worry coming in from external markets so far, but what is keeping the sentiment low?
So good afternoon to you and all the viewers. I think, the markets are basically just taking a breather. Earnings season is over. Most of the stock movements in result of earnings is over and done with. So it's just taking a breather. It's not making any moves either way. So it's just sort of going sideways, trying to consolidate, waiting for, some news flow to come through. But it's just basically nothing happening at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's actually look at addressing the two pockets that are buzzing. The one is the pharma index and the other one is the private banks. In fact, banking space for the last couple of sessions has been showing us some strength. What is your own sense on the banking scenario panning out, PSU versus private banks, financial services? Is there enough and more opportunity even going forward? Should one look at this space at the time being?
Yeah, I'm particularly, positive on the banking space. I think overall NPAs are at the lowest. In fact, probably for the first time across board, NPA for all private sector and all commercial banks are lesser than 1%. So that is something which is very, very critical, not happened before. I think MFI space, NBFCs, we are seeing good credit growth picking up. So this is a good area for investors to look at.
Okay, let's also talk about the pharma space as a whole. There was a big consensus on this space right from the beginning of this calendar year. How have things panned out for the pharma index? Is there enough room to even further grow from here? We are seeing the index at the day's high point, 0.8% higher. And if you could also highlight which are the top pockets within the pharma space that you like.
I think across board, a lot of pharma stocks have done well in terms of their Q1 results. And especially the CDMO side has done really well. The India domestic focused companies have done really well. So overall, I think it's a good space to be in, especially, the CDMO companies. They're all sort of moving up the value chain, moving into more and more complex products. So overall, that is one space that I am particularly, interested in.
Let's in fact stick to the pharma story. As all of you viewers must have noticed that swine flu cases are rising. That has also driven up the demand for oseltamivir, which is also putting some pressure on the supplies to tackle the current disease. And there's also a wide price gap across brands on the medicines that are used to treat swine flu as well. Let me go across to my colleague Neetu Chandra Sharma to find out what is truly causing the shortage and the price differential there as well. Neetu, first of all, there's a sudden shortage of oseltamivir and in the market, which is already seeing a rise in influenza cases. Why did the industry not have enough stock to meet this sudden increase in the demand?
Yes, Sakshi, the reason is that Delhi has reported around 1,449 H1N1 cases, which is also known as swine flu as of August 12. And that has triggered the sharp increase in demand of oseltamivir. From the manufacturers and the trades perspective, this is also a consequence of what happened after the previous H1N1 cycle. Like for several years, there was a very limited demand of the drug in India, and the large quantities remained unsold and expired, causing a lot of losses to the pharmaceutical companies as well as the channels and in the distribution and the chemist circle as well. Now, as a result, some of the manufacturers reduced or discontinued the regular production of this drug. Now that seasonal influenza demand has suddenly picked up in Delhi NCR and specifically other areas of the country. So existing inventories are simply not enough. Now manufacturers are working to replenish stocks, but there is a time lag before the new production reaches the market. So this is a wait and watch situation, Sakshi, yes.
Neetu, but consumers are also seeing a huge variation in the price of oseltamivir. So while some brands are difficult to find, what is driving this price gap, and should consumers be worried about further price increases during this shortage?
So yes, chemists are currently quoting around 3,000 rupees for Roche's original product, which is called as Tamiflu, and around 900 rupees for the Ciplas product, which is Antiflu, and around 450 rupees for generic versions, which are usually taken up in patients in the government hospitals and the pharmacies by the poor patients specifically. So this difference reflects the presence of different branded and generic products in the market. But the immediate issue is availability rather than simply pricing. So because inventories were kept low after years of weak demand, the sudden increase in consumption has quickly depleted stocks of some brands. So the industry now needs to replenish the production and ensure that the supplies move through the distribution chain to the markets and where the demand is highest. As the supply catches up, we would certainly expect pressure on the availability of and prices to ease up. But again, as I said, it's a wait and watch situation. Chemists are already in touch with the manufacturers, and we are looking for updates.
All right, Neetu, thanks a lot for getting us all of those details there. We'll, of course, have you keep an eye out on the entire market there of as far as the influenza or swine flu cases are also rising, and to tackle that, what is the scenario of the medicine, both prices and the availability as well. But let's shift focus. There's another report that's coming in, and this is with regards to the US viewers. Trump administration is now weighing on new chip tariffs. New tariffs could actually hit tech products such as laptops, gaming consoles, may actually face some duties. And Donald Trump and his team is weighing on a phased in for tariffs as well. And US may also tie the tariff relief to local production thereof too. So that's the news that's coming in. This is with regards to the chip making and therefore the end impact on the products that use these chips, such as laptops or gaming consoles as well. So the tech products could actually face more tariffs coming in, and that could be making this space, something to watch out for in terms of how the prices will move up in case Donald Trump team truly moves in forward as far as the tariffs are concerned. Those are some initial reports that are indicating to us that some such thought process is going on. Although we don't have any confirmation of what kind of tariffs and what is the current scenario, how big a jump will there be, from when are they looking at it. And of course, remember, currently in the absence of any US-India, final trade deal that has been awaited for more than a year, is something that will be also watched out for very carefully. Abhishek, let me come to you on the same as well. One is the constant wait that all of us are looking at as far as any finalization to the India-US trade deal is concerned. Since that's not taken place so far, these constant information that we keep on getting from the Trump administration on tariffs, that's despite how the courts in the US have also termed these tariffs as illegal and have called out these tariffs as something that is not in good taste as well. Give us an understanding of how would you look at this news flow?
I mean, this is the least that we expect from the US president. If he's not doing something like this every other week, we'll start missing him, right? I mean, the entire global markets are actually, waiting every day for some kind of announcement, some Truth Social post that Donald Trump is going to do. So I don't, right now, I mean, it's like crying wolf a lot of times. I think most people across the world, most markets are now sort of discounting the fact, discounting what Donald Trump is doing. I mean, that's my take. You hardly see any movement in the markets nowadays on things that Trump tweets about. So good to ignore him right now.
Absolutely. But do you think that somewhere the markets and the outlook to the markets is also tied up to this uncertainty around the US-India trade deal? That was the first big trigger about 1.5-2 years ago that really led to the markets underperforming widely. In the last 2 years, Nifty has not given any return to investors. And therefore, is this the key reason what the markets are truly waiting for to really finally move up out of a consolidative range?
See, two things. One is I don't think that the India-US trade deal happening, not happening had or has any relevance to the markets in India. The main reason why we've underperformed primarily is one, because our earnings across board had suffered. And second is we did not have an AI trade. And globally, the markets... I mean, the investors moved to where AI trade was available. So pretty much these two reasons. India having no trade deal with US probably did not have any relevance. And I continue to believe that it has still not much of relevance today, because we are seeing that even with our trade deals being in place, this current US administration continues to tinker around with tariffs, etc., which pretty much negates having a trade deal in the first place. So I think it is also possible that, in India, along with a lot of other countries, are now sort of taking a backseat and saying that let this administration play out and then see where it sort of lands us, especially after the US Supreme Court judgment. I don't see much happening. Of course, when the time comes, I mean, Indian corporate results have started picking up for 2-3 quarters now. And when the time comes, the market starts moving up. This might become a narrative that, India-US trade deal has happened, and hence, the markets are moving up. So you never know how the story pans out. But my sense is it's not very relevant to Indian markets today.
Okay, let's shift focus to the auto space, viewers. There's a lot of buzz there. India's auto market is entering a new phase with the launch of the country's first plug-in hybrid vehicle. That is the JSW MG Motor India, which has introduced the Hector Tomahawk, which has offered consumers a choice between a full electric vehicle and a plug-in hybrid as well. The company says the plug-in hybrid can compete directly with petrol and diesel vehicles and has internally dubbed it like the diesel killer. Business Today Television's Karan Dhar has actually spoken with Parth Jindal, the director of JSW MG Motor India, on the significance of this launch, the demand expectations, the company's planned capacity. Let's listen into what he had to say.
No, I think it's a watershed moment for MG, and I think it's a fantastic moment for Indian auto industry, because finally there is an affordable plug-in hybrid that is available in the market. We obviously launched, we're giving customers choice, so you can either buy the battery electric vehicle, the full electric, or you can buy the plug-in hybrid. And I think the unique thing about the plug-in hybrid is that it can really compete with the diesels and the petrols. And our nomenclature for this car internally is the diesel killer. And we are very, very confident that this car will definitely beat all the petrols and diesels out there.
What kind of capacity are you looking at when it comes to plug-in hybrid EV?
So we can make, between the two, we can do about 6,000 units a month. And we're quite interchangeable as to what we do. And obviously, if the bookings and all the demand is very good, which everyone feels like the plug-in hybrid will do really well and the EV will do well, we'll augment our capacity. So we have the capability to scale. As of now, we plan for about 6,000 units a month.
Let me take a view from Abhishek as well, who's also been watching the entire auto story play out. Abhishek, what's your sense? The competition is rising, innovation is to the brim. JSW that just entered into the auto space is bringing the first of its kind plug-in hybrid vehicle. How are you looking at what's for the investors and market participants to look at here?
I think it's a very, very encouraging development. Plug-in hybrids, EVs, that is the way forward. I think we will actually, the progress of more towards hybrids, towards EVs are going to sort of intensify, and the better, the more number of options available, the migration is going to be faster. So MG, they've done really well in the EV side. Their Windsor has been at the top of the charts in terms of sales. And if they're able to crack this, then this is also sort of a new segment that they're getting into. So could be very interesting. Yesterday, you were mentioning in the beginning, Hyundai has laid out plans for 26 new vehicles launches in India till 2030. So I'm sure Maruti is also going to follow suit. So it's going to be exciting times. Tata Motors is going to follow suit. So exciting times for car owners as well as the market in terms of auto launches over the next 3-4 years.
All right. Let's also shift focus to the precious metals, viewers. That's also in the buzz right ahead of the festive season. It's Raksha Bandhan tomorrow. And we've already seen in the run-up to the festive season in the last 1 month, gold and silver are back in focus. Gold has risen 16% the fastest 1-month rally in historical figures as well. Gold and silver are back in focus. And with both these precious metals seeing strong moves and the rally of both of these precious metals sharply, the key question is, what exactly should be investors' strategy? Is this the right time to buy? Will there be a further move up until Diwali and by the year end? Or should you wait, buy, and after this rally, will there be some more consolidation? I earlier spoke with Ajay Kedia, the MD and Director of Kedia Advisory, to understand what should be investor strategy. Let's listen into what he had to say. So, sir, what is your target as far as Diwali is concerned, or by the year end? Where do you see the gold prices?
So I think with the given fundamental, I am more bullish on gold because of geopolitical tension. No doubt it has been slightly settling down, but central bank buying everything. I think Diwali is in November, and if we close this year I am expecting 5100 in international, whereas on domestic side with the rupee, no doubt some strength has been there in rupee, but some concerns still going on. We can see gold making a new high, maybe around 180, 185 should be the level by year end, or we can say by Diwali.
Okay, got that. And what about silver? What is your expectation by the year end on silver prices?
So silver is getting a two name. One is the devil's metal because of volatility what we have seen this year from the high of 4,20,000 market crashed down to the level 2 lakh, and now it has sharply recovered and trading very well around 2,40,000, 2,45,000 nearby. So I think silver as an industrial metal today morning itself, Chinese industrial demand data has came that is slowly and steadily picking up. The consumption from the industry side is quite high. Deficit, we have entered in 7th year. No new supply is been there. Looking to this, I am expecting silver to test around $90 by this year end, which means on domestic side, we can see a level like $3,25,000.
All right, viewers, let's quickly take some of your questions now with Abhishek. We have our first question, Abhishek, for you. This one is from Krupa Shah from Baroda, who says that I have an investment horizon of about 6 to 8 odd months. Which are the pockets that I should invest in the upcoming festive season?
Very difficult to comment on 6 to 8 months time horizon. Like you said, gold, silver could be interesting on a very short-term basis. Look at any company, where corporate results have been very good in sectors which are strong, typically, pharma, defense, real estate, chemicals. Look for companies where growth has been very good, where numbers are good, where the management commentary is good. And that's what you can do. 6 to 8 months is actually a very short time to have a investment time horizon.
Okay, we'll take another one. This one is from Kushveer Singh. He's from Mumbai and he says, I want to invest around 3 lakh rupees. Where should I invest? Should it be pharma or real estate, or should I invest in consumer durables? I'm presuming he's a long-term investor.
So, always best if you have a lump sum is to go through the mutual fund or the ETF route instead of, if you're not, picking individual stocks by yourself, best to leave it to, sort of index funds or things like that. You get a broad diversified basket. Maybe, a Nifty 500 kind of an index fund would be good for a lump sum investment for the medium to long term.
Okay, one last query, and this one is from Arjun. He's from Bhopal. He says, I've recently started earning. I want to know how much should I start my SIPs with, and where should I be investing my money?
Again, same answer. If you're just starting to invest, the best option is to go with a broad-based index fund like a Nifty 500 index fund. My rule of thumb is try to save in the initial years as much as possible, while maintaining your normal lifestyle. Whatever you are able to save that and put it in the index fund. And after 10 years, 15 years, you'll thank me.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for sharing with us all of these thoughts and advice for all our viewers as well. We'll quickly look at the markets close. We've ended lower, viewers, below the 24,100 mark as well. About 116 point of a fall. Last couple of minutes, you've again seen that CAS impact play out, by the way. 116 points lower at the end point, low point of the day. 0.5% lower for the Nifty Bank as well today. Remember, it was at 24,133 for the Nifty at 315, right when the CAS action closed. Look at how sharply a fall has come in. 24,090 is where we have ended at as far as the Nifty is concerned. Barring pharma and private banks, rest all of the sectors have slipped. But it's time now to, of course, look at what Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal has said in an exclusive India Today's Himanshu Mishra's conversation with him on the sidelines of the India-Japan visit. From the 7 lakh crore rupees of investment commitment and jobs for Indian talent to boost trade, exports, startups and technology, Mr. Piyush Goyal has outlined massive opportunities that could be ahead. Let's listen into what he had to say in this exclusive conversation.
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए भारत के वाणिज्य मंत्री पीयूष गोयल। पीयूष जी, 2047 में जो विकसित भारत बनाने का एक सपना है, उसमें आपकी जो यात्रा है, इसमें जो 200 प्रतिनिधि आए हैं, उसको आप किस तरीके से देखते रहे?
मैं समझता हूं कि जो उत्साह देखने को मिला है जापान में भारत के साथ साझेदारी बढ़ाने के लिए, यहाँ पे युवा शक्ति की कमी है। भारत एक युवा देश है। भारत में आज बड़ी अच्छी गुणवत्ता का सामान बनने लग गया है। कौशल और हुनर हमारे भारत के युवा युवतियों में बहुत जबरदस्त है। ऐसी स्थिति में जापान चाहता है कि भारत को एक विश्वसनीय साझेदार, ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर के रूप में भारत के साथ संबंध बढ़ाना चाहता है। 7 लाख करोड़ का निवेश 2025 से 35 के बीच करने का जो उन्होंने निर्णय लिया था, वो तो शायद अगले 5 साल में ही पूरा हो जाएगा। उसमें से 1 लाख करोड़ तो पहले ही आ चुका है 10 महीने के अंदर। ये दर्शाता है कि जापान आज चाहता है कि भारत में निवेश करे, भारत में हाई क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स मैन्युफैक्चर करे। 3 लाख लोगों की उन्होंने आवश्यकता भी बताई है कि हम भारत से इंजीनियर्स, डॉक्टर्स, केयर गिवर्स, नर्सेज, इलेक्ट्रिशियन, प्लम्बर भेजें तो बहुत अपार संभावनाएं हैं युवा युवतियों के लिए। भारत के लिए भी बड़ी नौकरियों की संभावनाएं खुलेंगी, रोजगार की संभावना, और जापान में भी रोजगार की संभावना।
जो भारत के स्टार्टअप्स हैं, उनके लिए यहाँ पे आप क्या फ्यूचर्स देखते हैं?
स्टार्टअप्स को जो हाई टेक्नोलॉजी ओवरले करना पड़ता है अपने आइडिया का, जो वो चाहते हैं कि अपने आइडिया को फाइन ट्यून करे, टेक्नोलॉजिकल स्ट्रेंथ दे, उसमें जापान की अहम भूमिका हो सकती है। अच्छी गुणवत्ता, क्वालिटी के मापदंड बनाने में जापान का अच्छा रोल हो सकता है। और मैं समझता हूं कि रिस्पेक्ट फॉर इनोवेशन जो जापान की विशेषता रही है पिछले 200 सालों से, वो आज भारत में लाने में जापान का रोल रहेगा।
एक सवाल है, BIS के स्टैंडर्ड्स में कुछ आप चेंजेस करने के लिए आप तैयार हैं, और 2011 में FTA हुआ था जापान के साथ। क्या आपको लगता है कि कुछ चीजें धीमी रह गई थी पहले जो आप पूरी कर?
2011 में जो FTA बना, उसके बाद बहुत ज्यादा भारत का निर्यात बढ़ा नहीं है जापान में, और हम चाहते हैं, और मेरे इस दौरे के दौरान भी काफी बातचीत हुई है, कैसे बायलैटरल ट्रेड बढ़े और कैसे हमारा निर्यात बढ़े, जिससे ये डेफिसिट कम हो सके। हमारी ज्यादा जो जरूरतें हैं भारत में, वो यहाँ से टेक्नोलॉजी की है, यहाँ से नए इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स की है, यहाँ से अच्छे क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स की है, जिससे भारत में बनाई हुई सामान, भारत से दी गई सेवा और अच्छी होगी, और जापान के जो मापदंड है उसको मीट करके, उसको पूरा करके हमारे सामान की यहाँ पे उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी। मैं समझता हूं कि निवेश हो, पर्यटन हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो या व्यापार हो, चारों क्षेत्रों पे इस विजिट में लाभ होगा। लाखों लोगों को रोजगार भारत में भी मिलेगा, और भारत से हम यहाँ पे लाखों लोगों को अलग अलग काम करने के लिए भेज पाएंगे। यहाँ की तनख्वाहें बड़ी अच्छी है। जो हुनर वाले हमारे, काबिलियत वाले हमारे युवा युवती हैं, उन्होंने जापान का कल्चर, जापान की भाषा सीख के यहाँ पे अप्लाई करना चाहिए। हम उसके लिए कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म्स और ब्रिज भी बनाएंगे, जिससे उनको यहाँ अच्छी नौकरी की संभावना।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So the exclusive coming in straight from Japan for all of you viewers. Optimistic note as far as the trade between both the nations and the opportunities that exist. We'll have to wrap it up on that note on the Business Today show right here. In case you too have any questions about your investments in stock markets, mutual funds, gold or SIPs related questions, then you send them to us on the number that's flashing on your screens. We'll be happy to get top market experts to guide you on the same. With that, we wrap up. Many thanks for tuning in, but stay tuned. Much more coming up on your screens on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
India's longest standing biannual survey is back. That's right, the mood of the nation.
The Gen Z mood check on India Today, most definitive mood tracker.
What's actually changed after the Gen Z protests? We get you the pulse of the people on India Today.
The report card is in. Unfiltered, unscripted, unmissable.
India Today's Mood of the Nation poll, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on India Today.
मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
when a parliamentarian, and I'm talking about your colleague Kangana Ranaut.
Freedom to the parliamentarian. Freedom is there for every Indian.
Okay. So it's freedom for Kangana Ranaut to take on Kriti Sanon and say that
Why are you restricted to Kangana Ranaut? Kangana Ranaut is a first-time MP, very junior, and sometimes I will tell her how to function in a parliament business and other things. But
you are a minister, you are the parliamentary affairs.
That's what I'm saying. As a parliamentary affairs, I can guide for parliamentary procedure. But I can't guide her what to speak, what not to speak.
I agree.
These are a personal choice.
But should some leaders show restraint? And I'll give you another example. At the same time, when the Prime Minister was striking such a reconciliatory tone of forgiveness with students, at the same time you had certain ministers like her again who called Gen Z gutter generation.
No, that I heard it. She didn't say that. She says that those who abuse, not everybody. She clarified it.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Let's take you through the visuals that we've got about the massive flash flood in Nepal. The flood in Nepal's Bhotkoshi River, Trishuli River Basin struck Rasuwa and the neighboring districts on Wednesday after floodwaters surged from the Tibet side, leaving over 163 dead. Here are some visuals of the devastation from the flood-hit Nepal. Nepal flash floods unleashed a massive wall of water at the Rasuwa border on Wednesday morning, with CCTV footage from an immigration office on the Chinese side capturing the sudden deluge as it violently surged through the border area. The footage shows the sheer force of the floodwaters as they swept into Rasuwa. The customs office at China's Kerong border, connected to Nepal's Rasuwa crossing, is a key route for containers entering Nepal and is also used by pilgrims travelling to Mansarovar. A sudden flash flood triggered by a sharp rise in the Bhotkoshi River from the Tibetan side struck Rasuwa district in Nepal. Saipru Besi and Timure regions were severely hit, with villages, bridges, roads and infrastructure project sites washed away. Nepal police issued alerts for downstream districts along the Trishuli River Basin, urging residents to stay vigilant and move to safer locations. At least 160 people have been killed and hundreds more are missing after a flash flood and mudslide along the Nepal-Tibet border washed away villages and damaged roads and infrastructure. The flood hit early on Wednesday in Rasuwa, just north of Nepal's capital, Kathmandu, with preliminary information suggesting it was caused by an earthquake triggering an avalanche, with melted snow pouring into the Bhotkoshi River. The Nepal disaster has also struck Nepal's hydropower sector. Nepal's energy ministry said around 430 megawatts of electricity supplies had been affected, largely because of damage to hydroelectric projects. That is more than 12% of the country's total installed hydropower capacity of 3.2 gigawatts. Around a dozen settlements in Kathmandu have been affected. Devastating scenes from Betravati Bazaar show homes and businesses being swept away as the powerful flash flood surged downstream from Rasuwa. Betravati is reported to be among the worst hit areas of Nuwakot district in central Nepal. The Narayani river at Narayan Ghat has swollen to danger levels following a massive flash flood from the Bhotkoshi and Trishuli river basins. Powerful waves from the swollen Narayani river hit a Buddha statue in Narayan Ghat, Chitwan, as floodwaters rose in Nepal following the massive flash flood. Authorities have urged people living along the Narayani and other rivers to remain alert. Powerful flash floods tore through Nepal's Rasuwa district, sweeping away cars and multi-story buildings after surging across the border from Tibet. Total 114 persons affected by the Bhotkoshi flash floods have been rescued with the mobilization of helicopters belonging to the Nepali army and private companies. The Nepal police shared the information that NA helicopter picked 85 persons waiting for rescue following the disaster since Wednesday morning. Similarly, the private helicopters airlifted 29 stranded persons to safety. A video showing the Nepal army rescuing a young man stranded on the rooftop of his house amid massive flash floods in Nepal has gone viral on social media. A huge wall of mud and rock collapsed into a river on the Himalayan border of Nepal and China's Tibet on Wednesday, triggering catastrophic flooding on the Nepalese side that killed at least 163 people and left hundreds of tourists missing. And that's all we can pack in for you in this edition of the news. On the other side, my colleague Pooja Shali will be bringing you more news and updates. Keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
I can only talk about this particular ceasefire. What happened in the military domain? I told you that they picked up the phone at about 9:30, spoke. We chose our own time. The DGMO said he's not available till about 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock he said, and then we decided at 5 o'clock. So the ceasefire is decided between two DGMOs. And that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else. how did this particular information get leaked out to the Americans that they tweeted before we could announce this? Again, I'm really, and that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Watching India Today.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pooja Shali. The past 24 hours have shown us what nature's fury can really do and how fragile one's life is. Well, a lot of questions are unanswered. Many people are missing. And as you can see, the visuals in the background speaking for itself about the scale of the disaster in Nepal and border areas with China. I'm Pooja Shali. Next 1 hour focus on Nepal. First, the headlines. 289 bodies recovered, several missing still in deadly Nepal floods. Trail of destruction, villages, homes swept away after, according to the authorities, an earthquake triggered the flash flood. India Today is reporting from the disaster zone.
Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this. And this explains how furious, this mayhem was, the devastation.
There is some news of relief as well. 100 Indian nationals have been rescued safely, but 288 are still missing. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay chairing a key-level meeting over the rescue of some of the Tamilians who are missing. The residents of Bengal, Maharashtra also confirmed to be missing. For now, no contact with them in Nepal. So basically, this is the route for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and that is why several pilgrims missing in the Nepal flash flood. Spiritual leader Sadhguru says 80 devotees and associated with his ashram have possibly lost their life. And of course, teary-eyed, overwhelmed, he was addressing the people there, mourning the loss, urging the authorities to at least allow him to visit the disaster site in Tibet.
So we're doing everything possible. We're still looking if we can. We're seeking permission through the Indian Embassy, and the Chinese Embassy in India, and the American Embassy is working on this to see if they can permit me and a group of people to be there.
But there is a war of words that's happening between Nepal and China over the tragedy. Nepalese journalists are saying, especially on social media, no prior flood warning came from China. At least the people of Nepal could have done some precautionary measures. China is rejecting the claims, calling Nepal media allegations as fake news. But the question is, did China possibly keep Nepal in the dark about a certain thread about the flood? Union Minister Kiren Rijiju unfiltered and unplugged. Union Minister's unmissable interview only on India Today. Rijiju defines who's a Dimagi Naxal. Parliament Ministers, a big hint on special Parliament session soon. Also answering on all issues, for example, pellet gun controversy and more, in this conversation with Kriti Chaudhary.
We wanted the discussion on the bills. We allotted the time. Each bill was given time to discuss in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
The big news is with regard to our political corridors. In that exclusive interview given by Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju, reactions are coming in, and how? After the minister dropped a big hint over the possibility of a special session of the Parliament, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who's also the leader of opposition in the upper house, Mallikarjun Kharge, writing to Prime Minister Modi, asking for an all-party meeting to be convened so that opposition parties can also study the proposal for delimitation. Is the delimitation bill finally going to come to the Parliament in the next session? Let's first listen in to what has been said, why this is significant. Listen first to what Kiren Rijiju said, and then we'll get to the reactions also.
They say that the Treasury benches it's become, most MPs that I speak to from the opposition say that Parliament has become very hostile. One bill after the other without discussion is being pushed through. And the latest charge from Mr. Jairam Ramesh is that this monsoon session hasn't even been prorogued, which is officially where it is closed, the session. It is, and he's asking why hasn't it happened?
That is up to the government. Whenever Parliament is to be called, it is the government which decides and requests the Rashtrapati to call the session, and when the House is not prorogued, then the session can be called.
Can there be another session?
It is nothing new which we are doing.
Can there be a special session?
No, that I will not answer, but what I am answering you is...
You won't answer that.
No, what I am answering you is, since 1952, after this interview, I will give you the list.
Right.
After 1952, there were numerous occasions where Parliament session was adjourned sine die, but not prorogued. And the session was summoned again.
Sir, I infer that there could be a special session called. You're saying you won't answer it, but as a journalist,
you have every right to have inferences, and as a senior journalist, you are very experienced in reading the things. You can read both ways, but then as a Parliamentary Affairs Minister, I'm always open to people's scrutiny.
Thank you.
And observation also. And then when the time comes,
We'll all
I will
know.
inform you.
We'll all know.
So this is clearly an impact of the India Today interview that was done, and basically a response to this is why Mallikarjun Kharge has written. I'm joined by our colleagues Rahul Gautam and Preeti Chaudhary. I want to first take the response from Rahul because he's the one breaking it for us about the Congress president writing the letter. Rahul, what do you hear? How has he cited the interview? Why has he written that letter to Prime Minister?
Mallikarjun Kharge himself mentioned, this interview, saying that that Mr. Kiren Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, seems to have suggested that there's going to be a special session, might be a special session in coming days, and therefore, before the government is going to go ahead with it, the government should call an all-party meeting on this issue, on delimitation issue, and in fact should also be giving some time to all the political parties, stakeholders, state governments to go through the proposal on the table as far as delimitation concerns. So clearly, in a way, this important interaction, between Preeti Chaudhary and Kiren Rijiju seems to be moving the ball, and obviously invoking reactions also from the opposition camp, like LOP Rajya Sabha himself making a note and also seeking some answers and clarity on this possible special session from the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister himself.
Let's go across to Preeti, who conducted that interview. Interesting answers also there by Rijiju, though he took all the questions from you, Preeti. But do you think delimitation bill is finally set to come then in the parliament despite opposition from the non-BJP states?
Well, Pooja, the fact is that the Parliamentary Affairs Minister in our interview yesterday has kept this open-ended. I asked him the same question 3 times over. He could have said, that the monsoon session has closed.
Correct.
But there's a technicality to it, Pooja, because session is only officially closed once there is prorogation of that session. And this session till now, there has been no prorogation, something that Mallikarjun Kharge is also quoting in the letter that he shot off to the Prime Minister. The opposition constantly feels, Pooja, that the government, if it manages the numbers, will call a special session or will call a session of the parliament, and that is the reason why this current session hasn't been prorogued. And the Parliamentary Affairs Minister yesterday had the opportunity to lay the entire controversy to rest, and he says, you can infer what you want, but we have, it's well within our rights to recall the session. So he's got speculation going on that account. I just want to take you through, Pooja, to what the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju also said. After I questioned him on why the current monsoon session hasn't been prorogued, and could it be, could there be a parliamentary session now, especially where delimitation is concerned? Listen in to this question, Pooja, and over to you then. Is delimitation still on agenda?
Already, Prime Minister has made a very clear-cut commitment to the women of this nation that women reservation and the commitment given by the Parliament to the women of this country will be fulfilled. That is a commitment given by the Prime Minister. महिलाओं को अपना अधिकार हम देके छोड़ेंगे, ये प्रधानमंत्री का वादा है. So based on that, we are working.
But sir, why
I hope
can't
you understand with that?
No, I understand. So that means you are working. But then why can't reservation be given on the current strength of the House, which is 543? Why must we have delimitation or anything else?
What you must have read 2003 delimitation, that provision there. Delimitation, women reservation. We call the women reservation as Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam.
Yes.
Okay. When the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam was passed in 2023, you read the provision. This will be implemented on the basis of delimitation conducted after 2026, the census available there. तो वो तो उसमें ही लिखा हुआ है, तो उस समय क्यों नहीं बोला है?
But they are saying कि हम अभी कह रहे हैं कि आप 543 पे कर दो.
नहीं कर सकते ना, आपको तो मैंने बता दिया ना.
2000.
वो रिजर्वेशन को लिंक किया कर चुका है ना ऑलरेडी.
That is happening.
The reservation is tied up with the census. Delimitation करके फिर हम देंगे. वो हम अभी नहीं कह रहे, वो 2023 बिल में है, उसमें वो एक्ट बन चुका है.
News coming in about the Nepal disaster. India continues to send relief supplies to the country. External Affairs Ministry has conducted a press conference. And the first responder that India has always been. The second consignment of 37.5 tons of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief material, which includes medicines, food packets, have arrived in Kathmandu. This is to support Nepal's flood relief and rescue operation as well. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, time is of essence here. There will be all efforts made to at least save as many people alive as much as possible, to have as many survivors possible, and even then to be able to ensure the ones who are rescued will have all amenities with them. India, according to the MEA statement, remains committed to standing by Nepal and its people. Let's first listen in to the External Affairs Ministry spokesperson.
2 aircraft with humanitarian assistance have been sent to Kathmandu. A C-130J aircraft took off yesterday at around 8:30 p.m. carrying 10 tons of relief material, including temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, medicines, etc. And then this morning, a C-17 aircraft departed with 37.5 tons of supplies, comprising 28.5 tons of relief items such as tents, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, dewatering pumps, kitchen sets, gen sets, etc. 8 tons of medicine and 1 ton of food items. In total, across the 2 departures by air, India has sent 47.5 tons of emergency relief supplies aimed at supporting Nepal's ongoing rescue and relief operations.
India Today Global Editor Pranay Upadhyay, who's been tracking all the latest that's coming in from Nepal. Pranay, tell us more about what is on India's action plan, what all has been sent, what is in right now on standby. Also tell me about the kind of aircrafts that have been sent across, because that's not just to transport, that could also be used in rescue ops.
Certainly, these are the strategic lift aircrafts. And in fact, we are also contemplating that if there is a requirement of Indians getting, who need to be evacuated from Nepal, then the same, set of the aircraft can be used for those kind of operations as well. Because the first set of 21 Indians who got rescued from the affected area, mostly people from Tamil Nadu, will be eventually ferried back to or transported back to India. But besides that, as you asked about the relief material which is sent by India on board these 2 Indian Air Force aircraft, which includes these relief and rescue material, which is around 47.5 ton. And in fact, this relief material also includes the medical kits, the solar lamps, the tarpaulins, the medical equipment, the heavy earth mover machinery. But besides that, there is a requirement of belly bridges, which has also come from Nepal to India, and the government of India is also contemplating regarding that. And on the larger scale, the government of India is now coordinating with both the government of Nepal as well as with the government of China, because on either side of that Rasuwa border, the destruction is being assessed. And in fact, the rescue operations are being carried out by both the Chinese PLA as well as the Nepalese army, and Indians are affected on either side of the border, because around 288 Indians are missing on the Nepalese side, while 200 Indians are still stranded on the Chinese side.
And what I'll do is, Pranay, in just a short while, our team will put out the list also that has been shared by the External Affairs Ministry. About 21 names at least have been mentioned as confirmed missing. Missing basically means there is no contact that has been established. Let's hope contact will be established and they will be rescued soon as well. Pranay, stay on with me for now, because Nepal has witnessed one of the worst earthquakes of its time, that was 2015. Now they are witnessing the aftermath of one of the worst flash flood disasters. Rescue ops are on, but death toll is sadly mounting. Nepal's Disaster Management Authority have recovered 165 bodies, and sad to say, as I read constantly, the death toll is increasing and the confirmation that's coming in. Identification of some of the bodies is still underway. Number of missing is also high. Preliminary data from Nepal Tourism Board suggests over 500 people are missing. 466 are foreign nationals. 113 are local Nepalese. There are 21 Indians confirmed from Tamil Nadu who have been rescued as well. we are told. Today, the Nepalese army rescued over 100 people by helicopter from Rasuwa area, Rasuwa Gadi, where the incident happened. 95 were rescued from Timure, 7 people were seen trapped inside a hydropower tunnel in Haku, and 21 Indian tourists. So amid, of course, the grim updates, there is an update as well, which is of relief. There are people who've been rescued as much. The Nepalese army, armed police force and Nepal police continue search and rescue operations using helicopters to reach areas cut off by the floodwater and landslides. Prime Minister Balindra Shah has called the situation critical and that they are intensifying rescue operations.
So this search and rescue team have brought search and rescue dogs, as I just mentioned, but they say some of the challenges, including, for example, mudslides. Mudslides will make it even more challenging for search and rescue dog to smell potential survivors that are trapped underneath. Because in the case of scenario, according to their previous search and rescue experience, a mudslide can trap survivors underneath about 1.5 meter to around 3 meters. With that, search and rescue dog would be really hard to sniff any signs. So that's where the sensors as well as live detectors are coming handy, as well as drone to estimate the current situation on the ground. So first is to really get an understanding and overview of what's happening on the ground. So some of the materials and supply that we see carried by the People Liberation Army, as well as the search and rescue team, and also Annam, which is Annam search and rescue team, very good at bringing heavy equipments to clear the roads, as well as to at least restore some of the basic infrastructure are on their way there. Also, we're seeing some of the supplies to the epicenter include tents, which means that shelter is definitely in need at this point.
And India Today is not depending on secondary sources to get you the information. This is the first-hand report sent by my colleague Ashutosh, reporting from the danger zone there in Nepal. Here's what he is witnessing around him.
India Today is here at Trishuli, one of the worst affected. Remember, Kosovo, Trishuli and Nuwakota. 3 of these market cities were totally destructed, devastated, destroyed. Here in Trishuli, the entire landscape in 24 hours has gone totally changed. There was a Buddha temple, which now seems to be only one pagoda which is left. Now, exactly across this line, there was a hanging bridge. Now, the hanging bridge is no more hanging. Many people were there. And look at the furious flood. The river, which is flowing up to 8 to 10 feet now. Look at this. These markings, the footprint of devastation that it has left itself says that water was flowing up to 90 to 100 feet above the level that it is flowing now. Just across on the side looks like a river beach, which is no more. I mean, this was a bus stand. Multiple bus parking it was made, and the whole bus stand is now turned into rubble and debris. This looks like a flattened surface area. Just on the across side, look at the residential area has turned into a ghost town in 24 hours. And now we see, look at this part. This was a school. Many children were there. Now all are going missing. Perhaps why the number of casualty could be way too higher than what it's coming at the moment. The reason is the furious flood. The mayhem came from Tibet via this Trishuli river, has washed away this entire fully flourished Trishuli town just across the Nuwakota, Trishuli, Soro. These are the exclusive ground report you're seeing on India Today from Trishuli. The whole landscape of Trishuli that's been totally devastated. This has left the footprints of destruction. Never ever Nepal has witnessed this kind of tragedy, unlike what it had seen in during the earthquake. But this is mayhem, particularly in the difficult geographical terrain where even the rescue, search operations and restoring is nearly impossible. This is the ground reality of Nepal's this part where it has been totally destroyed. At Ground Zero in Trishuli, bringing you this exclusive report for India Today, this is Ashutosh Mishra. It's a mayhem that what I see here at Ground Zero in Trishuli. The river not only changed its course, but it eventually changed the direction to 180 degree with the debris that was flowing via Tibet to Rasuwa, and then it came to Trishuli market. That whole landscape that you see was fully flourished. There was heavy crowded market, there were hotels, there were school, college, bus parking. It was most buzzing place in this part of Nepal. But now what had happened, the moment, hardly people, there are hundreds of those houses. People could not even get an opportunity to escape, to run. However, many at the just across side of the area were able to escape to the mountain areas, to the hilly terrain. But hundreds of these people were trapped, and when the debris attacked, all their houses gone in the debris. And that makes really an apprehension that number of casualties and number of missing persons in this part of Nepal. The Trishuli remain one of the worst affected. India Today is reporting from the ground. And what I'm seeing through my eyes is actually explains the magnitude of this natural calamity in Trishuli. At ground zero in Trishuli, Nepal, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. त्रिशूली के नदी के दरअसल दूसरी धारा की तरफ मैं गांव में पहुंचा हूं और गांव में आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर एक चर्च था। इसके आगे कई सारे जो घर है वो पूरी तरह से तबाह हो चुके हैं और वो ये पूरा मकान, इसका पहला मंजिल जो है वो पूरा मलबे में दलदल में दबा हुआ। अभी इस इलाकों से पार करते हुए दरअसल अभी देखिए पूरा दलदल यहाँ आया हुआ है और इस मलबे में से हमें जाना है और ये अपने आप में बहुत दुर्गम रास्ता है और यहाँ तक जाने के लिए दरअसल बहुत संभल के जाना पड़ेगा। और इन रास्तों से मैं आपको लिए चलता हूँ कि कुछ लोग जो गाँव के लोग हैं अपनी संपत्ति या जरूरत की चीजें बचाने आए हैं, वो निकाल करके लाए हैं, तो उन्होंने इस तरह से लकड़े और पटरों का इस्तेमाल किया हुआ है ताकि हम इन इलाकों तक पहुंच पाए। देखिए यहाँ तक की जो है तबाही है। नदी जो पानी है वो अभी मेरे पीछे लगभग 60 से 70 फीट नीचे बह रही है और सारा पानी जब ऊपर आया उसने पूरे के पूरे गाँव को तबाह कर दिया। देखिए सारे घर में ये सिर्फ तबाही के निशान है। इस पूरे इलाके में अगर आप देखेंगे यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं बचा है, त्रिशूली में कुछ भी नहीं बचा है।
Clearly, this is a disaster that people of Nepal haven't seen ever, at least this generation. But what are celebrities or big faces of Nepal saying about it? In fact, joining me in this telecast live is Dr. Sarisha Shresht. She's Miss Nepal Earth 2022. I appreciate you joining us, Sarisha, and I understand these are very difficult times. What are you hearing around you? Where are you based? What are fellow people around you in Nepal are feeling at this point? What are they witnessing? What are you hearing?
So currently I'm based in the capital city, Kathmandu. The capital city hasn't been affected with the flood, but as a country, as a fellow Nepali, I think we all have been mourning because it has been one of the hardest times for our country. What happened yesterday with so many lives lost. So just like everybody else, I think I have been looking at the news constantly, and I've been seeing the devastating images of the flood that happened yesterday.
I also want to understand from you, with the visuals that you're constantly, we're also receiving, what is the scale of disaster that it really looks like from where you are? Considering the videos look horrific, what is your assessment, Dr. Shresht?
Flooding has been something that has been happening annually in Nepal, actually. And the area that has been affected, the Rasuwa area, which is in the border of Nepal and China, Tibetan region of China, it also underwent flooding last year. But the casualty wasn't as serious as this year. There were, I think, about 9 deaths and 19 people went missing, which is very unfortunate, of course. But nobody expected this magnitude of disaster to happen this year, especially because there wasn't heavy precipitation happening. So right now, as per the latest news, I think 165 deaths have been accounted for, and there are about 800 plus people missing.
More than that.
And even I think there are 700 tourists who've been missing. So rather than just the loss of infrastructure, homes, schools, it's the loss of lives that's really heartbreaking and distressing.
You're a public figure. And you've been a beauty pageant winner. How are big faces like you who are ensuring, how are you standing together with your people? Are there some campaigns that are being organized to help those who are stranded, or any sort of awareness campaigns as well?
So rather than just being a beauty queen, I think just as a citizen of Nepal, it's the
Yes, of
responsibility of each and every one of us. It's our collective responsibility to stand together as a country in solidarity to help in whatever possible way that we can. Definitely as a media personality, I'm using my social media platform right now to raise awareness about all the important informations that have been circulated by the government. And we're really trying to focus on on preventing misinformation right now. So all the verified informations, we're trying to amplify them. So right now there have been initiatives from the government side. They've been incredibly working hard, and there has been certain streamlined channels in terms of help and relief that we can contribute as citizens. So I'm trying to raise awareness.
Okay.
About these amount of commerce. So we have also been doing from our end. We're a group of young people who've been working to plan out the relief programs that we want to do like a few days later after the immediate rehabilitation has already happened.
So as a neighbor, Dr. Shrestha, India has been helping as well. We've sent some relief material, medicines, and I hope that helps. But please do tell us, how can India help more could be required? Also, I do have another question that many are looking at these visuals and wondering, is this the reality of climate change, urban development in sensitive zones? And I understand these are two different questions, but if you could take both.
Okay, coming to your first question, I think that we're very much grateful to our neighboring country, India, because at times like these, in the face of crisis, they've shown the brotherhood, and they've sent us, I believe, 10 tons of relief materials have been dispatched, and they've already reached, I think, the Timure area as well. So we're really grateful for that as a country. But I think right now our domestic resources mobilization has been happening from the government side as well. So we are open to foreign assistance, but with the right gap identification, because right now I think it's too early, because we have not been able to yet assess the immediate necessities, even the extent of the physical and human loss and damage. We've not been able to assess that. So I think once these gaps are identified, definitely we'll be requiring the coordinated assistance rather than the massive influx of foreign assistance.
Yes.
So I think it might be in terms of medical supplies, emergency equipments, technical help, or even for rescue and post-disaster rehabilitation, because immediate rescue and safety is one thing, but later on there has to be rehabilitation and restoration, rebuilding processes where we'll need the help, I believe. And coming to your second part of the question regarding climate change, I think just an incident itself would be difficult to attribute exactly to climate change, but we have been seeing this pattern of floods and landslides in Nepal, and also the observational weather changes like unpredictable monsoon. So I think definitely climate change is a big contributor. Though it is yet to be scientifically established. But it's very unfortunate because Nepal is one of the lowest carbon.
Urban development, yeah. So that's what I wanted to understand. Sorry for interrupting you there.
Yeah,
but I was curious about urban
Nepal
development.
is one of the lowest carbon dioxide contributors, and we're not contributing that much in terms of all the developmental activities as well, but I think we're facing the disproportionate burden of the climate change because of our terrain and because of our topography. So it's a little unfortunate.
Our prayers are with the people of Nepal. We are constantly tracking what's unfolding there. Dr. Sarisha Shrestha, thank you for speaking to India Today. And our prayers, I hope there are more and more survivors who will be rescued. So that is what people of Nepal are saying. But when you look at these shocking visuals, we've never seen a visual like this before. This is Nepal-China border. This is the route that the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrims are supposed to take. This is a customs office. So it is a fear that many Indian pilgrims could have been at this office, and many are missing. And that is why the fear, especially from the Indian side, is how many of our people were here present at this point. Because when you look at this visual, you realize the extent, the impact of a flash flood. But what exactly triggered the devastating flash flood? As per initial reports, chain of events appear to have happened right at the border area, more toward Tibet, but also Nepal-Tibet border. A massive ice and rock avalanche crashed down from a glacier. We have prepared this illustration for you to help you understand what's happening. This avalanche is believed to have blocked the Lende-Khola river. That means creating a natural barrier. What happens then? Water starts to build up behind it and the barrier gives way. The sudden release then sent a massive surge of water, boulders rushing downstream through Nepal, turning the river into a destructive wall of water. Remember, nature doesn't understand the man-made borders, especially in the mountains. The flood then swept through downstream areas, affecting Nepal more, damaging homes, roads, bridges and critical infrastructure. Now, exact cause, of course, is still being investigated. Scientists are on it already, tracking the images and reasoning, including the possibility of a glacial lake outburst contributing to the surge. There could be multiple reasons and it will have to be investigated so we can ensure to at least save lives again. And joining me right now from the India-Nepal border, which is our state of Bihar, Rohit Singh is joining me. And Rohit, what kind of preparatory measures are being done by the government? Do you see water levels rising around you? What is the fear with regard to the rivers?
Well, Pooja, let me tell you, as far as Bihar is concerned and the kind of anxiety that was seen yesterday after all those visuals we saw from Nepal, from Tibet, that huge volume of water rushing towards Nepal, it seems that the worst is almost over for Bihar, because the manner in which we saw that water was coming from the mountain, that water hasn't really, in fact, reached the Gandak barrage. That's the barrage from where the water from Nepal enters into Bihar. That's India. And you can see this is the Indo-Nepal border, and this is the Valmiki Nagar barrage from which the water, you can see, is entering into India via Bihar. And all the 36 gates of this Valmiki Nagar barrage has been opened for the last 24 hours. So we saw the water level rising a bit yesterday, but not really the way in those pictures that huge volume of water was rushing down the mountains towards Bihar. And that is why the state government has also taken a sigh of relief. In fact, Samrat Chaudhary, the chief minister, early this morning had...
Rohit, keep tracking the latest on that. Yes, because from the visuals that you're showing to us and what are coming from Nepal, remember there's a very real concern for states like Bihar and Uttar Pradesh that have certain districts, at least 7 districts of Bihar that borders Nepal, especially Champaran, Sitamani, Madhubani and more. Stay on with me, Rohit, and I'll keep coming back to you. I also want to play out some of the reports that you've already sent. Take a look at these ground reports by Rohit Singh about how Bihar is preparing in the border areas to ensure that we do not at all suffer. And if there is evacuation to be done, it will be done at the earliest.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं भारत नेपाल सीमा पर स्थित गंडक बराज पर, जहां की स्थिति इस वक्त आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं आज तक पे। फिलहाल आप यहां पर देख सकते हैं, यहां गंडक बराज पे तमाम जो 36 के 36 गेट हैं वो कल से ही जो है पूरी तरीके से खोल दिए गए हैं। और अभी हालात फ़िलहाल जो है वो सामान्य होता नज़र आ रहा है। मुख्यमंत्री बिहार सम्राट चौधरी थोड़ी देर पहले आज गंडक बराज पर आए थे, जहां पर उन्होंने स्थिति का जायज़ा लिया। और जिस तरीके की तबाही कल देखने को मिली थी नेपाल में, उसके बाद इस बात का अंदेशा जताया जा रहा था कि वो जो पानी है पूरा, वो कहीं ना कहीं बिहार ही आएगा और गंडक बराज के ज़रिए वो बिहार प्रवेश करेगा। लेकिन एक तरीके से कहें तो अच्छी बात ये रही कि जिस रफ्तार में और जितना पानी उस वक्त नेपाल से आ रहा था, उतना पानी बिहार तक नहीं पहुंचा। और इसीलिए हालात जो हैं फ़िलहाल नियंत्रित बने हुए हैं। और बिहार सरकार ने जो तकरीबन आधा दर्जन ज़िलों को हाई अलर्ट पर रखा था और इस बात का अंदेशा था कि बड़ी तबाही जो है वो बिहार के कई ज़िलों में देखने को मिल सकती है। तो उससे कहीं ना कहीं राहत ज़रूर मिली है। हालांकि नेपाल में भारी तबाही मचाई है उस सैलाब ने और ज़बरदस्त नुकसान नेपाल में हुआ है। लेकिन फ़िलहाल भारत नेपाल सीमा की स्थिति हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, जहां पर बिहार के लिए कम से कम तो है अच्छी खबर है, क्योंकि जो पानी नेपाल से आ रहा था वो बाकी नदियों में जो है वो डाइवर्ट हो गया, जिसकी वजह से गंडक में उतना पानी नहीं पहुंचा जितना कि अंदेशा जताया जा रहा था और उसकी वजह से बिहार में तबाही के हालात पैदा नहीं हुए।
I'm Ashutosh Mishra here at Ground Zero in Nepal. We are en route to Nuwakot. Nuwakot, one of the worst affected along with Rasuwa, and primarily we have seen how in this difficult terrain, when the slide eventually leveled up the river up to 30 to 40 meter, how people were escaped. They were hiding on these mountain areas. So they clearly, and we have seen those viral video where people were seeking SOS message. They were sending that somehow they managed to escape from that devastation, that disaster, and they were managing all through these stretches, these terrain. Now, at the very same time, why it is very difficult for the Nepali Army and Air Force to carry out such operations, because of, if you see the weather, the valley is absolutely packed, and so is the situation even towards Rasuwa. So somehow, remember, all the road connectivity have been totally washed away. It is extremely difficult to reach to such terrain. So through these mountain roads, which is hardly accessible, since most of the places the government has blocked those access, they are not allowing much people to travel to those areas, because that will eventually disrupt the aid and rescue relief, all the efforts. So somehow we managed to pass through these areas, and that makes why the situation absolutely difficult, because the air sorties, number of air sorties will be very limited. The world has offered help to Nepal, including India. We have seen the first Indian aircraft land in Kathmandu with the aid and support, but at the very same time, for the air evacuation, this is going to be extremely difficult, looking at the weather packed here in this peak of the monsoon, and this kind of calamity, more than 160 people killed, more than 400 missing, and still the search and rescue operations continues, which is the priority for Nepalese authority at the moment. One of the most beautiful landscape and city near the the Nepal-Tibet border. Now they say we lost that beautiful city, and clearly I have seen those images. Now let me take you through these images, how the city now literally looks like. Everything has turned into debris. Look at this, and this explains how furious this mayhem was, the devastation. Heavy vehicles, the way they have gone into debris explains that the moment. Look at this, these are bikes, everything, hard-earned money, people made their houses, been living here ages, they have their memories of this. And that's right behind me is the Trishuli river. If you can see clearly, the water level when it went as high as 30 to 40 meters perhaps was the reason, and then the magnitude, the energy that it had through the gravity, through the landscape. Now one would wonder how exactly this came through. This is exactly the road that connects to Rasuwa, and at few kilometers there's Trishuli point, and from there it's Rasuwa, and this is exactly where the slide came through. The moment we see that avalanche, flash flood, whatever it was, it only brought the devastation. So that's the Trishuli right behind me, and the road that connects to Rasuwa. Entire road was washed away, and look at the magnitude of the disaster. All these building structure, 30 to 40 feet. In fact, if you see right across, that's the Trishuli river flowing still with a full flow, and that's Gramin Vikas Agriculture Development Bank Limited. Look at the entire structure. The whole building was under a debris. That was the flow, and that also explains the water flow was up to 30 to 40 feet. Now on the other side, that's the ATM right behind me, which was also got inundated, not only mud and debris still, and this explains the furious devastation. Still the debris, and it is very loose. The moment someone even put a step right here, you will literally go in the debris. Look at this, what has happened. Heavy vehicles, these are heavy transport vehicles, and look at what has happened. That was the power flow and magnitude of the devastation triggered by Trishuli rivers, what came from the Tibet plateau and all the roads. The biggest challenge for the authorities are to ensure road connectivity, because unless you have that, the operation will only depend on the air sorties, because the number of air sorties will be limited. Looking at the weather conditions, largely depends on the weather condition. But moreover, though people who stranded in Rasuwa and other parts, they need to be evacuated, and for that the road connectivity will be very essential. So beyond this point, since all it has covered in a thick layer of debris, those all areas, these heavy machineries are trying to clear the road And as and when it becomes, that will really make an uphill task for all the authorities. Because you see these vehicles, the trucks, the movements, that explains how furious the situation it was. I just crossed halfway through Novacourt market, and then I was told by the people that extremely right side, all they were the residential areas of the people who were living here. Just across side were the largely shops, hotel, commercial property holders, and everything that was like any other city. But all it looks like today is only a ghost town. Everyone who just somehow tried to escape are now hunting back to find out leftover belongings to, continue their life. But these images are so horrific, doesn't give hope to bring back the life anytime soon. It is going to be extremely difficult from restoring the connectivity, bringing the life here, electricity, communication, and then ensure safety and security, because the terrain that it looks like after one of such glacial outbursts, what if there is another? There is a sense of fear amongst the people, and perhaps many of those do not even want to return in this kind of situation. Hovering these choppers are ensuring maximum number of the people to be rescued, but no one knows how many would be even beneath these debris. And this was one of the largest towns. Thousands were living here, and in few seconds, this has all turned a ground of debris.
But there's a certain anger brewing in Nepal. But why is that? A war of words has broken out between China and Nepal over the deadly Rasuwa floods, and both sides appear to be giving different accounts. China is rejecting allegations that it allegedly failed to warn Nepal government in time, calling the claims as fake news. Beijing adds that the disaster was triggered by an earthquake-related glacier collapse maybe on the Nepalese side that caused the massive landslide, and flooding adding to that. So China is pushing back against the blame, saying the cooperation basically between both sides actually saved few of the lives. But what is Nepal alleging? People across Nepal, especially the journalists, are writing on social media that China did not issue an early warning. That contributed to the heavy loss of life on the Nepalese side. Nepal is also claiming that the collapse of the geological disaster dam that happened on the Chinese side because of their constructions at the border areas has caused eventually a major loss in Nepal. So these are conflicting claims, while rescue and recovery operations are continuing. But it will be pertinent to investigate further about what could have triggered the flood. India Today's Anisha Mathur spoke with Nepal's Ashika Tamang on whether China had a role or perhaps deserves some of this blame over the tragedy.
आशिका जी, एक मैं सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी। चीन में चाइना के जो बांध है, डैम है, वहां से पानी छोड़ा गया, क्या उसकी वजह से तबाही और बाढ़ को ज्यादा भयावह बनाया? क्या नेपाल को इसकी जानकारी दी गई थी?
मैडम जी, हमने बुझ लिया, समझ लिया।
मैं एक सवाल पूछ रही हूँ, क्या चाइना ने नेपाल को बाढ़ की जानकारी दी थी? क्या आप लोगों को बताया गया था कि पानी का बाढ़ का खतरा है? चाइना की तरफ से कोई इंफॉर्मेशन आई थी आपकी सरकार के पास?
आया था। वो तो आया था हमारे पास, लेकिन किस कारण से बिल्कुल हुआ है, वो तिब्बत से आया ना, तो इधर रीजन थाहा छैन भनौँ। We don't have any particular reason why the flood is like that.
Okay. Can you tell me one thing? China is making a number of dams and hydroelectric projects. China बहुत सारे बांध बना रहा है, हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट बना रहा है। इसको लेकर नेपाल में क्या कोई चिंता है? क्या इन डैम्स की वजह से क्या सोचते हैं आप लोग? क्या इसकी वजह से और खतरा बढ़ेगा?
हाँ, वो लोग बनाना तो उनका अधिकार की बात है ना, वो बनाने के लिए, लेकिन उन लोग ने उसको दीर्घकालीन उनको नॉट टेम्पोररी, जस्ट परमानेंटली सोल्यूशन भी उनको होना चाहिए, ताकि उनका छिमेकी कंट्री को उनको वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा हम बोलते हैं।
So we are trying to constantly get you as many voices from the ground reports as well. This is a big story, remember. It's not just about Indians missing. It's about what really happened. How can we ensure such disasters don't ever happen again? And even with this regard, how rescue operations are presently on. But over 130 Indians, including many pilgrims who were on the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, have been confirmed missing. Many are stranded in Nepal after the flood swept through the central districts. And remember that devastation has basically cut off the affected areas. There's no communication, no electricity. So it's very difficult to even find out if the ones who are there stranded are alive or not. So the whereabouts of at least 37 of 103 tourists from Tamil Nadu are yet to be ascertained. 20 have been accounted for. There are tourists, we are told, from Uttar Pradesh who are stranded. Farmer leader Rakesh Tiket, who had gone to Nepal via road with his associates, was even stuck in Pokhran. 7 tourists from Maharashtra are stuck in Nepal amid the flash floods. Latest reports are claiming that at least 4 of them have been confirmed to be safe. And remember, this is a constant developing story, as in when anyone's identity is confirmed to be safe with the Indian mission, it is then forwarded ahead. A team of 36 people from Kerala who were on a tour in Nepal have declared that they were safe as well and thankfully were away from the affected areas. 7 people from Andhra Pradesh have been identified, however, as missing or stranded. So communication is trying to be established with them. 4 were traced safe but are stranded still. That means wherever they are safe, but they cannot really move out of that location. There is a work underway to then trace the other 3 who are missing. Minister Nara Lokesh personally leading coordinating rescue efforts to ensure the safe return of all residents of Andhra Pradesh stranded or missing, in our prayers and hope that all of them will be rescued soon. There are 2 people from Kalaburgi stranded amid severe floods in Nepal have been rescued and shifted to a safe location. Karnataka Disaster Management Authorities contacted the duo. They've gathered information about the situation. State government is making arrangements to bring them from Nepal to Delhi. Accommodations are being planned at the Karnataka Bhavan. There's a reason, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm not putting out names right away of all of them, because that is what the officials will do, and otherwise it can share a certain concern or panic among those who are still, family members of those who are still missing.
Belgavi, we are getting reports that some people are there, but it is not ascertained. Kalburgi, 2 people from Chincholi are stuck in the Nepal floods, and that has been reported to our SPs. And I urge through the media that if there is any information that you have about our people from our state missing in Nepal, please get in touch with the local police station as soon as possible, or at least the district SP. And if you inform us, we will ensure that the right communication channels will be opened for their relatives and friends.
ఇప్పుడు కూడా మేము మానసరోవర యాత్రకు వచ్చాము. అయితే మేము చాలా సేవ్ అయ్యాము. అదంతా ఈశ్వరుని ప్రభావం అనుకుంటా. నెక్స్ట్ అయితే మా ట్రావెల్స్ వాళ్ళు కూడా మమ్మల్ని చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా చూసుకుంటున్నారు. ఎక్కడైనా సరే అకామిడేషన్ కానీ, ఫుడ్ కానీ, ట్రావెల్ చేసే విధానంలో కానీ చాలా బాగా చూసుకుంటారు. దానివల్లే అనుకుంటా మాకు ఈరోజు మేము ఇంత సేఫ్గా బయటపడ్డామంటే అదంతా ఆ కృష్ణయ్య, ఆ శివయ్య అనుగ్రహమే. నెక్స్ట్ ట్రావెల్స్ వాళ్ళ ద్వారా కూడా మేము చాలా బాగా రీచ్ అయ్యాము. మాకు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ లేట్ అయ్యాయి అని చెప్పి మేము చాలా ఫీల్ అయ్యాము. అయితే లేట్ అవ్వడం కూడా చాలా మంచిదని ఇప్పుడు మాకు అర్థమైంది. ఏది జరిగినా మన మంచికే అని అనుకోవాలంటారు చూడండి, అట్లా జరిగింది.
Not a good news coming in from Nepal. The death toll is rising, ladies and gentlemen. 332 dead bodies have been recovered so far. So mortal remains of 332 people who were caught unaware in that deluge could not escape the destruction and devastation and their death in Nepal. This is specifically 2 different regions in Nepal in the Rasuwa area. Rescue operations meanwhile are underway. According to the External Affairs Ministry, 288 Indians are still missing. The visual on your screen at the Kerong office, which is the Nepal-Tibet border, basically in the territory where you have to cross this office to go and head toward Kailash Mansarovar. Some Indians are feared to have been at this office at that time, but there's no clarity who was there. And we'll not put out any conjecture or speculation. We'll wait for official information. And it is important that even the mortal remains are recovered. 332 innocent people. That's because, remember, there could be identification that could be done, DNA testing could be done, and at least a respectful last rites of these 332 people. Many foreign nationals missing. Remember, if you're wondering how are so many foreign nationals in this region, Nepal is a popular, not just a tourist destination, but popular for mountaineers, trekkers, hikers, with of course the location of the Mount Everest and more. This has been one of the popular destinations for international tourists. With prayers for those affected and hope that there will be many more survivors in the days to come. Thank you very much for watching. Take care of yourself and to believe that miracles do happen.
Watching India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
India's longest standing biannual survey is back. That's right, the mood of the nation.
The Gen Z mood check on India Today, most definitive mood tracker.
What's actually changed after the Gen Z protests? We get you the pulse of the people on India Today.
The report card is in, unfiltered, unscripted, unmissable.
India Today's Mood of the Nation poll, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Two aircraft with humanitarian assistance have been sent to Kathmandu. A C-130J aircraft took off yesterday at around 8:30 p.m. carrying 10 tons of relief material including temporary shelters, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, medicines, etc. And then this morning a C-17 aircraft departed with 37.5 tons of supplies comprising 28.5 tons of relief items such as tents, blankets, hygiene kits, solar lamps, dewatering pumps, kitchen sets, gen sets, etc. 8 tons of medicine and 1 ton of food items. In total, across the two departures by air, India has sent 47.5 tons of emergency relief supplies aimed at supporting Nepal's ongoing rescue and relief operations. We have been able to rescue 21 Indian nationals. These 21 group of 21 people are from Tamil Nadu, and we are making available their names on our X handle, so you can get the details. Our embassy, our ambassador has spoken to people in the group and have assured all possible help. They are coming to Kathmandu, hopefully, and then arrangements will be made for their travel back home as soon as possible.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
When a parliamentarian, and I'm talking about your colleague Kangana Ranaut.
Freedom to the parliamentarian. Freedom is there for every Indian.
Okay. So it's freedom for Kangana Ranaut to take on Kriti Sanon and say that
Why
you should
are
have been
you
better
restricted to
dressed.
Kangana Ranaut? Kangana Ranaut is a first-time MP, very junior, and sometimes I will tell her how to function in parliament business and other things. But
you are a minister, you are the parliamentary
that's
affairs
what I'm
minister.
saying. As a parliamentary affairs, I can guide for parliamentary procedure. But I can't guide her what to speak, what not to speak.
I agree.
These are a personal choice.
But should some leaders show restraint? And I'll give you another example. At the same time, when the Prime Minister was striking such a reconciliatory tone of forgiveness with students, at the same time you had certain ministers like her again who called Gen Z gutter generation.
No, that I heard it. She didn't say that. She says that those who abuse, not everybody. She clarified it.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
आपकी साथी कलाकार हैं, आपकी इंडस्ट्री से ये लड़कियां आती हैं, ये भी होनहार हैं, आप भी बड़ी अच्छी अदाकार, आप भी बड़ी होनहार अदाकारा हैं। आप जो अब कर रही हैं, उनके कपड़ों पे कमेंट करना, उनकी लाइफस्टाइल पे कमेंट करना, किसी की वेशभूषा पर बोलना, ये दिखाता है कि आपकी कितनी मिसोजिनिस्ट, कितनी पितृसत्ता वाली सोच है आपकी। और इसी पितृसत्ता सोच के खिलाफ राहुल जी कहते हैं स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की। आप ये काम अभी तक आदमी कर रहे थे तो बुरा लगता था और इसके खिलाफ हम खड़े थे। अब देश की चुनी हुई महिला सांसद जो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री से आती हैं, और आप तो बहुत खूबसूरत हैं और आपने तो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे कपड़े पहने और उससे ज्यादा ग्लैमरस कपड़े पहने और इसमें अच्छी कोई बुरी बात नहीं है।
दैट इज नन ऑफ हर बिजनेस। पहली बात तो मैं कहूंगी कि कंगना जी को किसी और महिला के कपड़ों पर टिप्पणी करनी नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ तो मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ कि महिलाओं का समर्थन करना चाहिए। और रही बात, संविधान ने हक दिया है जिसको जो मर्जी है पहने। आप कौन होती हैं बोलने वाली कि कृति सनोन ने क्या पहना क्या नहीं पहना? इट इज नन ऑफ योर बिजनेस।
Global icon, reimagined for India.
होय पुढे माझी भ्यान आहे यार
Good evening, you're watching 5 Live here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. 24 hours after that flash flood in Nepal, we're tracking all the latest on the rescue and relief operations. Unfortunately, with every passing hour, the casualty count only going up. Over the next 1 hour on this edition of 5 Live, I'll be running you through all the updates that are coming in on the rescue operations and particularly about the missing Indians right now and what we know at this point. We begin. We're giving you a sense of all that's played out in the last few hours. Eyewitness footage captured a flood sweeping through a village. This is in Nepal's Himalayan region on August 26th. After a massive collapse of mud and rock triggered catastrophic flooding near the border with China's Tibet region. The video has been filmed in Uttar Gaya municipality. It shows a torrent of floodwater, mud and debris rushing down a mountainside. This is the Trishuli Bazaar. Dramatic images are on your screens. This is in Nepal's Nuwakot district. It captures the moment the disaster struck. The footage shows the bridge just breaking apart, crumbling apart as powerful floodwaters and debris sweep through the area. There's nothing left of Trishuli, and we'll show you that over the course of our broadcast. We're still getting a sense of really the impact of this tragedy and the scale of destruction. This aerial footage showing you exactly what's happened. Damaged vehicles, vast stretches of the landscape buried under mud and debris. These were towns previously. Now, nothing left. The Nepalese army, along with disaster management teams and police, is working round the clock to rescue those still stranded in the flood-hit areas. The rescue mission is proving to be extremely challenging, of course, because of the treacherous terrain, raging waters, because water levels are still extremely high, and of course all of that debris. While rescue and relief operations continue on the ground, this striking image of a woman being carried away in an earth mover has drawn widespread attention. A senior citizen with no other way to get out amid the slush and mud is pulled out and transported using an earth mover. A stark glimpse into the scale of the devastation, floodwaters and debris making conventional rescue efforts extremely difficult. As we just showed you, senior citizens are struggling, as are children. And so the rescue workers are prioritizing helping out little kids and senior citizens first. They're navigating some of the most difficult and treacherous terrain to reach those who are trapped and bring them to safety. Hundreds at this point are still waiting to be evacuated. This is drone footage of Nepal's Nuwakot district, and it captures the extent of devastation. Buildings completely damaged. Across the area, you can see that mud has pretty much covered entire villages along the banks of the Trishuli River. Let's also show you another part of Nepal. This is Devi Ghat, where the trail of destruction is stark. Buildings are damaged, tractors and homes are completely buried under mud. And it shows you really how much of destruction has been caused and how it's going to take months for recovery in these areas. A video showing the Nepal army rescuing a young man stranded on the rooftop of his house amid massive flash floods has gone viral on social media. Many such chopper rescues are being conducted because people are stranded on the rooftop of their homes with nowhere to go. The impact of the devastating Nepal flash floods has also reached the borders. This is in China, where swollen rivers and massive mudslides have caused widespread destruction. And unfortunately, the death toll continues to rise in Nepal. Like I said, as the rescue operation continues, there's more reported casualties as well. The Nepal media now reporting that 332 bodies have been recovered so far. It's really impossible to put a number to define the scale of this tragedy, the scale of devastation, because you don't really know how many people were in these areas. There were tourists, there were yatris, there were locals. Impossible really to tell how many people were affected. And so at this point, 332 bodies have been recovered. It really depends on how long the rescue operation goes on to be able to identify how many bodies can actually be pulled out or what the casualty count will look like. What I can also confirm for you is that the MEA is very closely tracking the situation. As of now, the MEA says that we have identified 288 Indians who are missing. Many have been pulled out from danger zones, but 288 Indians are missing, and like I said, there's a possibility of that number going up as well. Pankaj Das is joining us from Kathmandu with more details. So on this, unfortunate really that the death toll continues to go up. But Pankaj, अभी क्या कुछ estimate है कि कितने लोग थे इन villages में?
तो अभी तक भी कोई estimate नहीं मिल पाया है कि एक्चुअली में कितने लोग थे। सरकार ने आंकड़े दिए हैं, इसमें रसुआ और जो नुआकोट जिला, ये दो जिलों को छोड़कर बाकी का एस्टिमेट करीब आ गया है कि वहाँ कितने लोग मिसिंग है। करीब 700-800 के आसपास ही अंदाजन सरकार बता रही है कि वहाँ पे लोग संपर्क विहीन है। लेकिन अभी भी जहाँ सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्टेड जो एरिया है, चाहे वो रसुआ हो या उसके बगल का जो नुआकोट जिला है, ये दो जिलों का अभी तक सरकार इसकी संकलन नहीं जुटा पाई कि कितने लोग एक्चुअल में मिसिंग है, कितने डेड बॉडी अभी भी वहाँ पे पड़े हुए हैं, किस तरह से वहाँ रेस्क्यू किया जाए, ये अभी भी काफी मुश्किल है इस बात को कहना।
पंकज, एक और क्विक फॉलो अप सवाल, अभी क्या कम्युनिकेशन बेटर है इन रीजन्स में, क्योंकि वो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज था कि कुछ कम्युनिकेशन पॉसिबल ही नहीं था। क्या अभी एटलीस्ट कम्युनिकेशन लाइंस रिज्यूम किया है?
रसुआ में तो अभी भी नहीं हो पाए, लेकिन नुआकोट के जो कुछ इलाके जहाँ कुछ स्थिति ठीक हो बेहतर हो पाई है कल से, और वहाँ बिजली की लाइन तो जोड़ दी गई है, लेकिन टेलीफोन और इंटरनेट का कनेक्शन अभी भी काफी वहाँ पे खराब है। जो बिजली का इलाका है, उसके आसपास के जो इफेक्टेड एरिया है, वहाँ पे कम्युनिकेशन लाइन अभी भी नहीं है। लेकिन आज दोपहर के बाद से कुछ इलाकों में बिजली की सप्लाई जरूर दे दी गई है।
Okay, Pankaj, thank you for those details. Pankaj, they're reporting from Kathmandu, giving us a sense of what's really happening on the rescue and relief effort. Look, when this kind of a tragedy plays out, just the sheer scale of it means that there's only so much that authorities can do. They will try to reach village after village or whatever is left of it, because it's buried under tons of mud. I've been at one of these landslide sites, and I can tell you that it's an absolute nightmare for authorities to go through it. There's no sense of really where a house was, where a school was, where a building was, because you're much higher than all of that with so much slush there. It's impossible to identify how many people could be in these regions, and that's why we're constantly saying that the full horror of the Nepal floods is still emerging, and perhaps we'll never really know the ground reality of how many villages were swept away, how many homes were swept away. So many people are continuing to be rescued, but very clearly I can tell you that there are in fact many pockets where authorities are yet to even reach. What we're showing you is an area called Trishuli. This is one of the areas which was very badly hit. You would have seen that viral footage of a bridge being washed away. That was Trishuli right there. You see it in the before images of the bridge and this bustling little town, in fact on the banks of the river. That's before. 24 hours ago, this is what this area looked like, and now nothing left. You can see, of course, that there's slush everywhere. You can't make out which is the river's path and which isn't, because clearly it's changed its direction because of the tragedy, because of the sheer volume of debris that it carried along in its wake. And so this is what Trishuli looks like. It shows you what the disaster has done, and this is why I say that it's going to take months for any sense of normalcy to creep back in. Many of these places will be uninhabitable going forward. It'll be impossible for some of the locals who managed to survive this tragedy to even go back to where they were. India Today has reached Trishuli with extreme difficulty. Looking at the situation, Ashutosh Mishra has reached this particular town to give you a sense of what's left, and it tells you the scale of this tragedy. Take a look.
India Today is here at Trishuli, one of the worst affected. Remember, Kosovo, Trishuli and Nuwakota. 3 of these market cities were totally destructed, devastated, destroyed. Here in Trishuli, the entire landscape in 24 hours has gone totally changed. There was a Buddha temple which now seems to be only one pagoda which is left. Now exactly across this line there was a hanging bridge. Now the hanging bridge is no more hanging. Many people were there, and look at the furious flood. The river which is flowing up to 8 to 10 feet now. Look at this. These markings, the footprint of devastation that it has left itself says that water was flowing up to 90 to 100 feet above the level that it is flowing now. Just across on the side looks like a river beach which is no more. I mean, this was a bus stand. Multiple bus parking it was made, and the whole bus stand is now turned into rubble and debris. This looks like a flattened surface area. Just on the across side, look at the residential area has turned into a ghost town in 24 hours. And now we see, look at this part. This was a school. Many children were there. Now all are going missing. Perhaps why the number of casualty could be way too higher than what it's coming at the moment. The reason is the furious flood. The mayhem came from Tibet via this Trishuli river, has washed away this entire fully flourished Trishuli town just across the Nuwakota, Trishuli, Soro. These are the exclusive ground report you're seeing on India Today from Trishuli. The whole landscape of Trishuli that's been totally devastated. This has left the footprints of destruction. Never ever Nepal has witnessed this kind of tragedy, unlike what it had seen in during the earthquake. But this is mayhem, particularly in the difficult geographical terrain where even the rescue, search operations and restoring is nearly impossible. This is the ground reality of Nepal's this part where it has been totally destroyed. नदी एक धारा बनाकर चलती है, लेकिन यहाँ हुआ क्या, जो आपको नदी पीछे जो है ये सी शेप में कर्व दिखाई पड़ रही है, आज त्रिशूली नदी अपने वास्तविक रूप में है। लेकिन जब इसने अपने वास्तविकता खोई, जब ये प्रवाह में प्रलय लेकर के आई, तो ये नदी सीधे 180 डिग्री की धारा में चल के आने लगी। और इसीलिए आप जो मलबा देख रहे हैं, कोई मैदान नहीं है, कहीं पर स्कूल, कॉलेज, अस्पताल, बस स्टैंड सब हुआ करता था। लेकिन जब वो प्रवाह आया तो उसने सीधे 180 डिग्री की दिशा ली, अपने जो बहाव है उसकी दिशा को भूलकर, और उसी के बाद यहाँ का पुल बह गया, वहाँ के स्कूलें बह गई, वहाँ के जो मकान है वो बह गए। और उसी के बाद अब ये नहीं पता चल सकता कि अगर यहाँ पर कई 100 मकान थे, इक्का दुक्का लोग मुझे यहाँ पर दिखाए, अगर कई सैकड़ों मकान थे, उन मकानों के लोगों को तो भागने का मौका भी नहीं मिला होगा। ये जो आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, ये भगवान बुद्ध का एक मंदिर था, और यहाँ पर एक पुल था, हैंगिंग पुल हुआ करता था, लेकिन ये पुल अब बह चुका है। पानी का सैलाब, आपको अंदाजा लगा होगा कि ये त्रिशूली नदी बह रही है। ऊंचाई देखिए, 10 फीट, 20 फीट, 30 फीट, 40 फीट, 50 फीट, ये 100 फीट तक पानी ऊपर चला गया था। ये जो पानी के निशान आप देख रहे हैं, ये सैलाब लेकर के आया था। इसी के साथ अब आपको ये जो मैदानी इलाका दिखाई दे रहा है, दरअसल ये त्रिशूली का बस स्टैंड था। आपको ऐसा लग रहा होगा ये तो नदी का किनारा, कोई बीच है, ये एक बस स्टैंड था, ये समतल है, और अभी भी लगातार हवा में जो हेलीकॉप्टर है वो मंडरा रहे हैं, जो रोसोवो तक लोगों को रेस्क्यू करके आगे पहुंचा रहे हैं सुरक्षित। लेकिन बस स्टैंड पूरी तरह एक मलबे में तब्दील हो चुका है, लगता ही नहीं कि यहाँ का भी बस स्टैंड रहा होगा। इसके आगे देखिए, ये जो खाली मैदानी इलाका आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, दरअसल ये एक स्कूल हुआ करता था, लेकिन अब पूरा का पूरा स्कूल जो है वो समतल हो चुका है। झूले पर लोग थे, कहाँ गए नहीं पता, स्कूल में बच्चे थे, कहाँ गए नहीं पता। इन मकानों में जो आपको कई सारी मंजिलें जो है जमीन के नीचे दब गई हैं, वो लोग कहाँ थे नहीं पता। पीछे पूरा मैदान है, ये मैदान नहीं हुआ करता था, यहाँ पर घर थे, दुकान थे, रंग बिरंगे घर की छतें दिखाई देती है पुरानी तस्वीरों में। और अब जो इक्का दुक्का लोग दिखाई दे रहे हैं, वो अपने घरों की छतों पर आसपास इस कीचड़ में आए हैं देखने कि क्या घर में कुछ बचा है। जान बचाने के लिए लोग यहाँ से सीधा पहाड़ी इलाकों की ओर भागे। जब नदी का स्तर बढ़ा, पानी तो घटने लगा है, लेकिन पानी अपने साथ जो तबाही का मंजर लेकर के आया है, वो इसके निशान छोड़ गया है। इन छतों पर जहां उनके बच्चे खेला करते थे, अब यहाँ पर मलबे का ढेर है, और इस सैलाब ने जो दर्द दिया है, वो घाव लोगों को सालों तक याद रहेंगे। अब मैं जिस गांव में आया हूँ, अब ये देखिए गांव के पीछे ना, ये पेड़ों की ऊंचाई से आपको अंदाजा लगेगा, जो निशान बन गए हैं पानी के, कि कितनी ऊंचाई तक मलबा आया था। ये बड़ा कच्चा है, यहाँ से गिरने का बड़ा डर है। जोखिम है। देखिए कितनी ऊंचाई तक मलबा आया था, वहां उस पेड़ के नीचे मुझे तने जो है बह करके आए हैं ना, वो पेड़ों पर अटक गए। वहां एक घर था, वो पूरी तरह से घर जमींदोज हो चुका है। इन पेड़ों के निशान बताते हैं कि करीबन 80, 90, 100 फीट तक पानी चढ़ गया था। और इसी के साथ जहां मैं खड़ा हूं, ये एक घर है, घर की छत है, और इस छत पर देखिए क्या है, ये छत पर मलबा आ चुका है। तो 1-2 मंजिला घर तो समझिए पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुके हैं। इसी के साथ ये वाला घर में जरा अगर पैन करके दिखाने की कोशिश करें, ये देखिए ये पूरा जो घर है ये भी पूरी तरह से बर्बाद हो चुका था। पूरा घर की ऊपर की दूसरी मंजिल भी है, वो भी मलबे में आ चुकी है। आप सोचिए कि जो घर की छत है वो मलबे में ढकी हुई है। ये तबाही त्रिशूली नदी अपने प्रवाह के साथ लेकर के आई, और त्रिशूली गांव के एक हिस्से में हम आए हैं। अब आपको गांव के दूसरी तरफ की तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, उधर भी हम आपको ले चलेंगे। देखिए ये पूरा दलदल है ना, ये सब सैलाब के साथ आया था। अब धीरे धीरे चूंकि बहुत ऊंचा इलाका है तो पानी उतरा है, लेकिन अभी भी ये पूरा रास्ता दलदल हो सकता है, इसलिए बहुत संभाल के आने की जरूरत है। पैर पहले रखते हुए आगे, ताकि ये नुकसान ना हो। ये एक्सक्लूसिव ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट आप त्रिशूली की देख रहे हैं, हम आपको नदी के दूसरे हिस्से की ओर भी ले चलेंगे, लेकिन यहाँ पैर रखना ही देखिए, जरा से गलत जगह पैर पड़ी, न जाने कितने फीट आप अंदर चले जाएंगे इन इलाकों से होते हुए। अब देखिए आपको मैं गांव का दूसरा हिस्सा दिखाता हूँ, वहां एक घर है वो पूरी तरह दब गया है, और ये जमीन, ये देखिए ये जमीन इतनी कच्ची है कि अगर मैं दोनों पैर रख के इस पर खड़ा हूँ तो ये मुश्किल हो जाएगा। अब आपको जिस घर पे ले चलता हूँ, ये देखिए ये घर की छत, अगर मैं कहूँ ये घर की पहली मंजिल की छत है, जो इस समय मलबे के अंदर दबी हुई है। घर का ऊपर का हिस्सा और यहाँ तक पानी देखिए कहाँ तक गया है। घर की दूसरी मंजिल की छत को पानी और मलबे ने ढक लिया है। ये तबाही की तस्वीरें हैं नेपाल की। त्रिशूली के नदी के दरअसल दूसरी धारा की तरफ मैं एक गांव में पहुंचा हूं, और गांव में आप देखेंगे कि यहाँ पर एक चर्च था, इसके आगे कई सारे जो घर है वो पूरी तरह से तबाह हो चुके हैं, और वो ये पूरा मकान, इसका पहला मंजिल जो है वो पूरा मलबे में दलदल में दबा हुआ। अभी इस इलाकों से पार करते हुए दरअसल अभी देखिए पूरा दलदल यहाँ आया हुआ है, और इस मलबे में से हमें जाना है, और ये अपने आप में बहुत दुर्गम रास्ता है, और यहाँ तक जाने के लिए दरअसल बहुत संभल के जाना पड़ेगा। और इन रास्तों से मैं आपको लिए चलता हूँ कि कुछ लोग जो गाँव के लोग हैं अपनी संपत्ति या जरूरत की चीजें बचाने आए हैं, वो निकाल करके लाए हैं, तो उन्होंने इस तरह से लकड़े और पटरों का इस्तेमाल किया हुआ है ताकि हम इन इलाकों तक पहुंच पाए। देखिए यहाँ तक की जो है तबाही है। नदी जो पानी है वो अभी मेरे पीछे लगभग 60 से 70 फीट नीचे बह रही है, और सारा पानी जब ऊपर आया है उसने पूरे के पूरे गाँव को तबाह कर दिया। देखिए सारे घर में ये सिर्फ तबाही के निशान है। इस पूरे इलाके में अगर आप देखेंगे यहाँ कुछ भी नहीं बचा है, त्रिशूली में कुछ भी नहीं बचा है। त्रिशूली ग्राउंड जीरो से मैं आशुतोष मिश्रा, आज तक।
The most detailed ground reports are on India Today, courtesy Ashutosh Mishra and the entire team of reporters who are out there so bravely continuing to report, give you a sense of the aftermath of this flash flood. What led to what we've just seen on our screens? Nepal was devastated by a deadly chain of events. Flash floods, landslides as a result, communities, homes, roads, all of that swept away. The destruction, of course, is widespread. There are multiple villages that were set up along these riverbanks, all gone right now. And with every passing hour, the death toll will continue to climb, because rescuers are still getting a sense of really how much of damage has been created. It's becoming clearer in Nepal because the death toll is rising. 332 bodies have now been recovered. Identification is still underway. Nepal's disaster management authorities, along with the Nepal Army Armed Police Force, the Nepal Police, are continuing intensive search and rescue operations. Helicopters are being deployed to reach areas that remain inaccessible because of floodwaters and landslides. Nepal Prime Minister Baliyan has described the situation as critical and has said the immediate focus is on saving lives, reaching those stranded and stepping up rescue efforts.
It came without warning. The Bhotekoshi River surged after a massive ice and rock avalanche crashed down from a glacier, unleashing fury on several districts in Nepal. Villages were washed away, roads ripped apart, bridges swallowed. And the destruction didn't stop there. Downstream, the flood tore through Nuwakot, sweeping through homes and shops in its path. India Today is at ground zero, tracking the nightmare for the Himalayan country.
I'm in Nuwakot at ground zero, the last city towards the downstream, the moment we see that avalanche, flash flood, whatever it was, it only brought the devastation. So that's the Trishuli right behind me, and the road that connects to Rasuwa. Entire road was washed away. And look at the magnitude of the disaster. All these building structure, 30 to 40 feet. In fact, if you see right across, that's the Trishuli river flowing still with the full flow, and that's Gramin Vikas Agriculture Development Bank Limited. Look at the entire structure. The whole building was under a debris. That was the flow, and that also explains the water flow was up to 30 to 40 feet. Now on the other side, that's the ATM right behind me, which was also got inundated, not only mud and debris, still, and this explains the furious devastation.
From Rasuwa to Nuwakot, the story is the same. The river has left a trail of devastation. And now the Narayani river has fallen to dangerous levels in Chitwan, with powerful waves crashing against the banks.
नेपाल के चितवन ज़िले में जहां पर किस तरीके की तबाही कल सैलाब ने मचाया था, उसकी तस्वीरें दिखाने के लिए, और मेरे पीछे आप ये देख सकते हैं, दरअसल ये त्रिशूली नदी है जो यहाँ से बह रही है, और आगे जब ये भारत में प्रवेश करेगी बिहार के रास्ते तो फिर गंडक कहलाया जाता है। और यहाँ पर फिलहाल आप देख सकते हैं नेपाल आर्म पुलिस फोर्स के जो जवान हैं वो लोग लगातार यहाँ पर गश्ती कर रहे हैं, सर्च ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं। कहीं कोई लाश अगर पानी में तैरता हुआ गुजर रहा है तो उसको भी जो है वो लोग निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
But behind these terrifying visuals is an even more devastating human toll. Over 270 bodies have been recovered. Hundreds remain missing, including dozens of Indian pilgrims and tourists. And the race to find survivors continues. Nearly 200 people were rescued by the Nepal army, including those trapped inside a hydropower tunnel. Rescuers racing against a river that refuses to relent. The water has begun to recede. The human tragedy has not. Nepal now faces a long, painful search for its missing and a long road to recovery. With Ashutosh Mishra in Nepal's Nuwakot and Rohit Singh in Nepal's Chitwan, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now let's explain to you. It's been 24 hours since, of course, the tragedy, and so more details have emerged of what happened. Why did we suddenly see this kind of a flash flood? Now here's the chain of events. It may have begun near the Nepal-Tibet border when a massive ice and rock avalanche crashed down from a glacier. That's the, in fact, image that we're showing you right now. The avalanche is believed to have blocked the Hendekhola river, and that created a natural barrier. Water then built up in this particular area. The barrier then gave way because of the sheer pressure, and so you had a surge of water. And that surge of water took with it mud, took with it boulders, and rushed downstream through Nepal, turning the river into a destructive wall of water. And just imagine the sheer scale of how much water had built up, that it managed to pick boulders from the top, go right downstream, and hit every single village along the way. The flood swept through downstream areas, and you see the damage, of course, on your screens right after that. But what led to really that ice and rock formation giving way in the first place? That exact cause is still being investigated. There's a possibility that there was a glacial lake outburst contributing to the surge, but like I said, it's something that's still being looked into. Using the help of artificial intelligence, we have kind of reenacted what is believed to be the reason for this flash flood, but a detailed investigation is still awaited. Here's worrying news coming in. A fresh flash flood alert has been issued now by China. China has now sent across a potential flood notice to Nepal. Why is this? Well, China has highlighted that the Bhute Koshi River has been blocked at the location where flooding occurred yesterday. So there's a lake that's formed. That lake is continuing to grow, and so there's a risk that there could be another lake burst which could lead to huge issues for Nepal. This is considered to also be a consequence of a flash flood. Very often after this kind of an incident, there's always one pocket where water levels rise. It gathers in one particular area, and then there's a possibility of that lake bursting through its seams and then pushing through once again. Therefore, China has issued this warning to Nepal, saying residents of downstream areas along this river, this is the Bhute Koshi River, China has said that everyone in these areas must be extremely cautious and must move away from river banks. Is there going to be a second flash flood in Nepal? That really is the question. Extremely concerning, because right now there are attempts being made to rescue all of those. The last thing Nepal needs is another tragedy coming its way, which will lead to rescue operations being further stalled as well. But mind you, what I also will highlight here is that yesterday when this flash flood took place, there were several questions of why no warning had been received. Why didn't China issue some sort of an alert when their satellite images could have perhaps shown that there was this kind of a build-up and there could be a flash flood? Why was no warning issued? Those are questions yet to be answered, but for now China at this point has issued an alert, a flash flood alert to Nepal, saying evacuate in the downstream areas of the Bhute-Koshi river, suggesting that there is a huge water formation that's taken place. If that breaches, we could see more devastation on the cards. So let's hope and pray that that doesn't happen. But at this point, all precautions will be taken by Nepal to ensure that even if water does spill out in that manner, there are no casualties. Pranay Upadhyay is joining us live with more details. So on this, Pranay, take us through the warning that's been issued right now by China to Nepal.
There is a hydrological data sharing by China to Nepal, and in fact there is a concerning picture emerging out of that affected area, Akshita, because the relief and rescue work is being carried out in that area. More and more search parties are being sent in that area, and this fresh warning is a news of concern, because there is another glacial glacial lake is getting formed, and it is swelling right now. And the biggest concern is that if God forbid if there is a break of that glacial lake, then there could be a fresh flash flood in that area, and that will make the entire area swell again and again. There could be a larger catastrophe in built up in that region. That remains a difficulty, a challenge for the Nepalese authorities to carry out that search and rescue operation. Meanwhile, there are concerns about the Indians, especially 73 Indians, those who are working at the Trishuli 1 hydroelectric power station of Nepal. Besides that, around 200 Indians who remain stranded on the Chinese side in the Tibetan region. Besides that, 288 Indians are still missing. Nepalese authorities are trying to contact and look for all these Indians. That over around 21 Indians, mostly from Tamil Nadu state, have been rescued, and in fact the preparations are being made to bring back those 21 Indians. But the operation is still on, and with another sunset, in post almost like 30 hours of this catastrophe, the bigger concern is that how to carry out the search and rescue operation and how to save as many lives as we could.
Challenging enough at this point. And then if you have another flash flood that takes place, even if it's not at the scale of what we saw yesterday, it's still going to hamper rescue and relief efforts, because they'll have to take every possible precaution and clear out these areas once again. Pranay, just stay with me. The question that I raised earlier about satellite images and perhaps China having intel, did they share it, did they not? That question is being raised. But let me also give you details of what the satellite images did in fact highlight. It's traced the source of the flood to a supraglacial lake in Tibet. A supraglacial lake is essentially water that's formed on top of a glacier. So there was in fact this lake that was formed in Tibet, 36 kilometers upstream of Rasuwa in Nepal, which is one of the worst affected areas. That lake appears to have drained suddenly, with its area shrinking from about 0.75 square kilometers to 0.61 square kilometers after the tragedy. So it tells you really that there has been impact in that area. A lot of the water has moved on. The resulting outburst sent a powerful surge of water, ice, rock and debris. There was also initial confusion essentially over whether there was seismic activity recorded at the time. And I know there was a lot of speculation on this. Was there some sort of test by China that triggered this massive flood? I can tell you right now that the US Geological Survey has clarified that the signal was not an earthquake, but was associated with the glacial collapse and debris flow. So any seismic activity that took place, it was not as a result of, in fact, an earthquake or any of that, no tremors, but essentially that moment of the break, that's what was recorded. So then there's also a focus on China's satellite surveillance over Tibet. Could satellite imagery have detected changes in the glacial lake before it burst? And if such warnings were visible, was that information passed on to Nepal in time? I can answer the latter. There was no information or warning issued to Nepal. Beijing, however, has rejected these allegations, calling them fake news. China has disputed this account of how the disaster began, saying the flooding was triggered by an earthquake-related glacier collapse on the Nepali side, and that it has nothing to do with China. They've said the focus right now is on cooperation to save lives. Nepal, however, has put the spotlight back on the Chinese side of the border. Nepal has alleged that no early warning was issued. It's also claimed that the collapse of a geological disaster dam on the Chinese side is what caused all the losses downstream in Nepal. So the key issue is not simply what triggered the flood, but whether that danger could have been detected earlier. You can't stop this kind of a tragedy. You can't stop this scale of a flood. But if an alert had come through, you could have definitely stopped the number of casualties. And Nepal, therefore, is pointing fingers right now at China. Let's get you a conversation that Anisha Mathur, my colleague, had with the Ashika Tamang of Nepal on whether China had any role in this tragedy. आशिका जी, एक मैं सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी। चीन में चाइना के जो बांध है, डैम है, वहां से पानी छोड़ा गया, क्या उसकी वजह से तबाही और बाढ़ को ज्यादा भयावह बनाया? क्या नेपाल को इसकी जानकारी दी गई थी?
मैडम जी, हमने बुझ लिया, समझ लिया।
मैं एक सवाल पूछ रही हूँ, क्या चाइना ने नेपाल को बाढ़ की जानकारी दी थी? क्या आप लोगों को बताया गया था कि पानी का बाढ़ का खतरा है? चाइना की तरफ से कोई इंफॉर्मेशन आई थी आपकी सरकार के पास?
आया था, वो तो आया था हमारे पास, लेकिन किस कारण से बिल्कुल हुआ है, वो तिब्बत से आया ना, तो इधर रीजन था छैन भनौँ। We don't have any particular reason why the flood is like that.
Okay. Can you tell me one thing? China is making a number of dams and hydroelectric projects. China बहुत सारे बांध बना रहा है, हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट बना रहा है। इसको लेकर नेपाल में क्या कोई चिंता है? क्या इन डैम्स की वजह से क्या सोचते हैं आप लोग? क्या इसकी वजह से और खतरा बढ़ेगा?
हाँ, वो लोग बनाना तो उनका अधिकार की बात है ना, वो बनाने के लिए, लेकिन उन लोग ने उसको दीर्घकालीन उनको नॉट टेम्पोररी, जस्ट परमानेंटली सोल्यूशन भी उनको होना चाहिए, ताकि उनका छिमेकी कंट्री को उनको वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा हम बोलते हैं।
Manjit Negi and Pranay Upadhyay are with us to really decode on whether China withheld information, whether they had warning signs and didn't alert Nepal. Manjit, what are you picking up? You know, you've been extensively looking into the satellite images, analyzing what's been found 24 hours on. What do you think? Did China have any fair warning?
अक्षता, कल से लेकर आज तक जो चीजें सामने आई, खासतौर से टाइमिंग, और जिन लोगों से मैंने बात की, चाहे वो रक्षा जानकार हो या नेपाल के लोग हों, दो तीन चीजें महत्वपूर्ण है। सबसे पहली बात की टाइमिंग, क्योंकि फ्लड की जो पहली जानकारी, ग्लेशियर टूटने और झील बनने की जो जानकारी थी, वो सुबह 8:30 के आसपास आनी शुरू हो गई थी। लेकिन जो नेपाल के लोग, जो मीडिया ये दावा कर रहा है, उनसे जानकारी मिल रही कि आधिकारिक तौर पर चीन से जानकारी 1:30-2 बजे के आसपास मिली, तो काफी टाइम था। अगर ये चीन के जो सैटेलाइट इमेजरी और जो सैटेलाइट की जानकारी थी, वो सही वक्त पर नेपाल से साझा की जाती। दूसरी महत्वपूर्ण बात, ये पूरा इलाका अगर आप देखें, मैं खुद इस इलाके में गया हुआ हूँ, यहाँ पर अगर आप देखें तो चीन ने पिछले कुछ सालों में पूरे ये कैलाश मानसरोवर का जो रूट भी है ये इस इलाके में, यहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में दर्जनों अंडरग्राउंड हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट लगाए हैं, जिनकी वजह से जो जानकार है उनका मानना है कि काफी कमजोर हुए हैं वहां के पहाड़, और जो बड़ा ग्लेशियर टूटने के बाद जो झील बनी, उसकी वजह से बड़ी तबाही। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा जो सवाल अब इस वक्त देश दुनिया के जानकार उठा रहे हैं, कई लोगों से मैंने बात की, उनका ये कहना है कि चीन के पास तमाम सैटेलाइट जानकारी है, तिब्बत का एरिया है, चीन का बहुत बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इस इलाके में है, उसके बावजूद क्यों नहीं सही समय पर सटीक जानकारी नेपाल को दी गई? जानकारी
Yeah, valid question. Pranay, what's China's response to this? It's a valid question. Look, that when this kind of a flash flood occurs, it didn't start out of nowhere. It's moved downstream along the path and it's hit Nepal after emerging from Tibet. And so there are questions about how China didn't know at all.
That's the tyranny of all the downstream countries, because what happens at the China-Nepal border, and subsequently we at India should also be concerned, because ultimately we are at the downstream of the same river system, and if Bhatkoshi river system get impacted, then subsequently the Gandak river system, and subsequently it comes to the Kosi river system of India. So we also have the similar concern about what is happening up north in Himalayas and Hindu Kush Himalaya region. Concerns have been raised by many people, and this has not happened for the first time. In technical terms, this is called GLOF, Glacial Lake Outburst Flood, and this GLOF has come up as a new phenomenon, especially in the Himalayan region with the climate change, and that raises a serious question. But having said that, Akshita, this also raises a serious question about that: were Chinese really aware about this incident or this build-up, or did they also overlook rather than passing on that information timely to the Nepalese side? Because the visual which we are showing, or which has become an iconic visual of this lake outburst, which is of the China-Nepal Rasuwa Gadi border post, and most of the impact is caught in the Chinese camera, and people were there on the Chinese side as well. Around 200 Indians are stranded on the Chinese side right now, and in fact the Chinese government is also carrying out that search and rescue operation. So did they overlook? Also, there are reports coming from that entire region.
That's the immigration center that you're talking about, which you're referring to, which is the visual on our screen right now.
That immigration center, Akshita.
That's Chinese.
But there are reports, and scientists are monitoring the ICIMOD, the Kathmandu-based intergovernmental highest body for the mountain development and research. That organization is also monitoring, and they have issued their assessment about this new phenomena with the climate change, because glaciers do melt, and that melting creates some kind of the lakes, and then after subsequently they swell up and they become ticking time bombs, and this ticking time bomb has become a new challenge for the residential area, for the hilly region of that entire Himalayan system.
And you usually track them. You track them very closely to see when there's a possibility of that kind of a glacial lake bursting. In this case, either China didn't do it or they didn't share the information. Nepal says that it was a Chinese dam collapse that led to what happened. But we'll track what happens. Look, this needs an impartial investigation to understand who really is to blame, whether fair warning wasn't issued despite knowing that something like this was headed Nepal's way. Thanks, Pranay, and thanks, Manjeet, for all of those details. Now, let's focus on another aspect. Unfortunately, in this tragedy, several Indians, hundreds of Indians remain missing. Many of them are from South India. They were there for the Mansarovar Yatra, so many of them were at that immigration center, others in several other pockets of those villages. Let me give you a sense of how some of the states who have, in fact, many missing residents in Nepal are stepping up to save those stranded. As many as 21 of the 57 tourists from Tamil Nadu stranded in Nepal are reported to be safe. They are currently stranded around 160 kilometers north of Kathmandu in the Rasuwa region, which was hit by flash floods. The search, however, for the rest of them, 36, still underway. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay chaired an emergency meeting with ministers and officials to review efforts to rescue the Tamil Nadu residents stranded in Nepal. He's directed a senior IAS officer to travel to Kathmandu and ordered 4 cabinet ministers to camp in New Delhi to coordinate the evacuation of the stranded in Nepal. A group of 36 people from Kerala travelling in Nepal have been reported to be safe. They are currently away from areas affected by the flash floods. The Kerala government has activated a help desk to provide emergency assistance. Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has spoken to the survivor of the Nepal flash floods over a video call. Shivakumar offered him words of encouragement, checked on his well-being and assured all possible help from the government. Suhasini Reddy, a software engineer from Hyderabad based in Australia, is among the pilgrims who travelled to Nepal as part of the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. It's learnt that Suhasini left for Nepal on August 19th with a travel group. At this point, there's no information on her whereabouts. So like I said, many of the people who are reported missing right now, Indians who are reported missing in Nepal, are from Tamil Nadu. And so there's a question really on their whereabouts, where they are, whether they're safe or not. There's no communication that's been established. Sadhguru's Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. 80 people, 77 participants and 3 volunteers of the Isha Foundation unfortunately are no more. Yesterday, they had announced that they're missing, that they were in that particular immigration center. Today, Sadhguru, with a video statement, has confirmed that they are no more, as he broke down while making the announcement.
A pilgrimage that turned into a nightmare. A devastating flash flood near the Nepal-Tibet border has left a trail of death and destruction, with hundreds feared dead and many missing. More than 103 tourists from Tamil Nadu were among those caught in the catastrophe. Their families back home are desperately waiting for updates as communications remain severely disrupted across the flood-hit region. Among those stranded is Kalai Selvi from Thiruvarur, who had travelled on the same pilgrimage circuit.
சேஃபா இருக்கு, அங்கே கண்ட்ரோல் ரூம் ஃபோன் பண்ணி கேட்டது சேஃபா இருக்கு. அதான் அந்த லிஸ்ட் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் பயப்பட வேண்டாம், நல்லபடியாக சேஃபாக தான் இருப்பாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு தைரியம் கொடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க.
A family from Puducherry, Mother Geeta, daughter Vaishnavi and relative Ananda Sundari is also stranded in the disaster zone. But there is some relief.
சேஃபாக இருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு டிசாஸ்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து ஃபோன் வந்தது. ஸோ சேஃபாக இருக்காங்க, அது ஓகே. பட் அவங்க கூட இன்னும் டேரெக்டாக காண்டாக்ட் பண்ண முடியல. காண்டாக்ட் கிடச்சதுன்னா சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கும். இல்லை அவங்க திருப்பி எப்படி கூட்டின்னு வரணுன்ற பிளான் பண்ணும்போது ஏதாவது ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா நாங்கள் கேட்குறோம். அப்போ மட்டும் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் எங்களுக்கு கரெக்டாக இருக்கும், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ அவங்க கூட்டின்னு வரது மட்டும்தான் இப்போ நான் ப்ரையாரிட்டியாக இருக்குது.
21 people from Tamil Nadu have been rescued, according to the Ministry of External Affairs, as of 3 p.m. today. Helplines have been activated to assist stranded tourists and worried families.
These 21 group of 21 people are from Tamil Nadu, and we are making available their names on our X handle, so you can get the details. They are coming to Kathmandu, hopefully, and then arrangements will be made for their travel back home as soon as possible.
In Tamil Nadu, the disaster has triggered an urgent administrative and political response. Chief Minister Vijay chaired an emergency review meet, directing officials to intensify relief and rescue efforts. 4 Tamil Nadu ministers are set to travel to Delhi to monitor and coordinate the rescue operations with the centre.
கடலூர் மாவட்டத்துல இருந்து 11 பேர், கிருஷ்ணகிரி மாவட்டத்துல இருந்து 5 பேர், தஞ்சாவூர்ல இருந்து 16 பேர், தர்மபுரியில ஒருத்தர், திருச்சிராப்பள்ளியில 4, திருவண்ணாமலையில 1, திருவாரூரில் 2, நாமக்கல் 1, மயிலாடுதுறை 7, சென்னை 6 ஆகிய 10 மாவட்டங்களை சார்ந்த 54 தமிழர்களும் சேர்த்து புதுச்சேரியை சேர்ந்த 3 நபர்கள் ஆக மொத்தம் 57 நபர்கள் கைலாஷ் யாத்திரைக்காக நேபாளத்திற்கு அழைத்து செல்லப்பட்டாங்க.
But the rescue crisis has also sparked a political battle. Tamil Nadu leader of opposition Udayanidhi Stalin attacked the Vijay government, questioning the chief minister's and officials' absence in the assembly and drawing a comparison with the crore incident.
இது உடனே நீங்கள் கரூர் இன்சிடென்ட்டோட கம்பேர் பண்ணுறீங்க, அது நான் சரியாக இருக்குமா என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஏனென்றால் கரூர் இன்சிடென்ட் நடக்கும்போது இங்கே அவையில் மாண்பு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இருந்து அதற்கு பதில் சொன்னார்கள். இப்போ முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் அவையில் இல்லை, சீஃப் செக்ரட்டரி தலைமைச் செயலரும் இல்லை. எனவே இதையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கவனத்தில் கொண்டு எந்தெந்த துறை பிரச்சனை வரும்போது அந்த அரசு துறை அதிகாரிகள் இங்கே இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நீங்கள் அறிவுறுத்த வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
DMK MP Dayanidhi Maran has demanded immediate central intervention to locate, rescue and safely repatriate the missing Indians. AIA-DMK leader EPS2 has sought urgent action, urging the centre to coordinate closely with Nepal and ensure regular information sharing with Tamil Nadu. And amid the tragedy and emotional moment, Spiritual leader Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev broke down while addressing Isha Foundation volunteers, saying that 80 people from his group had died in the disaster. He appealed to Chinese authorities to allow him and a small team to travel to Tibet's Gairong to assist in rescue efforts.
So we're doing everything possible. We're still looking if we can. We're seeking permission through the Indian Embassy, and the Chinese Embassy in India, and the American Embassy is working on this to see if they can permit me and a group of people to be there and see what we can do.
The flash floods triggered by a glacier avalanche near the Nepal-Tibet border has caused widespread devastation. Over 270 people have reportedly died across Nepal and Tibet. Over 700 people are still missing. Rescue teams are racing against time, as families across Tamil Nadu wait anxiously for their loved ones to return home safely. With Pramod Madhav, Anaga and Apurva from Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
So it's not just people from the state of Tamil Nadu, but also from Karnataka, from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Like I said, the maximum Indians right now who are missing are from the southern states. Let's get you all the updates coming in on how these states too are doing everything they can to get any news about those pilgrims.
In the high Himalayas, a wall of ice, rock and water has torn through a valley, rewriting its landscape and leaving hundreds missing. What began as a distant rumble in Tibet's glacial headwaters turned within minutes into a devastating crisis for Nepal, and now a moment of deep anxiety for India. Over 280 Indians, including several Kailash Mansarovar pilgrims, are missing, while scores more remain stranded after flash floods swept through central Nepal, unleashing destruction and cutting off entire areas. At least 7 people from Andhra Pradesh were reported missing. 4 have since then been traced safe, although they remain stranded, while efforts continue to locate the remaining. Among those stranded in Nepal is a software engineer, Suhasini Reddy from Hyderabad, who is based in Australia. Suhasini was travelling as part of a Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage group and had left for Nepal on the 19th of August. Her current whereabouts are unknown.
We tried to develop all kinds of contacts, but unfortunately there is no communication, all communication system, and the entire thing has washed away. And we are worried in the sense they vacated the hotel, and from then we don't have any other communication. We pray God, save my sister, and if we get information, we never mind to travel where she is and we'll bring her back.
आपको एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें दिखा रही हैं जहां पर नदी के साथ साथ यहां पर आप देखिए एपीएफ की टीम लगातार यहां पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है उनका, और बताया जा रहा है कि नारायण घाट के पास यहां पे तकरीबन 35 से भी ज़्यादा जो लाशें हैं जो पानी में तैर रही थीं उनको निकाला गया है, और हर तरफ आप देखिए मलबा ही मलबा जो है चारों तरफ आपको नज़र आएगा.
At least 2 people from Kalaburgi in Karnataka who were stranded amid the severe flooding have been rescued and moved to safety. Disaster management authorities have contacted them and gathered details of their location. Arrangements are now being made to bring them to Delhi, with accommodation being planned at Karnataka Bhavan.
If there is any information that you have about our people from our state missing in Nepal, you inform us. We will ensure that the right communication channels will be opened for their relatives and friends.
A team of 33 people from Kerala travelling through Nepal has confirmed that they are safe and away from the worst hit areas. From Bengal, over 30 people are missing, at least 7 from Maharashtra and several others from UP. Farmer leader Rakesh Tikait, who had travelled to Nepal by road with associates, was among those from Uttar Pradesh who were stuck in Pokhara. From Bengal, there are 30 tourists and 2 travel agents who are missing. They were part of a Kailash Mansarovar group traveling with the Kolkata-based Cholo Jai Club. The group also includes an Indian expatriate based in the United States. Their last contact came around 8 a.m. on Wednesday, just before the flood struck.
Right now we can see this is the Cholo Jai Travel Club, where they have opened one war room and they were working to recover, to rescue those people from Nepal, and right now they are working heart and soul to save the lives. As we are informed by them, is 30 tourists and 2 managers, those who have accompanied the 30 tourists for Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, and right now is totally missing and untraceable.
Among those still untraceable are Durgapur couple Arindam and Mosmi Ganguly. They were travelling towards Sayab Rubesi as part of the Kailash Mansarovar pilgrimage. The group had left on the 21st of August, but since the floods hit, there has been no word from the couple. Their last known contact was with their daughter. The MEA has been consistently monitoring the whereabouts of every Indian stranded in Nepal. And now, across India, families are holding on to one hope, that the silence is only a communication blackout and that their loved ones are alive, safe and waiting to be rescued. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're going to continue tracking very, very closely all the updates that come in on the rescue and relief efforts that are underway in Nepal. Hopefully, we will get some news also on the missing Indians. But you can trust us here on India Today to get you all of those updates with our reporters on the ground. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks for tuning in.
India's longest standing biannual survey is back. That's right, the mood of the nation.
The Gen Z mood check on India Today, most definitive mood tracker.
What's actually changed after the Gen Z protests? We get you the pulse of the people on India Today.
The report card is in. Unfiltered, unscripted, unmissable.
India Today's Mood of the Nation poll, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. only on India Today.
I can only talk about this particular ceasefire. What happened in the military domain. I told you that they picked up the phone at about 9:30, spoke. We chose our own time. The DGMO said he's not available till about 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock he said, and then we decided at 5 o'clock. So the ceasefire is decided between two DGMOs. And that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else. How did this particular information get leaked out to the Americans that they tweeted before we could announce this? Again, I'm really, and that's it. Means I don't see the role of anyone else.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome once again to the India Today biannual Mood of the Nation. That's right, the poll that's been going on for more than 2 decades, brought to you by C Voter. And it is coming at a time when the country's politics is going through some kind of turbulence. It's been a turbulent year, particularly since when we did the last Mood of the Nation in January. You've had conflicts, agitations, and plenty more. What is then the mood of the nation? The India Today C Voter poll is here with the most definitive mood tracker of what's the mood and what would happen if elections were held today. With me are all my colleagues, starting from the extreme left, Siddharth Zarabi, editor of Business Today, joined by Raj Chengappa, editorial director, India Today, also Kriti Chaudhary, Maria Shakil, Gaurav Sawant, all with you, and Yashwant Deshmukh, who, remember, is the one who's put this poll together for C Voter. Also joining me is the Congress's Brijesh Kalappa. We also hope to be joined by our BJP guest shortly. Okay, now remember, one of the things that the Mood of the Nation does is what happens if elections are held today. That's if general elections are held in August of 2026, what would happen? Projected vote share, but before that, I want Yashwant to tell us when he's done the poll and what was the sample size. Yashwant, you want to go and kickstart by just giving us exactly when this poll was done and what's the sample size?
Absolutely, Rajdeep, and very quickly onto that, because now the viewers and audiences have known our tracker for more than 25 years, as you just mentioned, that there are two different parts of the poll. That one is the new questions, which Raj and the India Today editorial team fixes up every time before every edition of the moon operation, which are very much relevant for the issues that are hitting the ground as on today. And that is the tracking part, which does the routine questions every day, day after day after day. And so every 6 months, we compile that as well. So for the new questions, we have done almost 25,000 plus samples in the last 4 weeks, to be precise. And a big chunk of them we have done actually in the last 2 weeks, because that is where the crisis was hitting up. So many new questions were drawn at that point of time to understand the change on the ground. And on the tracking part, there is almost like 90,000 samples that we have done in the last 6 months to track the things on the ground. So these two significantly large sample sizes out there, and we have analyzed both of the sets to understand the current traction on the ground and also the long-term trend points on the series.
Okay, so more than 1 lakh respondents spread across the states of the country, relatively representative, but of course with all the caveats that polls are injurious to health. Please keep that in mind, particularly in a country like India. Okay, projected vote share if elections were held today. As per the See Voter poll for India Today, Mood of the Nation, NDA would end up with 45%. That's -2. But when you look at -2, remember, this is, of course, in comparison to where we have stood over recent polls. So that's 45% to the NDA. That's what they got, 47% in January of 2026, down to India Alliance 39%, others 16%. So it's a 2% swing as of now. Projected seat share, NDA, if elections were held today, would get 326. Now that, remember, also includes the fact that the NDA has been boosted by recent parties breaking up and joining it. Now this is in contrast to 352, which the NDA was getting 6 months ago, so they are down 26. India Alliance is only marginally up, 185, up 3. 32 are others. So the largest chunk are coming to these parties, up 23. Projected vote share, party-wise, BJP 39%, down 2% compared to January 2026. Congress 21%, up 1. Others 40%, -1. And take a look at seat share. That's where the BJP is getting a significant drop of 26 seats compared to January, 261. Below the halfway mark, down 26. But the Congress is going to 106, that's up 26, again compared to 2026 January, but still well short of the majority, while the BJP is very close to the halfway mark. So the gap between the BJP and Congress remains significant. Others are as much as 176 at the moment. So that's the first big takeaway. If elections were held today, you would still have an NDA government. The Congress may have made small gains compared to 6 months ago, but clearly nowhere close to the BJP. Let's get in first reactions. Rajchen Gappa, your cover apparently, which I just saw, is saying warning signals. But when I look at these numbers, the fact is 261 versus 106, 326 NDA versus India Alliance 185. The gap is still significant.
You know, Rajdeep, this poll has come at a very important point because we've had this Gen Z rage and uprising, and everybody is curious to know what would be the impact. For the NDA and the BJP, I think the comforting news is that the drop is not, getting them to rush to panic buttons. They have certainly dropped, and as you mentioned, dropped 26 seats by the BJP, which puts them into this uncomfortable position of having to depend on the NDA. That's theoretically speaking. And overall, the NDA gets 326, still well within their comfort zones. But I think the big message, and that's why we're saying the warning signals, is that there are various other questions that are there, whether you're looking at the economics.
We'll come to those.
Sure.
We'll come to those. These are opening remarks. At the moment, you're saying that